Rise of the family begins with daily intelligence. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 226, Yinfang Cave, Strange Boundary, Ancient Foundation Building. Liu Mizhen personally escorted clan leader Kui down the mountain and entered the inner city of Yuiao City. The central star receiving tower had been completed, and Yuiao and Yu Qingru were perfecting the formation patterns on the tower. Grandmaster Yu was inside the inner tower. When Liu Mizhen entered, she found him engraving a complex magic array. Though a layman, she could immediately discern 6 missing positions at the core of the formation. Once these were completed, the star receiving tower would draw the power of the stars into the formation, and Yuiao City would be completely forged. Liu Mizhen waited for about half an hour. After Grandmaster Yu finished one of the formation patterns, he pulled a white box with a star pattern from his sleeve and handed it to him. Uncle Yu, these are the 6 star stones you requested. He had found them so quickly. Grandmaster Yu was stunned for a moment, still considering finding a replacement for the star stones if things didn't work out. The box opened, a shimmer of starlight shone through it, revealing the 6 star stones neatly arranged. The star power contained within was extremely brilliant. Grandmaster Yu was very satisfied. Excellent. With these 6 star stones, and the blood of second-tier 5 elements monsters and yin spirit beasts as talisman blood, and the engraving of the array pattern, the star receiving tower can be completed within 2 years. Still needing yin spirit beasts? Liu Mizhen frowned. Uncle Yu, we've already collected the blood of the 5 elements monsters in Filong Market. As for the blood of the 6th yin attributed monster you mentioned, we'll have to wait. Yes, no rush, no rush. We'll save the yin beast blood for last. With that, Grandmaster Yu once again devoted himself to the task of engraving the array pattern. After Liu Mizhen returned to the main peak from the inner city, she immediately took out the communication jade talisman and sent a message to Fu Changli and Yu Yangfei, asking them to help find the yin spirit beasts. Fu Changli led the Changsheng Hall team hunting in the Shiwen Mountains. After Yu Yangfei returned from Jingzhou, he and Rongye once again entered the Shiwen Mountains. 3 years had passed since they'd returned, but fortunately, they'd maintained contact with the members of the Changsheng Hall. In Qiuai Mountain within the Shiwen Mountains, Fu Changli lurked in a thicket, indifferent. From the ground, a ball of yellow light shot up into the sky, and a much fatter double-eyed rat leaped out. It pointed at the cave ahead and squeaked a few times. Then, offering a gesture of praise, it bowed to Fu Changli. Fu Changli nodded its head in amusement, little greedy cat, and patted his storage bag. Instantly, dozens of mulberry fruits fell into the treasure bag hanging from the double-eyed rat's neck. Fu Changli instructed, this year's mulberry fruits are out of season. Xiao Wang, you should eat them sparingly. Fu Yuansha, a member of the Changsheng Hall following behind her, stepped forward and whispered, 4th Ent, since Xiao Wang has discovered hidden yin spiritual energy in the cave, how about I lead the team in to take a look? Fu Yuansha had trained with Fu Changli in the Shiwen Mountains for 7 years. Unfortunately, he only placed 12th in the tribes hunting meet last year, missing out on the captain's position. Today, since the captain hadn't come along, he naturally wanted to take this opportunity to show off his skills. Fu Changli was hesitant. After all, the mountains were now overrun with monsters and beasts, and the danger was far greater than in previous years. Seeing this, Fu Yuansha hurriedly said, 4th Ent, don't worry. If we encounter anything beyond our control, I'll send you a message immediately. I won't resort to force. Please give me another chance, okay? Remember, don't rush things. Fu Changli thought, as long as he stayed at the cave entrance, nothing serious would happen. 4th Ent, don't worry. Fu Yuansha was thrilled. With a wave of his hand, 6 members of the Changsheng Hall followed him. As the deputy captain of the 7th team, Fu Yuansha had reached the 8th level of key training and believed that as long as he didn't encounter a 2nd level monster in this mountain, he could easily escape unscathed. He unrolled the long 10-man rope. An unpleasant, fishy odor instantly filled his nostrils. The long passage seemed bottomless. A chilling wind blew. Fu Yuanxia gestured, and the Changsheng Hall members following him immediately understood. They left one person behind every 100 feet. 600 feet ahead, the Yinfeng cave still stretched to the horizon. A clan member accompanying him whispered, "Deputy Captain, why don't we send a message to 4th Ant?" Hush, Fu Yuanxia had finally secured a chance to lead the team alone, and he wasn't willing to give it up. He whispered, "If you're afraid, stay here. I'll go ahead myself." Clan member Fu Yuanqi frowned slightly. The deputy captain had been too aggressive in the last hunting competition, which had resulted in him not making the top 10. He thought about it and decided to stay where he was. After a while, he tentatively glanced forward, only to find Fu Yuanxia was gone. Without hesitation, he produced a communication jade talisman and quickly said, "4th Ant, the cave is bottomless. The deputy captain has already reached the bottom." Shortly after he finished speaking, a breeze blew from behind, and Fu Changli's figure instantly landed behind him. Fu Changli scanned with her spiritual sense, but found that even her outward consciousness couldn't detect the end. A frown crossed her face. How long has Yangsha been in there? About half a cup of tea. Even at the speed of a 9th level key refining cultivator, she still hadn't returned. Fu Changli frowned slightly, produced a communication jade talisman, and infused it with a spell. The talisman illuminated with a spiritual light. She quickly said, "Yangsha, no matter what you saw, return to the group immediately." Quick, buzz. No response came from the talisman. Bad. Something's wrong. Fu Changli hurriedly said, "Yonki, take the rest of the clan and evacuate the cave immediately. If I don't come out within half a cup of tea, immediately inform the nearby Elder Yang and ask him to come to our aid. Hurry." With that, Fu Changli vanished into shadow and sped towards the front of the cave. Upon receiving the order, Fu Yuanqi decisively led his tribesmen to evacuate. Even after emerging from the cave, he showed no sign of stopping. After retreating several hundred feet, he finally stopped, summoned his magical weapon, and coldly declared, "Form a formation, prepare for battle." Yes, the other 5 tribesmen immediately took the profound steps. The 6 of them seemed to converge, emanating an aura no less potent than that of a peak key refiner. Fu Yuanqi silently calculated the time, his eyes fixed on the cave ahead. As time passed, the cold sweat on his forehead thickened, and a vague sense of unease grew within him. 4th Ant was already at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, yet the agreed half-cup of tea time was quickly approaching. And yet, 4th Ant showed no sign of emerging from the Yinfeng cave. Fu Yuanqi acted decisively, without hesitation, abruptly forming a hand seal and inserting it into the jade communication talisman. He quickly declared, "Elder Ouyang, 4th Ant and the deputy captain are trapped in a bottomless Yinfeng cave. Please rush to Qiuai Mountain for support." 50 miles away, the canyon's ravines were a shocking sight, the blood and flesh of scattered monsters strewn across the ground. In the canyon's center, a pulsating fireball devoured the corpse of a giant lizard, 100 feet long. Beside the fireball, blood-soaked, sat cross-legged, seemingly offering protection. Indifferent, a rapid buzzing sound echoed from his waist. Yang Fei infused a spell, and Fu Yuanqi's voice echoed. Hearing this, Yang Fei frowned and said, "Brother Wrong, stop eating and go find your 4th Ant first." Buzz! The fireball trembled slightly. Then, with a thud, it transformed into humanoid form. It was Wronggear, who had broken through to the peak of key refining. With a wave of his hand, Wronggear, somewhat reluctantly, placed the half-eaten giant lizard carcass into his storage bag. The 2 of them, harnessing their magical instruments, sped northward toward Qiuai Mountain at breakneck speed. Arriving at Qiuai Mountain, the rainbow light faded. Fu Yuanqi, who was preparing a battle formation, saw the 2 approaching with a look of relief, as if saviors had arrived. Pointing to the cave ahead, he said, "Elder Ouyang, Elder Wrong, 4th Ant and the deputy captain entered the cave in half a cup of tea." Before entering, 4th Ant said that if she didn't emerge in half a cup of tea, she would send you a message. I sensed something was amiss and sent you a message in advance. After listening, Yang Fei waved his hand and said, "This is not the place for you. Leave immediately, as fast as you can." The tribe was in trouble. How could they escape in such a state? Yang Fei turned and glared at them. "Aren't you leaving yet? Then take care, Elder." Fu Yuanqi gritted his teeth, feeling their continued presence would only be a burden. Without hesitation, he bowed and immediately led his team away. Once they were well away, Yang Fei and the others swung aside, uncovered Tang Man, and entered the cave. A pungent, putrid odor filled their nostrils. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed the caverns to be bottomless. Yang Fei looked at Ronggear. Ronggear, can you identify what kind of demonic beast scent this is? Ronggear's nose twitched. Counting on his fingers, he said, there are rich, wandering tigers, long-legged wolves, and mountain-moving beasts. 30 different kinds of demonic beasts, and the stench of decaying human corpses. This truly was a den of tigers and wolves. With a thought, Yang Fei's myriad poison gourd roared out, hovering above his head. Seeing this, Ronggear opened his mouth in tacit understanding, and a ball of flame erupted, transforming into a shield of light that enveloped the two of them. The two walked one in front and one behind, not very fast. After walking forward for hundreds of feet, the cave suddenly became narrower. At the same time, there was a flickering starlight. After coming out of the corner of the cave, which was originally pitch dark, it was suddenly illuminated by the starlight. What came into view was a half-collapsed ruin of a Taoist temple. At this time, a strange ancient dead tree grew on the Taoist temple. The tree was now densely packed with cocoons hanging upside down, some large and some small, no less than thousands of them. In these cocoons, you can vaguely see the things wrapped inside, some monks, some monsters. Among them, the four hanging at the top were Fu Changli and Fu Yuansha. One step forward. You can reach the dead tree. There is a clear dividing line between the dead tree and the cave outside. It is an invisible barrier. Ronger's eyes narrowed slightly. Grandpa Fei, there are no signs of a struggle at the scene. Upon learning that Fu Changli and his companions were trapped here, the two of them had rushed there at top speed. This place was too strange, with no signs of a struggle at all. But Fu Changli and his companions wouldn't surrender docilely. Once they stepped outside this barrier, they would likely be hanged from the dead tree. Yang Fei's face was sullen. This was the first time he had witnessed such a scene. Ronger, step back. He immediately changed his spell. A green vine, shaped by his magical power, shot towards the top of the dead tree at lightning speed. However, as the vine passed the barrier, it thudded and transformed into a sky of azure light. The cocoon then expanded and contracted, instantly devouring the azure light. This, Yang Fei's pupils shrank. Within the barrier, his magical power was unusable. He finally understood why there were no signs of a struggle at the scene. A strange fire flashed in the depths of Ronger's eyes. Grandpa Fei, let me try. Remember to be careful. Don't step over this barrier. Yang Fei stepped aside. Ronger was a little excited. He pinched his fingers and strange runes suddenly appeared around the corners of his eyes. The runes spread all over his body, accompanied by the roar of a monster. With a bang, Ronger turned into a ball of strange fire. In the fire, you can vaguely see the outline of a figure that looks like a human, but not a human, like a beast but not a beast. Buzz! The fire trembled slightly. Arrows shot towards the ancient tree in the barrier. Wherever the arrows passed, the air was distorted by the heat, making a sizzling sound. It seemed to have life, and its shape was like a smart snake, winding and circling. Yang Fei, who was watching the battle from the side, was a little nervous. The strange fire that Ronger transformed into was completely different from the ordinary five elements fire. If even Ronger couldn't do anything, they could only report back to the clan and send more people, but they feared it would be too late. Buzz! Arrows pierced through the barrier. It didn't collapse. Yang Fei's eyes lit up. Ronger's attack worked. Rumble. At this moment, the ancient tree, previously standing still, suddenly came to life, its roots bursting from the ground like a giant python. Ding, ding, ding. The roots intercepted the incoming arrows. The arrows landed with a bang, transforming into a raging flame that quickly spread toward the ancient tree. Leaves from the tree fell, trembling slightly, and transformed into a green leaf barrier that blocked the flames. However, this barrier only held off the flames for a short while. Soon, the wall of leaves emitted a sizzling, burning smell, and with a bang, it broke apart. The cocoons hanging from the ancient tree's body cracked with a thud, and then humanoid and demonic skeletons shot out, rushing towards the barrier at an extremely fast speed. Clearly, the ancient tree knew to capture the leader first. It wanted to first kill Ronggear, who was controlling the flames outside the barrier. HMPH, a rabble. Yang Fei slapped the 10,000 poisons gourd. With a bang, dark green ropes shot out. The mysterious ropes twisted around each skeleton with lightning speed. With a resounding incantation, these skeletons, which were only at the peak of key refining, instantly transformed into rays of light and were collected into the 10,000 poisons gourd. The ancient tree relied on this mysterious barrier. Without it, its combat effectiveness was obviously mediocre, and the situation was over in an instant. The ancient tree suddenly rose from the ground, revealing a pair of human legs, over 10 feet long, piercing through the tree's hollow, attempting to escape into the depths of the Shiwan Mountains. Roar! At this moment, the strange fire transformed by Roger trembled slightly, transforming into a streak of flame that flashed through the heart of the ancient tree. The next moment, the tree withered rapidly. Yang Fei swung his sword, severing the two cocoons atop the tree. He hurriedly said, "Roger, these are yin-attributed demonic beasts. Leave some of their blood so Grandpa you can draw formation." As he spoke, Yang Fei struck the cocoons with several blasts of sword energy. The cocoons split open, revealing Fu Changli, now covered in the phantom jade peaks. The life force attached to her body had been extinguished, but fortunately, Fu Changli was only unconscious and unharmed. As for the other person, Fu Yuangsha, without effective protection, his upper body had been reduced to a skeleton, his life force extinguished. With a roar, the ancient tree collapsed. From its heart, a ball of fire shot out. As the flames faded, Rongir emerged, shaky and precarious, as if drunk. His aura was rapidly rising. This kid, Yang Fei's heart skipped a beat. Rongir was unconsciously channeling his magical power, attacking his foundation. With a swift slap of his storage bag, a flash of light appeared, and formation flags descended into the half-collapsed cave. With a hum, a formation descended, concealing the cave. Yang Fei quickly placed the person inside. At the same time, he slapped his storage bag. Spirit stones shot out like they were free, quickly forming a medium-sized spirit-gathering formation around Rongir. A stream of magical power was injected into it. Boom! A surge of spiritual energy rose. A small vortex of spiritual energy formed above Ronger's head. "Ronger, you must not get into trouble." After everything was completed, Yang Fei stood guard by his side, his face full of worry. He had brought Ronger up with him. If something happened, how would he explain to the head of the family? Moreover, he had long regarded Ronger as his own family. However, he could not give any guidance on Ronger's cultivation. This was because Ronger's cultivation method was provided by the symbiotic spirit beast in his body. From the current perspective, Ronger's strength was low, and it was obvious that the symbiotic spirit beast in his body was the dominant force. Otherwise, Ronger would definitely not have rashly broken through to the foundation building stage. The precedent of successfully building the foundation without taking the foundation building pill was only recorded in ancient books. The ancient method of foundation building had been lost for many years. He had traveled all over the country for so long, but he had never heard of anyone successfully building the foundation using the ancient method. Yang Fei stared at Ronger intently. After about half a day, outside the magic circle. Then, a rainbow light rushed over. It descended, and Fu Molin's figure flashed out. After the excavation of the spirit stone vein was completed, Fu Molin was transferred to Filong Market for stationing. After receiving Fu Yuanqi's message, she rushed over immediately. At this moment, the formation's light curtain trembled slightly. Then, a bottle flew out. Yang Fei's voice rang out, "Something has happened to Ronger. This is the demon blood of a late-stage second-level yin spirit beast. Molin, take it back to the clan and hand it over to Grandmaster Yu." With that, the formation's light curtain closed completely. Fu Molin reached out to catch the pill bottle, a trace of worry on her face. If Ronger was killed because of the essence of a yin-attributed demon beast, then when the Patriarch came out of seclusion, I'm afraid. When Fu Molin returned to Filong Market, she thought for a moment and decided to report Ronger's situation back to the fiefdom. Chapter 227, Natural and Man-Made Disasters, Important Information, and the Crisis of the Aristocratic Family. Fu Yuanqi returned to his fiefdom with the yin beast's blood and provided additional information about Fu Molin's arrival at Yinfeng Cave. Liu Mizhen was in seclusion, and Fan Gear was currently handling clan affairs. Hearing about his second brother's misfortune, he felt a pang of fear, but quickly calmed down. Since Grandpa Fei hadn't brought his second brother back from the Yinfeng Cave on Qiuaya Mountain, it meant he wasn't suitable to be moved at this time. With Grandpa Fei watching over him, nothing serious should happen. There was no need to disturb his mother, who was already in seclusion. "Yonki, Take the yin beast's blood to Grandmaster Yu. Also, pass on the order that no one from this Hangzhen Hall enter the mountains for the time being. The beast tide was about to erupt. Various demonic beasts were now frequenting the Shiwen Mountains. Caution was the best course of action. A few months later, at the water curtain cave in the back mountain, the Fu family's newly cultivated second-grade, mid-grade white jade rice was already a golden speck. Changsheng gazed at the dangling white jade rice, his face beaming with joy. Once this acre of white jade rice was harvested and used as seed, the tribe would be able to plant this spiritual grain on a large scale next year. Whether it was consumed by the tribe's foundation-building elders or sold at the market, white jade rice was a rare second-level spiritual material. Their successful cultivation would be considered a small achievement. Changsheng suddenly noticed something amiss. The soil of the spiritual field seemed to contain black spots the size of rice grains. What's this? Changsheng bent down to investigate. He saw a triangular, jet-black insect egg encased in the soil. What kind of pest is this? He had never seen it before. The white jade rice was about to be harvested, and they couldn't afford to let anything go wrong. Changsheng called out to the kitchen, "Mother, please come out quickly." Yesterday, Yulian had received the good news. She had successfully established her foundation and was currently in seclusion to consolidate her realm. Upon receiving the news, Xianggu was so excited she couldn't sleep all night. This morning, she was in the kitchen preparing various ingredients, intending for Fangir to take them to the ancestral hall to thank the ancestors for their protection. Coming, Xianggu told her son to keep an eye on the kitchen fire. Refreshed, she emerged from the kitchen and reached the white jade field. When she saw the insect eggs in Changsheng's hand, her heart skipped a beat. She had been tending to the spiritual field since she began her spiritual practice. This was the first time she had seen such insect eggs. Quickly ducking down, she turned over several feet of soil, discovering that the deeper she went, the more numerous and densely packed these eggs became. "Mom, should we flip the bailing fish? It's almost burned." Ganzayaoki, who was helping to watch the fire in the kitchen, peeked out after his mother hadn't returned. He was startled to see the densely packed insect eggs on the plowed spiritual fields outside. "Mom, how could so many insect eggs appear in the spiritual fields overnight?" Xianggu and Changsheng had no time to reply. Their faces were solemn. Xianggu said with some trepidation, "If we hadn't discovered the insect eggs in these spiritual fields a moment later, once they hatched, I'm afraid our white jade rice would have been wasted this year. Dad, take Xiaoki and harvest the white jade rice first. I'll gather the people from the spiritual planting hall to check if there's a similar situation in the other spiritual fields." Fairy K hurriedly left the back mountain and returned to Spiritual Plant Peak. After gathering all the spiritual plant husbands, she flipped her right hand, revealing a triangular insect egg. "Anyone here, do you recognize this type of insect egg? Or have you ever seen one in the spiritual fields you're responsible for?" The others had less experience with spiritual plants than Fairy K, so naturally, they didn't see anything. Seeing that this situation was confined to the spiritual fields in Water Curtain Cave, Fairy K breathed a sigh of relief, but she still warned, after several years of drought, various insect pests are inevitable in spiritual fields. When you return, remember to not only diligently care for your spiritual plans, but also be vigilant for any other problems, just in case. Fairy K sent messages to the branches of the spiritual plant hall in Luifang Mountain, Anyuan County, and Pingshan County, urging them to check the soil in their spiritual fields for the time being. After she and her husband finished harvesting the white jade rice and eradicating the insect eggs, no such cases occurred in the clan. Seeing this, Fairy K and her husband gradually let the matter go. However, more than a year later, triangular worm eggs began to appear again in the spiritual fields of the fiefdom. This problem occurred not only in their Yunshan County fiefdom, but also in the clan's other two strongholds. Moreover, compared to the first time, this time, they appeared almost overnight, densely packed and countless. Xianggu and the others immediately reported the matter to Fangir. "Fangir, there are too many insect eggs. It's impossible to remove them while preserving spiritual power. But if they continue to multiply, there's a fear that they will hatch into some kind of pest, and by then it will be too late to remedy the situation. However, if all the spiritual plants in the spiritual fields were harvested at this time, the mature ones would be fine. The half-ripened ones would be wasted." The clan had hundreds of acres of spiritual fields, and because it was during the beast tide, The various spiritual plants were even more precious. Fangir knocked on the table. He calmly said, "Mother-in-law, quickly order the spiritual plant hall to harvest the spiritual plants that are ready for harvest as quickly as possible. Regarding the remaining spiritual fields that are not yet ready for harvest, I will immediately convene a meeting of elders and will have a response this afternoon." Xianggu, apprehensive, accepted the order and left. This omen looked ominous in every way. An emergency meeting of the family elders was convened. When Fangir mentioned the insect eggs appearing in the spiritual fields, the others were stunned. This was the first time such a strange thing had occurred in the family's history. Fu Changli hesitated, saying, "It would be a shame to destroy hundreds of acres of spiritual plants. Otherwise, let's ask other aristocratic families if they've encountered such a situation. If they have a plan to deal with it, that would be great." Fourth ant, these black insect eggs erupted almost overnight and are multiplying so rapidly. I'm afraid if we don't eliminate them in time, it won't just be in the spiritual fields. If they spread to the spiritual veins, the situation will be out of control. Everyone's expression changed as soon as these words were spoken. Fu Changli blinked and said, "Feiner, these are just insect infestations in the spiritual fields. They're not that terrible, are they?" Everyone was divided. Seeing this, Fu Molin spoke up. "A few days ago, the Patriarch announced that he could come out of seclusion at any time. Since everyone's disagreeing, why not ask the Patriarch directly for his approval? What do you think?" The Patriarch had already been in seclusion for 7 years. Furthermore, Liu Mizan, the former head of the family, was also in seclusion. With a beast tide imminent, the family needed someone with high prestige to oversee general affairs. Although Feiner was the head steward, his cultivation was only at the key refining stage. He found it difficult to convince a group of foundation establishment elders. Upon hearing this, Fu Changli nodded. "I agree." Everyone agreed. Seeing this, Feiner nodded slightly and said, "If that's the case, I'll contact Father now." With a flick of his right hand, a jade talisman landed in his palm. A spell was cast, and the talisman hummed, illuminating with a hazy white light. In the secret room of the Patriarch's mansion, Fu Changsheng emerged from the training room, and successfully sacrificed the human puppet. Just as he was adapting to the puppet's body, a series of familiar mechanical sounds echoed in his sea of consciousness. "Ling, your clan member Runzi successfully broke through to the foundation establishment stage, gaining 200 family contribution points. Your wife successfully conquered the Yang family in Tai'an County, hired a group of talisman masters, and added tens of thousands of miners, gaining 300 family contribution points. Your wife adopted Fu Yonggai as your adopted son and successfully married into the He family. She also acquired the He family's Yangang stone mine at 10% of the selling price, gaining 500 family contribution points. Your daughter-in-law Yulian has successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage, gaining 100 family contribution points. Your adopted son Fu Yonggai has successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage, gaining 100 family contribution points." The mechanical sounds continued for a while. When the last sound fell, the contribution value on the family dashboard had climbed back to 1,890. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up with joy. At this moment, a rapid buzzing sound echoed from his waist. The communication jade talisman on his body instantly illuminated. A spell was infused. Then, Fangir's voice rang out, "Father, all of our family's spiritual fields have erupted in astonishing numbers of strange insect eggs overnight. Please advise us on how to deal with them." Strange insect eggs. Fu Changsheng frowned slightly. This was clearly a sign of a beast tide. During this retreat, he had successfully cultivated the Dianju to the 2nd level and created a human puppet clone. He had originally planned to continue his retreat to cultivate the smoke and haze illusion spiritual technique. But given the current situation, it was too late. Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on the human puppet sitting cross-legged. As if sensing something, the puppet also opened its eyes. The two of them were connected in mind. The feeling was truly extraordinary. Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag. A flash of light flashed, and then a pill bottle floated towards the human puppet. "You remain in the secret room and continue your retreat." The human puppet was only at the peak of key refining. Once he had complete control of this body, he could begin to attempt a breakthrough to foundation establishment. A spell was cast into the secret room. The light curtain of the formation surged. Fu Changsheng flashed out of the secret room, and the formation behind him closed again. He emerged from the Patriarch's residence and turned to fly to the meeting hall. When he arrived at the meeting hall, everyone hurriedly stood up to greet him. Besides Zhu Yangfei, who still stayed in Qiuya Mountain, there were also Grandmaster Yuan Yaoyao, who were busy engraving the formation patterns. In addition to Liu Mizhen, who was in seclusion, all the elders in Yansheng County had arrived. Currently, the Fu family had a foundation establishment cultivator, not counting Grandmaster Yu, whose strength was unknown. From Wu Yangfei, himself, Liu Mizhen, Fu Molan, Fu Changli, Liu Runzi, Yao Yao, Fu Yuangai, and Yurlian, the number of foundation establishment cultivators had reached 10. Liu Mizhen had previously refined 10 foundation establishment pales in the Kanglan secret realm. Besides giving one each to Runzi, Yao Yao, Fu Yuangai, and Yurlian, there were also 2 foundation establishment pales left for the Yu, Wu, and Liu families, plus the one he had just given to the human puppet. After Fu Changsheng took his seat, Fan Gear immediately presented him with a white box. He opened it, revealing a strange insect egg. Fu Changsheng's divine sense swept through it. The egg possessed an extremely vibrant vitality. He could vaguely sense it poised to emerge at any moment. This was the first time he had ever seen such an unusual egg. Fu Changsheng immediately thought, exchange information, a buzz? The panel vibrated. A surge of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. The insect eggs in the white box in your hand will hatch in half an hour. This insect is a deadly killer of spiritual energy and specializes in devouring spiritual energy. 2. In the cave of the White Bone Mountain, there is a 1,000-year-old white bone spiritual flower. The essence of this spiritual flower can assist in refining the strange fire after the 50th on the strange fire list. 3. In the 100,000 mountains, monsters have begun to gather. A large number of monsters are coming out from various unknown exits of the blood-forbidden land. These blood-colored monsters contain the same spiritual intelligence as humans. They have begun to occupy the mountaintops and unify the low-level monsters that have gathered and trained them into war beasts. 4. Gongsun Wen, the newly promoted 7-member group of the Gongsun family, is thinking about how to take advantage of this beast tied to kill with a borrow knife and destroy your Fu family. 5. Your second son, Rongir, has successfully established his foundation with the ancient method in Qiuya Mountain and is on his way back. 6. Shangguan Hongyu has been in seclusion for many years and successfully opened up the 2 Danshians, becoming a half-step purple mansion. 7. Your Yansheng County fiefdom contains a secret realm. 8. Within the blood-colored forbidden land lies a 3rd-level Huafu grass that aids in breaking through the purple palace. 9. The Xiao family cemetery contains a star stone that fell a day ago. This star stone was refined into a star coffin by the Xiao family ancestor, and after his death, the Xiao family ancestor was placed in this star stone coffin. 10. At dawn tomorrow, the entire Huainan prefecture will be shrouded in darkness. 20 pieces of information were exchanged in one go. Fu Changsheng quickly scanned them. His eyes fell on the 1st and 10th pieces of information, and his pupils constricted. He immediately spoke, "Brother Fan, pass on my order. All personnel in the Anyang County clan, Pingshan County, and Yansheng County clans are to immediately cease all work. Regardless of whether the spiritual plants are mature or not, immediately strangle the alien eggs in the spiritual fields. In addition, activate the mountain protection formation at full speed to inspect the spiritual veins of the fiefdom and investigate whether there are any other alien eggs in the ground. Quick!" Fu Changsheng's expression was stern. Seeing his father's expression, Fan Gear was still stunned. He quickly obeyed. The other elders exchanged glances, also somewhat uneasy at Fu Changsheng's words, but no one questioned his decision. For over 30 years, Fu Changsheng had made no mistakes in any of his decisions. Less than 10 breaths passed. Dong, dong, dong. The clan's entire territory suddenly rang with a resounding bell. 9 bells tolled. This was the first alarm bell sounded for the Fu family since the southern barbarians invaded Luifang Mountain 35 years ago. Under the leadership of the various hall masters, the clan members of the fiefdom immediately and orderly divided the work and got to work. In the star receiving tower, only the last star stone remained unengraved with the star array pattern. Master Yuan Yao, inside the tower, heard the bell ringing and were startled. Yao hurriedly said, "Grandpa you continue drawing the array. I'll go out and see what's going on." This was the crucial moment for engraving the array pattern. Master Yu's pen kept moving. Yao flew out of the tower, only to be met by Fu Changsheng. Father, even her father had been alarmed out of retreat. Could it be that a beast tide had erupted and spread to their area? Yao felt a chill in her heart. Fu Changsheng was relieved to see Yao successfully break through to the foundation establishment stage, but now was not the time to reminisce. Yao, follow me. The two of them moved quickly and arrived at the core of the 10,000 Ghosts formation in the fiefdom. Fu Changsheng said, Yao, activate the 10,000 Ghosts formation at full speed, focusing on surveying the oil and spiritual veins. Yes, father. Yao tapped a stone door in the main hall. A flash of light appeared, and instantly, mid-grade spirit stones were added to the formation's grooves. As she chanted her incantations, streams of magic power struck the formation's core. Buzz! The 10,000 Ghosts formation lit up with brilliant light, soaring into the sky. Yao's incantations shifted. A dot of space appeared. White mist lingered. Then, the mountains of the fiefdom unfolded before him. Father, there's nothing unusual about the spiritual vein. Fu Changsheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Pull this oil near the spiritual vein closer. Yao heard this and shifted her magic spell again, zooming in closer to the depths of the spiritual vein. Now, she saw a dense mass of tiny black dots within the vein. This is, Yao's face changed. She pressed her fingers together again. The tiny black dots moved closer. They were strange insect eggs. Father, this is, Fu Changsheng didn't know what they were. However, based on the intelligence, he estimated that all the eggs would hatch by dawn tomorrow. Fu Changsheng quickly said, Yao, activate the magic circle and swiftly destroy the eggs attached to the spiritual vein. Yes, father. Yao's face was solemn. If it weren't for her father's timely discovery, if this third-tier spiritual vein had been destroyed, the Fu family's recent decades of hard work would have been in vain. Moreover, without the spiritual vein, the family's future cultivation would be a serious problem. The spiritual vein is one of the family's foundations. Fu Changsheng also slapped his storage bag. In a flash of rosy light, the cloud ring purple immortal pagoda roared out. As he tapped the pagoda, 4 soul-devouring insects from the second floor of the pagoda instantly flew out, flapping their wings as they dove into the ground, entering the spiritual veins. With the flapping of their wings, a vortex of spiritual energy coalesced. Insect eggs in this oil were drawn by the suction force, like birds returning to their nests, falling into the vortex. Unfortunately, only a few dozen first-level soul-devouring insects remained in the first floor of the pagoda as seeds. Otherwise, with the help of tens of thousands of soul-devouring insects, they would surely have been able to expedite the elimination of these alien eggs. Fu Changsheng flipped his right hand and immediately notified the Yu and Gan families under his jurisdiction, as well as the Liu and Wu families in Anyang County, instructing them to draw on their family power to quickly eliminate the alien eggs. He also sent a message to the Shangguan and He families. Finally, because the Xiao family had been the guarantor of the Yu family, with this favor in hand, Fu Changsheng thought about it and decided to send a message to the Xiao family to inform them about the alien eggs. Shangguan Feng had been dealing with Fu Changsheng for decades. He had absolute trust in Fu Changsheng and immediately arranged for a thorough investigation. Sure enough, he discovered that such alien eggs were bred on the spiritual fields and spiritual veins. He was shocked. If it weren't for the Fu family's reminder, the consequences would be disastrous when these alien eggs hatched. Xiao family. Because the patriarch of the Xiao clan stopped taking the elixir to treat his injuries, his health was getting worse day by day. When he received the message from Fu Changsheng, he was suppressing the recurrence of his injuries and could not come out of seclusion at all. He only sent a message to the new foundation building Xiao Zhuang, who was in charge of the Lingzhidang, asking him to check the spiritual fields of the clan. Happy National Day to all the handsome men and beautiful women. Chapter 228, Clan Annihilation, Insect Swarm Outbreak, Wanling Sect. In the Changsheng Garden, where Xiao Zhuang lived, a singing girl sang opera on the stage. The main character, Xiao Zhuang, was enjoying himself with the other women in the myriad flower pond. He had stored the communication jade talisman in his storage bag and placed it on the shelf by the myriad flower pond, completely unaware of the old patriarch's message. Xiao Zhuang spent the entire night in the myriad flower pond, indulging in the pleasures of the night. The next day, at dawn, the Xiao family's spiritual servants rose to water the spiritual fields. They were met with a scene that left their legs paralyzed. Not even a single weed, let alone a spiritual plant, had been swept clear from the fields. A dense swarm of black beetles enveloped the entire field. Buzz! The moment the medicinal field formation opened, the black beetles immediately flapped their wings, vanishing in a flash of black light. Oh my god, what the hell is going on? The spiritual fields were fine yesterday, how come so many black beetles suddenly appeared? It's over, it's over. Hundreds of spiritual plants have been devoured. What are we going to do? Quick, go find Master Zuer. The spiritual plant husbands scrambled towards the spirit planting hall. Ever since Xiao Zhuang took over the spirit planting hall, he immediately replaced the previous staff. The people who tended the spiritual fields were inserted through various connections, hoping to get a leisurely job. This is why they hadn't noticed the numerous insect eggs in the medicinal fields. When they arrived at the spirit planting hall, Xiao Zhuang, exhausted from riding countless phoenixes the previous night, had fallen asleep in the thousand-flower pond. A strange smell filled the air, and several people rushed in recklessly. Awakened by the noise, Xiao Zhuang frowned. Look at you guys, you're so panicked. Is the sky falling? It wasn't exactly falling. The spiritual plant husband trembled and fell to the ground, shaking his body. Reporting to second master, hundreds of acres of spiritual herbs in your spiritual fields were devoured overnight by a species of black beetles. Second master, you'd better go and take a look. These black beetles took advantage of our inattention and flew out of the fields. Who knows where else they'll be devouring other crops? What? Hundreds of acres of spiritual herbs devoured overnight. Xiao Zhuang's face changed. With a loud splash, water splashed everywhere. Xiao Zhuang immediately jumped out of the one-ho pond. After leaving his garden, he saw a black spot. The entire mountain protection formation was attracted by a dense swarm of black beetles. The black beetles were rapidly devouring the spiritual energy of the mountain protection formation. What the hell is this thing? Xiao Zhuang's legs went weak. Having never seen such a scene before, he hurried to the formation's center. At that moment, second Elder Xiao and third Elder Xiao were injecting spells into the core. Buzz! The scene outside the clan mountain came into view. The entire world was a vast blackness. All he could see was a dense, endless swarm of black beetles, as if he had entered a world of insect swarms. Gudong, seeing this scene, Xiao Zhuang took several steps back in fear. Because, at this moment, these black beetles were swarming towards their clan's territory, lying on the formation's light shield, desperately devouring spiritual energy. With the combined efforts of both inside and outside, the mountain protection formation's light shield would be breached in less than half a cup of tea. Second Elder Xiao said coldly, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry and help activate the magic circle and kill the black beetles." If the black beetles cooperated from both inside and outside, the clan mountain formation would be breached. The consequences would be disastrous. After Xiao Zhuang realized what was happening, he quickly infused a series of spells into the formation's core. White mist instantly rose from the formation, quickly enveloping the entire clan mountain. The illusionary formation's restrictions activated, forcing the black beetles inside and outside the barrier. Just as they were about to mobilize the formation's power to strangle the black beetles, a buzz. Suddenly, the formation's operation froze. What's going on? Second Elder Xiao infused a spell into the formation's core, revealing the underground spiritual vein. It was now densely packed with black beetles. Or rather, the entire vein was now composed of these black beetles. The mountain protecting formation was designed to draw power from the spiritual veins, and with the spiritual energy now depleted, it was impossible to activate the formation. A crackling sound was heard, and the barrier of the mountain protecting formation was rapidly cracking. Third brother, quickly activate the emergency spirit stones. If the internal and external defenses were lost, they would likely become prey to the black beetles. Third Elder Xiao cast a spell into the nearby stone hall. With a humming sound, the hall opened, and mid-grade spirit stones quickly fell into their respective grooves. Boom! The magic array's light curtain lit up again with brilliant light, and the illusion array began to rise. Ding, ding, ding. The killing restrictions of the mountain protection array were activated. Sword energy slashed at the black beetles, and their carapaces surged with black light, surprisingly impenetrable, their defenses like a tortoise's shell. The Xiao family's mountain protection array was of the golden fire attributes. Second Elder Xiao, seeing the black beetle's formidable defenses, immediately changed his spell and struck the central array disk with a burst of magic power. With a bang, a sea of fire erupted, instantly engulfing all the black beetles trapped in the illusion array. Wherever the flames passed, the black beetles fell to the ground, densely packed. However, what happened next made Second Elder Cao's pupils shrink. The living black beetles swooped down to the ground at breakneck speed, their tentacles piercing the corpses of their own kind. The next moment, countless black energies flowed along their long tentacles into their bodies. In a flash, 3 peak-level first-order black beetles broke through to the second order. Oh no, Second Elder Cao hurriedly activated the magic circle. With a humming sound, a 10-foot-long sword condensed from flames condensed and emerged from the circle. At the moment the black beetle broke through, it slashed through the air with lightning speed. Ling. The black beetle, whose breath was unstable after its breakthrough, was unable to dodge and was instantly split in two. Meanwhile, the black beetles on the ground were concealed by the illusionary formation. After several days, all the black beetles within the fiefdom were finally slain. However, their spiritual veins had been reduced to the first order, completely unable to provide the power to operate the formation. The Cao family had previously emptied their spiritual stone reserves to bid for the Foundation Establishment Pill. Now, if the emergency spiritual stones used to fill the grooves of the magic circle were exhausted, they would be in trouble. The black beetles outside would surely break through the formation and charge in. Second Elder Cao hurriedly declared, "We must get the clan leader out of retreat immediately and have the Gongsun clan come to support us. Otherwise, if this continues, it will be the annihilation of the clan." Cao Zhuang, standing nearby, heard this and hurriedly said, "Father, you guys activate the formation while I go call the clan leader." While casting a spell, Cao Zhuang had seen the communication jade talisman in his storage bag. The clan leader had sent him a message. If this was the case with the black beetles, then the blame for the clan's losses would undoubtedly fall on him. Even with his father's protection, he was afraid he wouldn't escape punishment. Agitated, Cao Zhuang arrived at the clan leader's retreat and rang the emergency doorbell. A moment later, a pale-faced clan leader Cao emerged from the stone gate. He had barely managed to suppress the injuries he had sustained in the past few days. Upon seeing Cao Zhuang, his first words were, "Zhuang, are there any of the Black Beetle's clan leader Fu mentioned in our spiritual fields and veins?" It was over. The last time the clan leader had sent a message, it was indeed about the Black Beetles. Cao Zhuang's eyes narrowed slightly. The old clan leader, now powerless, should have abdicated long ago. His father, mindful of their past, had allowed him to remain in the position for a dozen more years. It was time for someone else to vacate the position. "Clan leader, we haven't seen any Black Beetles in our spiritual fields. I've come here to ask for your instructions," Cao Zhuang spoke, then quickly stepped forward. At the center of the formation. After Cao Zhuang left, Second Elder Cao immediately instructed Cao Zuru, another newly promoted Foundation Establishment cultivator, just in case, Xia Aliu, quickly ring the ancient bell and led the key refining clan members into the underground shelter. "Don't worry about supplies, get the people in first, and do it quickly." "Yes, Second Elder." Cao Zuru hurriedly accepted the order and left. Third Elder Cao gazed at the swarm of black beetles outside and said worriedly, "Second brother, I'm afraid the Gongsun clan is also trapped by the insect swarm." "Don't worry. Our reserve of mid-grade spirit stones is only enough to operate the mountain protection formation for a month. Even if the Gongsun clan doesn't come, the suppression of the world division will have sent rescuers soon." Second Elder Cao glanced at the mid-grade spirit stones in the grooves and felt a surge of relief. 7 years ago, he and the third elder had unanimously requested that the old clan leader release these mid-grade spirit stones and auction them off for Foundation Establishment pills. The old clan leader had firmly opposed it, ultimately auctioning off his own long-collected third-tier spiritual treasure in exchange for 2 Foundation Establishment pills. Now it seemed the old clan leader had been foresighted. A long while later, Cao Zuru had settled the key refining clan members and returned to the central formation to lock in. Second Elder Cao, noticing Cao Zhuang hadn't returned for a long time, was about to use the jade talisman to send a message when Cao Dongyang stumbled in. Second Elder Cao saw his tearful face. His heart skipped a beat. They had been through thick and thin with the clan leader for years, forming a special bond. Otherwise, Clan leader Cao wouldn't have allowed him to run the Cao family for so many years, despite being powerless. Any other clan would have already changed its head long ago. Third elder Cao's voice trembled slightly. Zhuang, but, the clan leader, third uncle, father, sixth brother, when the clan leader heard the tragic news of the loss of the spiritual veins and fields, his internal injuries could no longer be controlled and erupted completely, killing everyone. Before he could finish his words, second elder Cao and third elder Cao dodged. When they arrived at clan leader Cao's retreat, they found him lying on the ground, covered in blood, his breath gone, his eyes still open. Clan leader, second elder Cao and third elder Cao were instantly overcome with grief. Cao Zhuang, who had followed, was also in tears, but he quickly said, "Father, third uncle, now is not the time to grieve. The Cao family still needs you two to watch over it. If the formation's core stops functioning, I'm afraid the black beetles will soon enter the clan mountain." Second elder Cao covered his face and wept. However, seeing his son remain so calm and composed at this critical moment, he felt a sense of relief. Cao Zuian continued, "Father, third uncle, please accept my condolences. I'll take care of the family head's body. You should return to the formation's core as soon as possible. I'm afraid my sixth brother can't maintain the mountain protection formation alone." As he spoke, a rumble. The entire clan mountain shook violently. Second elder Cao's face changed, but the two men, unable to care for their grief, quickly returned to the formation's core. A spell struck the core. The tremor had clearly come from the forbidden area in the back mountain. Only the family head was allowed to enter the forbidden area. Second elder Cao shuddered. When they just killed the black beetles, they hadn't had permission to inspect the forbidden area in the back mountain, so they'd overlooked that place. Oh no, they feared there might be black beetles hiding there, too. Just as they were about to say something, they heard a crackling sound. The light curtain of the magic formation in the back mountain instantly cracked. Buzzing. A swarm of black beetles swooped in. Among these black beetles, there were even a dozen second-level cultivators. Under their control, the black beetles surged towards the formation's core like an overwhelming army. Second elder Cao shouted, "Third brother, Zia Ouyang, Zia Aliu, quick, form the formation." The black beetle army was endless. They could kill dozens or hundreds of them, but not tens or even hundreds of thousands. Eventually, their mana would be exhausted. The four of them took action, forming a strange formation and swiftly breaking through the tide of black beetles, dashing towards the shelter's entrance. But the insect swarm continued to gather. With each batch they slew, higher-level black beetles emerged. Unfortunately, a dozen or so second-level black beetles were near the shelter's entrance. If they could open the entrance and fail to keep the black beetles out, today would be the day their Cao family would be annihilated. Second elder Cao gritted his teeth and said, "Third brother, Zia Ouyang, Zia Aliu, head southwest." The southwest was the weakest point for the insect swarm. It was also where the He family's fiefdom lay. Second elder Cao, no longer concerned with the pain, waved his sleeve, and a third-level talisman flashed out. With a chorus of incantations, the talisman spontaneously ignited with a roar, and a fire dragon materialized. It rushed southwest at breakneck speed, scattering black beetles wherever it passed. Relying on this disposable third-level talisman, the four finally broke free from the insect swarm's encirclement and fought their way through. Meanwhile, throughout Huainan Prefecture, the scene of the insect swarm attacking the city unfolded. Wherever the black beetles passed, they devoured them like a swarm of locusts, leaving no blade of grass behind. Whether human, demonic beast, or plant, they were all devoured. A few days later, after the situation in the various fiefdoms had stabilized, Fu Changsheng quickly received a summons from the Huainan Prefecture's 9th-rank aristocratic family council. Returning to his secret room, he cast a spell on the Patriarch's Jade talisman. Buzz! A pulling force descended, and soon his figure was projected into the meeting hall of a 9th-rank aristocratic family. Fu Changsheng took a glance. The Kui, Qi, and Hong families, the Iron Triangle, appeared at the council meeting unscathed. The Lin family, now effectively under the control of the Shangguan family, had escaped the insect swarm. Clan leader Lin also appeared at the council meeting, as did the Liang and He families. The only family missing was the Cao family. Fu Changsheng frowned. He had clearly warned clan leader Cao when the insect swarm broke out, but he shouldn't have. Perhaps he had been delayed by other matters. At this moment, Clan leader He sighed and spoke first. I have unfortunate news to share. Clan leader Cao has passed away due to illness. The Cao family's spiritual veins and spiritual fields have been completely devoured by the insect swarm. Aside from 4 Foundation establishment cultivators who escaped to He family, the rest of the clan has taken refuge in an underground shelter, their fate unknown. The mortal city has been devoured by the black beetles. How could this be? Fu Changsheng was stunned. Then, clan leader He's voice reached him. Thank you, clan leader Fu, for your timely warning. You saved our He family from disaster. Fu Changsheng, suspicious, felt something was amiss and quickly sent a message to clan leader He. Brother He, no need for formalities. We are relatives, and we should help each other. However, there's something I'm unclear about. Before the insect swarm broke out, I warned clan leader Cao that this situation shouldn't have happened to the Cao family. When they were building the demon-defending city, clan leader He had generously provided the 1,000 sunstone and married his daughter to the Fu family. Fu Changsheng still felt it necessary to warn the other party to be wary of a few Foundation establishment cultivators from the Cao family, lest they usurp the throne. Brother Fu, are you saying you warned the Cao family as well? Yes, I sent messages to both families almost simultaneously. The old Patriarch Cao also sent a message to me, promising to visit and express his gratitude after he emerged from retreat. Patriarch He's face changed upon hearing this. He had tentatively asked the Cao family, but they had received no warning. However, Fu Changsheng had absolutely no reason to lie. The old Patriarch Cao had died after the insect swarm had broken out, indicating they must have received Fu Changsheng's message. Could it be? Patriarch He thought of a possibility. His pupils constricted. After hearing the tragic news about the Cao family, everyone was silent for a moment. Chief Kui, the leader of the group, spoke first. This insect swarm has erupted with great strangeness, practically overnight. I'm sure everyone here has suffered losses within their clan. To avoid a repeat of the Cao family's fate, we must quickly devise a method to expel the black beetles. In just a few days, over 100 of these black beetles have already evolved into second-order forms. If we continue to allow them to develop, we're afraid we might even see the birth of a third-order insect king. Facing the disaster, the intrigues of the past faded. Chief Liang sighed. To eliminate these black beetles, we must understand their habits and discover their weaknesses. Black beetle is just a name we gave them, but what exactly are these strange insects? Does anyone here know? There was a moment of silence. Patriarch Kui hesitated. Our ancestor of the Kui family had once visited the far west. His notes record an insect swarm there, but it was the western desert locust. It was only after the Wanling sect of the far west intervened that the beasts were annihilated. However, the western desert locust is different from the black beetles we've seen. The black beetles that appeared in Huainan Prefecture evolved to the second stage, their defense greatly enhanced. Their black armor is impenetrable to ordinary spells, and their reproduction rate is astonishingly rapid. The black beetles are more like an advanced form of the western desert locust. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they heard about the far west. In the far west, a sect called Luoli, and the cultivation world there is controlled by the sect. The Wanling sect is one of the 10 major sects in the far west. Over the years, there has been constant friction between the Great Zhou and the sects of the far west. After listening to Patriarch Kui's account, those present sensed a faint hint of conspiracy. Patriarch Liang hesitated. Could it be that the insect swarm in Huainan Prefecture was the work of a sect from the far west? Chapter 229, Huge Reward, Activate the Demon City, and Take Over the Nest. Clan leader Kui said solemnly, it's not impossible. This time, the beast tide in the 100,000 mountains is the largest in history. Great Zhou is currently at war with the sects of the far west. Perhaps they're trying to use this opportunity to divert troops from the battlefield and relieve the pressure on the imperial court, but that's not what we need to consider right now. The insect swarm is now within our Huainan Prefecture. We must devise a way to destroy it as soon as possible before a third-tier insect king emerges. The discussion continued. Halfway through the meeting, a rapid buzzing sound echoed from everyone's bodies. It was the suppression department issuing a direct call. The black beetles that appeared in Huainan Prefecture are a variant of the western desert locust, the Taiji locust, appearing for the first time in our Great Zhou. All aristocratic families, immediately organize personnel to control the insect swarms near your respective fiefdoms, focusing on slaying the second-tier Taiji locust. Each kill will earn you 50 Imperial Merit Points. The reward for killing a monster had increased several times over. Then, the World Suppression Division issued another bounty, regardless of which family. Anyone who devises an effective method to extinguish the Taiji locust swarm will be rewarded with 1,000 Imperial Merit Points. In the past, to earn 1,000 Imperial Merit Points, one would have needed to slay 100 early-stage second-level demon generals. Clearly, the Imperial Court had reacted swiftly to this locust outbreak, clearly adhering to the principle that a generous reward would attract courageous individuals, and was determined to swiftly resolve the swarm. Upon hearing the announcement, everyone glanced at each other, a hint of excitement in their eyes. This locust outbreak was undoubtedly a golden opportunity to accumulate Imperial Merit Points if they could seize the opportunity. The meeting quickly dispersed. Fu Changsheng returned to his secret chamber and immediately convened a meeting of elders. Unlike other families, who suffered losses to varying degrees, the Fu family had discovered the situation promptly and responded swiftly, so their losses were considered acceptable. After everyone had gathered, Fu Changsheng's gaze first fell on Yao Iao. Yao Iao, has Uncle Yu finished engraving the array patterns on the star receiving tower? Father, it's already done. Grandpa Yu is doing the final check. If everything is correct, we can activate the star receiving tower and activate the demon defending city at any time. Fu Changsheng had been planning to discuss who would remain in the fiefdom and who would lead the team to slay the Taiji locust. Upon hearing Yao Iao's words, he temporarily put aside the summons and bounty from the World Suppression Division. He decided to see how effective the demon defending city's defenses would be after they were activated before making any further plans. He immediately led everyone to the star receiving tower. Inside, Grandmaster Yu had already completed his inspection. Assistants Yu Qingru and Yao Iao sat cross-legged behind Grandmaster Yu, one on each side. The three of them formed hand gestures, infusing the array patterns engraved on the 6 star stones one after another. The patterns lit up one by one, accompanied by the dropping of mid-grade spirit stones into their grooves. With a humming sound, the array patterns on the star receiving tower rapidly illuminated. The patterns etched throughout the tower corresponded to the positions of countless stars in the sky, significantly more complex than the protective formation on Luifang Mountain. Rumble. The entire star receiving tower trembled violently. Then, Fu Changsheng suddenly sensed something and looked up, only to see a surge of star power descend from the void, directly breaking through the dark cloud of the insect swarm and converging towards the star receiving tower. Boom! The tidal force of the stars poured into the star receiving tower. Then, the foundational rune arrays of the inner city began to illuminate one by one, followed by the inner city walls. With incredible speed, in less than half a cup of tea, all the rune arrays on the outer city walls were also ablaze. Rumble. The entire demon-controlling city was now ablaze with brilliant starlight. The starlight pierced through the dark cloud of the insect swarm, like a treasure unearthed. The neighboring He clan, watching this scene from afar, were utterly astonished. They watched as the endless flow of star power poured into the Fu clan's territory. The Fu clan's city. Clan leader He had the good fortune to enter and exit the Fu clan's territory, glimpsing it from afar. Though he could only glimpse the exterior, he felt it wasn't a dead city, but rather a dormant ancient beast. 7 years had passed. Now, this ancient beast had fully awakened. The moment the demon-controlling city activated, the Taiji locusts, which had been roaming nearby, immediately swarmed over, their long tentacles descending upon the city's protective shield. Seeing this, the hearts of those in the tower tightened. Fu Changli hurriedly said, Grandmaster Yu, please activate the demon-controlling city's illusionary formation quickly. These Taiji locusts are demonic insects that devour spiritual energy. Any delay, and the demon-controlling city's shield will be breached in an instant. They all witnessed the devouring power of the Taiji locusts. Yao Iao, noticing Fu Changli's nervous expression, reassured him, Third uncle, don't worry. Since Grandpa Yu dared to reduce the protection of the 10,000 ghosts formation to just behind Yuyao City, Yuyao City's defenses will undoubtedly be secure. This was a creation they had dedicated their entire clan's efforts to, spending 7 years to build. Upon hearing this, everyone cast doubtful glances at the formation's shield. Then, they saw tiny glints of starlight surging above it. The Taiji locusts, resting atop it, probed various locations with their tentacles, finding no trace of spiritual energy. Disappointed, they tore apart the vast shield. The insect swarm over Yuyao City suddenly dissipated. Fu Changli's eyes lit up. How did these Tai Chi locusts escape on their own? Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on the formation disc forged from 6 star stones. He explained, the power of Yu Yao City's formation derives from the energy of the stars. Star power isn't part of the 5-element spiritual energy. Unable to devour it, the Tai Chi locusts naturally departed. With these words, everyone suddenly understood. Grandmaster Yu waved his hand at everyone, saying, Yao, Miss Kingru, and I still need to verify the functionality of the demon defending city's formations. You're all welcome to leave. Grandmaster Yu's eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance at the meticulously crafted demon defending city. Fu Changsheng led everyone back to the meeting hall on the main peak, Taiyai Peak. As he sat down, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind, Ling, your fiefdom has successfully constructed a demon defending city, earning you 2,000 family contribution points, 2,000. Fu Changsheng was genuinely shocked. Only families advancing to the 9th rank could receive such a large reward. Seeing the family contribution points soar to 3,850 on the dashboard, Fu Changsheng felt a surge of confidence in the face of the coming beast tide. Everyone took their seats. Fu Changsheng then spoke, the World Suppression Division recently issued a call for conscription and a bounty. All aristocratic families must immediately begin clearing out the insect swarms from their fiefdoms, specifically the second-tier Taiji locusts. Killing a second-tier Taiji locust will earn you 50 imperial merit points. Furthermore, if you find an effective method to eliminate the Taiji locusts, you'll receive a generous reward of 1,000 imperial merit points. Currently, the Fu family met all the requirements for advancement to the 8th rank, including spiritual vein level, foundation building combat power, and second-tier technicians. The only remaining requirements were imperial merit points and the appearance of 2 9th-tier aristocratic families within their fiefdoms. Yu Kingru had already brought good news. Before the insect swarm erupted, another member of the Yu family had successfully broken through to the foundation building stage. They had originally intended to proceed to the World Suppression Division for 9th-tier aristocratic family certification, but the insect swarm had occurred, and the certification had to be postponed. However, the Yu family's advancement to the 9th rank was already a foregone conclusion. As long as the Fu family accumulates enough imperial merit points and supports another 9th rank aristocratic family, they can be promoted to the 8th rank in one fell swoop. 8th rank aristocratic family will undoubtedly have access to more high-level resources. Otherwise, Shangguan Feng and his daughter wouldn't have both entered the ranks of half-step purple mansion cultivators after the Shangguan family's promotion to the 8th rank. Right now, the beast tide outbreak presents them with a golden opportunity to earn imperial merit points. Everyone's eyes lit up after hearing Fu Changsheng's retelling, especially Fu Changli. Master, these Taiji locusts will devour corpses to advance, but I've observed that within a dozen breaths of the breakthrough to the 2nd stage, their combat power is at its lowest. How about we release some of the insect swarm into the city, strangle them, and then leave one to devour corpses in advance before beheading it? 4th sister, your idea is good, but the risk is too high. Fu Changsheng shook his head. We still don't understand how these Taiji locusts reproduce. The outer city of Yuao City is inhabited by ordinary mortals. If we allow the Taiji locusts to enter and multiply, the consequences will be disastrous. Fu Changli heard this. Thinking of the Taiji locust eggs that appeared overnight, his face changed, and he said hurriedly, Master, you are indeed very thoughtful. He pondered for a moment. He said, Master, what do you think of setting up a formation in the wild and following Changli's suggestion? Yes, that's feasible. We can split into 3 hunting teams, each with a second-tier formation master. The Imperial Court hasn't stipulated a specific time frame for wiping out the second-tier Taiji locusts. We can proceed slowly and not rush things. Safety is paramount. Next came the question of team division. The 3 second-tier formation masters were naturally Grandmaster Yu, Yao, and Yu Kingru. As for the Foundation Establishment clan members, since Fu Molan and Yurlian were stationed in their fiefdoms in Pingshan County, Fu Changsheng had decided to send Fu Yonggai and Fu Changli to guard the clan territory in Anyang County. The clan's mountain protection formation also utilized celestial power, so the pressure on them wouldn't be too great. As for Runzi and Fu Changli, they were stationed in their fiefdoms in Yuncheng County. So, besides the 3 formation masters, the remaining Foundation Establishment clan members were only Fu Changshen, Rong Ye, Yang Fei, and the secluded Liu Mizhen. Fu Changsheng pondered, once we leave the protective formation, we could be attacked by insect swarms at any time. Key refiners, there's no need to venture out. Of the remaining people, I'll pair up with King Gru, Roger with Uncle Yu, and you, Uncle Fei, with Zhao. Each pairing is strong and weak. Naturally, everyone agreed. Fu Changli hesitated, then spoke up, Master, could you swap Roger with me? Out in the wild, I can observe and study the Taiji locusts and perhaps even devise a method to exterminate them. As soon as this was said, Yang Fei immediately seconded the idea. Changli, that's a good idea. Roger has just recently broken through to the Foundation establishment stage and hasn't even refined his own magical instrument yet. It would be more appropriate for him to stay with the clan and guard the formation. Yang Fei was worried that the symbiotic spirit beast within Roger would become uncontrollable and escape. If seen by outsiders, it would be disastrous. Even though he was teaming up with Grandmaster Yu, he still felt uneasy. Okay, then, as you said, Uncle Fei. Everyone go back and prepare. Once Uncle and the others are free, we'll set off. After the meeting, Fu Changsheng reread the information provided by the system. He found a particularly useful piece of information, a coffin forged from starstone in the Cao family cemetery. Since he had refined the starstone, the Nine Heavens star art body tempering technique had been shelved for years, and his current realm remained at the flesh refining realm. To break through the purple mansion and open up the two danshians, he would have to complete the Nine Heavens star art to the tendon refining realm. The next level above the flesh refining realm was the tendon refining realm. Furthermore, the Cao family must have been in a hurry to leave after building their foundation. Perhaps exploring now would yield something useful. The three grandmasters emerged from the star receiving tower. The three groups reunited. Fu Changsheng said, since we're trying to lure the Tai Chi locusts into the formation, it's best for our three groups to act separately. Otherwise, if the Tai Chi locusts swarm us all at once, the sheer number of them will be too great, and the risk will be too high. Before we kill the second-level Tai Chi locusts, we'd better eliminate the nearby first-level Tai Chi locusts first. If there are any problems, send a message immediately. Understood. The three groups emerged from Yuao City, heading in three different directions. The He family and the Hu Garden, where the four members of the Cao family temporarily settled there. Xiao Zhuang walked in with an anxious look on his face. Father, third uncle, sixth brother, the He family said that the He clan leader is attending a meeting of the ninth-rank aristocratic families and can't get away for the time being. They had originally wanted to ask the He family to send a few more Foundation establishment members to accompany them back to their fiefdom to rescue the key refining clan members in the refuge. But at the moment, it seemed the He family had no intention of doing so. Xiao Zhuang hummed, Father, the refuge in the fiefdom has ample food reserves. It's safer for our clansmen to stay there than for us to risk bringing them back now. I think our Cao family's top priority right now is to finalize the selection of the head of the family. Otherwise, we'll be clueless about what decrees the court is issuing and what the nine-rank aristocratic families are discussing. As soon as these words were spoken, the three men's gazes naturally fell on second elder Cao. It was clear they had tacitly agreed that he would inherit the position of head of the family. Second elder Cao stroked his beard and said, the ninth-rank aristocratic families must select a new head of the family and then proceed to the suppression department to confer the title. The distance from the He family to Wanning Market is too far, and there are too many variables involved. Let's wait and see what the nine-rank aristocratic families council concludes. He paused. Second elder Cao sighed. Now, our clan's spiritual veins and all its secular members have been destroyed by the insect swarm. According to imperial decree, to maintain our title as a ninth-rank aristocratic family, we must cultivate a new second-rank spiritual vein and 100,000 people within our fiefdom within 10 years. Our ancestors sacrificed their lives to build this foundation, and now it's been destroyed by us. No matter how many hardships and obstacles lie ahead, we must preserve our title as a ninth-rank aristocratic family. Xiao Zhuang felt a little guilty. However, he dismissed his father's concerns. Father, think back to the time when the Fu family only had 4 cultivators left, the highest of whom was only at the 3rd level of key refining. Let's not even talk about the key refining members of our Cao family in the refuge. With just the 4 of us who have reached Foundation establishment, achieving these 2 goals wouldn't take 10 years, 3 to 5 years would suffice. Third elder Cao glanced at Xiao Zhuang. Zhuang was still too young. In times of peace and prosperity, perhaps they would have a chance to achieve their goals in a shorter time. But now, the beast tide has erupted, and its duration is uncertain. Furthermore, whether they, living under the control of others, can survive the beast tide is uncertain. Xiao Zhuang wanted to say something, but he swallowed it back. Right before them lay a shortcut that could easily meet the two targets required by the court. After Patriarch he emerged from the aristocratic family council, a guard outside the door reported, "Master, the Xiao family has come several times to inquire about your participation in the aristocratic family council." Patriarch his eyes narrowed slightly. After hearing at the aristocratic family council that Fu Changsheng had warned the Xiao family about the insect tide, they had become noticeably more wary of the four Foundation establishment cultivators who had defected from the Xiao family. The old Patriarch Xiao's death was unclear. Patriarch his mind shifted, and he quickly made a decision. He instructed the guards, inform the elders to gather in the meeting hall. "I'll be back in Hu Garden shortly." "Yes, Patriarch." With a few quick flashes, clan leader he arrived at Hu Garden. Second elder Xiao was surprised to see clan leader he personally arrive and quickly greeted him. "Clan leader he, if you have any questions, please have the guards convey them. There's no need to bother you with such great honor." Clan leader he exchanged a few polite words. After the five of them took their seats, clan leader he got straight to the point. "For fellow Daoist Xiao, I've just received an imperial decree. This is undoubtedly good news for you, as it will revive the Xiao clan." He then mentioned the conscription order and the bounty. "Finally," he said, "as long as you seize the opportunity presented by this insect swarm and slay a few more second-level Taiji locusts, accumulating enough imperial merit points, you can exchange them for a second-level spiritual vein." Thus, they had a place to stay. Second elder Xiao, sensing a subtle undertone, bowed and said, "Clan leader he is right. In that case, let the four of us discuss this. Well, fellow Daoists, if you'd like to leave, please let me know." Clan leader he stood and left. After the others had left, second elder Xiao cast a soundproofing spell. His face darkened. "The He family has ordered us to leave." Xiao Zhuang heard this and realized that if they truly left, how could they possibly usurp the throne? So he quickly said, "Father, the more this happens, the more we must not leave the He family's territory. Otherwise, we won't even have a place to rest." Furthermore, while killing a second-level Tai Chi locust seems incredibly tempting, it's also highly dangerous. It's better for us to stay at the He family and wait until this insect tide passes. If the He family's foundation building was damaged by this beast tide, it would be much easier for them to attack. Second elder Xiao pondered for a moment before speaking. "The He family accepted us in their time of need because of past friendship. Now, our Xiao family and the He family are no longer on equal terms, and the He family has no reason to keep us. So, let's go to Wanning Market first and inherit the 9th rank Patriarch title before making any plans. Besides, we left in a hurry, so it's time to return to our fiefdom." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230, Hydra Vine, Killing Intention, Catacombs. Demon-controlling city. When the city was first built, Master Yu, following Fu Changsheng's advice, established side gates in each of the east, south, west, and north directions, in addition to the main gate. Furthermore, there was a secret door. Normally, those within the city could enter and exit through the side gates. In times of danger, the side gates were sealed, while the secret door was reserved for travel, as they were now. After activating the flying boat's invisibility barrier and exiting through the secret door, the Tai Chi locusts outside didn't notice anything unusual. They were responsible for the southwest direction. Yu Kingru watched Fu Changsheng advance further and further, encountering several second-level Tai Chi locusts along the way without stopping. Initially, she thought Fu Changsheng was surveying the situation outside, but after crossing the Hanling River, he continued forward. Confused, she asked, "Changsheng, further ahead is the borderline between the Gongsun and Xiao families." "Yes, let's go to the Xiao family first." He needed to obtain the coffin forged from Starstone in the Xiao family cemetery. Yu Kingru heard this and didn't ask any further questions. The flying boat continued its speed throughout the journey. When they reached the Xiao family's territory, They saw that while the ninth-rank aristocratic family archway still stood, all its spiritual energy had been devoured, and the entire clan mountain was bare. There was no spiritual energy left in the mountain. The corpses of the Cao family's secular members were scattered all over the ground, their flesh and blood devoured, leaving only skeletons, which the Tai Chi locusts used as nests to swarm in and out. Seeing this scene, Yu Qingru felt a sense of regret. If your family had not joined the Fu family, they would have suffered the same fate as the Cao family. Fortunately, the Fu family had built a demon-controlling city capable of accommodating countless mortals. As Fu Changsheng ascended from the mountain gate, his spiritual consciousness moved. He raised his hand and signaled Yu Qingru, who was piloting the flying boat, to stop. The sounds of fighting could be heard intermittently from the mountain. It was probably the wandering cultivators and the children of the nearby aristocratic families, who had come to the Cao family's territory with the intention of finding treasure. Fu Changsheng, not wanting to cause any further complications, pointed to the back mountain and whispered, "Let's go around from the west." He only wanted the star-shaped stone coffin in the Cao family cemetery. The flying boat changed direction, its speed suddenly increasing. They arrived at a back mountain. This place had originally been a forbidden area for the Cao family, accessible only to successive patriarchs. Now, the gates were wide open. The cemetery was in a state of disarray. At the entrance, a cultivated spiritual medicine garden could be seen. The spiritual flowers and herbs in the garden had been devoured, and a corpse lay beside it, likely the spiritual herb husband who had guarded the garden. Not far from the garden stood a small wooden house. Fu Changsheng scanned the garden with his spiritual sense and spotted a storage bag on the stone table. He formed a hand seal with his right hand, and the storage bag on the stone table instantly floated towards him. Fu Changsheng took a quick look, his eyes lighting up. It's the Hydra vine. The Hydra vine is a unique spiritual plant, shaped like a vine, covered in red scales, and exuding an alluring fragrance. Wrapped in the vines was a green fruit, shaped like a nine-headed green snake. The fruit of the Hydra vine is a rare, second-grade, premium spiritual fruit that can be directly consumed and refined to repair and enhance spiritual consciousness. He had just split his spiritual consciousness. This Hydra fruit was perfect for him. Qingru set up the formation. The cemetery in the back mountain was densely packed with countless graves. Many Tai Chi locusts clung to them. Finding the starstone coffin would be difficult in a short time, so it would be better to set up a formation and slowly search. Yu Qingru responded. She slapped her storage bag. A flash of rosy light appeared. One by one, the formation flags descended, and as the 8 formation discs descended according to the 8 trigrams, a humming sound filled the entire back mountain with a red light curtain. A spell struck the central formation disc. The red light curtain trembled slightly and then disappeared. Buzz! Sensing the anomaly, the Tai Chi locusts immediately rushed out from the tombs, instantly reaching tens of thousands. Fu Changsheng drew a cloud around the purple immortal tower. A green python, having broken through to the peak of the second stage, roared out, its mouth opening with a bang, erupting in flames. The flames emanated a scorching aura. The Tai Chi locusts, already wary of fire, were contaminated by the flames. A sizzling smell of burning clumps of corpses scattered to the ground. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. The flames of the green python, after its breakthrough, had significantly increased in lethality, and it was adept at group attacks. The two of them barely needed to attack. Half a cup of tea later, the graveyard was littered with the remains of Tai Chi locusts. Roar! The green python opened its mouth, ready to devour. Fu Changsheng quickly called out, "Zhaoqing, wait!" Fu Changsheng had deliberately spared a peak first-stage Tai Chi locust. It now extended its long tentacles, rapidly drawing the energy of its kind into its own body. As time passed, the Tai Chi locust's aura continued to rise. Buzz! As its armor transformed into gold, its aura remarkably transformed into a second-level one, and within a short time, it condensed to golden demonic elixir. This Taiji locust, Fu Changsheng felt their advancement was too rapid, too absurd, as if each Taiji locust was merely a clone of his own. Its energy automatically fed back upon its death. Buzz! Immediately after its breakthrough, the Taiji locust flapped its wings and lunged forward. Fu Changsheng swung his sword. A bolt of purple energy, transformed into an arrow, pierced through its abdomen like lightning, instantly slaying the second-level Taiji locust, weakened by its breakthrough. Fu Changsheng waved his hand, and a golden demonic elixir from the Taiji locust flew up and landed in his palm. 50 imperial merit points were acquired. Fu Changsheng said, King Gru, you guard the formation while I go to the cemetery below to check out the treasure vault. It lay less than 1,000 feet from the back mountain. Guangsun led the 3 men through a search, cursing, this Xiao family claims to be 9th grade. Damn it. The treasure vault is nothing but scrap metal, not a single treasure. I made this trip for nothing. As the 4 emerged from the vault, they saw a light curtain of a formation suddenly illuminate from the back mountain. Huh? Could the Xiao family's treasure be hidden in the back mountain? Guangsun eyes lit up. Just as he was about to approach, 4 rainbow lights suddenly descended before him. Then, disappearing, they revealed the second elder Xiao and his 4 companions. Xiao Zhuang's face darkened upon seeing Guangsun and the others. He coldly shouted, fellow Taoist Guangsun, hand over the contents of our Xiao family's treasure vault. How dare a stray dog bark in front of this young master? Guangsun ignored Xiao Zhuang. The Xiao family was only 9th grade. And now, they were afraid they couldn't even maintain their 9th grade status. Yet, they dared to challenge him. They were simply overestimating their own capabilities. He waved his hand and said, let's go to the back mountain and take a look. If you don't leave the things behind, none of you will leave today. Xiao Zhuang, unable to tolerate such slights, dodged, wielding the mountain mist purple-green sword, blocking the 4 men's path. The other 3 members of the Xiao family also gathered around. Guangsun and his 4 companions were all newly promoted to the foundation establishment stage. The 2nd and 3rd elders of the Xiao family were veterans, and their combat power was undoubtedly inferior. Guangsun eyes narrowed slightly. Good. You, the Xiao family, dare to challenge a superior family? Just wait and see. Who cares about your junk? Guangsun slapped his storage bag. Instantly, over a dozen spiritual materials were dumped on the ground. The 3 behind him also tossed out a dozen spiritual materials. Xiao Zhuang glanced at them, but was not impressed. Their treasure vault was so limited, and he was about to speak. But he was glared at by his father, and the 2nd elder Xiao made way. Guangsun snorted coldly. He left the Xiao family with the 3 of them. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, the 3 foundation establishment cultivators behind Guangsun couldn't swallow their anger. Brother Wen, are we just going to leave like this? There was clearly a formation vibration in the back mountain just now. Who knows, the Xiao family's treasures might be buried there. Wouldn't it be a shame to just leave like this? Don't worry, follow me. I'll never let you suffer any loss. Wait a minute. Guangsun quickly transmitted a few words. Several clan members' eyes lit up, and they gave him a thumbs up. Brother Wen is truly resourceful. Up the mountain, Xiao Zhuang muttered as he picked up dozens of spiritual materials from the ground, indignant. Father, the Guangsun family is such a wretch. We pay tribute to them every year, but when our family was in trouble, they didn't come to our aid. Now they're taking advantage of the situation and looting us. They're not even behaving like an 8th grade aristocratic family. They're worse than bandits. 2nd elder Xiao frowned. He patiently said, Zhuang, next time you encounter something, think twice before you act. We are no longer the Xiao family of the past. To avoid speaking out of turn, be more restrained. Oh, Xiao Zhuang replied, bowing his head. The 2 of them toured the treasure vault, finding nothing left. When they reached the sutra library, they encountered a few wandering cultivators, but they immediately withdrew upon seeing the Xiao family. After another round, they discovered that nothing of the clan remained. Xiao Zhuang's gaze fell on the back mountain. Father, let's go and take a look. Previously, only the head of the family could enter the forbidden area. Everyone present was curious about what lay within. 2nd elder Xiao nodded slightly. Just as he was about to depart, his spiritual sense stirred. He saw a surging black cloud not far away, rapidly approaching the mountain gate. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was no cloud at all, but rather Tai Chi locusts. However, this Tai Chi locust population was too large, nearly 100,000. The aura of 10-second level Tai Chi locusts emanated. Xiao Zhuang also noticed it and immediately cursed, damn it. It must be that little bastard Guangsun doing, we can't stay here any longer. Let's go. 2nd elder Xiao glanced reluctantly at the back mountain. Xiao Zhuang hesitated, Father, why don't we go into the shelter? No, that's where the key refining clan takes refuge. If the others find out, they'll inevitably do something horrible. Let's go to Wanning Market, quickly." With that, the four of them immediately controlled their magical instruments and took off. However, once they were suspended in midair, they saw Tai Chi locusts surging from all four directions. Second Elder Cao's pupils shrank. Guangxin Wen, though seemingly gentle and polite, had no intention of committing any evil, but he was ruthless. He immediately shouted to the south, "Form a formation and move south. Quick, if these waves of Tai Chi locusts converged, they would probably lose someone here today." Second Elder Cao gritted his teeth and immediately summoned a top-grade flame-splitting talisman. With a humming sound, the flame-splitting talisman lit up with a brilliant flame, transforming into a sea of fire that engulfed the Tai Chi locusts to the south. Fortunately, two of the four men practiced fire-attributed techniques. With the flame-splitting talisman paving the way, they escaped safely. In the back mountains, Fu Changsheng entered the cemetery and tapped the cloud ring purple immortal pagoda. A green-faced white fox from the second floor instantly flashed out. Fu Changsheng fed it a few cloud heart fruits, and the fox's raised tail twitched. Then, with a flash of green light, it vanished into the ground. Fu Changsheng also rapidly scanned the cemeteries with his spiritual sense. After a dozen breaths, a chirp, the green-faced white fox in front of him, quickly emerged from the ground. She called out to Fu Changsheng twice. "We found it so quickly." Fu Changsheng, delighted, dove in and followed the green-faced white fox into the ground. After sinking 100 feet, a stone wall suddenly appeared before him. Inscribed on it were divine prohibitions, clearly a magic array. Could the starstone coffin be behind this wall? Fu Changsheng leaped out of the ground, reaching Yu Qingru's side. "Qingru, follow the green-faced white fox underground. There's a hidden magic array 100 feet underground in the southwest. See if you can break it. I'll watch over here." "Okay." Yu Qingru handed Fu Changsheng the array control card. Fu Changsheng's spiritual sense swept across the array plate, practicing it briefly and quickly mastering it. After a while, Fu Changsheng's spiritual sense shifted. He looked up and saw a swarm of Tai Chi locusts swooping down from all four directions. Their numbers were terrifying. Moreover, their target was their cemetery in the mountain behind. With so many Tai Chi locusts, Yu Qingru's second-tier magic formation couldn't hold out for long. Fu Changsheng glanced back at Yu Qingru, who had already entered the underground. If he chose to leave now, with a green python's speed, he still had a chance, but if he missed the opportunity, the contents of the underground would no longer be his. Opportunities are rare. Fu Changsheng's eyes turned cold. A cloud circled the purple fairy tower. Buzzing. 4 second-tier soul-eating insects whizzed out. Their armor was even more indestructible than that of the Tai Chi locusts. At the same time, the green python and the millipede mother also flew out of the pagoda, occupying 3 different directions. The human emperor banner waved violently. A chilling wind blew. Autumn cicadas whistled out. Behind her followed several refined ghost soldiers, stationed on the southern side of the formation. Fu Changsheng flashed and hovered above the magic formation. With a single thought, he moved. A third-level azure lotus hovered around him. As he chanted a spell, 3 leaves of the third-level azure lotus fell, forming a protective shield around him. Fu Changsheng flipped his right hand. The 9-level divine lamp hovered before him, and with the sound of an incantation, it instantly lit up. Then, a breath as if from an ancient time descended from the sky. A tricolor phoenix descended. Its wings flapped violently, and endless flames descended. The gathering Tai Chi locusts had no chance of escape. In the 3-colored flames, they were instantly incinerated into charred pieces, which fell to the ground with a clanging sound. The once imposing swarm of insects was decimated by this sudden drop. However, the remaining first-level Tai Chi locusts, urged on by the distant second-level Tai Chi locusts, fearlessly swooped down into the ground and began to devour the energy of their fallen kin. Fu Changsheng tapped the 9-level divine lamp. The phoenix let out a hissing cry. It immediately swooped down towards the distant, second-stage Tai Chi locust. Having reached the second stage, the Tai Chi locust seemed to have gained some intelligence, recognizing the phoenix's power. It flapped its wings and turned to flee. At this moment, the phoenix trembled slightly, then disintegrated. The flames of the 9 revolutions divine lamp instantly extinguished with a puff. Huh? What happened? Fu Changsheng was stunned. According to previous experience, the higher his cultivation level, the stronger the will of the phoenix he summoned. and the longer it lasted. But just now, after just 3 breaths, the phoenix disintegrated. Moreover, the phoenix's aura was only at the critical point of the quasi-third stage. Could it be that the 9 revolutions divine lamp has reached its limit in summoning the phoenix, or perhaps the phoenix in the upper realm was too busy to take care of itself? Fu Changsheng put the 9 revolutions divine lamp into his storage bag. His consciousness fell on the Tai Chi locust on the ground, which had evolved to the second stage. His incantation changed, and a crackling sound was heard, followed by the thunder of the evil repelling divine thunder. The 10 newly promoted second-level Taiji locusts were instantly blasted into charcoal. With a flick of his sleeve, second-level demon pills flew up from the ground and landed in his palm. 500 imperial merit points were in his possession, adding to the 50 he had previously earned. He had already accumulated a total of 550 imperial merit points on this trip. His only regret was that something had happened to the 9-turn divine lamp. Otherwise, with the aid of the 3-colored phoenix, it would have been much easier to wipe out the Taiji locusts in the fiefdom. Meanwhile, Chu Chan, Xiao Qing, and Da Shuang slew the scattered Taiji locusts in the 4 directions. Fu Changsheng's gaze fell down the mountain. He saw 4 rainbow lights retreating at breakneck speed from the foot of the mountain. Far away from the Cao family fiefdom, the rainbow lights faded. Guangsun Wen was a little startled. The moment the 3-colored phoenix appeared, he had clearly sensed a pressure that vaguely resembled that of a purple mansion master. He hadn't known who was hiding in the back mountain before, but now he could see clearly. It was none other than Fu Changsheng, the patriarch of the Fu family. This Fu Changsheng can actually summon a tricolor phoenix to fight. Gongsun Wen felt a chill run down his spine. Luckily, he hadn't taken direct action, instead employing some finesse to provoke the Tai Chi locusts to attack. Otherwise, he would have been dead by the tricolor phoenix's claws. After calming down, Guangsun Wen narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems the Fu family's rapid rise to wealth is definitely due to that treasure that can summon a tricolor phoenix. Such a treasure, it would be a complete waste for Fu Changsheng to possess. If he had possessed such a treasure, he would have carved out a kingdom long ago. I must find a way to get this treasure. Fu Changsheng gazed at the 4 rainbow lights in the distance, then glanced back at the cemetery. He didn't pursue them. However, without a moment's hesitation, he thought, exchange information. Buzz. The panel vibrated. A flood of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. The insect swarm just now was caused by Gongsun Wen, who wanted to use it to eliminate the 2 of you. After seeing the power of the 3-colored phoenix, Gongsun Wen was determined to obtain this treasure. 2. Under the cemetery behind you, there is an underground tomb palace opened up by the ancestors of the Cao family. The coffins inside are forged from starstone. 3. In the Cao family ancestral hall, there is a hidden magic circle. The Cao family's key refining clan members are hiding in the shelter below. 4. Chapter 231, Corpse Refining Method, Star Coffin, Insect Tide Attacking the Mountain. Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on the first piece of information, his eyes narrowing slightly. This brat can't be kept alive. Gongsun Wen had not only considered destroying the Fu family, but now he was targeting him. He was just a new foundation establishment cultivator, yet he was incredibly bold. Fu Changsheng said to Chu Chan, who was standing by, Chu Chan, hold the formation, to prevent Gongsun Wen from pulling any more tricks. Fu Changsheng's body swayed. After descending from Cao Clan Mountain, he scanned the area with his spiritual sense and found that Gongsun Wen was nowhere to be found. His aura had even ceased. Clearly, Gongsun Wen had anticipated this and had erased all traces of him. Fu Changsheng snorted coldly, I'll let you live a few more days. Returning to Cao Clan Mountain, he came directly to the stone wall 100 feet long underground. The wall was gone, and what came into view was a long underground passage. Yu Kingru concluded her incantation, Changsheng, the formation has been broken. You may descend. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. A cloud circled the purple immortal tower. Suddenly, a soul-devouring insect buzzed ahead, exploring the path. A chill permeated the underground passage, faint blue phosphorescence flickering between the cracks in the stone. At the end of the long staircase, a crypt came into view. The tomb was octagonal in shape, each corner inlaid with a faintly glowing spirit crystal. Intricate spiritual energy patterns connected the crystals, and occasionally, fluctuations of spiritual energy flickered across the patterns, as if transmitting some mysterious signal. In the center of the tomb lay a silver coffin, forged from starstone. Within, the remains of the Cao family ancestor lay quietly, their bones a warm jade-like hue. The star power within the coffin, like silver threads, flowed through the tomb's magic circle and converged upon the corpse. With the infusion of star power, the corpse seemed to be imbued with the source of life. A faint golden glow shone upon the bones, gradually spreading like the morning glow reflecting upon an ancient jade disk. Within the corpse's skull, within the previously empty eye sockets, two faint blue lights gradually flickered, as if the flames of a soul had been rekindled. The corpse's aura faintly hinted at reaching the critical point of the third stage. The Cao ancestor, lying within the coffin, seemed poised to awaken at any moment. Fu Changsheng exclaimed in surprise, "It seems this ancestor of the Cao family has taken a different approach, intending to employ ancient methods to refine himself into a third-stage corpse puppet. A third-stage corpse puppet possesses the power of a purple mansion master. If it weren't for the beast tide that ravaged the Cao family, perhaps even a century or two later, the Cao ancestor's plan might actually come to fruition." Fu Changsheng made no rash moves. Glancing at the tomb's layout and array, she said, "King Gru, can the tomb's array be broken?" Wait a moment. With a flick of her right hand, a spirit-detecting array disc whizzed out, landing high above the tomb. As she chanted her incantations, a rapid buzzing sound echoed from the disc. King Gru retracted her incantations and turned to Fu Changsheng. "Changsheng, if the array is broken, the corpse puppet's ritual will be interrupted." King Gru felt a pity. After all, this corpse puppet was already at the critical third level. Without hesitation, Fu Changsheng said, "Break the array immediately." They didn't understand the methods of corpse refining. Furthermore, they didn't know if the Cao family ancestor within the coffin still retained consciousness. Furthermore, they had no method of controlling the corpse puppet. If the other party broke through to the third level, they would both be doomed. With a hum, the surrounding arrays were broken. The star power within the coffin instantly ceased its flow and entered the corpse within. Although the magic array set up by the Cao family did draw some celestial power down from the sky, it wasn't enough to absorb the corpse, so most of the star power in the coffin was consumed by the corpse. What a pity, otherwise, such a large coffin would have been enough for him to break through to the flesh-refining stage of the nine heavens star art. King Gru, engrave the magic array of this tomb. One day, if they find the method to refine corpses, perhaps they can transform the Cao family ancestor, who is already at the critical stage, into a third-level corpse puppet. Fu Changsheng retracted his magic spell and instantly stored the coffin and corpse in his storage bag. Leaving the Cao family territory, Fu Changsheng and King Gru turned back towards Hanling River. Since only Molan and Yurlian were guarding Pingshan County, the task of clearing the Tai Chi locusts surrounding the fiefdom fell on Fu Changsheng and King Gru. However, before reaching the Hanling River, from afar, Fu Changsheng saw distress signal light up over Pingshan County. "Oh no, the insect tide is attacking the mountain." Half a cup of tea ago. Pingshan County. This was originally the fief of the Ping family. After it was taken over by the Fu family, the spiritual fields in the mountains within the fief were mainly used to grow green jade rice, which matures later than red marrow rice. After the insect tide broke out, hundreds of acres of unripe green jade rice were destroyed. If the court does not reduce taxes, it will undoubtedly be a cold winter for the Fu family. At the center of the formation in Pingshan County, Fu Molan and Yulian sat cross-legged, one on the left and one on the right. Both of them were people of few words. So there was no intention to chat. One took out a robe to weave, and the other was studying puppetry, glancing at the center of the formation from time to time. Buzz! Suddenly, a rapid warning sound came from the formation. Fu Molan cast a spell on the central formation, and with a buzzing sound, the scene outside the mountain came into view. But it was 100 feet away from the mountain. Hundreds of Tai Chi locusts flapped their wings bearing mysterious markings resembling Tai Chi patterns, seemingly emitting a strange signal. A moment later, thousands of Tai Chi locusts swarmed from all directions, their numbers rapidly increasing like a snowball, soon forming a vast black wave that surged towards Lingxiao Mountain. Insect swarms attacked the mountain. Fu Molan reacted instantly. A spell struck a nearby ancient bell, causing it to chime 3 rapid times. The disciples of the Conquest Hall, seated at the 6 centers of the formation, heard the chimes and shouted, "Activate the formation." They formed into groups of 7, stepping into the starry steps. 6 of them stood at the vertices of a regular hexagon. As they activated their skills, star-shaped runes illuminated on their palms. Their palms touched, and the combined power thundered down upon the seventh person at the center. An aura no less powerful than that of a pre-foundation building cultivator emanated. As he flexed his spell, a booming sound rang out. A fire python gathered and, with a flick of its tail, soared into the sky, plunging towards the insect swarm. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At the same moment, a sharp hiss erupted from behind the insect swarm. The Tai Chi locust, about to be consumed by the fire python's maw, flapped its wings and deflected with incredible speed, sending the fire python's attack reeling. Bang, bang, bang. Dodging the fire python, the Tai Chi locust swooped down on the mountain's defensive formation like a black raindrop. Each Tai Chi locust impacted the formation, unleashing a small wave of black spiritual energy. While the power of a single Tai Chi locust was negligible, the simultaneous attack of tens of thousands of them began to crumble. Fu Molan, at the central formation, witnessed this scene and acted decisively. Yulian, hold the formation. With a flash of her hand, she dashed out of the mountain gate. To defeat this insect swarm, she had to slay the second-level insect general commanding the lower-level Tai Chi locusts. The moment Fu Molan appeared, as if smelling blood, the 5 insect generals whirled and swooped down towards Fu Molan. Their tails flashed with golden light. A whirring sound pierced the air. They suddenly materialized into golden needles, shooting towards Fu Molan's face. 5 second-tier insect generals. Fu Molan didn't dare underestimate them, and unleashed the Guoluo fan in her hand. Ding, ding, ding. The golden needles landed on the Guoluo fan, ablaze with light. Most of the needles were blocked, but a dozen remained undeterred. Fu Molan's pupils constricted. The Guoluo fan was a second-tier, supremely indestructible magical weapon, yet it couldn't stop the golden needle spells of these second-tier insect generals. Fu Molan tapped the dark patterned thunder bamboo cauldron floating before her. Strands of dark patterned thunder bamboo materialized. Ding, ding, ding. The golden needles collided with the thunder bamboo, disintegrating. The thunder bamboo vanished, and the golden needles disintegrated. Fu Molan's spell changed again, and the dark patterned thunder bamboo cauldron vibrated violently. The second-level insect general that had charged forward was blinded and instantly pulled into a bamboo forest. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The second-level insect general sensed something was wrong. He immediately flapped his wings again, and the mysterious runes on his wings shimmered. He saw that the first-level Tai Chi locusts that had been attacking the mountain heights suddenly turned around and swarmed towards Fu Molan. Tens of thousands of Tai Chi locusts obscured half the sky. A vast, black mass. Fu Yonki, at the center of the formation, witnessed this scene and his face changed. Being surrounded by such a swarm of insects, the Hall Master was in danger. He decisively fired a Tai-Yan cannon in his hand. It soared into the sky, rising high into the air and exploding with a rumbling sound. A brilliant, 5-colored aura painted the sky a vibrant hue. This was the family's distress signal. If any of the nearby Fu clan members saw this, they would surely come to his aid. Yu Lian, at the center of the formation, saw Fu Molan trapped and was about to step out to help. But upon closer inspection, she saw a swarm of insects swarming in from a distance. Dense and endless. This wave of insects seemed determined to capture the mountain gate. If she left the formation, none of the clansmen left in Pingshan County would survive. What should we do? As a child, Yu Lian had been trapped in the inner chambers due to a strange illness, meticulously protected by Kei Xianggu. Over time, she developed an aversion to combat. Even after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, she had no experience in combat, let alone dealing with the current predicament. However, common sense told her that she couldn't leave the mountain protection formation at this moment. It's over, it's over. Fu Yonki, stationed at one of the 6 core points of the formation, saw this scene and felt his scalp tingle. The Zhangzhen Hall had entered the Shiwan Mountains for many years, but this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Many disciples were already filled with despair. What if the Hall Master died in battle? They couldn't hold off the insect swarm for long, relying on just a few of them. At this critical moment, the 6 team captains coldly declared, "Don't forget our battle hall motto, never give up until the very last moment. Take heart. Now that the insect swarm is without a commander, we must weaken it as much as possible, or the Hall Master's efforts will be in vain." Yes, those chosen for the battle hall are not cowards. Those who become captains have experienced the test of life and death. Clearly, even in the face of such peril, they can remain calm. This was the original purpose of the clan's founding of the battle hall. Train your troops for 1,000 days, deploy them for a single moment. Now is the time to demonstrate their strength. With the encouragement of the 6 captains, the battle formation coalesced, and fiery pythons emerged, charging towards the swarming insects. Meanwhile, Fu Molan, overwhelmed by the insect swarm, saw. With a bang, a brilliant ball of white light exploded. The air crackled, and frost appeared. The swarm of insects that had surrounded Fu Molan was instantly transformed into ice sculptures. Explode, Fu Molan snorted coldly. Bang, bang, bang. Tai Chi locusts fell to the ground one after another. Even the 5 second-level insect generals from earlier were not spared. Bone Spirit Cold Fire, Yu Lian watched this scene from afar, her eyes flashing with excitement. Molan was not dead. The disciples of the battle hall saw this scene, and their eyes flashed with enthusiasm. As expected of their battle hall master, he was indeed extraordinary. Buzz, however, after killing one swarm of insects, another immediately rushed forward fearlessly. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that the corpses of the slain Tai Chi locusts had been completely devoured, and 10 second-level insect generals were born at once. Although second-level insect generals are at their weakest after a dozen breaths of breakthrough, they were now surrounded by the dense swarm of insects. They had no time to deal with it. At this time, with the wings of the rejuvenated second-level insect generals flapping, the Tai Chi locusts, previously attacking without any strategy, suddenly buzzed and converged in the air into a long sword several dozen feet long. The power contained in the long sword was no less than any third-level spiritual treasure. Under the control of 10 second-level insect generals. With a whistling sound, it slashed down from the air towards Fu Molan. Capture the leader first. These Tai Chi locusts are evolving with increasing intelligence. With a snap, the long sword fell. The Gulo fan and the dark-patterned thunder bamboo cauldron blocking Fu Molan's way crackled twice, shattering one after another. The long sword continued its momentum, slashing towards Fu Molan's brow with lightning speed. Hall Master, the people of the battle hall shouted. If this sword fell, Fu Molan would have no chance of survival. In this critical moment, Fu Molan's face remained calm. Although his aura was locked, he retreated repeatedly, moving away from the mountain gate, clearly trying to divert as much of the insect tide as possible. At the same time, her hands quickly formed hand seals. The Bone Spirit Cold Fire hovering before her thudded and transformed into a shield. Ling. The long sword landed on the Bone Spirit Cold Fire shield, sending a myriad of sparks flying. The two were seemingly unable to hold their own. At that moment, dozens of second-level insect generals buzzed and dove into the long sword, instantly disrupting their balance and causing the Bone Spirit Cold Fire shield to explode with a bang. The long sword pointed directly at Fu Molan's brow. At that moment, a small purple sword pierced through the long sword with a whirring sound, severing it in half. Roar, the demonic chant of extreme cold transformed into waves of sound waves that enveloped a broken long sword. The long sword trembled slightly, instantly transforming into Tai Chi locusts. Most of the Tai Chi locusts, their souls shattered, fell to the ground. The remaining ones hadn't even reacted when they were engulfed in a sea of fire. Sizzling, a large number of Tai Chi locusts were charred and fell to the ground. The remains of the insect swarm piled up into a small mountain. Squeak, 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 it looked dire. The 10 second-level insect generals had merged once more, now forming the heavenly mysterious halberd. Just as it took shape, it was completely submerged by the Bone Spirit's cold fire. At the same time, a melodious flute emanated. From the moonlit autumn cicada, suspended in midair, the notes of its Yulang Kyobei flute transformed into flying knives, piercing through the bodies of each second-level insect general. Bang, bang, bang. 10 second-level insect generals fell to the ground. Without the insect generals' control, the day's surviving first-level Tai Chi locusts began to devour the corpses of their kind on the ground. However, this time, they were slain by Fu Changsheng on the spot, having just ascended to the second-level insect general status. A catastrophe had been averted thanks to Fu Changsheng's arrival. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the battle hall felt a surge of admiration for Fu Changsheng. The power of the Patriarch was unstoppable, with such a Patriarch in their sight. The Fu clan would surely be able to ascend to the 8th rank, perhaps even the 7th. After the previous battle, Fu Molan herself was sweating profusely. She knelt and saluted, saying, "Thank goodness the Patriarch arrived just in time. Otherwise the Pingshan County fiefdom wouldn't have been able to be defended today. We're family, so don't be solitary, Fu Changsheng, somewhat self-reproachfully, said. I was inconsiderate. The Pingshan County fiefdom's mountain defense formation isn't high level. And since it doesn't draw upon the power of the stars, defending the mountain is far more challenging than at Luofang Mountain in Yuncheng County or Anyang County. I should have asked Grandmaster Yu or a veteran formation master like King Ru to accompany you here. Yulian was merely guarding the formation. During the previous fight, she barely knew how to use it. Fu Molan shook her head and said, Patriarch, I overestimated my own strength. Initially, she had volunteered to come and defend Pingshan County. Now, Yulian, at the center of the formation, also emerged from the mountain, her face etched with guilt and self-reproach. In the battle just now, my daughter-in-law was incapable of handling the situation. Father, please punish me. This came from the heart. If father hadn't appeared, the consequences would have been disastrous. Fu Changsheng frowned and said, learn from this experience and don't make the same mistake again. You will return to your fiefdom with me later. King Ru and Molan will guard this place. Yes, father, Yulian quickly agreed, perhaps nervously, and suddenly retched. Fu Changsheng, observing the situation, hurriedly asked, Yulian, are you pregnant? Father, I'm only a month pregnant. I was thinking of waiting until the baby was settled. The last part of his voice was almost inaudible. Fu Changsheng's frown deepened. Yulian was clearly in her 30s, but she acted like a child. She should have mentioned her pregnancy when assigning tasks. This was the first child of their eldest grandson. However, as a father-in-law, he couldn't say much. After the battle was over. This time, a total of 32nd level insect general demon cores were harvested. This is equivalent to 1,500 imperial merit points. Together with the more than 500 he had previously, it has reached 2,000. This time, their Fu family has a good chance of gathering 20,000 imperial merit points before the end of the beast tide. Fu Changsheng gave Fu Molan a few instructions, and left the millipede mother and 3 second-level soul-eating insects with him to help Molan guard Pingshan County. In this way, they have 6 foundation-building warriors guarding the 6 array centers. Using the mountain protection array, they can also deal with the previous insect-tide attacks. When he turned around, a familiar mechanical sound rang in his mind. Ling. Chapter 232 Taiji Locust Evolution, Weinan Crisis, Strange Elixir. Ling. You saved the Pingshan County fiefdom from danger and earned 500 family contribution points. The panel displayed the family contribution points. The family contribution points suddenly soared from 1,840 to 2,340. Fu Changsheng brought Yulian with him. Because she was pregnant, they didn't continue hunting the second-tier insect generals, but returned directly to Uiao City. Entering through a secret door, Fangir came to greet them. Seeing Yulian return with Fu Changsheng, he looked puzzled. Seeing his expression, Fu Changsheng knew he was unaware of Yulian's pregnancy. He was about to say something, but seeing the gray hairs on Fangir's temples, evidently from his constant involvement in clan affairs, he swallowed the words back. He said gently, Fangir, your wife is pregnant. Take good care of her, huh? Fangir was stunned for a moment. Then, realizing what was happening, he burst into excitement and said, I'm going to be a father. I'm going to be a father. He quickly stepped forward to support Yulian, fearing she might get hurt. Seeing this, Yulian. A wave of guilt washed over her. Her husband had always said he didn't want children too soon, and she'd thought it was because he disliked them. Now, it seemed it was for her own good, allowing her to focus on building her foundation. The news reached Fairy K, who was overjoyed. If it weren't for the insect swarm, she'd have been eager to set up several tables. She held Yulian's hand, tears welling in her eyes. You two said you didn't want children, and 10 years later, you still haven't conceived. I thought it was a lingering effect of your childhood health, and that not wanting children was just an excuse. Thanks to your ancestors, you're finally pregnant. Normally, she'd take a detour when she saw the mistress. Now, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Keiziangu meticulously instructed her on a series of precautions for a safe pregnancy. Finally, she couldn't help but grumble a few words. You child, you're pregnant, yet you didn't even tell me, and you went to Pingshan County. You almost caused a terrible mistake. This is the first child of the 3rd generation of the Patriarch's direct lineage. If it's a boy, he'll be the eldest grandson, destined to inherit the position of head of the family. Mother, stop talking like that. Your father-in-law is young and strong. Yu Lian glanced sensitively around, fearing someone might overhear. Xianggu realized she'd let something slip and quickly stopped the conversation, gazing expectantly at Yu Lian's belly. Of the Patriarch's 5 children, Yao Iao and Roger had already reached the foundation establishment stage, and even her adopted son Fu Yonggai had done so, but her son-in-law was still stuck in the key refining stage. He might be the chief steward of the fiefdom, but like his uncle, he'd spent his life serving the family. He was afraid the position of crown prince wouldn't be his son-in-law's. However, now that she had a grandson, there was hope. The throne might not necessarily go to her son-in-law, but as long as the grandson's talents were good enough, the succession was a sure thing. Xianggu turned her gaze away from Yu Lian's belly, only to see her daughter sullenly speaking. You're pregnant, so don't dwell on it. Yu Lian, tell me anything you can't wrap your head around. Yu Lian bit her lip and then told Xianggu everything about the insect swarm attacking Pingshan County and her own inaction. Xianggu felt a pang of self-blame upon hearing this. She realized that she couldn't protect her daughter forever, and that she was already at the foundation establishment stage, so she would undoubtedly be involved in missions. She immediately said, Yu Lian, you're still young, and you can accumulate experience slowly. While you're pregnant, take a good look at the military texts and combat experience notes in the family's sutra library. With diligent study, you'll catch up. Yes, Yu Lian disliked arguments. But now she was about to become a mother, and a mother is a strong person. She had to set a good example for her children. For a period of time, Yu Lian spent her time either in the sutra library or on the martial arts stage, a departure from her usual secluded demeanor. This is all a story for later, so let's not discuss it for now. After Fu Changsheng returned to demon-controlling city, he immediately sent a message to Grandmaster Yu. After the Grandmaster's team returned, Fu Changsheng told him about the beast siege in Pingshan County. He concluded by saying, Uncle Yu, only Shitao and my third brother are guarding the Anyang County clan territory. If the insect horde attacks, I'm afraid they lack experience and won't be able to hold the line. You, Uncle Yu, will have to return to Luifang Mountain to take charge. Well, that's fine. If you encounter any difficulties controlling the demon-controlling city's formations, feel free to ask Yao Iao. Although this girl has a playful personality, she's exceptionally meticulous when it comes to formations. Leave demon-controlling city to her, you don't have to worry. He was afraid that delay would lead to unforeseen events. Grandmaster Yu returned to Luifang Mountain in Anyang County overnight. Fu Changsheng and Fu Changli formed a team, and the two squads spent over a month clearing out the second-tier insect generals near their fiefdoms. They had slain nearly 80 second-tier Taiji locusts alone. But the number of second-tier insect generals hadn't decreased, it had actually increased. Furthermore, both the second-tier insect generals and even the first-tier Taiji locusts had become much smarter, becoming far more formidable than at the beginning. If left unchecked, the Taiji locusts would soon all evolve into second-tier insect generals. If a third-tier insect king emerged, the consequences would be disastrous. The heads of the 9th-rank aristocratic families convened another meeting. Fu Changsheng was then led into the aristocratic family's meeting hall. Glancing over, he saw that the previously vacant Cao family seat had been filled by second elder Cao, evidently becoming the new head of the Cao family. The Kui, Hong, Qi, He, Lin, and Cao families had all arrived, with the Liang family the only one still to come. Clan leader Kui explained, I just sent a message to clan leader Liang, and he replied that their mountain is under attack by a swarm of insects. We should wait. Clan leader He sent a message to Fu Changsheng, clan leader Fu, has your fiefdom ever been attacked by a swarm of insects? Yes, the swarm of insects attacked Uiao City in Yunshan County once, but when they saw they couldn't take it, they immediately retreated. However, the Pingshan County fiefdom has been attacked 3 times, and each time, the attacks were more ferocious than the last. For this reason, Fu Changsheng dispatched Fu Changli and Liurunzi to Pingshan County, while also leaving Qingmang and Qiachen there. Together with a newly refined second-level puppet that Molin had recently activated, this amounted to 11 Foundation establishment warriors stationed in Pingshan County. Clan leader He said with admiration, Clan leader Fu, your Fu family's 3 strongholds are still holding. You truly have a deep foundation. We, the He family, defend one location, have been nearly breached by insect swarms several times. Most recently, we nearly lost a Foundation establishment elder. He survived, but, clan leader he shook his head. Worried, he said, these Taiji locusts are evolving at an alarming rate. If we don't come up with an effective countermeasure, I'm afraid we won't be able to defend the mountain gates sooner or later. Their Foundation establishment cultivators could still flee to Wanning Market for refuge, just like the Cao family. But if the clan mountain were breached, not only would their spiritual veins be lost, but even the mortals in the clan would become prey to the Taiji locusts. With 2 of the family's foundations destroyed, recovery would be difficult. Conversely, the Lin family, though marginalized by the Shangguan family, had a blessing in disguise, with numerous Shangguan family Foundation establishment cultivators helping to defend the mountain gate. Otherwise, how could they hold out solely with a still wounded Lin clan leader? Everyone poured out their frustrations, clearly struggling to hold on. After some discussion, clan leader he said with admiration, Clan leader Fu, it now seems your Fu family's decision to build a demon-defending city was undoubtedly a wise one. The demon-defending city was impregnable. It barely required any foundation building or defense. If he had gritted his teeth, even borrowed money, to build a small city, the pressure wouldn't have been so great. Among them, the 3 major families, the Kui, Qi, and Hong, had built a small city and had now relocated all their mortals there. Even if their clan mountain was breached, they still had another line of defense. So, while not as easy as the Fu family, their situation was somewhat better than the other aristocratic families. Furthermore, the 3 families supported each other. Whenever one was in trouble, the others quickly responded, so it seemed like there had been no losses so far. Everyone waited for a full hour. As everyone speculated about the Liang family's misfortune, a surge of black light appeared in the direction belonging to the Liang family, and the figure of clan leader Liang was cast downward. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this stage, everyone hoped that the various clans would hold out. If one clan fell, the pressure from the insect swarm would greatly increase. Clan leader Kui asked with concern, Clan leader Liang, is your fiefdom alright? At this mention, clan leader Liang felt a wave of fear. Just now, the insect swarm had breached a key point in the formation and was swarming in. If he hadn't summoned the family talisman at that crucial moment, the clan mountain would have been reduced to a wasteland. However, the family talisman depleted with each use. Since the outbreak of the insect swarm, it had already been used 3 times. A few more times, and the mountain gate would be vulnerable. Therefore, without hesitation, clan leader Liang asked, have you received any information from your superior families regarding how to repel the insect swarm? The 8th rank Shangguan, Guangxin, Nanguang, and Shi families were equally vulnerable to the insect swarm, but the 8th rank family's wealth and foundation building capabilities were unmatched by the 9th rank families. Clan leader Kui shook his head, we haven't received any specific methods. However, these insect swarms attacked the 8th rank Shi, Shangguan, and Nanguang families once each, and then stopped attacking their fiefdoms. The weaker Gongsun family, after using 3rd rank spiritual treasures to inflict heavy damage on the insect swarm several times, cleverly avoided them. Now the insect swarm has set its sights on us, the 9th rank families. Does everyone have any suggestions for resisting the insect swarm? If they had effective measures, their faces wouldn't be so gloomy. Fu Changsheng pondered for a moment before speaking. We must report this matter to the suppression department as soon as possible and have them organize manpower to resist the insect swarm. After conquering the Cao family's territory, the insect swarm has failed to capture the remaining fiefdoms. After repeated setbacks, coupled with the increasingly advanced insect commanders, I'm afraid the next wave will focus its forces on a single location. Currently, the insect swarm is attacking in scattered locations. The 9th rank aristocratic families are struggling to hold on. If the insect swarm were to concentrate, no one present would have the confidence to withstand its frenzied onslaught. Everyone's expressions shifted. Clan leader Kui nodded and said, Clan leader Fu is absolutely right. We have summoned everyone here to report this incident to the suppression department, requesting that we, the 9th rank aristocratic families of Huainan Prefecture, sign a joint statement to inform the suppression department of the truth. If the 9th rank aristocratic families' fiefdoms were breached, the 8th rank aristocratic families would be next. The insect swarm was growing like a snowball, and ultimately, it would be difficult for the imperial court to intervene. Clan leader he quickly said, I agree to submit a joint petition. I agree too. No objection. After everyone reached a unanimous decision, Clan leader Kui personally drafted the aforementioned document, which was then affixed with the family seals by the heads of each aristocratic family. The document was quickly delivered to the suppression department in Wanning Market. Palace Master Su received the document, tossed it aside, and shook her head. After the insect swarm broke out, she immediately reported it to the court and even captured a batch of Taiji locusts alive and sent them to Jingzhou. The court has a department dedicated to studying insects and monsters, and judging by their progress, they should have received information by now. Sure enough, a few days later, she received an imperial decree. Soon, all the major aristocratic families received a call. All the major aristocratic families in Huainan Prefecture, send your most powerful members to meet at Yunmu Mountain in 3 days. Upon receiving the call, Fu Changsheng pondered the literal meaning. This time, not only would the 9th-rank aristocratic families, but even the 8th-rank aristocratic families would be heading to Yunmu Mountain. And, moreover, they would be the most powerful. It was clear that this mission was fraught with danger. Once he left, only Yao, Ranger, and Yurlian remained in Yuncheng County. Both were young and inexperienced, but Fu Changsheng remained uneasy, his gaze fixed on Liu Mizhen's retreat chamber. After a moment's hesitation, he finally reached the chamber's door and tried to ring the alarm. After a moment's wait, Fu Changsheng sighed when he saw the chamber remained open. It seemed Mizhen was probably at the critical juncture of her retreat. Fu Changsheng pondered for a moment and decided to swap positions with Ranger, a Foundation establishment member capable of maintaining order from Pingshan County. Just as he was about to produce the J talisman for communication, there was a rumble. The door to the chamber behind him swung open, and the aroma of medicinal herbs filled his nostrils. Is Mizhen refining her elixir in seclusion? With a dragon and phoenix Taksu cauldron, Liu Mizhen no longer needed to go to the earth fire chamber due to the presence of the strange fire within. Fu Changsheng entered the chamber. A voice rang out from the alchemy room, "Husband, wait for me for 2 more days." Although the alchemy room was forged from woostone, even standing at the cave entrance, one could still sense the scorching heat emanating from within. Clearly, Liu Mizhen's elixir wasn't yet finished. Fu Changsheng closed the cave's magic circle and immediately sat cross-legged in meditation. Mica Mountain wasn't far from their Yuncheng County. At his speed, a day would be enough to reach it. As the fragrance of the elixir in the alchemy room grew stronger, a humming sound was heard. The lid was lifted. Fu Changsheng's eyes suddenly fluttered open. The 2 days had passed. The alchemy room door rumbled open, and a haggard Liu Mizhen emerged. The couple hadn't seen each other for 7 or 8 years. While this was common for cultivators, their eyes lit up with joy upon meeting each other. "Mizhen, thank you for your hard work over the years." Fu Changsheng stepped forward and pulled Liu Mizhen to sit down with him. During his retreat, Mizhen had done a lot for the clan. Fu Changsheng told him about the insect outbreak and concluded, "Mizhen, I'll have to trouble you to help manage the Yuncheng County fiefdom. I'll have to leave for Yunmu Mountain soon." Upon hearing this, Mizhen's face flickered with worry. With a flick of her wrist, a pill bottle with a white background and leaf patterns appeared in her hand. Fu Changsheng glanced at it and realized it was a new elixir he had never seen before. Mizhen pressed the bottle into Fu Changsheng's hands and said, "My husband, this is an ancient elixir made with 9-flower jade dewgrass as the main ingredient, and Morinda officinalis, Yinchi impermanence demon flower, natural stone, and star sand as auxiliary ingredients. It's called the wild beast pill." Wild beast pill? Clearly, Mizhen had retreated for so long just to refine this pill. Fu Changsheng's mind raced. "Mizhen, what are the effects of this wild beast pill?" "I obtained the recipe for this ancient pill from the Kanglin's secret realm. The recipe states that after taking the wild beast pill and refining its medicinal properties, a strange energy will emanate from your body. This energy can evade the 5 senses of demonic beasts, allowing you to walk before them as if invisible. As long as you don't betray your murderous intent and make the demonic beasts feel uneasy, they won't be able to detect your approach. However, the medicinal fragrance only lasts for half a cup of tea. When you go to Yunmu Mountain this time, take this pill with you, just in case." It had such miraculous effects. Fu Changsheng was stunned for a moment, then glanced at the pill bottle with delight, only to find it contained only 1 elixir. "Mizhen, what is the grade of this pill? Do you still have the necessary ingredients? If a large quantity could be refined, it would undoubtedly be of great use for the upcoming beast tide." Liu Mizhen shook her head. At that time, there was only 1 spiritual medicine sealed with the pill formula. I only managed to refine one pill with great effort. As for the grade, the pill formula didn't specify it, but the difficulty of refining it is no less than that of a second-grade high-quality spiritual medicine. Hearing this, Fu Changsheng said in his heart that it was a pity. He immediately put the pill bottle into the storage bag solemnly, and was quite moved. Mizhen, with your wild beast pill, I have an extra trump card in my hand. By the way, Mizhen, I have good news to tell you. Yulian is nearly 3 months pregnant. In a few months, you will become a grandmother. This is good news, Liu Mizhen responded. Before leaving, she once again reminded Fu Changsheng to be more careful. Before Fu Changsheng left, he decided to exchange a wave of information first. He immediately thought, exchange information buzz. The panel vibrated. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. Michael Mountain. A flag of the Zhenshi division was planted halfway up the mountain, and an abandoned cave had been opened up. Among them, in the cave, Patriarch He, Patriarch Lang, Patriarch Lin, Patriarch Hui, Patriarch Xiao, Patriarch Qi, and Patriarch Hong had already arrived. Patriarch He and Patriarch Liang arrived a day earlier, and the others also arrived several hours earlier. Patriarch Hui saw that Fu Changsheng had not arrived yet. He turned his head and asked Patriarch He, Patriarch He, have you contacted Patriarch Fu? Every time there was a gathering, according to the level of the family. Their lower-level families often had to arrive first, otherwise it would be unreasonable to let the 8th grade family wait for them. Patriarch He shook his head and said, there was no contact. Patriarch Fu was probably delayed by something. Let's wait a little longer. As he said that, Patriarch He whispered, Patriarch Hui, have you heard who from the Zhenshi division summoned us here this time? Chapter 233, The Power of Purple Mansion, the Third Order Insect Mother, and the Fierce Battle. Clan leader Kui shook his head. After several interactions with the newly appointed Palace Master Su, he'd sensed a vague dislike for the Kui family. He'd racked his brains but couldn't pinpoint the cause. Therefore, it would be incredibly difficult for the Kui family to gather any useful information from the Suppression of Worldly Affairs Division. So, he said, Clan leader Fu has always been friendly with the people at the Suppression of Worldly Affairs Division. We'll know when he arrives and ask. As he spoke, a rainbow of light descended from outside the cave. It was Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng bowed and said, excuse me, everyone. Clan matters have delayed us for a moment. The insect swarm had erupted. Every family was overwhelmed, so everyone understood and said nothing. Clan leader He was about to ask if the Fu family had gathered any information, but then, spiritual light surged outside the cave. Great Elder Shi and Clan leader Nangguang arrived one after another, followed by Clan leader Gongsun and Shangguan Feng. Clan leader Gongsun glanced at Shangguan Feng and quickly looked away. 7 members of the Gongsun family, who had reached the foundation building stage, had perished at the hands of the Shangguan and Fu families. This was an irreconcilable feud. However, the Shangguan family was now at its peak, with Shangguan Feng and his daughter both reaching the half-step Purple Palace stage. Meanwhile, the Gongsun family, on the other hand, had been steadily declining. They could only silently bear this grudge, not daring to show even the slightest bit of hostility. After everyone arrived, the 9th-rank families under the control of the 8th-rank families all stood together. Shangguan Feng's spiritual sense swept over Fu Changsheng, and he was stunned for a moment. Changsheng, why are you still at the 8th level of the foundation building stage? This was the information he had received. Fu Changsheng had been in seclusion for 7 years, and he had assumed he was aiming for a breakthrough to the 9th level. Fu Changsheng had spent those 7 years cultivating the great evolution art and refining his puppet clones. He felt a little embarrassed by Shangguan Feng's question. Seeing this, Shangguan Feng couldn't help but offer a few words of advice. I told you before to lay a solid foundation, but I didn't mean to tell you to rest on your laurels. Changsheng, whether you're cultivating the esoteric arts or the myriad arts, remember this, your own cultivation must come first. Shangguan Feng clearly treated Fu Changsheng like his own nephew. Fu Changsheng responded. However, he had already planned his next steps. First, to reach the peak of the foundation establishment stage, then refine the star coffin and practice the 9 heavens star art to the flesh refining stage, laying a solid foundation for opening the 2 dimensions. Then, he would consume the soul-nourishing pill to repair his fragmented consciousness and achieve the state of awakening his soul. Mei Zhen had now reached the rank of a second-rank upper-grade alchemist. Refining the soul-nourishing pill shouldn't be difficult. As the two spoke, clan leader Lin stood nearby. But he, still recovering from his injuries, couldn't get a word in. The Lin family had been sidelined by the Shangguan family. He'd hoped to win a foundation establishment pill at the Wanning Chamber of Commerce auction, but ultimately missed out. If he died here today, the Lin family would be completely finished. Consequently, the Lin clan leader felt a sense of unease, and he had no time to bother with Shangguan Feng and the others. He couldn't understand why the Lin family had reached this point, having walked on thin ice for most of his life. The group chatted for a while. Suddenly, Fu Changsheng's body trembled. He turned to look outside the cave. A powerful pressure was rapidly approaching, far stronger than Shangguan Feng's. It was obvious that this time, it was a Purple Mansion master cultivator. Everyone exchanged glances. Far from a hint of joy, their expressions were filled with deep worry. The fact that a Purple Mansion master cultivator had personally participated in the operation significantly increased the risk. Ahem. The light curtain of the formation surged. Palace Master Su walked in first, standing aside, making room for the middle seat. Fu Changsheng peered out curiously. The visitor was none other than Xiao Xianger, the newly promoted pacification envoy. She wore a lavender dress, its hem fluttering gently in the breeze, like a purple lotus blossoming in the clouds. Her features were exquisitely refined, her skin as white as mutton fat jade. Fu Changsheng glanced at her, then lowered his gaze, joining the others in greeting. Greetings, pacification envoy. Xiao Xianger waved her sleeves. A throne landed in the cave. After taking his seat, he spoke directly. 5 days ago, the Imperial Court's 10,000 Demons Division relayed the results of their research on the Taiji locusts to me. The reason this Taiji locust swarm is so difficult to deal with is because a worm mother is manipulating it. That worm mother is a third-order cultivator, equivalent to the Purple Mansion stage. The Taiji locust's life system is extremely unique. With the death of the worm mother, all other Taiji locusts, whether first-order worm soldiers or second-order worm generals, will instantly perish. Upon hearing this, everyone was horrified. They had assumed the swarm had yet to produce a worm king. Unexpectedly, all this was caused by a third-order worm mother. Xiao Xianger's gaze was firm. I will deal with the worm mother alone. You will set up a magic circle outside to prevent the second-order worm generals from coming to her aid. If I can successfully slay the worm mother, this disaster will be averted. He was only dealing with a second-order worm general. The others breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Palace Master Su stepped forward and patted his storage bag. A flash of light appeared, and a formation diagram suddenly appeared. This is the spiritual insectide control formation, developed by the Imperial Court specifically to combat the Taiji locust tide. I will control the core, and the 4 8th-rank families will lead their subordinate 9th-rank families to guard the 4 directions of the east, south, west, and north. This formation is based on the principles of the 5 elements, forged from Taiyu stone and Qinkang wood. Relevant restrictions are engraved both inside and out. Please familiarize yourself with it. We will set out tomorrow morning. As soon as these words were spoken, Patriarch Nangguang looked troubled. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke again. Palace Master Su, the Shi family has 3 auxiliary warriors, while the Nangguang family only has 1. Could you dispatch one from the Shi family? That way, with 3 warriors guarding all 4 directions. Would that be more secure? Palace Master Su said calmly. Don't worry. The spiritual insectide control formation already has the ability to circulate and regulate spiritual energy. Palace Master Su then designated the 4 8th-rank aristocratic families as designated positions. Fu Changsheng, clan leader Lin, and Shangguan Feng were assigned to the north, the attack zone of the spiritual insectide formation. This division was clearly based on Shangguan Feng's half-step Purple Mansion combat power. The north was inscribed with fire spirit amplification array patterns and spiritual barrier array patterns. The latter confuses and blocks the locust's spiritual senses, making it difficult for them to accurately locate the array's weak points. Clan leader Lin, with his limited combat power, felt somewhat uneasy about being assigned to the attack zone. Seeing this, Shangguan Feng said, Clan leader Lin, you will only need to maintain the energy supply of the fire spirit amplification array patterns and the spiritual barrier array patterns. Clan leader Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone studied and practiced overnight. The next day, at dawn, they boarded the treasure ship of the World Suppression Bureau and flew towards the Shiwan Mountains. They passed by Filong Market. The once lush greenery of Fangshi Market was now barren. After the insect swarm broke out, the Fu, Shangguan, and Shi families, the rulers of Fangshi, evacuated their clans. Filong Fangshi Market was located at the exit of the Shiwen Mountains. The three families were too busy defending their mountain to notice, and naturally abandoned the market. After flying over Filong Fangshi Market, Fu Changsheng took a closer look. He saw that the distant Shiwen Mountains were still lush green, with towering trees everywhere. This Taiji locust swarm hasn't entered the Shiwen Mountains. How could this be? Normally, the Shiwen Mountains possessed a greater supply of resources. In a flash, Fu Changsheng thought of a possibility. Could this insect swarm really be manipulated by the Wanling sect in the west? If so, the pressure they would face during the upcoming beast tidal wave would undoubtedly increase significantly. The treasure ship finally docked at the Wakiu Basin, not far from the entrance to the Shiwen Mountains. The soil in the basin was a strange dark red. Nearly 100 second-tier insect generals swarmed and circled above the basin. The moment the treasure ship stopped, Xiao Xianger darted out of the cabin. Palace Master Su, I'll handle these second-tier insect generals. You lead the noble families to quickly deploy the spiritual insect tide formation. With that, Xiao Xianger hovered in midair. The insect generals previously circling above the basin immediately took action, buzzing and swarming towards her from all directions. Xiao Xianger's face remained calm. She composed a spell, channeling her magical energy along specific meridians to the Laogang acupoints on both hands. It then released in a spiral pattern, instantly condensing countless green wood spiritual blades in the surrounding space. These blades, emerald green, radiated a rich, wood-attributed spiritual energy. Shaped like willow leaves, their edges were incredibly sharp, giving the impression of being able to slice through space. A low moan escaped her lips. Hundreds of green woodwind blades whizzed out with a humming sound, hurtling towards the charging second-level insect generals at breakneck speed. Wherever the wind blades passed, the second-level insect generals were instantly torn apart, falling to the ground like dumplings in a pot. Fu Changsheng's pupils shrank at the sight. Even for ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators, facing a single second-level insect general alone was a challenge. Their spiritual power and attack methods were relatively limited, making it difficult to penetrate the mutated second-level insect general's defensive shell. Furthermore, second-level insect generals had rapid attack speeds and a wide variety of attack methods. Yet, Xiao Xianger, with a single strike, slew nearly 100 of them. The performance was undoubtedly a spiritual technique. Spiritual techniques are generally only mastered by Great Purple Mansion cultivators, and they are hard to come by. Even fewer can inflict widespread damage like Xiao Xianger's. A fiery glint flashed in Fu Changsheng's eyes. He also possessed a spiritual technique, called Mist and Phantom, but he wondered how powerful it would be once mastered. After Xiao Xianger slew the insect generals circling the basin, she immediately dove and swooped down into the ground, disappearing. A triumphant start. Just as Fu Changsheng thought he'd successfully completed his mission today, a rapid, rhythmic buzzing sound reached his ears. It started as a low rumble, like distant thunder. As the swarm of locusts approached, the sound grew increasingly sharp and piercing, like countless needles piercing one's eardrums simultaneously. He looked back, only to see the Taichi locust swarm rolling in like a black cloud, obscuring the sky. The edges of the cloud were blurred, for the locusts were so numerous that individual swarms were impossible to distinguish. All that could be seen was a vast, surging darkness, like a vast, living stain in the sky, creeping towards the earth. Oh no, clearly, this was the insect queen sending a signal. Summon the insect swarm for reinforcements. Fu Changsheng hurriedly accelerated his hand gestures, accompanied by 5 rumbling sounds. As the insect swarm arrived, a loud boom erupted. 5 beams of light, each of different colors, shot up into the sky, transforming into a 5-colored light shield that descended inverted. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, the insect swarm was approaching. Fu Changsheng glanced and discovered that the attack zone to their north was occupied by as many as 100 second-level insect generals. A closer look revealed Taichi runes etched upon their wings. As the runes illuminated, the first-level Taichi locusts buzzed and gathered together, forming a spear. The spear soared through the air, piercing the light shield with overwhelming force. Shangguan Feng's mind moved, and the purple sky sword whirred out. The purple sky sword was approximately 3 feet long, its blade violet, emitting a purple glow. The entire sword seemed to condense the energy of the purple sky. A purple crystal was embedded in the hilt, giving it a mysterious and majestic appearance. As he chanted his incantations, the purple sky sword instantly grew larger. With a clang, the purple sky sword and the spear collided, creating a crackling sound. The purple sky sword, capable of cutting through iron like mud, effortlessly severed the spear. Buzz! The first level Tai Chi locusts scattered. Fu Changsheng immediately activated his magic circle. With a bang, a raging flame cascaded out, instantly engulfing the Tai Chi locusts. Seeing this, the 102nd level insect generals hummed and condensed into a massive Tai Chi locust, emanating an aura remarkably at the quasi-3rd level. A solemn look flashed in Shangguan Feng's eyes. He pointed at the purple sky sword. It spun rapidly, splitting into 2, then 4, then 8, before suddenly transforming into 12 swords, forming a Tai Yi sword formation in midair. As he infused the sword formation with incantations, a shimmering purple light emanated. Streams of sword energy roared out from the formation. The Tai Chi locust swung its claws. A clanging sound echoed. The sword energy was blocked. The Tai Chi locust had already approached the center of the formation. At this moment, a brilliant golden light shone from its compound eyes. Fu Changsheng's heart trembled. Shangguan Feng, with his cultivation at half a step into the purple mansion, was unable to defeat this Tai Chi locust, a quasi-3rd level cultivator. He dared not hold back any longer and immediately activated the 9-turn rising sun buzz. 3 streams of purple energy whistled out of his body, shooting at the Tai Chi locust's compound eyes at an extremely fast speed. Ding, ding, ding. The Tai Chi locust swung its claws, but unexpectedly, this time, its claws were severed at the root. The 3 streams of purple energy continued to move forward, and the Tai Chi locust, seeing this, could only interrupt its spell and close its compound eyes. Buzz! 3 streams of purple light shot towards its compound eyes. The eyelids of the compound eyes glowed with a brilliant golden light, but they were unable to break through the opponent's defense. The quasi-3rd level Tai Chi locust was so difficult to deal with. Fu Changsheng couldn't help but worry whether Xiao Xianger could handle the 3rd level insect mother. Yeah! The frustrated Tai Chi locust let out a sharp cry. The whistling sound transformed into a rolling wave of sound, impacting the formation's light curtain. The curtain trembled violently. Simultaneously, Shangguan Feng pointed at the Tai Yi sword formation. With a humming sound, 12 purple sky swords whistled in, instantly trapping the Tai Chi locusts. Fu Changsheng immediately activated the ancient Source Thunder Sutra. Rumble. 3 evil-repelling divine thunderbolts struck the Tai Chi locusts with lightning speed. A crackling sound echoed. With a bang, the massive Tai Chi locusts dispersed again, transforming into 2nd-tier insect generals. Shangguan Feng snorted coldly and, without a word, immediately activated the Tai Yi sword formation with all his might. Purple auras swirled, and each 2nd-tier insect general was crushed into pulp and fell. The first wave of attacks was narrowly resisted. Buzz! In the distance, the insect swarm that had been swarming north suddenly changed direction, avoiding the north and sprinting westward, where Patriarch Gongsun and the Liang family were responsible. Seeing this, Shangguan Feng and Fu Changsheng immediately meditated and rested. At this moment, the insect swarm, similarly frustrated in the southeast, quickly abandoned the other 2 directions and converged on the west. Buzz buzz buzz! In the middle of the west, 5 quasi-3rd-tier insect generals suddenly formed. Oh no! Shangguan Feng saw this and immediately declared, Changsheng, you hold this position. I'll go provide support, if the west was breached. The spirit control insectide formation would be destroyed, and the plans for the day would be ruined. With that, Shangguan Feng swiftly headed west to reunite. Meanwhile, the 8th-rank aristocratic families, including Elder Shi and clan leader Nangang, also turned west, joining forces to resist the attacks of the 5 quasi-3rd-tier insect generals. Rumble. Spells, magical instruments, and talismans flew in unison. Huge mushroom clouds rose into the sky. Fu Changsheng glanced westward, occasionally glancing back at the situation beneath the basin. He heard a constant rumbling sound from the ground. It was clear that Xiao Xianger and the Worm Mother were now evenly matched. Keep going, I'm afraid. Fu Changsheng, pondering a countermeasure, suddenly felt a jolt. From beneath the basin, a continuous thud echoed, followed by a steady stream of 2nd-level worm generals soaring into the sky. Fu Changsheng was startled as he watched the nearly 100 2nd-level worm generals, which had suddenly reached their peak, begin to surge. They were undoubtedly being attacked from both inside and outside by the horde of worm generals. Perhaps it wasn't them hunting the worm mother today, but rather the worm mothers who had been waiting for them to fall into their trap. At this critical moment, Palace Master Su, with a solemn expression, summoned the 9-python jade bracelet. The 9-python jade bracelet was inlaid with 9 pieces of the finest divine python jade, each engraved with ancient runes. The bracelet glowed with a mysterious purple light. The bracelet's shape evoked the image of 9 divine pythons encircling it, each dragon vivid and lifelike, emanating a powerful spiritual energy. As Palace Master Su incanted his incantations, furious roars echoed from the 9-python jade bracelet. 9 giant pythons then materialized, forming a formation that trapped the second-level insect generals emerging from the ground. However, these second-level insect generals, emerging from the ground, had bloodshot eyes, as if they had been forced to cast some forbidden spell. They fearlessly rammed into the 9-headed python's shield. Many even attempted to self-destruct to break the 9-headed python formation. If that were to happen, the pressure they faced would intensify. Fu Changsheng quickly called out, "Clan leader Lin, hold the formation." Without hesitation, he activated the ancient source Thunder Sutra. Thunder rumbled above the 9-headed python formation, and 3 blasts of evil-repelling divine thunder descended with incredible speed upon the 3 second-level insect generals on the brink of self-destruction. Bang, bang, bang. The second-level insect general struck by the evil-repelling divine thunder instantly turned into a piece of charcoal and fell to the ground. However, his evil-repelling divine thunder was limited, while these second-level insect generals seemed endless. I caught a cold and switched to Chinese doctor. I slept well last night, and my headache is less severe. I'm feeling better now. I got up and wrote a chapter. Sorry for the day-long hiatus. Chapter 234, The First Merit, Spiritual Crystal Essence, and Unexpected Gains. At a critical moment, Palace Master Su spat a mouthful of blood onto the 9-python jade bracelet. The 9 giant pythons conjured by the jade bracelet converged, trembling slightly before transforming into a single dragon. The dragon roared, releasing a burst of dragon breath, engulfing nearly 100 second-tier insect generals. Simultaneously, Palace Master Su cast a series of spells upon the spirit control insectide formation. With a humming sound, a white mist illuminated, enveloping the entire inner battlefield. The compound eyes of the second-tier insect generals, once on the verge of a frenzy, suddenly returned from red to normal. Apparently, the mist had severed the insect mother's control over them. Bang, bang, bang. However, from underground, an endless stream of insect generals continued to charge forward, crashing into the magic formation formed by the 9-headed python, crackling and forming dense cracks. Palace Master Su's face paled. Fu Changsheng glanced back at the battlefield to the west. However, the overwhelming, endless swarm of Tai Chi locusts had completely encircled the western front, completely blocking all passage. The formation was bound to break sooner or later. But underground, Xiao Xianger and the insect mother's battle seemed unstoppable. Clan leader Lin was already considering escaping. If he stayed, he'd likely die here today. But the Lin family couldn't do without him. If all the Foundation establishment cultivators in the clan were slain, the title of 9th-rank aristocratic family would be revoked. Clan leader Lin's eyes flickered. But Xiao Xianger's prestige as a Purple Mansion master made him hesitate for a moment. Fu Changsheng, observing all this, decided to take a risk. If the insect swarm broke the formation, none of them would survive. So, he quickly cast an Earth Escape Talisman on himself and, simultaneously, swallowed a wild beast pill refined by Liu Mizhen. As the wild beast pill was refined, a thin layer of light instantly condensed on his body. As he fell underground, he encountered several waves of second-level insect generals, but they ignored him. This wild beast pill is truly miraculous. Fu Changsheng sped up. Underground, in the Taiji locust tide's underground lair, he saw countless insect eggs hanging upside down around the wormhole. The eggs glowed a faint green light, and second-level insect generals continuously hatched from them, dashing to the surface. Xiao Xianger wore a pale purple spiritual robe, the spiritual energy of her Purple Mansion cultivation flowing faintly through her body like a thin veil. The third-level insect mother was enormous, tens of feet tall. Its body was covered in a hard shell that shimmered with a dark green light and exuded a sickening aura. The insect mother's compound eyes flashed with a fierce light. Its massive mouth parts opened, spewing a stream of dark green slime that shot towards Xiao Xianger like a sharp arrow. Xiao Xianger's eyes froze, and she tapped her feet lightly, retreating like lightning. She formed hand seals quickly, muttering something to herself. A pale blue spiritual shield formed before her. The slime struck the shield, corroding it with a sizzling sound. As Xiao Xianger retreated, she thrust her hands forward, launching a cone of icy energy, formed from concentrated spiritual energy, towards the Worm Mother. The cones grew larger as they flew, transforming into dozens of massive icicles in a flash. Seeing this, the Worm Mother let out a sharp hiss, and a black whirlwind surged around her body. The whirlwind roared towards the icicles, colliding with them in a deafening roar. The icicles were shattered by the whirlwind, scattering into countless shards, but the whirlwind also dissipated considerably. Hiss, the Worm Mother hadn't expected Xiao Xianger to be so skilled. A fierce gleam in her eyes grew. Her tentacles flashed with lightning, and a thick bolt of lightning struck Xiao Xianger. Xiao Xianger frowned. Circles of golden runes suddenly appeared around her body. The rune shimmered, attracting the lightning. It then dispersed along the rune's path, disappearing into the surrounding space. During the battle, Xiao Xianger glanced at the continuously hatching second-level insect generals charging toward the ground. A sudden thought struck her, and she guessed the insect mother was attempting to release the Tai Chi locusts outside the spirit control insectide formation. Once surrounded by the insect swarm, coupled with the command of the third-level insect mother, even she, with her purple mansion cultivation, would find it difficult to escape. We must fight quickly, Xiao Xianger flashed, appearing above the insect mother's head. A sword radiating purple light appeared in her hand, and she thrust it toward the insect mother's head. With a ding, the insect mother sensed the threat overhead, and a pair of massive sickle-like claws suddenly emerged from its head, clawing at the sword. Xiao Xianger's spell shifted. The sword dodged the insect claws, slicing a graceful arc through the air, slashing towards the insect mother's compound eyes. The Worm Mother's eyes quickly closed. The sword slashed across her eyelids, sending sparks flying. The Worm Mother's eyelids, shrouded in golden light, were surprisingly indestructible. Xiao Xianger narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing that a quick victory was impossible. She rapidly shifted her hand seals, and spiritual energy began to converge frantically. The air around her seemed to be drained of her spiritual energy, forming a vast vortex of spiritual power. Within the vortex, a massive spiritual rune appeared, shimmering with a rainbow of light. Xiao Xianger shouted, demon-breaking spiritual seal. She thrust her hands fiercely toward the Worm Mother. Space distorted slightly wherever the rune passed. Hiss, the Worm Mother sensed a tremendous threat, and her body began to tremble violently. The eggs hanging upside down around the wormhole shrank rapidly. Then, streams of strange energy gushed into her body, causing the Worm Mother's body to grow even larger, the light on her carapace growing even brighter, and her aura instantly ascending to the late third stage. She opened her mouth. Boom! Suddenly, a massive dark green energy ball roared out, hurtling towards the demon-breaking spiritual seal. The energy ball collided with a demon-breaking spiritual seal, unleashing a devastating wave of energy. The entire underground nest shook violently, sending hanging insect eggs tumbling down, some even shattered by the energy surge. After the energy surge, Xiao Xianger's spiritual shield shattered. A trace of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, but her gaze remained resolute. The Worm Mother had also sustained significant damage, with several large cracks appearing on her carapace, from which dark green blood flowed. Her strength had noticeably weakened, and her once ferocious compound eyes had dimmed. The Worm Mother, seemingly realizing that continuing the fight was pointless, slowly retreated, emitting a deep roar, as if warning Xiao Xianger not to pursue. The continuously hatching second-level insects swarmed around her, and a strange whistling sound emanated from her mouth, piercing the ground. Xiao Xianger immediately sensed the intensifying battle on the ground. However, her mana was insufficient to deal with this late-stage third-level insect queen. Though reluctant, she felt compelled to retreat, preferring it to the fate of everyone dying. At that moment, Xiao Xianger's spiritual sense shifted, and she saw Fu Changsheng's figure flash out. Xiao Xianger frowned at his sudden appearance. Even a purple mansion cultivator like her couldn't handle such a dangerous place. His presence here was undoubtedly a death wish. She was about to rebuke him when Fu Changsheng's voice reached her ears. Hesitation flickered in Xiao Xianger's eyes, but she nodded slightly. She watched Fu Changsheng approach the insect queen, only to see the second-level insect generals around him seem completely oblivious to his presence, barely registering a single glimpse of his presence. A glimmer of hope flickered in Xiao Xianzhe's eyes. The moment Fu Changsheng entered the insect swarm, perhaps due to the wild beast pill, he felt as if he had become one with his surroundings. He carefully restrained his aura, concealing all murderous intent. He approached the insect mother step by step, taking each step with extreme caution. His heartbeat pounded violently in his chest, threatening to burst through. He knew that if the insect mother discovered him, he would be dead in the face of a late-stage third-tier warrior. The insect mother was resting in her nest, surrounded by countless Tai Chi locusts, vigilantly guarding her, alerted by any movement. As Fu Changsheng drew closer, he could already see her hard shell in her eyes, gleaming with a fierce light. He silently calculated the distance in time. From the moment he descended from the ground, the effective time of the wild beast pill was rapidly ticking. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, but his gaze remained resolute. Whoosh, just a few steps away from the insect mother, the effective time of the wild beast pill was running out. Fu Changsheng no longer hesitated. The purple divine light within his body instantly erupted, transforming into an arrow that shot towards the worm mother like a meteor. Its speed and power were so intense that the surrounding air whistled sharply. The worm mother was resting, unaware of the sudden attack. By the time it prepared to defend itself, it was too late. Buzz! The arrow pierced through the worm mother's softest abdomen and sank into its body. Fu Changsheng fiercely executed a hand gesture. Explode, rumble. A powerful burst of purple divine light erupted instantly. The worm mother didn't even have time to scream before it was slain. Its massive body collapsed with a crashing thud, sending up a cloud of dust. The surrounding worm generals let out strange cries. Then, with a thud, they disintegrated into wisps of strange energy that dissipated between heaven and earth. Whoosh! Fu Changsheng finally breathed deeply. If anything had happened just now, his life would have been lost. Fortunately, the intelligence provided about the worm mother's weak spots was accurate. Otherwise, it would have been. He didn't dare act rashly. Xiao Xianzhe wiped the blood from her lips, then glanced at Fu Changsheng with a complicated expression. Patriarch Fu, you've successfully resolved the Taiji locust plague. Upon returning to the Shenxi division, I'll report this to the imperial court. Have you decided on a reward? This locust swarm was coming with such force. Fu Changsheng, the primary contributor, would undoubtedly receive a commendation from the imperial court, as a token of encouragement for the other noble families to take action when the next beast nest erupts. And there was such a good thing. Fu Changsheng blurted out without hesitation, can I exchange it for the method to break through the purple mansion? No, Xiao Xianzhe shook her head without hesitation. She realized she was being too blunt. She added, the secrets of the purple mansion are only accessible to 8th-rank noble families and above, as expected. Fu Changsheng could only settle for the next best thing. Then could we, the Fu family, be promoted to the 8th rank as an exception? Currently, our Fu family's spiritual veins, cultivation of the 100 arts, and number of foundation-building practitioners have all met the requirements. Furthermore, we have a 9th rank family within our fiefdom, and our imperial merit points have already reached 12,000. Seeing Fu Changsheng's excessive appetite, Xiao Xianzhe shook her head and said, I will do my best to request the maximum amount of imperial merit points from the court. With that, Xiao Xianzhe waved her sleeves and placed the magnum corpse of the insect mother into her storage bag. At the same time, her spiritual sense scanned the insect mother's nest. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, without lingering, she turned and left, leaving only a single sentence, I'll give you half a cup of tea. With that, she vanished. Fu Changsheng was taken aback. Generally, demonic beasts inhabit areas with companion spiritual creatures, yet Xiao Xianzhe hadn't even stayed to search before leaving. Clearly, she intended to keep the spoils for herself. Fu Changsheng coughed lightly. Although Xiao Xianzhe appeared cold and aloof, after several encounters, she proved to be a man of her word. According to the intelligence, this insect mother's nest contains spirit crystal marrow and blood-restoring grass. The spirit crystal marrow was formed from countless years of concentrated and compressed spiritual energy. Its shape was as translucent as crystal, yet a blue liquid seemed to flow slowly within it. Its value was inestimable. For him, one spirit crystal marrow could directly allow him to break through from the 8th to the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage. Deep within the Taiji locust's nest, a soft blue light emanated from a crevice in a massive rock. Fu Changsheng approached and saw that it was the spirit crystal marrow mentioned in the intelligence. He formed hand seals with his right hand. Streams of mana transformed into spiritual blades, completely slicing the rock and storing it in his storage bag. As he stood to leave, Fu Changsheng's spiritual sense swept through the space and he suddenly exclaimed. A faintly fluorescent stone caught his attention. He reached forward and knocked on it, discovering that it was hollow. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up with joy. He immediately swung his thunder sword through the air. With a loud bang, rock shattered, revealing a cavern. The cave resembled a vast and mysterious underground palace, its entrance shrouded in a thin mist, a natural barrier that prevented any outside interference. Upon entering, the first thing that caught his eye was a spacious hall, its dome soaring overhead, formed by countless massive stalagmites and stalactites interwoven into one. Like a natural stone dome, it exuded a rugged and primitive beauty. The ground was uneven, strewn with large and small rocks and shallow pits, with occasional tributaries of underground rivers winding through. The light within the cavern was faint, but refracted by the water vapor within, creating multicolored halos that cast a shadow on the surrounding rocks and stalagmites. The cavern echoed with the sound of dripping water, the sound of water dripping from the stalagmites onto the ground or into puddles. The sound was crisp and rhythmic, like the heartbeat of the cave. At the center of the cave, a small pool came into view. Within it lay only 10 drops of spiritual milk, yet a rich spiritual energy emanated from it. A closer look revealed the milk's depth and purity. Within the spiritual liquid, faint golden lines seemed to linger, flowing like silken threads within the milk, as if they were its lifeblood. Fu Changsheng could sense a faint glow emanating from them. This light wasn't constant, but rather, like breathing, rhythmically flickering, sometimes bright, sometimes dim. Each flicker seemed to release a mysterious power. Fu Changsheng remembered something. He quickly slapped his storage bag. A flash of light appeared, and an ancient jade slip appeared in his hand. He opened it. Inside, a passage described the 10 drops of spiritual milk exactly as he had seen them. 1,000-year-old spiritual milk, Fu Changsheng exclaimed in astonishment. A single drop of millennium spiritual milk could restore the mana of a purple mansion cultivator. At his late foundation establishment stage, even a third of the diluted amount was enough to refill his depleted mansion. This millennium spiritual milk was incredibly hard to come by. For cultivators, it undoubtedly played a decisive role in crucial moments of a duel. Fu Changsheng suppressed his excitement and quickly retrieved a pure white jade bottle from his storage bag. He placed 10 drops of the milk into the bottle, enshrined a series of prohibitions, and then carefully placed the bottle back into his storage bag. This adventure was undoubtedly a fruitful one for him. Glancing at the cave, Fu Changsheng leaped out and slapped his storage bag, sending formation flags descending. He then covered the cave entrance with a formation. He gathered the blood-restoring grass and flew underground. He had been delayed for so long. If he didn't show up again, Xiao Xianger would probably become suspicious. Above ground, the Tai Chi locusts suddenly vanished. The cultivators from the aristocratic families, who had been struggling to hold on, were stunned for a moment, then their eyes flashed with ecstasy. Palace Master Su smiled weakly and said, "The pacification envoy must have successfully slain the third-order insect queen. Everyone, rest here for now." As he spoke, Shangguan Feng returned from the west to the northern center of the formation. He was surprised to find Fu Changsheng absent. His heart skipped a beat. Clan leader Lin saw this and hurriedly explained, "Just now, a swarm of insects erupted in the inner formation, and clan leader Fu charged in alone." Shangguan Feng immediately looked towards the inner formation. There was no sign of Fu Changsheng. Palace Master Su sighed softly. Just now, when the inner formation was in danger, clan leader Fu bravely stepped forward and slew a wave of second-order insects that were about to self-destruct. After that, he even fought deep into the fog. The implication was that Fu Changsheng had died heroically, with not even a body left behind, clearly buried in the insect general's belly. Shangguan Feng shuddered. How could this be? His mind raced through the memories of his acquaintance with Fu Changsheng. This outcome was simply unacceptable. Clan leader Gongsun, however, felt a surge of satisfaction. Apparently, even the heavens had taken Fu Changsheng's life. He muttered, "Big brother, second brother, and seventh brother, you can rest in peace in your graves." Clan leader He, a close friend of the Fu family, flashed a look of grief, but soon returned to suspicion. According to his key reading technique, Fu Changsheng didn't look like someone who would die young. Could it be? Clan leader He had a daring thought. His gaze fell upon the ground. Chapter 235, Luck Blessing, Clone Foundation Building, Yinan Tribe. From underground, a streak of purple light shot up into the sky. Seeing it was Xiao Xianger, not Fu Changsheng, clan leader, he began to doubt his own assumptions. Meanwhile, Shangguan Feng, still unable to accept Fu Changsheng's death, quickly stepped forward, bowing and asking, "Sir, may I ask if you have seen the head of the Fu family?" Clan leader Gongsun snorted coldly. Now, he couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. "Shangguan Feng, that kid Fu Changsheng has long since met his end. Aren't you cursing the clan leader? If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." Shangguan Feng's eyes darkened. Clan leader Gongsun had never seen Shangguan Feng so heartbroken. He was in high spirits, his arms folded, watching Shangguan Feng with a look of mirth. However, the next moment, Xiao Xianger spoke like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone. "The successful resolution of this Tai Chi locust infestation is all thanks to clan leader Fu." It was clan leader Fu who, at the crucial moment, slew the third order insect queen. In other words, Fu Changsheng was still alive. Shangguan Feng's gloomy face suddenly broke into a smile. After a moment of shock, "Clan leader," he muttered, "I was right. Clan leader Gongsun, alone, couldn't accept this outcome." He swallowed hard and said, "Envoy, are you kidding us? Fu Changsheng is only at the 8th level of foundation establishment. How could he have overcome so many obstacles and slain a worm mother with the same level of purple mansion cultivation?" Everyone was deeply curious. They stared intently at Xiao Xianger. Xiao Xianger glanced at clan leader Gongsun calmly. Though she didn't say anything, the purple mansion's pressure erupted from her, landing on clan leader Gongsun's shoulders. Clan leader Gongsun felt his legs weaken, stumbled, and nearly fell to his knees. "Sir, please calm down. I was just asking casually, not questioning you. Please forgive me." He waited until the pressure dissipated. The panic on clan leader Gongsun's face finally faded. The power of the purple mansion was so terrifying that he truly couldn't fathom it. Just how had Fu Changsheng slain the third-rank insect queen? This Taiji locust infestation had left every family with varying degrees of loss, but the Fu family alone, not only maintaining its strength, but even achieving great merit. Clan leader Gongsun's eyes burned with jealousy. A moment later, from the underground, a beam of green light shot up into the sky. It was Fu Changsheng himself. Shangguan Feng hurried forward, carefully checking that Fu Changsheng was unharmed, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Clan leader he, disregarding clan leader Gongsun's pride, enthusiastically stepped forward and said, "Brother Fu successfully slew the third-rank worm mother and saved our yangang cultivators from dire straits. He will always remember this." Indeed, clan leader Fu has disregarded his own safety, venturing into the tiger's den to slay the third-rank worm mother. Such courage truly inspires cooperation. Clan leader Kui also stepped forward and bowed. "On behalf of the people of our fiefdom, I thank clan leader Fu for his righteousness today. The worm swarm will not dissipate until the worm mother is eliminated." Of those present, only clan leader Gongsun was jealous of Fu Changsheng's great achievement. The others stepped forward to express their gratitude with heartfelt gratitude. They asked themselves, if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to venture into the tiger's den alone and slay the third-rank worm mother. The rest of them congratulated him. Only Shangguan Feng whispered, "Changsheng, you acted too recklessly today. No matter what means you possess, that's a third-rank insect queen, equivalent to a master cultivator in the Purple Mansion. If anything unexpected happens, you'll be dead without a burial place. Never gamble with your life again. Only when you're alive can there be hope." Fu Changsheng felt a warm feeling in his heart and nodded in agreement. After everyone cleaned up the battlefield, Xiao Xianger spoke, "The insect tide is only the first phase of the beast tide. Upon returning to your fiefdoms, seize the time to repair the mountain protection formations and deploy defenses. Based on past experience, the next beast tide should be within 6 months." With that, Xiao Xianger and Palace Master Su turned and left. The joy they had initially felt over the resolution of the Taiji locust tide vanished, and everyone frowned. The first phase of the beast tide had been so difficult, they couldn't imagine what the next full-blown outbreak would hold. At this point, everyone lost interest in idle chatter. They all bowed. Each returned to their own fiefdom. When Fu Changsheng returned to the Patriarch's residence, he saw Mizhan writing something in the study. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a strategy for resisting the beast tide. A faint medicinal fragrance emanated from Mizhan. As he approached her, Fu Changsheng's excitement over the slaying of a third-order insect mother suddenly calmed. Reaching out to put down her pen, he gratefully said, "Ms. Han, do you know that the wild beast pale you refined performed a significant deed?" "Oh," Ms. Han smiled and sat down. She listened quietly as Fu Changsheng recounted his journey into the Taiji locust nest and slew the third-order insect mother. Finally, she praised him, saying, "Only your husband has the courage. Even with the wild beast pill, others wouldn't dare." Hearing his wife's praise, Fu Changsheng's face lit up with pride, and he slapped his storage bag. A flash of rosy light shone. A bottle containing 10 drops of Millennium Spiritual Milk appeared in his hand. "Ms. Han, this is the Millennium Spiritual Milk I accidentally discovered in the insect mother's lair. 10 drops in total, half for you and half for me. If it weren't for Ms. Han's wild beast pill, he wouldn't have been able to obtain this Millennium Spiritual Milk." For the first time, Liu Ms. Han's expression changed, a look of surprise on her face. "Husband, a drop of Millennium Spiritual Milk is hard to come by. You should keep such a precious item for your own use." Fu Changsheng shook his head and was about to split the Millennium Spiritual Milk in two. Seeing this, Liu Ms. Han hurriedly said, "Husband, just give me 1 drop. At my current level of cultivation, 1 drop, after diluting, is enough for 6 uses. The beast tide is approaching, and there are those in the clan who need this more than I do." He understood the meaning behind this. Fu Changsheng nodded and said, "Ms. Han, you are right. This Millennium Spiritual Milk arrives at the perfect time. I will give 2 drops to each of the main formation members guarding the various fiefdoms. After all, maintaining the mountain protection formation requires a vast supply of mana. So, 10 drops of Millennium Spiritual Milk." Only 3 drops remained in Fu Changsheng's hands. As he finished speaking, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind, "Ling, you have gifted the precious Millennium Spiritual Milk to your clan members, earning 660 contribution points." Immediately, the contribution points on the family dashboard suddenly soared to 3,000. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up with joy. This Millennium Spiritual Milk was even more precious than he had expected, yet the system had actually granted nearly 700 contribution points. Fu Changsheng also handed the blood-restoring grass from the beast's nest to Liu Ms. Han. Blood-restoring grass is the main ingredient in refining the blood-restoring pill. The blood-restoring pill is a late-stage second-level elixir. For cultivators with severely damaged meridians, taking this pill immediately has a high chance of healing the ruptured meridians. It was a highly sought-after commodity during the beast tide. After leaving the study, Fu Changsheng immediately called Yu Qingru over. "Qingru, now that your Yu family has met the requirements for advancement to 9th rank aristocratic family, it's time to visit the suppression division." Yu Qingru hesitated. He said, "Changsheng, this is the time of the beast tide. Even if the imperial court grants us fiefdoms, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold them with our current strength." Therefore, Yu Qingru wanted to wait until the beast tide passed. Fu Changsheng shook his head. "According to the intelligence I've gathered from the World Suppression Division, since the imperial court signed a peace agreement with the Eastern Wilderness tribe, the newly promoted 9th rank aristocratic families have been promoted in rank, but their fiefdoms haven't been secured. However, once they are ennobled by the imperial court and receive the 9th rank aristocratic family seal, your Yu family will receive the imperial court's blessing and be more secure against the upcoming beast tide." Of course, Fu Changsheng also had his own selfish motives. The emergence of the 9th rank aristocratic family within his fiefdom would also boost the Fu family's fortune. Furthermore, the system would reward the family with contribution points. It was truly the best of all worlds. Yu Qingru heard this. He nodded and said, "Then everything is up to you, Changsheng. When shall we set out?" "Today is the best day. While Palace Master Su is still at the suppression department, okay, to reach Wanning Market as quickly as possible." Fu Changsheng made a special trip to Pingshan County to retrieve the green python. With the green python leading the way, they journeyed day and night, and after several days, they finally arrived at Wanning Market. Fu Changsheng stood outside the city gate. The once bustling market was now enveloped in an oppressive atmosphere. The masonry of the city walls still bore traces of the insect swarms that attacked, deep scratches in some places, the marks left by the giant insect general's claws. At the market entrance, teams of cultivators solemnly inspected those entering. Their eyes were sharp, their magical weapons radiating a faint aura, and they spared no trace of suspicion. The air around them seemed frozen, with only the occasional hum of the magical weapons as they inspected. In the past, Fu Changsheng only needed to present a 9th grade token to enter and exit the market, skipping the lines. But now, this privilege was gone, and he still had to queue. Entering the market, he saw monks from the suppression division patrolling the area. They wore uniforms and had stern expressions. They constantly checked every shop and residence, ensuring there were no dangerous items or suspicious individuals. In the central square of the market, the suppression division had set up a temporary command center. A huge screen displayed the situation in every corner of the market, and the monks nervously analyzed various data, ready to respond to any possible crisis. They also deployed multiple early warning arrays throughout the market, which would immediately sound the alarm if any abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations occurred. Under these measures by the suppression division, the entire yangang market was like a tightly locked cage. Although seemingly safe, it was filled with tension and anxiety, as if a greater storm was about to sweep in. Fu Changsheng couldn't help but feel nervous too. It was already night when the two arrived at the market. The suppression division's men had already finished their shift. Fu Changsheng and Yu Qingru rested temporarily in the backyard of their shop. Fu Yongsheng, who managed the Wandan Pavilion, quickly exited the backyard after seeing off a group of customers. He spoke with a look of pride. "Master, the cultivators in the market are now saying that it was thanks to our patriarch, Bo Yunshan, who disregarded his own safety to drive away the insect swarm. As a result, business at the Wandan Pavilion has skyrocketed. Our elixir reserves have been nearly sold out in the past few days, and many cultivators have placed large orders with us. After this wave of work, we should be able to earn at least 10,000 to 20,000 spirit stones. More importantly," he asked, "since then, our Wandan Pavilion's reputation has been firmly established, and all this is thanks to you, Master." This was a pleasant surprise. Fu Changsheng inquired about the market's defenses during the previous insect swarm. Fu Yongsheng reflected for a moment and said, "The insect swarm seems to have attacked only once, but it was quickly dispersed by the experts of the Shenxi division and the monks in the market town. After that, the insect swarm has not returned, therefore, there were no signs of fighting in the market town." This was understandable. Fu Changsheng instructed Fu Yongsheng to activate the Wandan Pavilion's protective formation at full speed for the time being. The next morning, he took Yu Qingru to the Shenxi division. They waited in the reception room for a long time. Palace Master Su hurried over. His eyes fell on Yu Qingru, and he immediately understood her purpose. He said in a few words, "The Shenxi division has verified the conditions for your Yu family to be promoted to 9th rank family, and the imperial court has also issued the imperial seal. Clan leader Yu, please follow me." All that was left was the enthronement ceremony. Fu Changsheng sat in the reception room and waited for a while. In his mind, a familiar mechanical voice echoed, "Ling, a 9th rank aristocratic family has appeared in your fiefdom, earning 2,000 family contribution points." On the control panel, the family contribution points suddenly soared to 4,000. Immediately afterwards, the color of the luck on the 9th rank aristocratic family jade seal in his danshin had already changed from red to orange, with only 1/5 remaining. Originally limited to 15 individuals, the luck's blessing had suddenly increased to 8. Those previously blessed with luck included Mizhun, Fangir, Rongir, Yaoyao, Fu Yonggai, Fu Yongru, Molan, Runzi, his third brother Fu Changli, his fourth sister Fu Changli, as well as Master Yu, Shi Shutuang, Yulian, his eldest brother Fu Changren, and Gan Shenglan. Fu Changsheng decided to grant the remaining 8 spots to Fu Yongsheng, Fu Yongdan, and Fu Yongfu. These 3 had, without merit, worked hard for the clan over the years and were also the most talented in business, alchemy, and talisman making. This left 5 spots. Besides Fu Gear and Kaiang Gear, there were also Anan and Ningning, leaving only 1 spot. In a flash, he thought of the clone he had refined. After sorting it out, Fu Changsheng's consciousness once again penetrated the family jade seal. He chanted a spell, and a mantra rang out. Buzz! The first ray of luck bestowed upon the clone. The thin white thread on the clone trembled slightly, and then a faint red hue appeared. In the secret room of the Patriarch's mansion in Yunshan County, Fu Changsheng's clone, Fu Changli, was secluded in his foundation building retreat. Before him lay a warm, spiritually charged foundation building pill. He took a deep breath and swallowed it. The pill transformed into a blazing warmth that penetrated his body, igniting his thunder-attributed spiritual roots. Fu Changli activated his technique, directing his true ki to converge at his danshan. The energy surged through his meridians like a wild horse, causing his danshan to swell and ache. The power of the foundation building pill exploded, accelerating the flow of true ki toward his danshan. The lightning attributed spiritual root shone with a blinding blue light. The force of thunder snaked through his yanki like an electric snake, compressing it and transforming it into liquid state. Sweat broke out on Fu Changli's forehead, his body trembling slightly as his thunder energy surged violently. At the crucial moment of transformation, his yanki became disordered. Fu Changli's face paled as he gritted his teeth. At that moment, his body trembled, and he sensed something landing on him. The aristocratic family's luck poured in, like a giant hand combing through his yanki. He quickly seized the opportunity to accelerate his cultivation technique. With a ticking sound, the Zenki transformed into a drop of spiritual liquid and fell. After several days, the Zenki in his danshan had completely transformed into blue liquid, resembling a deep ocean. Fu Changli's eyes suddenly opened. Foundation establishment success. A powerful aura emanated, stirring the spiritual energy in the secret chamber into a violent vortex. At the moment of Fu Changli's breakthrough, a familiar mechanical sound echoed in Fu Changsheng's mind. Ling, your clone has successfully broken through to the foundation stage. You have added another foundation building warrior to the family, and you have earned 100 family contribution points. Then, the family contribution points on the panel instantly changed to 4,100. Fu Changsheng was delighted. Currently, with his cultivation level, if his clone was within 10 miles of her, he could sense its specific situation. However, beyond this distance, the clone's situation was beyond his control. I need to think carefully about how to deal with this clone. In a sense, this clone had an independent personality. If he wasn't careful, it could easily backfire. Therefore, until he found a way to completely control the clone, he didn't intend to let it appear in public. After waiting in the reception room for about half a cup of tea, a guard quickly stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Clan leader Fu, the pacification envoy invites you to the backyard." Fu Changsheng's heart moved. Could it be that the imperial court had issued a reward? That was quite fast. Arriving in the backyard, the guard retreated. The archway, shrouded in spiritual light, trembled slightly, revealing a breach in the formation. In the courtyard, Xiao Xianger sat alone beneath a redbud tree. "Come in," a soft voice called out. Fu Changsheng stepped forward, not daring to overstep his bounds. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Governor of the Pacification." Xiao Xianger gestured to a nearby tenshi chair for Fu Changsheng to sit on. She spoke succinctly, "The imperial court's reward has already arrived. However, the higher-ups are very pleased with your performance this time. Furthermore, your breakthrough to the 8th level of foundation establishment at such a young age is a testament to their high regard for you. Therefore, they've given you an additional option." "Sir, what do you mean?" "According to your request, the court can grant you a lump sum of 3,000 merit points." 3,000 merit points was already a considerable sum. Fu Changsheng was satisfied, but he couldn't help but ask, "Sir, what's the other option?" "The other option is to wait until the beast tide ends and then accompany me to the eastern wasteland to attack the Yangang tribe." Fu Changsheng looked puzzled. He had heard that the Taiji locusts were released from the Wanling sect, one of the 10 great sects in the far west, but why did the imperial court target the Yangang tribe? Furthermore, traveling thousands of miles to the eastern wasteland battlefield, how could it be considered a reward? Seeing Fu Changsheng's puzzled expression, Xiao Xianger paused before reminding him, "The Yangang tribe has several supreme elders with purple mansion cultivation." Chapter 236 Breakthrough, Important Information, Rare Treasures. Fu Changsheng understood Xiao Xianger's intention immediately. Since the Yangang tribe had produced several purple mansion cultivators, they must have a method for achieving this. However, with his current 8th level foundation establishment cultivation, intervening in such a major battle would be far too dangerous. Seeing his hesitation, Xiao Xianger added, "An attack on the Yangang tribe requires at least an 8th rank family or higher. As for the purple mansion cultivators of the Yangang tribe you're worried about, they'll naturally be dealt with." Having said that, Fu Changsheng felt no reason to hesitate. He nodded and said, "Sir, then I choose to join the expedition against the Yangang tribe?" "Yes." Xiao Xianger's face lit up with satisfaction. She raised her hand, picked up the teacup, and drank from it, as a gesture of farewell. "If your lord has no further instructions, I will take my leave." Fu Changsheng left the backyard, turned around, and glanced at her. He murmured, "This woman is truly..." From beginning to end, she hadn't shown the slightest desire to know anything about her child. It is not known whether he is devoted to the Tao or has a heart of stone. He returned to the reception room and waited for a while. There was the sound of footsteps outside the door. He looked closely. It was Yu Qingru, who had been promoted to the head of a 9th-rank family, who was slowly walking towards him. She was wearing a crimson brocade dress embroidered with a phoenix. Her hair was tied into a phoenix bun and adorned with a golden hairpin, like a phoenix goddess descending to the world. Even her temperament had changed. Her original youthfulness and restraint disappeared, and majesty emerged spontaneously. Her eyes were deep and sharp, as if she could see through people's hearts, making people feel awe. What remained unchanged was her attitude towards Fu Changsheng. After the two of them left the suppression division and returned to the backyard of the Wandan Pavilion, Yu Qingru finally spoke. "Changsheng, you're right. Although the imperial court has granted us the 9th rank title, we haven't been granted any fiefdom. However, they have also offered us compensation. From now on, we won't have to pay any taxes for 3 years after accepting the fiefdom, until the beast tide is over. I'm afraid our Yu family will have to remain in Uiao City." After the insect swarm broke out, the Yu family relocated to Uiao City. With a beast tide imminent, one more person meant more strength, and Fu Changsheng was naturally happy to accept. After the two of them returned to their fiefdom in Pingshan County, because the various aristocratic families were busy preparing for the upcoming beast tide, the Yu family's promotion to the 9th rank was not celebrated. Upon returning to the Patriarch's residence, Fu Changsheng announced his retreat. Entering the secret chamber, Fu Changlui was still consolidating his realm. Standing outside the stone chamber, Fu Changsheng pondered for a moment, then placed the previously acquired talisman array information at the door. Currently, he did not possess any thunder-attributed cultivation techniques. After Fu Changlui's breakthrough, he could study some talisman formations. If he possessed a talent for this, having him by his side would undoubtedly be much more convenient, whether entering or traveling through secret realms. Until he found a way to control his clones, he would never let him out of his sight. He turned and entered the adjacent secret room. With a flick of his sleeve, formation flags descended, and a spell was infused into them. With a humming sound, the flags illuminated with a stream of spiritual light, transforming into a shield that enveloped the secret room. According to Xiao Xianger, the second wave of beasts was estimated to erupt within 6 months. Cultivating the mist and phantom spiritual art in such a short time frame was impossible. However, utilizing the spirit crystal essence and activating the training room, in over a year should be enough time for him to break through to the 9th level of foundation establishment. His mind was made up. Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on the control panel. He immediately thought, "Open the training room, eh Buzz?" The panel vibrated, and a flood of yellow light surged. Then, in a flash, he appeared in the quiet room. A familiar scent, a familiar cushion. Fu Changsheng walked over to the cushion and sat down. He expelled a breath of foul air from his body. The Zhen fluid within his body began to circulate along the 2 bridges of heaven and earth described in the King Di Changsheng Ju. Starting from his danshan, it flowed down along the foot Chaoyin Kidney meridian in his legs to the Yongquan acupoint on the soles of his feet. Then, it returned from the soles of his feet along the foot Taiyang bladder meridian on the outside of his legs back to his danshan. This cycle was intended to stimulate his spiritual foundation and prepare his danshan to absorb external energy. After completing this basic cycle, the incantation changed. As if summoned, the surrounding spiritual energy slowly converged towards him. The red and green spiritual energy resembled 2 ethereal ribbons. The red fire-attributed spiritual energy flowed in from the Beihu acupoint on the top of his head, descending along the Du meridian. The green wood-attributed spiritual energy entered from the Tansong acupoint on his chest, descending along the Ren meridian. These 2 streams of spiritual energy met at his danshan, entwining like 2 nimble snakes. When the Zhen fluid within his body had accumulated to a sufficient level, Fu Changsheng had a thought, "Let's see if I can break through to the 9th level of foundation establishment on my own. If that doesn't work, he could just refine the spirit crystal essence." He took a deep breath, guided the flow of the true fluid according to the path of the technique, and rushed towards the barrier that prevented him from reaching the 9th level. However, every time he felt he was about to break through, he always fell just a hair's breadth short. It was like climbing a towering mountain, almost reaching the summit, but always being blocked by an invisible force, unable to take that final step. His meridians ached from repeated attempts to break through, and his spirit was exhausted by the repeated failures. It seems I still need to rely on external forces, Fu Changsheng sighed softly. His aptitude was not outstanding, just an ordinary 3 spiritual roots. Breaking through to the 9th level of foundation establishment on his own would undoubtedly be impossible. Fortunately, he had been prepared. With a flick of his wrist, the mysterious spirit crystal essence landed in his palm. Huh? He exhaled lightly. He began carefully controlling the energy of the spirit crystal essence, breaking it down bit by bit. Then merging it with the red and green spiritual energy converging within his danshan. This process was like weaving a fine web, requiring immense concentration and spiritual control. As the fusion progressed, a dripping sound could be heard within his danshan. Drops of true liquid condensed and flowed out. Initially, it was a trickle, but later, like rain hitting banana leaves, it formed a continuous line. Finally, after a full year, he felt that the true liquid within his danshan had reached a critical mass. Once again urging the true liquid to flow along the heaven and earth bridges, the once insurmountable barrier now leaped over with ease. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. 9th level of foundation establishment. He gazed into his danshan and saw that the true liquid, after the breakthrough, had begun to undergo a miraculous transformation. The previously scattered drops of true liquid began to converge, the red and green light blending, becoming even brighter. Not only had the quantity of true liquid increased significantly, but its quality had also undergone a qualitative leap. Like small trickles of water, they converged into a small lake, emanating a powerful vitality and energy from his danshan. As the true fluid transformed, a powerful force erupted from his danshan, rapidly spreading through his meridians and throughout his body. Is this the strength of the 9th level of foundation establishment? Fu Changsheng's heart pounded with joy. After this breakthrough, his spiritual awareness had undergone a tremendous transformation. Before, his consciousness could only vaguely perceive movements within a radius of dozens of feet, but now, he could clearly perceive even the slightest movement within 100 feet. Whether it was a tiny mosquito flying by or a leaf falling, he could keenly sense it. This gave him more time to react to danger and gave him a greater advantage in seeking cultivation resources. Fu Changsheng didn't rush out of seclusion. He spent another 6 months consolidating his cultivation. It's time to come out of seclusion, he thought. In the next moment, he exited the training room and emerged into the secret chamber. Glancing at the hourglass beside him, he saw that 6 months had passed in the outside world. The contribution value on the dashboard had also changed to 3,500. 6 months had passed. No one knew what had happened. Fu Changsheng thought, exchange information, buzz. The panel vibrated. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. Chu Kizi, the chief elder of the Yangang tribe, was from the Wanling sect. The outbreak of the Wainan Taiji locust tide was caused by him. The court intelligence department investigated and reported it to the court. The court kept it secret for the sake of the overall situation, intending to settle the score after the beast tide. 2. The underground secret room of the Yangang tribe contains the secret of the breakthrough of the Purple Mansion of all generations. This secret room is known only to the successive Yangang chiefs. An entry and exit requires the chief's token. 3. There is a secret realm hidden in your Yunshan County fiefdom. 4. 10 days later, a group of red-tailed wolves will appear to the west of Pingshan County. 5. 4 months later, the beast tide will erupt completely, and all the fiefdoms of the aristocratic families will face an unprecedented blow. 6. Your first grandson will be born in 1 month. 7. Guangsun Wen plotted to kill the independent cultivator Wu Lishan and obtained a fragment of a map from his storage bag. The fragment indicated that a drop of life source water was hidden in Wangxiang Mountain. Guangsun Wen did not want to share the life source water with his tribe, so he had already arrived at Wangxiang Mountain alone. 8. A total of 10 pieces of information were exchanged. Fu Changsheng scanned them one by one, paying special attention to the first and second pieces. He had not previously understood why the imperial court was targeting the Yangang tribe, but after reading the information provided by the system, he finally understood. However, the secret room mentioned in the information, which contained the secrets of the Yangang tribe's Purple Mansion, required the chief's token to enter and exit. If he remembered correctly, the Yangang chieftain was a Purple Mansion cultivator. This is going to be difficult. Even if he broke through to the 9th level of foundation building, he would have no chance of winning against a Purple Mansion cultivator. He would be lucky to escape from the enemy. Fu Changsheng murmured, We can only take a long-term view on this matter. The most important thing now was to deal with the beast tide. However, when his eyes fell on the seventh piece of information about Gongsun Wen, his eyes narrowed slightly. Huangxiang Mountain lay within his Yunshan commandery fiefdom. Gongsun Wen, that little thief, had the audacity to come here alone. He'd been tricked by this brat once back at Xiao's family mountain, and now that he finally had his chance, how could he let him get away with it? Besides, he was determined to obtain Huangxiang Mountain's source of life water. With this drop of life water, the fourth-level azure lotus in the Huangshi medicine garden would ripen instantly. A spell was cast into the stone chamber, activating the formation. Emerging from the stone chamber, Fu Changsheng glanced at the adjacent stone chamber and discovered that the jade slip he'd placed there was gone. Apparently, his clone, Fu Chengli, had taken it. The formation surrounding the other party's secret chamber door was closed. At such a short distance, he could clearly sense the other party's presence within the secret chamber. Emerging from the Patriarch's residence, Fu Changsheng cast an invisibility spell without notifying any of his clansmen, dashing towards Huangxiang Mountain at top speed. Meanwhile, Gongsun Wen cast an invisibility spell, arriving silently at Huangxiang Mountain. The mountain towered majestically, shrouded in mist and clouds, like a mysterious veil, concealing countless unknown secrets. Who could have imagined that Huangxiang Mountain held a drop of the source of life? Gongsun Wen's eyes lit up with delight, and he secretly rejoiced. Stealing the Fu family's resources right under their noses was a way of making amends for the deaths of the elders. He took a deep breath. With a flick of his wrist, a fragment of an ancient map appeared in his palm. The markings on the fragment were blurred, requiring careful deciphering and identification of each clue. He followed a winding mountain path, pausing periodically to carefully observe the surrounding terrain and compare the scene before him with the patterns on the fragmented map. The mountain was crammed with strange rocks, some of which were strangely shaped, as if they were the fossils of some ancient beast, inspiring awe. Gongsun Wen stopped before a seemingly ordinary cliff. His eyes fixed on a pattern on the mountain wall, a pattern strikingly similar to a key mark on the fragmented map. He squatted down, gently touching the wall with his hand, feeling the warmth and texture of the stone. His eyes lit up. Found it. Gongsun Wen waved his sleeve, and several formation flags descended. He carefully set up a 3 talents maze formation around the perimeter. As the formation's light curtain rose, he patted his spirit beast bag with concern. Instantly, a gray earthen pig landed within the formation. Gongsun Wen tossed the pig a few pieces of premium monster meat and gave it some instructions. He formed hand seals and muttered something. A stream of spiritual energy emanated from his palms, pouring into the mountain wall. Instantly, the wall trembled slightly, then slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black cave entrance. A damp, ancient air blew in, and faint roars echoed from within, as if warning intruders. Gongsun Wen was not surprised, but delighted. A monster beast guards the cave, this suggests. It truly contained the source of life water, and possibly also some accompanying spiritual herbs. Gripping the sword tightly in his hand, Gongsun Wen cautiously entered the cave. The cave was dark and damp, with a faint phosphorescent glow glimmering on the walls, barely enough to illuminate the surroundings. His footsteps were light, and he observed his surroundings vigilantly with every step. Suddenly, a fishy wind blew in. He looked closely and saw a massive universal beast charging out. This universal beast was enormous, nearly 2 men tall, and exuded the powerful aura of an early stage 2 cultivator. Its body seemed composed of countless rocks and trees, its eyes flashing with a fierce light. It roared at Gongsun Wen, the sound waves echoing through the cave, making Gongsun Wen's ears buzz. Gongsun Wen's heart tightened, but he quickly composed himself. His strength was still superior to that of the universal beast, and he knew he had to defeat it to obtain the source of life water. He quickly adjusted his stance, channeling his spiritual energy. His feet moved nimbly, seeking to find a weakness in the myriad beast. Roar! The myriad beast launched the first attack. Its massive claws lashed out at Gongsun Wen. Gongsun Wen dodged nimbly to the side, simultaneously wielding his sword, a stream of spiritual energy slashing at the myriad beast's legs. The myriad beast's massive body couldn't avoid the blow, and it roared in pain. But this didn't make it retreat. Instead, it only intensified its rage. Roar! It opened its maw and unleashed a powerful wave of sonic energy. Gongsun Wen quickly raised his spiritual shield. The sonic energy collided with it, creating a distant thud. Gongsun Wen felt a tingling sensation in his arm. A crackling sound echoed, The shield also cracked. Guangsun Wen knew he couldn't remain passive. His body moved like lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air, his sword dancing in a dazzling display of sword flowers. These sword flowers, imbued with powerful spiritual energy, pierced the Vientiane beast's vital points. The Vientiane beast repeatedly lashed out with its claws to resist, but due to the narrow stone cave and its massive size, it was impossible to reach. Several sword strikes pierced its body, and green blood flowed from the wounds. As one side gained strength, the other side waned. Guangsun Wen gradually gained the upper hand. The Vientiane beast was now furious, its eyes bloodshot, its abdomen rolling, clearly intending to activate its demonic core to fight. However, Guangsun Wen would not let it go. He leaped high, roared, and channeled all his spiritual energy into his sword, then slashed down at the Vientiane beast's head. Sparks flew. The Vientiane beast turned sideways, but Guangsun Wen was more agile than him, and the sword still struck the beast's neck with a clang. With a surge of magical power, the Vientiane beast's head was severed, and its massive body collapsed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Guangsun Wen panted heavily, wiped the blood that had splattered on his face, and smirked. A foolish little beast dares to challenge me? He's simply courting death. After storing his sword in his storage bag, Guangsun Wen gazed at the corpse of the myriad beast with a fiery gaze. This myriad beast, also known as the multi-treasure beast, was truly a treasure trove, but it also required careful handling. The slightest mistake would waste these precious materials. With a flick of his right hand, a dagger gleamed with a cold light. He had commissioned a master craftsman to forge this dagger from meteorite, its edge exceedingly sharp. He carefully cut along the veins of the skull, pouring his spiritual energy into each cut to ensure the integrity of the skull remained intact. The hard skull gradually separated under the dagger's dagger. Guangsun Wen gently lifted it and placed it in a specially crafted jade box, engraved with sealing runes to preserve the skull's spiritual energy. Guangsun Wen couldn't suppress the smile that spread across his lips. With the skull of the all-seeing beast, he could finally replace his first-level purple vine armor. Furthermore, the all-seeing beast's eyes could be used to craft peep-type magical instruments, capable of seeing through fog and deciphering illusions. Its thick, shimmering fur could be crafted into talisman pens, and even its claws were rare treasures. The inner elixir was of paramount importance. After disposing of the corpse, 3 young all-seeing beast cubs escaped from the cave. Upon seeing their mother dead, they babbled like infants, mourning. Quack, Guangsun Wen waved his sleeves. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 all-seeing beasts were instantly thrown back, slamming into the stone wall and collapsing, their bodies limp. Their lives or deaths were unknown. Guangsun Wen hurried deeper into the cave. His goal today wasn't these all-seeing beasts. He had reached the end. However, he saw that in the deepest part of the nest, there was a forbidden formation emitting a faint blue light. In the formation, a drop of life source water was quietly suspended. The life source water was like a star falling into the mortal world. Every wave contained endless vitality, as if it could make dead trees come back to life and bones grow flesh. It was a rare spiritual object in this world. It really is the life source water. Guangsun Wen could no longer suppress the smile on his lips. But when he got closer, he saw that in the forbidden formation, there was only a male Huangxian beast lying in the corner, with a weak breath of life, and it was obvious that he was not going to live long. And that drop of extremely precious life source water was slowly injecting its vitality into the body of the Huangxian beast, maintaining its lingering life. Seeing this, Guangsun Wen couldn't help but curse. What a waste of resources. Such precious source of life water is actually used to prolong the life of a dying creature. His voice echoed in the nest, full of anger and disdain. In his eyes, this Huangxian beast was not worthy of enjoying such a treasure at all. Only he could maximize the value of this source of life water. After that, Guangsun Wen drew his sword without hesitation, and the sword shone coldly. He strode towards the male Huangxian beast, and every step was filled with a strong murderous aura. The male Huangxian beast was already weak to the extreme, and the fire of life was about to go out. But if you look closely, you can see a trace of determination in his half-closed eyes. At the moment when Guangsun Wen's sword was about to stab the Huangxian beast, a sudden change occurred. The Huangxian beast, which was already on the verge of death, suddenly glowed all over, and its demon pill began to run wildly in its body. The originally dim demon pill was now like a burning sun, releasing endless energy. Roar. The Huangxian beast let out an earth-shaking roar, and the roar was full of grief and determination. Obviously, It knew that it could not escape death today, but there was still a belief in its heart that supported it, and that was to avenge the dead female beast. Oh no, Gongsun Wen never expected that the dying Wangxian beast would do such a thing. He wanted to retreat in horror, but it was too late. The huge energy generated by the Wangxian beast's self-detonation of the demon pail instantly swallowed Gongsun Wen. The powerful impact force was like a surging tide, which slammed him out fiercely. Gongsun Wen's body was like a kite with a broken string, slamming heavily against the wall of the nest, blood spurting out of his mouth, and his meridians were broken by the shock. Damn it, Gongsun Wen looked inward at his danshin. He found that he could not circulate the magic power in his body at this time. But the self-detonation of the Wangxian beast just now is likely to attract nearby monks. If so, then he would really be empty-handed, with a 3 talents maze formation. I should not be afraid, I should not be afraid. Gongsun Wen felt a little regretful at this moment. If he had known this would happen, he would have brought an extra clan member with him. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237, Making Wedding Dresses for Others, Gongsun Clan in Danger, 4th Transformation. Green Lotus matures. Fortunately, the life source is still there, beneath the rolling stone. The remaining sealing force still protected that drop of life source. Gongsun Wen raised his head and gulped down a gourd of restoration spirit wine. After a slight surge of mana had settled within him, he waved his sleeve, and a faint spiritual energy sent falling rocks 10 feet away careening away. The life source was revealed before his eyes. At that moment, Gongsun Wen's mind stirred. He heard the warning cry of a pig. Damn it, someone had intruded into Wangxiang Mountain. But he no longer had the strength to fight. Furthermore, anyone capable of breaking the 3 talents maze formation would have to be at least at the foundation establishment stage. At that moment, a wave of energy emanated from the mountain. The life source was within reach. Gongsun Wen gritted his teeth, flipped his right hand, and immediately activated the only small teleportation talisman in his hand. With a humming sound, a brilliant aura enveloped him. The next moment, his figure vanished. Then, Fu Changsheng appeared in a flash. Watching the lingering spiritual energy in the air, a flicker of surprise crossed Fu Changsheng's eyes. It's actually a small teleportation talisman. Despite rushing all the way, he was still a step too late. Fu Changsheng sighed, a pity. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed a bright light. The source of life water is still there. He immediately formed a hand seal, breaking the barrier and carefully collecting the source of life water into the jade bottle. Just as he was about to leave, a creaking sound echoed from the corner. He turned back to see 2 universal beast cubs lying on top of another, already lifeless universal beast, weeping mournfully. How pitiful, these universal beast cubs were only recently born. If they remained in the underground cave, they wouldn't survive long. Fu Changsheng summoned a cloud around the purple immortal tower, and a hazy white light illuminated the first floor of the tower, landing on the 2 universal beast cubs. With a humming sound, the cubs were taken into the tower. He buried the cubs' remains on the spot. Fu Changsheng didn't linger for a moment, flying directly away from Wangxiang Mountain. After circling the area for a few times and finding no trace of Gongsun Wen, he returned to his fiefdom in Pingshan County. At the same moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed through his consciousness. Ling, you have added a male and a female Wangxian beast cub to your clan, earning 20 contribution points. Immediately, the family contribution value on the dashboard changed to 3,520. Gongsun Wen, wounded, fled back to his fiefdom. The scene before him made him pale. He saw the usually peaceful and tranquil clan mountain now surrounded by a swarm of spirit fire foxes. Monster beasts are attacking the city. How could a beast tide occur just as he was leaving the clan? This was supposed to be a golden opportunity for him to distinguish himself and establish his prestige among his clan members. Damn it, this trip to Wangxiang Mountain had been a complete failure. Not only had he been seriously injured, but he had also lost a small teleportation talisman. He glanced at the swarm of spirit fire foxes. He felt like retreating. Moving forward now would undoubtedly be suicidal. He dodged and detoured, heading for the back hills, where no monsters were surrounding them. Meanwhile, the key refiners of the Gongsun family Clashing with the spirit fire foxes outside the formation, saw from afar the second-level thunderhorn rhinoceros charging towards them. Smoke and dust billowed. There must have been no fewer than 30 of them. Someone shouted, "Retreat, quickly!" The group immediately retreated towards the formation, fighting. How could the renowned cunning spirit fire foxes allow them to do as they wished? Their eyes gleamed with cunning, and they uttered inhuman incantations. A faint blue flame instantly filled the surroundings. This flame was no ordinary flame, but one imbued with a mind-bending power. The key refiners of the Gongsun family were drawn into it, and visions immediately began to appear before their eyes. Clan leader Gongsun stood atop the main peak of the clan mountain, gazing at the scene before him with a frown. He turned to the third elder, Gongsun Ming, and said, "Third brother, let a few key refining stage clan members skilled in wind magic to perform the clear wind-breaking barrier technique to dispel this fox fire barrier." "Yes, clan leader." Elder Gongsun Ming accepted the order and departed. Meanwhile, the second-tier demonic beast, the Thunderhorn Rhino, had reached the foot of the mountain at breakneck speed. They were enormous, standing a full 3 feet tall, covered in tough gray scales, and atop their heads sprouted a single horn radiating lightning. Just as the foxfire barrier was about to be dispelled, the Thunderhorn Rhino launched an attack. With all 4 hooves, they charged like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for the mountain protection formation. As they ran, a brilliant beam of lightning burst forth from their horn. With a resounding boom, the lightning beam landed on the mountain protection formation. A single lightning beam might not have much power. But if dozens of beams were fired simultaneously, one after another, in an endless stream, even the Gongsun clan's mountain protecting formation would be unable to withstand it. The entire formation shook violently, its light flickering. Second Emperor Sunrun hurriedly said, "Patriarch, we must deploy our formation to repel the enemy, otherwise, the formation would be breached sooner or later." There were over 30 second-tier Thunderhorn Rhinos outside. Clan leader Gongsun calmly said, "Second, fourth, sixth, you follow me out. The rest of you will guard the center of the formation and reinforce the mountain protecting formation. We must not let it break through." The 4 of them flashed and emerged from the west. Clan leader Gongsun Run quickly transmitted a message, "Second, lead 6 to circumvent the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros from the side to attract its attention. Fourth and I will attack it head-on." "Yes, Patriarch." Second Emperor Sunrun and 6th Emperor Sun Tang nodded. As they approached the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros from the side, its massive, oppressive form loomed before them. As they approached, the sharp-eyed Thunderhorn Rhinoceroses immediately detected their presence and unexpectedly turned their direction. Over 30 second-tier Thunderhorn Rhinoceroses roared in anger and charged towards them. Gongsun Run's pupils shrank. With a thought, he immediately summoned his life-defining magical weapon, the Purple Flame Spirit Banner. He cast a spell upon it, and runes surged in the banner. With a bang, a ball of purple flame coalesced into 4 shields, protecting him. Rumble. The Thunderhorn Rhinoceros Thunderhorn slammed into the shields, creating a deafening sound. Ripples spread across the purple flame shields before they shattered with a crackling sound. Gongsun Run quickly formed hand seals and channeled a flood of mana into the Purple Flame Spirit Banner. The banner rapidly spun around him. Purple flame energy surged from the banner, forming 9 layers of purple flame shields. Each shield had its own unique rune pattern, and the shields resonated with each other. He narrowly managed to temporarily block the combined attack of the Thunderhorn Rhinoceroses. "Second brother, let me lend you a hand." Gongsun Tang, following behind, saw this. His confidence soared. He quickly swung out his green-vined spiritual rope. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The green-vined spiritual rope extended toward the group of Thunderhorn Rhinos, successfully entangling the limbs of several. The entangled rhinos didn't struggle, but instead, following the force of the green-vined spiritual rope, rapidly approached Gongsun Tang. Gongsun Tang had only been in Foundation establishment for less than 2 years. The Thunderhorn Rhino's maneuvering left him somewhat bewildered. By the time he realized what was happening, the Thunderhorn Rhinos were already within reach. Oh no! Hastily, Gongsun Tang retreated repeatedly, simultaneously channeling his spiritual power into the green-vined spiritual rope. The spiritual patterns on the rope shimmered with dazzling light. The rope pierced the ground, and countless sharp green vines instantly emerged from the ground, forming a massive piercing array. The moment the spell was completed, a sound of breaking air could be heard from behind him. The next moment, the Thunderhorn Rhino's horn pierced his dantian directly. During their battle, a thunderhorn rhino silently circled behind him. Sixth brother, on the other side, Gongsun Run saw this, but it was too late to offer support. Guangsun Tang had perished in battle, leaving Gongsun Run struggling to hold on during this critical moment. The Gongsun clan leader and his men had already reached the thunderhorn rhino's rear. Evil beast, the Gongsun clan leader took in the situation. If he didn't use his trump card today, he feared even more members of the clan would die tragically. Without hesitation, he summoned the Gongsun clan's spiritual weapon, the mountain-suppressing seal. The moment the mountain-suppressing seal was unleashed, the entire battlefield seemed to freeze. This mountain-suppressing seal was found by a Gongsun clan ancestor in an ancient ruin. Refined by generations of clan leaders and elders, it possessed a powerful and mysterious power. The fourth elder's eyes darkened. If the Patriarch had activated the mountain-suppressing seal from the beginning, sixth brother wouldn't have met his tragic death. Fourth elder, why are you still standing there? Quickly, join me in activating the mountain-suppressing seal. Yes, Patriarch. The fourth elder stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Gongsun clan. They both simultaneously formed complex, ancient hand seals and chanted the ancient, obscure incantation, passed down through generations, the key to unleashing the mountain-suppressing seal's maximum power. Not enough, the mountain-suppressing seal was a remnant of a fourth-tier magical weapon, downgraded to a third-tier spiritual artifact. Even with their combined mana, the two of them couldn't fully activate it. A flicker of determination flashed in the Gongsun clan leader's eyes. He opened his mouth. With a puff, he forced out a mouthful of essence and blood, which transformed into a blood mist and merged precisely into the mountain-suppressing seal. Buzz! As the essence and blood merged, the mountain-suppressing seal felt as if a dormant soul had been awakened. The runes on the seal's surface suddenly shone brightly, their originally dim blue glow becoming blazing and dazzling, as if ablaze. The spiritual energy fluctuations surrounding the seal also grew incredibly intense, forming visible ripples that spread outward. The mountain-suppressing seal began to rotate slowly, initially slowly. But as the vitality and spiritual energy contained in its blood essence were continuously absorbed, its speed grew faster and faster. Roar! The thunderhorn rhinos, sensing the overwhelming threat emanating from the mountain-suppressing seal, immediately turned. They roared in anger, and the strongest of them concentrated all their lightning power into their horns. The horns flashed with blinding lightning, and thick bolts of lightning shot towards the mountain-suppressing seal like angry dragons. The lightning cleaved the air with a deafening roar, threatening to knock the mountain-suppressing seal from the sky. However, when the lightning struck the mountain-suppressing seal, the runes on its surface, like a hungry glutton encountering a delicious meal, rapidly absorbed the lightning's power. Each rune resembled a tiny vortex of spiritual energy, greedily devouring the force of the lightning. The blue spiritual shield surrounding the mountain-suppressing seal grew thicker. The lightning struck the shield, only sparking a dazzling display of electric sparks like fireworks, but inflicting no damage to the seal. Clan leader Gongsun's face was already pale, the loss of his essence and blood making it difficult for his spiritual energy to circulate. Patriarch, let me do it, the fourth elder struck his chest with a palm strike. 2 mouthfuls of essence and blood transformed into blood mist, spraying onto the mountain-suppressing seal. Buzz! After absorbing sufficient spiritual energy and the force of the lightning, the mountain-suppressing seal finally began its counterattack. The mountain-suppressing seal suddenly stopped spinning, turning face down. A devastating wave of spiritual energy surged from its body. Immediately afterwards, a massive blue beam of light shot out from the seal, like a divine sword sundering the heavens and earth. Wherever it passed, space seemed to rend asunder, emitting a terrifying explosion. The beam, imbued with the essence and blood of clan leader Gongsun and the fourth elder, as well as the lightning power absorbed by the mountain-suppressing seal, reached a terrifying level of power. Boom! The beam hurtled straight towards the thunderhorn rhinos. They tried to dodge, but the beam's speed was too great, leaving them no time to react. Upon impact, a deafening explosion erupted. Boom! At the center of the blast, the thunderhorn rhinos were instantly pulverized by the immense force, their flesh and blood scattering everywhere. Not even their tough scales or thick horns could withstand the force. Those further away were also shattered, their bodies torn apart like leaves swept by a gust of wind, flung far and wide, slamming heavily to the ground. Their internal organs were damaged, blood gushing from their mouths. They struggled but could no longer stand. The mountain-suppressing seal's attack was not over yet. After the first beam, Several smaller blue beams emanated from the seal. Like nimble snakes, these beams darted precisely at the injured but not yet dead thunderhorn rhinos. Each beam blasted a massive bloody hole into their flesh, and blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the ground crimson. Their cries of agony echoed throughout the battlefield. Under the powerful attack of the mountain-suppressing seal, the thunderhorn rhinos' morale completely collapsed. Previously ferocious and violent, their eyes were now filled with only fear. The remaining thunderhorn rhinos turned and fled in all directions, their steps frantic and hurried, their only desire to escape this terrifying place. Seeing the thunderhorn rhinos' defeat, clan leader Gongsun and the sixth elder slowly withdrew their spiritual energy, and the mountain-suppressing seal ceased its attack, slowly returning to their hands. The battlefield was cleaned up. The Gongsun clan leader gazed at Gongsun Tang's corpse, laid before the mourning hall, a look of grief on his face. Turning to look at the others, he coldly asked, "Can anyone tell me where Gongsun Wen is? He was usually so active, causing chaos within the clan, yet now, with the clan in turmoil, not a single soul was to be seen." The remaining Foundation establishment elders, who had been with Gongsun Wen, remained silent, their hearts blaming him. Had he been there when the beast tide attacked, Gongsun Tang's tragic death wouldn't have been possible. A moment later, a clan member hurried back to report that Gongsun Wen had been found unconscious in the back mountains. The Gongsun clan leader frowned. What the hell is this kid up to? When they arrived at the back mountain, they discovered Gongsun Wen's meridians were shattered, rendering him unable to fight for at least 10 years. They also found the hair of the myriad beast on his body. The Gongsun clan leader's face was grimacing. The beast tide was imminent. Gongsun Wen had the leisure to go hunting at this time, and was even severely injured. This was sheer folly. With one dead and one injured, the family was already in the process of building its foundation. It would undoubtedly make dealing with the coming beast tide even more difficult. Throw Gongsun Wen to the cliff of repentance. No one is allowed to release him without my order. What a waste. Gongsun Wen, seemingly unconscious, seemed to twitch his eyelids. Elsewhere, after returning to his fiefdom in Yunqian County from Wangxiang Mountain, Fu Changsheng went straight to the secret room of the Patriarch's mansion. After activating a magic circle, he tapped his storage bag, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. The bottle opened, and a rich vitality washed over him. This drop of life source water had clearly been used, but it should be sufficient to ripen a rank 4 azure lotus. Fu Changsheng pointed to the Huangshi medicine garden. There, he saw a rank 4 azure lotus growing next to the spirit eye tree. Its stem resembled jasper, warm and tough, with faint rune-like patterns on it, emitting a faint spiritual light. The 3 mature leaves resembled jade fans, broad, thick, and incredibly smooth, with wavy edges and veins like silver threads weaving through them. They emanated a soft green light, exuding a tranquil and distant atmosphere. The 4th leaf was already mostly grown. Its tip still slightly immature and its color paler. With a tick-tick sound, he dripped the source of life water into the roots of the azure lotus. A miracle occurred. A dazzling green light surged from the roots, rushing along the stem toward the 4th leaf. Simultaneously, the surrounding spiritual energy, as if drawn by a tremendous force, madly converged on the 4th stage azure lotus. Instantly, the spiritual energy in the medicine garden formed a vast vortex, at the center of which lay the 4th stage azure lotus, radiating endless brilliance. The 4th leaf grew at a visible rate. The once immature tip quickly became full and tough, its color shifting from light green to deep emerald, blending seamlessly with the other 3 leaves. At this moment, the 4th stage azure lotus had fully matured. A massive green beam of light shot up from the azure lotus, surrounded by countless twinkling spiritual lights, like stars dancing in the green Milky Way. Fu Changsheng marveled at the sight. As expected of a 3rd-tier spiritual object, even at maturity, it still possesses such a spectacle. He immediately cast a spell, plucking the 4th transformation azure lotus. With this 4th transformation azure lotus, once he reached the purple mansion, he would be able to upgrade his life-defining magical instrument, the 3rd transformation treasure lotus lantern, into life-defining spiritual instrument. After sealing the 4th transformation azure lotus in a white, wood-grained box, a rapid buzzing sound suddenly emanated from Fu Changsheng's waist. A spell was then inscribed into the communication jade talisman, and it was Shangguan Feng's voice that rang out, "Changsheng, not long ago, the Gongsun family's territory was nearly overrun by a beast tide. The beast tide had begun." Fu Changsheng's mind flashed back to the information provided by the previous intelligence, In 10 days, the Pingshan County fiefdom would also be attacked by the red-tailed wolves. He was about to leave the secret room. Instead, the World Suppression Department issued a decree: during the beast tide outbreak, slaying a second-tier demon beast will earn you 50 imperial merit points. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up with joy. Their Fu family had already accumulated 12,000 imperial merit points, reaching that mark. Based on this calculation, they only needed to slay 160 second-tier demon beasts. With a dozen or so members of their family currently in the Foundation establishment stage, that meant a dozen points per person. Using the mountain protection formation, this shouldn't be difficult. Besides, in 10 days, he would ensure that the red-tailed wolves would never return, completely annihilating them. Those points would be walking imperial merit points. Emerging from the secret room, Fu Changsheng instructed Mei Zhen to secure the Yanshan County fiefdom, then took Yu Qingru with him to Pingshan County. Yanshan County had the demon control city, and since Mei Zhen had already emerged from seclusion, Fu Changsheng transferred Yu Yangfei and Rongye back to the Anyang County clan territory to accompany Grandmaster Yu, Fu Changli, and Fu Yonggai in guarding Luifang Mountain. Besides Fu Molan, who had been there at the beginning, the remaining garrisons in Pingshan County included Fu Changli and Liu Runzi. Fu Molan had assumed Fu Changsheng had come to retrieve his spirit pets, but upon arriving at the mountain gate, he summoned Runzi and Fu Changli, as if to discuss something important. Fu Molan couldn't help but tense. After everyone was seated, Fu Changsheng spoke directly. I recently received news that the Gongsun family's mountain was nearly breached by demonic beasts, and the second phase of the beast tide has begun. With these words, Fu Molan immediately recalled the Taiji Locust's previous attack on Pingshan County. If the head of the family hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. She hesitated. Fu Molan continued, Patriarch, if the beast tide erupts in full force, our 3 Fu clan strongholds are overly spread out. We're afraid. The Gongsun clan boasts 10 foundation establishment cultivators, and even their mountain protection formation was nearly breached. Their Fu clan's foundation is no match for an 8th-grade aristocratic family. Fu Changli, standing nearby, said with concern, Patriarch, I think Sister Molan is right. Hundreds of acres of spiritual farmland in Pingshan County have already been ravaged by the Taiji locusts. It's futile for us to defend this empty mountain. It would be better to retreat directly to our clan territory in Yanshan County and Anyang County. That way, we can ensure these 2 crucial strongholds are not lost. Currently, Pingshan County only has this one spiritual vein remaining. Fu Changsheng nodded and said, your proposal is a good one, but evacuating the mortals in Pingshan County will take some time. I've already received news that the red-tailed wolves from the Shiwen Mountains are already emerging in Masai. Judging by their direction, they're heading towards Huainan Prefecture. No matter what, we must devise a countermeasure. Everyone's eyes instantly fell on Fu Changli. Fu Changli, a seasoned beastmaster and practitioner of the myriad spirits taming heart sutra, was the most qualified person to weigh in on how to deal with the red-tailed wolf. She pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. The red-tailed wolf's bloodline magic is somewhat similar to that of the spirit firefox. A first-level red-tailed wolf can activate the bloodline sorcery, the Red Mist Misty Barrier. This spell can disorient key cultivators without spiritual consciousness, and can even affect their sanity and lead to infighting. As soon as these words were spoken, Fu Molan nodded and said, when I led the conquest hall into the mountains, several disciples accidentally fell into the encirclement of first-level red-tailed wolves. The situation was just as Changli described, so, even the first-level red-tailed wolf was no match for the key cultivators. Fu Changsheng frowned. Fourth sister, how strong are those second-stage red-tailed wolves? First of all, second-stage red-tailed wolves are already as intelligent as us humans. Furthermore, when they break through to the second stage, they often awaken a second-stage bloodline magic, the Red Shadow Clone. Chapter 238, The Beast Tide Begins, The Power of Ancient Laws, A Great Victory. A second-level red-tailed wolf can harness the power of its bloodline to create multiple identical clones. These clones not only share the same appearance but also possess considerable offensive power. In battle, the Red Shadow clones can distract the enemy, making it difficult for them to distinguish their true form. The higher the level of cultivation, the more clones the red-tailed wolf can conjure. After a pause, Fu Changli thought of something and, with a flick of his right hand, a map of the distribution of the Huainan aristocratic families appeared in mid-air. Among them, Pingshan County was surrounded by the fiefdoms of other aristocratic families. If it were placed on a battlefield, it would be a military fortress. Fu Changli's face changed. Master, given the intelligence of these red-tailed wolves, I'm afraid their destination is very likely our Pingshan County. Fu Changsheng glanced at Fu Changli in surprise. He had never expected this girl to actually have a correct analysis. Fu Changli felt his palms sweat. Master, if it weren't for your timely intelligence, we would have been caught off guard, and the day the red-tailed wolves attacked the mountain would have been the day we broke through. Fu Molin and the others nodded in agreement. The five of them discussed for a while, deciding on a countermeasure. 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Fu Changsheng sat at the center of the formation, calculating the time. According to the system's intelligence, today was the day the red-tailed wolves would attack the mountain. Since the red-tailed wolves didn't appear during the day, they likely chose to attack at night when the wind was high and dark. How cunning! Fu Changsheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Meanwhile, a pack of red-tailed wolves quietly advanced towards the gate of Pingshan County. At the front of the group stood 26 second-level red-tailed wolves, like the commanders of this red-tailed wolf legion, their eyes gleaming with cunning and wisdom. Each second-tier red-tailed wolf was more robust than an ordinary red-tailed wolf. Their red fur shone faintly in the dim starlight, and their tails burned brightly like flames. 6 miles from the mountain gate, the entire group suddenly stopped. They arched their bodies slightly, letting out low roars as their spiritual energy surged forth. Instantly, wisps of crimson mist emanated from their bodies, spreading rapidly in all directions like nimble little snakes. Soon, the mist thickened, converging into a vast, crimson mist barrier. Under the cover of this crimson mist, the entire red-tailed wolf pack began to move silently. The crimson mist drifted with the wolves' movements, like a crimson ocean controlled by a demon, constantly rolling and surging. The wolves appeared and disappeared in the crimson mist, their figures completely obscured by the eerie fog. They seemed like ghosts from a dark world, silently and step by step, drawing nearer and closer to the gate of Pingshan County under the cover of darkness and the crimson fog. Here they come. Yu Kingru pointed at the phosphorescent mirror in front of her at the center of the formation. The mirror trembled slightly, and then a dense mass of red dots appeared. Days ago, they had set up the spirit-locking demon-trapping formation at the foot of the mountain. As each red-tailed wolf entered the formation, Fu Changsheng's mouth curled up involuntarily. However, a closer look revealed that there were still 26 red dots, obviously larger in size, standing at a distance outside the formation, with no intention of entering. Yu Kingru frowned. Changsheng, should we activate the formation? No, let's follow our second plan. If I'm not mistaken, the other 26 that didn't enter the spirit-locked demon-trapping formation are most likely second-tier red-tailed wolves. There were 26 second-tier red-tailed wolves, and those left at the mountain gate, not counting spirit pets and the like, only had 4 Foundation establishment cultivators. The enemy's strength was vastly outnumbered. Let alone annihilating this whole pack of red-tailed wolves, if they weren't careful, they would become prey. Hundreds of first-tier red-tailed wolves circled the mountain gate, finally settling on the west side, the weakest point in the entire mountain protection formation. Something strange happened. A human voice suddenly rang out from among the red-tailed wolves. Brother, I just finished a mission and am back late. Please open the formation and let me in. The voice was audible, but the person was not. Fu Yonki, guarding the mountain gate, was unaware of Fu Changsheng and his companions' plans for foundation building. Upon hearing this, he said, "Thank you for your hard work, brother. However, please step forward. According to the rules, you must first pass the demon-avoiding mirror test before you can enter." That's as I should. After a while, a man in a white shirt approached the illuminated mountain gate. Fu Yonki glanced at him and smiled. "Seventh brother, so it's you. Did you escort the clansmen back to Uio City? Why did you rush back so late?" As he spoke, he was about to raise the demon-avoiding mirror. Seventh brother glared at him. "Yonki, you kid, are you confused? You just finished the test, and you're doing it again." Fu Yonki blinked. It seemed as if he had actually tested seventh brother. Without hesitation, he cast a spell on the pass token. The magic array's light curtain surged. Then, a gap appeared. Fu Yonki saw a cloud of mist drifting before his eyes. Strange, why is it foggy when it's all clear? At the center of the formation, Yu Kingru, observing this scene, felt a wave of fear. The red mist barrier created by the red-tailed wolf was so powerful that Fu Yuanqi hadn't even noticed he'd just been talking to himself. If they were unprepared, the mountain gate might have been taken over by the red-tailed wolf. Fu Changsheng nervously stared at the phosphorescent mirror. The first-level red-tailed wolf had already entered the mountain gate, but the 26th level red-tailed wolf seemed to be still waiting. A moment later, the first-level red-tailed wolf, already inside, emitted a series of strange signals, prompting the second-level red-tailed wolves to swiftly charge towards the mountain gate. 1. 5. 7. In a flash, 24 second-level red-tailed wolves had already entered the spirit-locking demon confinement formation, but the remaining two remained motionless, frozen in place. These two were also the most advanced, a male and female at the peak of the second level. Yu Qingru looked at Fu Changsheng. Changsheng, should we activate the spirit-locking demon confinement formation? Activate, no need to wait. The two second-level red-tailed wolves clearly wouldn't enter the mountain gate. Qingru, you guard the center. I'll meet these two second-level red-tailed wolves. As he spoke, Fu Changsheng flashed and vanished. At the same time, at the foot of the mountain, with a humming sound, 12 brilliant beams of light shot up into the sky, converging in mid-air and transforming into a light shield that descended inverted, trapping the 24 second-level red-tailed wolves that had just entered the mountain's foothills. Swooshing, swooshing, chains of spiritual energy, like spirit snakes, entwined themselves around each red-tailed wolves. The startled red-tailed wolves tried to evade. However, when they activated their demonic powers, they found they couldn't use any of them. They could only watch helplessly as the spiritual energy chains swiftly pierced their chests. Almost instantly, the 24 second-level red-tailed wolves were dead. The red-tailed wolves died. The two red-tailed wolves outside the formation howled in command, and the lower-level red-tailed wolves that had already entered the mountain gate immediately swarmed out, attempting to retreat. But it was too late. Rumble. The Hunilink Xiao formation at the mountain gate erupted into full force, rapidly teleporting the lower-level red-tailed wolves that had entered it to different locations, trapped within. The two red-tailed wolves, sensing the situation was amiss, without a moment's pause, transformed into a streak of rainbow light and sped off into the distance. However, something unexpected happened. Above them, an extremely cold demonic chant instantly engulfed them, halting the red-tailed wolves' flight. A sea of blood spread beneath the ground. However, the red-tailed wolves reacted with incredible speed, dodging the attack from the green python. Blood surged from their bodies. The next moment, identical red-tailed wolf clones materialized, reaching 10 in a flash. Fu Changsheng swept his spiritual sense across the area, discovering he couldn't distinguish which of the 10 red-tailed wolves were real and which were fake. These red-tailed wolves are truly cunning. At this moment, the 10 red-tailed wolves showed no sign of fighting and sped off in different directions in the form of rays. Think you want to escape? Dream on, Fu Changsheng snorted coldly. The red-tailed wolves are the most vengeful. Having slain so many of their disciples today, letting them escape would be a disaster. Roar, a rumbling sound wave rippled out. Qiu Chan once again unleashed the extremely cold demonic chant, simultaneously blasting the Yulang Kyobei flute. Notes rained down at breakneck speed, forming a protective shield. Bang, bang, bang. The red-tailed wolves collided with it and were sent careening back. Seeing no escape, a fierce glint flashed in their eyes. They passed Qiu Chan and the green python, their gaze locked on Fu Changsheng. The red-tailed wolves arched their bodies slightly, a deep growl emanating from the depths of their throats. As it roared, a faint red light began to flicker from its abdomen, a glow that grew brighter like a burning charcoal. Its breathing became rapid, each breath carrying a hint of heat. What kind of sorcery is this? Even before it was fully activated, Fu Changsheng could sense the terrifying power within. But Fourth Sister hadn't mentioned this before. Could these red-tailed wolves be a mutated species? We can't let them finish their spell. The demonic beasts feared the power of divine thunder most. Without hesitation, Fu Changsheng activated the ancient source of thunder scripture. His hands danced like a phantom, and mysterious runes shimmered at his fingertips, then merged into the surrounding air. As he honed his magic, a pale blue aura gradually enveloped Fu Changsheng's body, faintly shimmering with lightning. His robes rustled, pulsing with an invisible force. Fu Changsheng shouted, "Evil repelling divine thunder, fall!" He jerked his head back, his eyes blazing with lightning. In an instant, dark clouds covered the sky, shrouding the once clear sky in darkness. Lightning flashed within the clouds, and the faint sound of rumbling thunder could be heard. Having broken through to the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, he once again cast the ancient Source Thunder Sutra, its power over 10 times greater than before. This is Yu Qingru, who had manipulated the power of the formation to slay the low-level red-tailed wolf, paused. Awe and astonishment flashed in her eyes as she watched the 3 evil-repelling divine thunders descend from the sky. She had thought that after breaking through Foundation Establishment and ascending to the 9th rank of Patriarch, she would close the gap with Fu Changsheng, but she found herself seemingly unable to keep pace. The power of these divine thunders was comparable to the spiritual arts wielded by a purple mansion master. Boom! 3 dazzling evil-repelling divine thunders slashed down from the dark clouds, resembling materialized dragons, shimmering with a dazzling blue-white light. The air ripped apart in their path, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Ouch! The red-tailed wolves, casting spells, sensed the mortal danger and howled in unison, their roars resounding through the air. Simultaneously, they opened their mouths, and a blazing flame erupted from them. Initially a tiny spark, the flames expanded rapidly, transforming into massive pillars of fire that shot skyward. These pillars, like roaring dragons, spun and coiled through the air. The flames swirled, emitting unbearable heat. The surrounding air heated up intensely, creating ripples of heat that spread outward. Wherever they passed, the grass on the ground instantly withered and yellowed, and even small stones burned to a scorch. The fire dragon and the evil-repelling divine thunder collided head-on. Boom! Sparks flew, silver light exploded, and the entire night suddenly became luminous. After performing the secret technique, the peak-level 2nd-level red-tailed wolf clones disintegrated, revealing their original forms. Now, deep fear filled their eyes for Fu Changsheng. Relying on the secret technique they had just used, they had slain countless Foundation Establishment cultivators in the 100,000 mountains, never once failing. But the human before them brought them to the brink of death for the first time. The red-tailed wolves exchanged glances. A flicker of determination flashed in their eyes. Cornered, their eyes grew even redder, and they let out a deep, resolute roar. Then, a blood-red halo shone around their bodies, like dancing flames. Fu Changli, in charge of the Western Formation's core, witnessed this scene from afar. His pupils constricted, and he quickly warned, "Master, retreat immediately. The red-tailed wolf is burning its essence in blood to perform a secret technique. Successful execution will temporarily elevate its cultivation to the quasi-3rd level, the red-tailed wolf. Already at the peak of the 2nd level, now rapidly enlarged as it burned its essence in blood. Its limbs grew stronger and more powerful, its claws lengthened and sharpened, carving deep grooves into the ground. Its back bulged, its head enlarged, and its mouth gaped, revealing fangs stained with essence and blood, becoming even sharper. Fu Changsheng showed no fear. In this crucial moment, he unhesitatingly activated the 9-turn rising sun technique. Instantly, it felt as if a rising sun slowly rose within him. A fiery power coursed through his meridians, surging along a specific trajectory like a raging river. As the technique progressed, a faint purple aura began to emanate from his body. Like the morning mist, it quickly gathered and coalesced before him into a brilliantly radiant sword. The blade, forged from amethyst, exuded a deep and mysterious aura. Wisps of divine light flickered from the blade, as if bestowed from the heavens. The Patriarch's mastery of this purple aura is becoming ever more masterful. Fu Molan, seated at the northern center of the formation, exclaimed with astonishment. After reaching the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, the Patriarch's combat prowess seemed to have undergone a qualitative transformation. No wonder. In ancient times, cultivators at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment would directly attack the Purple Mansion. This was because their foundation was already solid. There was no such thing as the peak of Foundation Establishment. A look of contemplation crossed Fu Molan's face. Could it be that the Patriarch is also cultivating ancient cultivation methods? In the field, the red-tailed wolves, whose aura had risen to the level of a quasi-3rd level cultivator, felt the threat of the purple key divine sword. They raised their heads to the sky and let out a deep roar, powerful demonic energy surging from their bodies. Blood shadow illusion kill. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to be shrouded in a blood-red mist. This mist was no ordinary substance, but rather the demonic energy of the red-tailed wolf's bloodline. Within the mist, countless wolf shadows faintly darted through, each in a variety of forms, some bearing their fangs and claws, others sprinting at high speed. Each wolf exuded the powerful aura of a quasi-3rd level demonic beast. Fu Changsheng frowned slightly. He knew the power of blood shadow illusion kill. These wolf shadows not only served to confuse the enemy but also attack their souls. Once a wolf shadow invades one's soul, at best, one will fall into a fantasy, while at worst, one's soul will be damaged, becoming a walking corpse. Fu Changsheng dared not delay. He channeled his spiritual energy into the purple key divine sword and shouted, "Purple star breaks illusions." The purple key divine sword shone brightly, and the runes on its blade shimmered with a dazzling purple light. The purple light shot towards the blood mist created by the blood shadow illusion. When the two met, a powerful surge of energy erupted. The wolf shadows within the blood shadow illusion repeatedly lunged at the purple light, attempting to break through its defenses. The purple light, like a solid barrier, blocked the wolf shadows one by one. However, the blood shadow illusion's power was endless, and the wolf shadows seemed endless, constantly attacking the purple light. Seeing this, Fu Changsheng's heart trembled. He knew this was not a solution. He had to take the initiative. He then transformed his hand gestures and chanted, "Purple key from the east, divine sword breaks the void." The purple key divine sword instantly left his hands and flew towards the core of the blood shadow illusion. As it flew, the purple key divine sword continuously absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, its blade growing ever larger, its purple glow ever more dazzling. As it neared the core of the blood shadow phantom killer, it had transformed into a massive sword tens of feet long. The red-tailed wolves, sensing the threat posed by the purple key divine sword, increased their output of blood shadow phantom killer's demonic energy. The wolf shadows within the blood mist grew even more frantic, gathering together to form a single, gigantic wolf form, which pounced upon the purple key divine sword. This enormous wolf form opened its bloody maw and bit down upon the purple key divine sword. The purple key divine sword and the wolf shadows collided with a deafening roar. Energy waves emanated from both, radiating outward, uprooting trees and shattering rocks. Fu Changsheng, observing the battlefield from afar, observed that despite the purple key divine sword's power, it would struggle to achieve a decisive victory against the all-out resistance of blood shadow phantom killer. He ignored the depletion of his own spiritual energy and continuously channeled it into the purple key divine sword. Powered by this powerful spiritual energy, the purple key divine sword instantly shone brighter. The runes on the sword seemed to come alive, spinning on their own. "Purple sword shattered shadow," Fu Changsheng shouted. The purple key divine sword suddenly erupted with a powerful force, shattering the giant wolf shadow biting it. The sword then continued its charge towards the core of the blood shadow illusion kill, instantly piercing its defenses. The blood shadow illusion kill was broken, and the two red-tailed wolves suffered a backlash. They spit out blood and their bodies trembled. But they did not give up, instead unleashing their bloodline magic once again, crimson flame blood thunder. Blood-red flames began to gather around the red-tailed wolves' bodies, occasionally flashing with purple lightning. The flames and lightning intertwined, forming massive blood flame blood thunders. These blood flame blood thunders, carrying a destructive aura, blasted towards Fu Changsheng. "Green lotus protect me." Fu Changsheng's third-level treasure lotus lantern spun, and 3 green lotuses descended, forming a lotus shield in front of him. Boom! The blood flame blood thunder slammed into the shield. There was a deafening explosion. Fu Changsheng had intended to call on Chu Chan for help, but he discovered that while the crimson flame blood thunder was immensely powerful, its attack frequency was slow. He seized the opportunity, and just as one blood flame blood thunder exploded and the next was about to form, he hurled the purple key divine sword at one of the red-tailed wolves. The purple key divine sword transformed into a streak of purple light, instantly piercing the red-tailed wolf's body. The red-tailed wolf's eyes widened in dismay, and then it collapsed, dead. Seeing its companion slain, the other red-tailed wolf roared in anger. Recklessly charging at Fu Changsheng, it aimed for his own death. Just in time, Fu Changsheng plucked a flame from the third-rank treasure lotus lantern with his right hand. With a flick of his index finger, the flame exploded into a web of fire, instantly engulfing the charging red-tailed wolf. The wolf, already exhausted, instantly transformed into a blazing flame, collapsing to the ground with a thud, its lifeless form. This seemingly slow process took only 10 breaths. With the 2 wolf kings dead, the lower-level red-tailed wolves trapped within the formation lost all desire to fight. However, they now had nowhere to escape, and were quickly slain one by the 4 Foundation establishment-level members of the clan, led by Yu Qingru, Fu Molan, Fu Changli, and Liu Runzi. As the key refining members cleaned up the battlefield, Yu Qingru and the other three approached. Seeing the two Wolf King corpses lying at Fu Changsheng's feet, Liu Runzi recalled the previous battle and looked at Fu Changsheng again with awe even greater than before. Liu Runzi squatted down and turned over the charred Wolf King corpse, saying regretfully, "A peak-level second-stage red-tailed wolf pelt is excellent for making invisibility cloaks. Fortunately, there was still one intact piece left." Hiss! The green python lying next to the Wolf King corpse immediately let out a low warning when Liu Runzi took action, clearly considering the Wolf King corpse's food. "Zhaoqing, come back," Fu Changsheng beckoned. The green python cried out in grievance, its massive body transformed into a ring that Fu Changsheng wore on his hand. Having reached the peak of the second stage, the green python, without finding a way to break through, devoured meat merely to satisfy its appetite. Meanwhile, Chu Chan was standing nearby. She was waving the human emperor banner, happily collecting the spirits of each red-tailed wolf within it. After the last Heiji locust swarm, her human emperor banner's ghost army had grown considerably, and now with the addition of these red-tailed wolves, it was even more formidable. Fu Changli, watching from the side, was filled with envy. "Master, with these ghost servants and the human emperor banner, I'm afraid you can hold down a region within the human emperor banner." After so many years, Chu Chan had successfully cultivated 5 second-tier ghost generals, a force comparable to that of a Foundation establishment warrior. Fu Changsheng was also very satisfied, a smile in his eyes. By then, the clan members had finished cleaning up the scene, and Fu Yuanqi approached, holding a list in both hands. Chapter 239, Zhang Family Old Friend, Shadow Valley, Treasure. Fu Yuanqi was feeling quite uneasy. He hadn't noticed the red-tailed wolf knocking at the door, and had even opened the mountain gate, letting it in. If it weren't for the presence of the clan elders, the mountain gate would have been breached long ago. He was a gifted warrior. Fu Yuanqi, his face filled with shame, presented the list with both hands, saying, "Patriarch, this is the amount of useful materials collected from the red-tailed wolves. Among them are 26 second-tier demon pills, which, according to the decree issued by the World Suppression Department, can be exchanged for 1,300 imperial merit points. In addition, the blood essence of a second-tier red-tailed fox." As he was recounting this, the familiar mechanical sound echoed through Fu Changsheng's mind again. "Ling, you led your clan to resist the red-tailed wolf's attack and harvested demon beast materials worth tens of thousands of spirit stones, earning you 600 clan contribution points. Then, the contribution value on the panel instantly changed to 4,120. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up with joy. Clearly, the beast-tide outbreak was a double-edged sword. While the danger was great, it also presented a golden opportunity to accumulate wealth. Under normal circumstances, their hopes of earning tens of thousands of spirit stones overnight would undoubtedly be wishful thinking. Fu Changsheng put the list away. His gaze fell on Fu Yuanqi, whose attire revealed him to be the deputy captain of the Conquest Hall. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. "The red-tailed wolf is cunning by nature, and to avoid alerting the enemy, they didn't warn you beforehand when they attacked the mountain, putting you in such danger. As compensation, what reward do you desire?" This was the first time Fu Yuanqi had spoken so closely with the head of the family. He had come to apologize. He had never imagined that the head of the family would even offer him a reward. This sudden surprise left him somewhat bewildered. As the head of the Conquest Hall, Fu Molan warned, "Yuanqi, why are you still standing there? The Patriarch wants to reward you. Don't miss this golden opportunity." Fu Yuanqi came to his senses and quickly bowed, saying, "Thank you, Patriarch, for your kindness. Yuanqi knows my own mistakes. I was at fault first. I'm grateful for not blaming you, Patriarch. I wouldn't dare ask for any reward." This was sincere. Submitting the list to the Patriarch was beyond his current capacity. He had used a year's salary to convince the captain to give me this opportunity, so he could confess his guilt before the reward and punishment hall. Fu Changsheng glanced at Fu Yuanqi for a moment. After the others left, he said to Fu Molan, "Molan, you've trained a talented young man." Fu Molan was also somewhat surprised. Fu Yuanqi rarely made a name for himself, so she hadn't had much of an impression of him. She planned to return and investigate his overall abilities. If he was qualified, she might make an exception and promote him to captain. The 5 of them returned to the mountain gate and sat down. Liu Mizun, upon receiving the news, immediately sent a message to inquire about the situation. After she responded, Fu Changsheng turned to Fu Changli and said, "Fourth sister, do you know where the red-tailed wolf's lair is?" This time, the red-tailed wolf had come to their doorstep. If they didn't eradicate the wolves, given their intelligence, they were likely to cause disaster in the future. Furthermore, the spell the Wolf King cast later was nearly as powerful as a spiritual technique. It didn't resemble bloodline sorcery at all. "Master, although I've spent some time in the Conquest Hall, I haven't ventured deep into the mountains. I'll have to ask Sister Molin about this." "Wait a moment." Fu Molin pondered for a moment. She slapped her storage bag. A flash of light appeared. Then, a jade slip landed in her hand. It contained all the information the Conquest Hall had gathered about the Shiwen Mountains, down to the number of demonic beasts lurking on each peak. She took a quick glance. Fu Molin raised her eyes and said, "Deep within the cloudy mountains lies a place called Shadow Valley. Surrounded by towering peaks, the valley is perpetually shrouded in mist. Think carefully, the mist in Shadow Valley is very similar to that caused by the red-tailed wolf. But there's a natural maze at the entrance to Shadow Valley. We were just hunting and didn't explore." Clearly, Fu Molin wasn't sure. Fu Changsheng, thinking of striking while the iron was hot, thought without hesitation, "Exchange information." Buzz! The panel vibrated. A surge of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. The Gongsun family's territory was nearly destroyed. At the Shangguan Elders Council, they decided to abandon the Lin family's stronghold and evacuate the personnel originally stationed at the Lin family to Xianlong City. 2. The 4 foundation building masters of the Cao family are currently scouting for other family fiefs that can be seized after the beast tide. 3. Zhang Yuanyun has been in the eastern wilderness for many years and has now become the favorite concubine of Zhu Qizi, the chief elder of the Yangang tribe. The last Heiji locust disaster was orchestrated by Zhang Yuanyun and Zhu Qizi. Zhang Yuanyun has always remembered your hatred for genocide. 4. The lair of the red-tailed wolves that attacked your Pingshan County fiefdom is in the Shadow Valley at the gate of Yanwu Mountain. The secret chamber in the valley contains many relics of human cultivators that the red-tailed wolves have collected. 5. After your twin sons, Fu Gear and Kai Gear, were sent back to the Wangaiyu Academy, Fu Gear and your third brother got along very well and lived a carefree life. However, Kai Gear had not been cared for by his parents since childhood. After being sent to Wangaiyu Academy, he felt abandoned by his parents and his personality became increasingly gloomy. 6. A total of 10 pieces of information were exchanged. Fu Changsheng glanced at them and was stunned when he saw the third piece of information. Back then, Shangguan Wei was seriously injured and in seclusion. Shangguan Wei's power also collapsed. After losing power, Zhang Yuanyun absconded with the money. The previous information mentioned that the other party entered the Donghuan tribe and successfully broke through the foundation. But I never thought that Zhang Yuanyun would be so powerful that she could become the concubine of the Purple Mansion Master and even cause the Taiji Locust Tide. If this woman is not eliminated, it will cause great disaster in the future. It seems that the court is conquering the Yangang tribe. Regardless of whether there is a chance to obtain the Purple Mansion secrets in the dark room of the Yangang tribe, he will go there. This time, he wanted to kill Zhang Yuanyun himself to prevent future troubles. However, he didn't know if Shangguan Wei would go with him. When Shangguan Wei was seriously injured, Zhang Yuanyun not only did not help him protect the family business, but also absconded with the money. Now she is married to someone else as a concubine. Shangguan Wei must want to kill Zhang Yuanyun more than he does. After knowing this news, we can find an opportunity to leak the news, then read on. When he saw the fourth piece of information and got the location of the red-tailed wolf's lair, his eyes lit up. However, when he saw the intelligence information about Kai Gear, the smile on his lips disappeared instantly. This child, what? He wanted to say something. But thinking about the birth of the twins, he was either busy in seclusion or busy dealing with various things. He didn't even have the slightest impression of what Kai Gear looked like now. It was his fault as a father. However, Mei Zhen had taken personal care of the triplets since they were young. Even if one of them wasn't hers, her attitude was still unpredictable. Why did you send the children back to Wangaiyu Academy? Fu Changsheng decided to find an opportunity to discuss this with Mei Zhen. However, the most urgent task was to reach the Shadow Valley in the Cloud Mist Mountains. Fu Changsheng turned his attention away from the dashboard and looked at Fu Molin. Molin, are there any high-level demonic beasts entrenched near the Shadow Valley in the Cloud Mist Mountains? The Shadow Valley is less than 100 miles from the entrance of the Shiwen Mountains. Before the beast died, only first-level demonic beasts roamed there. I don't know the exact situation now, Fu Molin answered truthfully. Upon hearing this, Fu Changli said with certainty, Master, don't worry. If that is truly the lair of the red-tailed wolves, there will definitely be no other high-level demonic beasts. There's no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. The red-tailed wolves are more territorial than any other demonic beast. That was it. Fu Changsheng's mind raced, considering who to send to the Shadow Valley. There's a natural illusion array in Shadow Valley, so Kingru will definitely go. Fourth sister Fu Changli is more familiar with the habits of demonic beasts, so bringing her along will undoubtedly be a powerful addition. Molin knows the Shiwan Mountains like the back of her hand, so she'll definitely come along. The tribesmen in Pingshan County have mostly migrated, and it will be done in a few days, so there's no need for so many troops stationed here. Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on Liu Runzi. Runzi, in that case, you will stay and guard Pingshan County. Once the people are relocated, you don't have to wait for us to return, you can return directly to Yunshan County. Yes, Patriarch. Liu Runzi had been refining weapons for the family for years, and had little experience outside. She wanted to go along, but she also realized she would be a burden. Before leaving, Fu Changsheng, worried, left a millipede mother and a pair of early-stage, second-level soul-eating insects with Liu Runzi. 10 days later, a massive green python appeared deep in the cloud and mist mountains. Fu Molin on the green python compared the topographic map drawn on the jade slip in his hand and nodded, saying, Master, go 3 miles ahead and over a small hill to reach the Shadow Valley, a distance of 3 miles. For the green python, it was almost instantaneous. After jumping over the hill, the Shadow Valley came into view. The entire valley was like a mysterious forbidden area. The towering peaks on all sides were like loyal guards, guarding the secrets within the valley. At the entrance of the valley, a natural maze exuded an unsettling aura. Fu Changsheng's spiritual sense penetrated the fog at the valley entrance, but it was like a mud dragon entering the sea. Even Fu Molin's puppet entered the fog and soon lost contact. No wonder the red-tailed wolf's lair had been hidden there for so many years without being discovered. This natural maze alone was enough to deter many cultivators. Fu Changli sent out several phantom jade peaks to explore the area, but they found nothing. Finally, he looked to Yu Kingru for help. Miss Yu, this fog looks quite formidable. Can you break it? Wait a moment. Yu Kingru slapped her storage bag. A flash of rosy light appeared. A detection array discovered before her. As spells were cast into the disk, beams of light suddenly lit up, falling into the valley's mist. Several days passed. With a wave of her hand, Yu Kingru finally put away the detection array disk. He said slowly, this formation looks chaotic, but it actually contains the power of the 5 elements. I see clouds and mist in this formation, and it is filled with water vapor, and the water attribute is strong. And the occasional flash of green light in the formation is just like the vitality of wood, so it should be the wood attribute. There is also a faint hit in the formation, which is the manifestation of the fire attribute. Look at the solid foundation of this formation, like the earth, which is the earth attribute. And the agility between the flow of spiritual power is like the sharpness of gold. This maze is based on earth. Earth produces gold to build the framework, gold produces water to form the appearance, water produces wood to add confusion, wood produces fire to maintain balance, and the 5 elements are born from each other. Then Chief Yu, how should we break the formation? Fu Changli asked anxiously. Yu Kingru pondered for a moment before replying, to break this formation, we must construct it based on the principles of the 5 elements. This formation incorporates all 5 elements, each generating and circulating them in a cycle. We must prioritize fire to break it. Fire overcomes metal, breaking its framework, it evaporates water, weakening its properties, it consumes the vitality of wood, restraining it, and it can indirectly affect the very foundations of earth. However, we will need your assistance in setting up the formation. Principal Yu, please feel free to speak. We will fully cooperate, Fu Molin stated firmly. Yu Kingru pulled 5 spirit beads from her storage bag, each emitting the 5 colors of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Even Fu Changsheng was surprised by their appearance. After all, it was extremely rare for an ordinary person to possess 1 or 2 spirit beads for setting up a formation. Yu Kingru possessed spirit beads with 5 different properties, clearly having encountered some fortuitous opportunity. Yu Kingru handed the fire spirit pearl to Fu Changsheng. Changsheng, This fire spirit pearl will serve as the centerpiece of the formation. Protect it with your spiritual energy and ensure it is not disturbed. Fu Changsheng nodded, forming a seal with his hands and slowly channeling his spiritual energy around the fire spirit pearl, forming a protective spiritual shield. Yu Qingru then addressed Fu Changli. Miss Changli, hold the gold spirit pearl and stand to the right of the fire spirit pearl. The gold spirit pearl is in the position where fire overcomes gold. You must maintain the spiritual connection between it and the fire spirit pearl. This is crucial to breaking the formation. Fu Changli carefully took the gold spirit pearl and positioned herself according to Yu Qingru's instructions. Then, she released her spiritual energy, and a golden beam of light connected to the fire spirit pearl. Then, Yu Qingru handed the water spirit pearl to Fu Molan. Miss Molan, stand beneath the gold spirit pearl. The water spirit pearl is located where gold gives birth to water. You must carefully control the water spirit pearl's spiritual energy, ensuring it resonates with the gold spirit pearl's spiritual energy while preventing its water-attributed spiritual energy from becoming excessive, lest it interfere with breaking the formation. Yu Qingru placed the earth spirit pearl atop the wood spirit pearl. She herself, holding the wood spirit pearl, stood to the left of the water spirit pearl. She formed hand seals and chanted the ancient formation-breaking mantra. The 5 elements circulate, the essence of fire blazes, shattering all illusions. Spirit pearl, listen. As the mantra fell, the fire spirit pearl within the formation glowed brightly. Flames erupted from the pearl, spreading along the spiritual shield infused by Fu Changsheng and toward the rune veins connected to the gold spirit pearl. Fu Changli felt the gold spirit pearl heat up, yet still maintain contact, its frame loosening. The vapor from Fu Molan's water spirit pearl evaporated, and the mist of the maze dissipated. The azure glow of Yu Qingru's wood spirit pearl dimmed, and the maze's life-enhancing power weakened. The maze began to shake violently, its spiritual energy becoming chaotic. Yu Qingru shouted, "Changsheng, inject more spiritual energy." Fu Changsheng took a deep breath and poured more spiritual energy into the fire spirit pearl, causing the flames to burn even more fiercely. A dull rumble echoed through the valley. The moment the maze was broken, 4 second-level red-tailed wolves leaped out of the Shadow Valley and instantly launched their attack. Sure enough, there are still remnants. Fu Changsheng snorted coldly. He quickly formed hand seals with his hands, muttering something to himself. In an instant, dark clouds filled the sky, and 3 evil-repelling divine thunderbolts descended from the sky. These evil-repelling divine thunderbolts carried a righteous aura, and the purple lightning struck the red-tailed wolves like dragons. The red-tailed wolves cried out in surprise. Demonic aura shimmered around them, and they instantly transformed into 4 shadows that pounced upon them. The 4 shadows seemed so real that it was impossible to tell which was the true form. But Fu Changsheng, having already encountered this enemy once, flashed a purple light from his palm, and a divine purple aura burst forth from his right palm. Boom boom boom. The 3 shadows of the red-tailed wolf were instantly shattered by the divine thunder, while its true form, pierced through the heart and lungs by the divine purple aura, collapsed to the ground, dead. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Fu Molan, with a flick of her hand, launched a ball of dark blue flame from her palm. The bone spirit cold fire radiated a piercing chill, freezing the air around it. With a gentle puff, the bone spirit cold fire flew towards the red-tailed wolf's clones. The red-tailed wolf's clones, sensing the chill, tried to evade. However, the fire's immense speed enveloped them in an instant. The engulfed clones howled in pain, then, scorched by the fire, were instantly reduced to ash. The bloodline sorcery was broken. Revealing its true form, the red-tailed wolf lost all will to fight again and immediately attempted to escape underground. Fu Molan's spell changed. The bone spirit cold fire intensified, transforming into a vortex of flames that swept toward the red-tailed wolf attempting to escape underground. The wolf attempted to break free, but was swept into the vortex, barely able to utter a scream before being reduced to a handful of ash. The other 2, Fu Changli and Yu Qingru, didn't even have a chance to fight back before being dispatched by Green Python and Autumn Chan, respectively. The entire battle unfolded, and he dispatched the 4 second-tier red-tailed wolves almost instantly. Fu Changsheng executed a hand gesture, extracting the demon cores of the 4 red-tailed wolves. 200 imperial merit points were earned. Including his previous accumulation, his imperial merit points had reached 13,500. After Chiu Chan used the human emperor banner to collect the red-tailed wolf's spirit, Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on the green python, which looked at him pitifully. He shook his head helplessly and said, "You can only eat the one you killed yourself." Hiss! The greedy green python immediately let out a cry of joy, opened its mouth, and swallowed a red-tailed wolf's corpse whole in an instant, smacking its lips. It clearly didn't appreciate the flavor. It feigned pity again and looked at Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng waved his hand and directly put the 3 corpses into the storage bag. A second-level red-tailed wolf's corpse could be sold for 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones at the market. He couldn't let Zhao King waste all of it. Hiss! The green python let out a cry of grievance. Fu Changsheng ignored it and turned to King Gru, saying, "King Gru, set up the formation." The natural maze outside had been broken. As a precaution, it was necessary to cover up this shadow valley for safety. Following the direction the red-tailed wolf had appeared, they soon came upon a veil of crimson fog. Clearly, the red-tailed wolf's lair lay beyond this mist. Fu Changsheng formed a hand seal with his right hand, and a gust of wind blew away the mist, revealing a cave hidden by vines and rocks. It was difficult to spot without careful observation. Squeak, 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 a sound similar to the whimpering of a baby emanated from the cave. Fu Changsheng's spiritual sense revealed that the cave contained hundreds of red-tailed wolf pups. "Let's go." After confirming that there were no adult red-tailed wolves within, Fu Changsheng gestured and stepped into the cave. A faint fishy smell filled the air. The cave was dimly lit, but for cultivators like them, the darkness did not hinder their vision. Once inside, they found the space quite spacious. Fu Changsheng flicked his index finger, and moonstones embedded themselves in the stone wall, revealing the scene within the cave. The stone caverns were carved out into separate small rooms, each containing a few red-tailed wolf pups, sometimes as many as a dozen, many with their eyes barely open. Seeing this, Fu Changli hurriedly said, "Master, the red-tailed wolves are a unique pack. They often choose the first creature they see upon opening its eyes as their mother. Let's take these still eyeless red-tailed wolves back to the clan and tame them. I'm confident we can train them into a family of guardian beasts." "Yes," Fu Changsheng said, without objecting. Ouch! The half-grown red-tailed wolves seemed to understand the conversation between Fu Changsheng and the others. A fierce gleam flashed in their eyes, and they opened their bloody mouths to bite the still eyeless pups. Clearly, they preferred death to slavery. "Attack!" Fu Changsheng flicked his fingers, and streams of sword energy shot out, piercing through the brows of the half-grown red-tailed wolves with lightning speed. In a moment, they were gone. Only the red-tailed wolf cub, its eyes still closed, remained in the cave. As the 4 reached the bottom of the cave, Fu Changli exclaimed, "Oh my god, Patriarch, there's actually a field of yuangsu grass here." 100 steps away, a neatly arranged medicinal herb field came into view. Approximately 2 acres in size, 4 small plots were dedicated to yuangsu grass of varying ages. A closer look revealed these yuangsu grass plants to be relatively short, with slender, tough, and hairy purple-red stems. Their leaves, narrow and long, resemble willow leaves but thicker, with serrated edges and dark green, marked with red streaks extending from root to tip. In one of the fields, the flowers bloomed in blood-red umbels with golden stamens, exuding a faint scent of blood. Fu Changli observed and praised, "This red-tailed wolf is truly a master. The yuangsu grass in this medicinal field isn't infested with a single insect pest. It's even more impressive than the spiritual plant husbands in the tribe. It seems this red-tailed wolf has a natural talent for cultivation." Fu Changli was already imagining raising those red-tailed wolf pups to fight in wartime, and then farming in peacetime, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Fu Molan, standing nearby, smiled and said to Fu Changsheng, "The mistress and the others will have their hands full again. Yuangsu grass is the main ingredient in refining the second-level yuangsu pill, nourishing blood and replenishing qi. With a beast tide breaking out, it's a hot commodity, both for personal use and for sale." Yu Qingru, noticing Fu Changsheng's apparent distraction, whispered, "Changsheng, is there something wrong?" Fu Changsheng shook his head. According to the intelligence, the red-tailed wolf had collected many relics from cultivators, but despite searching the secret chamber with his divine sense several times, he couldn't find anything. "Looks like we need professionals." Fu Changsheng patted his storage bag. In a flash of rosy light, the cloud-ring purple fairy pagoda instantly hovered before him, and he cast a spell into the pagoda. With a humming sound, the second floor of the pagoda opened. A white figure darted out from the pagoda. It was none other than the green-faced white fox. The green-faced white fox landed on Fu Changsheng's shoulder, its tail raised high. Fu Changsheng nodded its proud little head and tossed a cloud mulberry fruit to it. Ziao Bei, go and see if there are any hidden treasures in the cave. Chapter 240, Obtaining another spiritual pet, Shadowstone, and remaining treasures. Chew, the green-faced white fox opened its mouth and swallowed the cloud mulberry fruit. It transformed into a green shadow, circling the cave quickly before disappearing into the ground. Fu Changsheng turned to Fu Changli and said, "Fourth sister, you and Molin pick the cloud blood grass here. Kingaru and I will go down and take a look." With that, he slapped a ground escape talisman on himself. A yellow light surged from his body as he sank into the earth. After sinking 100 feet, the green-faced white fox leading the way suddenly disappeared into a rock wall. Fu Changsheng and the others followed closely behind. After passing through the rock wall, they saw a stone gate. Faint vibrations of a formation could be heard from the stone gate. Chew, the green-faced white fox called out in the direction of the stone gate, then extended its white, pinkish-white claws toward Fu Changsheng, as if to invite him to do something. Fu Changsheng flipped his right hand and tossed a cloud mulberry fruit towards him. The green-faced white fox caught it but didn't eat it, instead placing it into the small treasure pouch on its chest. Compared to the green python, the green-faced white fox's self-control was clearly much greater. Standing before the stone gate, Yu Kingru examined it and said, "This is a 3 talents maze formation, but the layout is rather crude, clearly copied from a diagram." She formed a hand seal with her right hand, and her magical power transformed into a spiritual blade, flying towards the rune stone at the top of the formation. The rune stone, struck by the attack, suddenly shone with a dazzling light, and waves of energy surged towards Yu Kingru. Yu Kingru remained calm, dodging the attack with a flash of her body. Then, she shifted her hand seals, drawing runes on the ground. These runes resonated with the earth's power, disrupting the formation's rhythm. Then, several formation flags flew out and landed on the 4 cores of the formation, infusing them with spiritual energy. With a slight tremor, the light of the 3 talents maze formation gradually dimmed, and finally, with a loud bang, it collapsed. The formation was broken. A stench of decay washed over them. A dark cave came into view. Through the faint flickering phosphorescent light on the cave wall, he saw an old red-tailed wolf lying deep in the stone cave. Fu Changsheng was shocked. This red-tailed wolf actually had a trick up his sleeve. With a thought, he levitated the 3-turn precious lotus lantern around him. However, the old wolf sat there, motionless like a stone sculpture. Fu Changsheng hesitated. "Kingaru, I'll go in and take a look. You stay outside, okay? Be careful." The cave was gloomy and eerie. Yu Kingaru was also a little worried. After Fu Changsheng walked forward a dozen feet, he waved his sleeves and several moonstones shot out, embedding themselves into the stone wall. The entire cave was instantly illuminated like daylight. The old wolf came into view deep in the cave. But its once bright red fur had now dulled. It seemed as if the life force had been drained by time and injury. Its body was emaciated, its ribs clearly visible, as if a gust of wind could blow it over. Curled tightly within its arms, a cub lay. Its eyes were still half open, and it shivered. Before the old wolf, a few lines of crooked writing appeared. "Human, I demand a contract with my cub, promising to free it after 100 years. If you refuse, I will self-destruct my inner elixir and destroy all the treasures in the cave." At the same time, the old wolf, seemingly a stone sculpture, raised its head slightly and a deep growl erupted from its throat. Though weak, it still carried a commanding authority that could not be underestimated. A trace of sorrow lingered in its gaze, as if entrusting a child to a dying man. There were so many red-tailed wolf cubs in the cave. This old wolf had chosen this one. This cub must be extraordinary. Fu Changsheng glanced at it. A faint ancient rune symbol flickered between the cub's brows. Could it be that it has awakened its ancient bloodline? The red-tailed wolf clan seemed to yearn deeply for freedom. The actions of the half-grown cubs above confirmed that the old wolf's words were true. Even if the cub was given freedom over 100 years, it would be like being a family member. He didn't believe it would ever leave. He immediately said, "All right, I can grant your request." At you, the old wolf let out a complex roar. It slowly raised a paw, and a faint light emanated from it, landing on the contract formation preset within the cave. Buzz! The formation activated. Fu Changsheng, with familiarity, dropped a drop of blood into it. In an instant, the formation formed a contract rune between Fu Changsheng and the cub. The rune shimmered with a strange light and slowly sank into the foreheads of both Fu Changsheng and the cub. Ow! After all this was done, the old wolf raised its head, its mouth agape. Then, billowing white light burst forth from its body, pouring continuously into the cub. The cub's body trembled violently, as if it would burst at any moment, unable to contain the power. Buzz! At that moment, the ancient mark between the cub's eyebrows flickered. Then, like birds returning to their nests, the energy infused into the cub was absorbed by the ancient mark. As time passed, the old wolf's flesh and blood, even its skin, turned into tiny specks, absorbed by the mark. The ancient mark flickered, then vanished, as if nothing had happened. This little wolf cub, Fu Changsheng, felt that the scene before him was somewhat similar to the power of his second son, Rongye, devouring demonic beasts. At the same time, the cub's eyes opened for the first time. Fu Changsheng squatted down and lifted it into his arms. The little wolf cub nudged his shoulder with a look of dependence. Fu Changsheng touched its head, and with a touch of cloud, it circled the purple immortal tower and stored it on the second floor. The unusual situation within the cave had worried Yukingru. By the time she emerged from the cave, all the unusual phenomena had vanished. Glancing at Fu Changsheng, she breathed a sigh of relief, seeing he was unharmed. Her gaze fell to the ground, immediately drawn to a stone shimmering with a faint purple glow. Changsheng, is this a shadow stone? Fu Changsheng, even a little surprised, waved his hand. The shadow stone floated upward, landing in his palm. It was a deep, inky black, its surface covered in fine lines resembling ancient runes and labyrinthine paths. A faint glow shone within these lines, a cold and profound aura. At the center of the stone lay a dense, dark shadow, slowly rotating like a miniature black hole, devouring light. Its color shifted subtly from different angles, and in dim light, its edges shimmered a purplish hue, adding to its eerie beauty. A finger grazed the surface. A chill-piercing chill. It truly is a shadow stone. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. Shadow stone is a third-tier spiritual material, tempered during the refining of spiritual artifacts, capable of rendering them invisible. This was undoubtedly a powerful weapon in a cultivator's duel. Therefore, Fu Changsheng had only heard of the shadow shining stone, never having seen it in the marketplace. Just this one shadow shining stone alone made their trip worthwhile. Clearly, the red-tailed wolves didn't understand the shadow shining stone's value, so they casually tossed it aside. Huh? How come this red-tailed wolf has a hobby of collecting books? A secret door swung open, revealing 3 neatly arranged rows of bookshelves. They were filled with books and jade slips, many stained with blood. Fu Changsheng and Yukingru scanned them one by one, discovering low-level cultivation techniques and several books on formations. The 3 talents mystery formation displayed by the stone door was modeled after an ancient tome, and Yukingru was immediately captivated by several of the ancient formations. Passing by the bookshelves, Fu Changsheng caught a glimpse of a dark, unremarkable scrap of iron placed beneath them. Thinking of the discarded shadow stone, Fu Changsheng waved his hand. The scrap of iron trembled slightly, transforming into a streak of black light and landing in his palm. He examined it briefly, finding the material of the black iron distinct from any other spiritual material he had encountered. He hesitated for a moment, then let the true fire within him flow through his fingertips and into the scrap of iron. The scrap trembled slightly. The true fire burned for a long time, but there was no sign of melting. Far from being discouraged, Fu Changsheng's curiosity was piqued. However, now was not the time for further study, so he pocketed the black iron. Passing behind the bookshelf, he came into view. It contained boxes and storage bags of various materials, along with numerous blood-stained robes, both male and female. This pack of red-tailed wolves seems to have robbed many people. He scanned the bags one by one. There were no elixirs, spiritual flowers, or exotic fruits inside. Just some refining materials. Overall, the harvest was quite good. This batch alone should be able to exchange for tens of thousands of spirit stones. At the same time, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ling, you have added a batch of cultivation resources and a batch of red-tailed wolf pups to the clan, earning 900 clan contribution points. Then, the contribution value on the panel instantly changed to 5,000. Kingru, let's go. Fu Changsheng swept all the books off the bookshelf. After calling Yukingru, who was engrossed in her reading, they left the underground. Up above, Fu Changli and the others had already finished picking the yuangsu grass. After leaving the Yunwu Mountains, they returned to the Yuncheng County fiefdom without a moment's delay. After all, now was the time when the beast tide was erupting. If they were trapped in it, it would be dangerous. When returning to the Yuncheng County fiefdom, Liu Runziu also moved all the clansmen from Pingshan County. After Fu Changsheng handed the supplies he'd obtained from Shadow Valley to Mizhen, he thought about the intelligence regarding Kainger's situation, composed himself, and spoke. Mizhen, with a beast tide imminent, Yuncheng County still has Yuiao City, which is safer than the clans on Yang County territory. I'm thinking we should bring Fuer and Kainger over here. What do you think? Liu Mizhen, who is inventorying supplies, paused. She shook her head and said, as my husband said, the beast tide could break out at any moment, and this is a crucial time for the clan. We don't have the manpower to escort them all the way here. The Wangaiyu Academy is full of people their age. We sent Feiner and the other two to Wangaiyu Academy hoping they could build strong relationships with the clan. In short, Liu Mizhen simply didn't want to bring them over. Fu Changsheng sighed inwardly, then, without further ado, addressed himself bluntly. Mizhen, my third brother sent me a message a while ago, saying that Kainger has been feeling rather gloomy. From what he said, Kainger believes that by sending him back to Wangaiyu Academy, we've abandoned him. Plus, I've been in seclusion for years, and I haven't seen him much since he was born. He's probably just having a hard time coming to terms with it. I think we should bring him to us while he can still change. Liu Mizhen set down the list and shook her head. Kainger's moodiness stems from the fact that, at the Third Ascension Conference a year ago, his spiritual root aptitude couldn't be detected. What? Fu Changsheng was stunned. Kainger didn't even have the spiritual root aptitude. For a moment, Fu Changsheng's thoughts raced. Of his children, Fangir, though the least gifted, at least possessed 5 spiritual roots. Yao Iao and Rongir had already reached the foundation building stage. Yu Qingru's twins, Anan and Ningning, were also exceptionally gifted. But it was surprising that Kaiangir lacked any spiritual root talent. Suddenly, he recalled the previous intelligence reports. It seemed that the child born to Xiao Xianger possessed considerable talent. In other words, Fu Gir was Xiao Xianger's child. If that were the case, then why was Mei Zhen so cold towards Kaiangir? He remembered how worried Mei Zhen had been when Fangir tested positive for 5 spiritual roots. She should have treated Kaiangir, who lacks spiritual root talent, with even greater care. Husband, there's a difference between immortals and mortals. According to clan rules, Kaiangir will be sent to the secular world upon reaching adulthood. Since that's the case, it's better to let him adjust to this difference sooner rather than later, Liu Meizhen said calmly. Fu Changsheng, thinking that he would be sending his son off in a few decades, found it difficult to accept. After all, this was his own flesh and blood. He sat quietly in the room for a moment before leaving. Liu Mizhen watched him retreat, muttering something inaudible. Fu Changsheng returned to his own secret room and settled down. He pondered a great deal. His gaze fell on the control panel. With the system's assistance, I doubt I can find a way to cultivate spiritual roots. He took a deep breath. Fu Changsheng resolved to find an opportunity to help Kaiangir embark on the path of cultivation. He had been able to revitalize his elder brother, and with Kaiangir, his cultivation level was higher, his access to more resources was greater, and so were his avenues. His previously blocked thoughts suddenly became clear. He slapped his storage bag, and in a flash of light, a scrap of iron fell into his palm. He hesitated for a moment. Fu Changsheng swung his sword finger. A dripping sound. A drop of blood landed on the scrap. Huh? No reaction. Was he overthinking it? Fu Changsheng shook his head, intending to put the scrap away and show it to Uncle Yu. The old man was knowledgeable and should be able to identify what it was. And then, a flash of black light emerged from the scrap of iron. Immediately, the blood that dripped into it was instantly devoured. There's hope. Something capable of absorbing blood must be some kind of magical weapon. However, after absorbing the last drop of blood, the scrap of iron ceased to react. He tried the usual rituals, but to no avail. Could it be that the blood I added wasn't enough? Ancient texts explain that the more powerful the magical weapon, the more blood is required for its refining, often even requiring a sacrifice of essence in blood. Give it a try. Fu Changsheng immediately struck his wrist with a flash of sword light, creating a crack. Blood dripped into the scrap of iron in a continuous line. The scrap trembled slightly, and a black light emerged, devouring all the blood it contained. Could this be a fragment of a magical weapon? Even if it was a spiritual weapon, swallowing that much blood would normally be sufficient. But this scrap of iron looked far from enough. If it truly was a fragment of a magical weapon, he would have made a killing. Treasures like magic weapons could only be possessed by giants Henrun. I've truly found a treasure. If it were truly a fragment of a magic weapon, then ordinary rituals wouldn't be enough to complete the master recognition ceremony. He currently didn't possess any techniques for refining magic weapons. The 7 apertures treasure refining technique he held was also obtained in a system lottery, though it only contained the magic weapons section. His gaze fell on the control panel. He still had 5,000 family contribution points. He could take a gamble. If all else fails, once the 7 apertures treasure refining technique completes the magic weapons section, it will be useful not only to him but also to his clan members. Having made up his mind, he immediately thought, deducing the 7 apertures treasure refining technique. Buzz! The control panel vibrated. A flood of yellow light surged, and then the deducing technique button illuminated. The next moment, golden runes swirled out. 62 runes completed the 7 apertures treasure refining technique's spiritual weapons section. Not enough, keep going. Changsheng decided to take a gamble. Buzz! The panel trembled violently, then flashed with golden light, and intricate golden runes flew out. Choose the treasure embryo in a sacred place, and seek the finest materials for its foundation. A sacred place is a place where energy gathers, like a deep spiritual valley. With a sincere heart, use your spiritual sense to explore the nature of the treasure embryo. Draw the spirit into the body, where it gathers in the danshan, transforming into spiritual fire. This spiritual fire will warm and nourish the nascent fire of the treasure embryo. When the deduction of the magic weapon chapter of the 7 apertures treasure refining art reached 1/3, there was a humming sound, and the panel trembled. All the intricate golden runes trembled slightly, then transformed into a golden stream of light and disappeared into the sea of consciousness. The deduction was interrupted. Changsheng hurriedly glanced at the panel. He saw that the 5,000 family contribution points had been reset to 0. That's too much contribution points. Just a magic weapon sacrifice and refining method required so many contribution points, so wouldn't his main practice, the Blue Emperor's Longevity Art Purple Mansion chapter, require tens of thousands? Looks like I'll have to work hard to accumulate family contribution points. The thought had just fallen. A familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ling, you have added a complete spiritual weapon refining method to your family, earning 200 family contribution points. Immediately, the contribution value on the dashboard instantly returned from 0 to 200. Changsheng felt a sense of relief. With contribution points, at least he could exchange them for information at a crucial moment. Huh? He exhaled a breath of air. Changsheng closed his eyes and pondered the 7 apertures treasure refining technique he had just deduced. The complex runes in the magic weapons section were significantly longer. From the initial material collection to the preparation of the ritual array, it was extremely complex. However, he was not refining a complete magic weapon now, but simply refining and recognizing the master. He quickly reviewed it, and his eyes lit up slightly. Fortunately, the recipe for recognizing the master of a magic weapon is recorded in it. According to the record, refining a magic weapon requires one's own blood as a guide, choosing a place with abundant spiritual energy to inscribe the ritual array. After the array is activated, one then combines one's own essence, blood, and magic power into one, and uses a specific ritual to open the magic weapon's 7 apertures. Having spent 5,000 clan contribution points to obtain this technique, Changsheng was incredibly motivated, eager to complete the refining of this scrap of iron right away. He immediately rushed to the clan's storehouse in search of spiritual materials for the formation, and happened to encounter Fu Yongdan approaching with a tray. Fu Yongdan bowed from a distance. Greetings, Patriarch. What are you holding, Patriarch? It's the blood-restoring grass you brought back from the Taiji locust nest. Mistress and Elder Gan have already refined it into blood-restoring pills and asked me to add them to the clan treasury. Blood-restoring pills. Changsheng's eyes lit up. This was indeed a timely refinement. He didn't know how much blood and essence he would need to sacrifice the scrap iron later, so he had it ready. Just give me the pill. Yes, Patriarch. Fu Yongdan quickly offered it with both hands. Glancing around to see if there was anyone around, she mustered her courage and said, Patriarch, my alchemy skills had been stuck at the 1st grade, supreme grade elixir level, and it was difficult to advance further. But a while ago, I felt a mysterious power descend upon me, and this fortunately allowed me to enter a state of enlightenment and successfully break through to the second grade alchemist level. I mentioned this to the mistress. The mistress said it was the Patriarch who bestowed the family's good fortune upon me. Yongdan has always remembered this. Today, I finally meet the Patriarch. Please accept my respects, because she was the mistress's first disciple. Her words hinted at the rarity of such a privilege. She felt both honored and grateful. She immediately bowed deeply to the ground. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. Just keep this to yourself. Don't mention it to anyone else. Poverty is not a problem, but inequality is. Comparisons and rivalries breed rifts over time, and sibling rivalry is common. Yes, Patriarch. Fu Yongdan nodded quickly. Fu Changsheng pocketed the blood restoration pill. His spiritual sense swept over Fu Yongdan, revealing she had already reached the peak of ki refining. With a further period of concentration, she would be able to achieve foundation establishment. Currently, the clan only had 3 foundation establishment pills remaining. Fu Changsheng entered the clan treasury and retrieved the spiritual materials needed for the ritual array, nearly 100 varieties. In the past, the Fu family would have been unable to produce them. But since they had taken over the Filong market and the Wanning market, the clan treasury was overflowing with a wide variety of materials. This was the power of the family. When they left the clan treasury and returned to the Patriarch's residence, Yu Qingru, who had received the summons, had been waiting for a long time. The arrangement of the ritual array seemed too complex and time-consuming for a layman like Fu Changsheng. Matron Liu, returning from Fangir's courtyard next door, happened to witness the two of them entering the secret room. She returned to her room and pooh-poohed, "That slut has even chased us here. How shameless. No, I have to report this to the mistress. If this woman really treats this place as her own, the clan will be filled with rumors." Matron Liu quickly went to the study to find Liu Mizhen. Liu Mizhen was writing a strategy for defending the city. Nanny Liu waited for a long time like an ant on a hot pan. Seeing Liu Mizhen finally put down her pen, she hurriedly whispered, "Madam, that woman from the Yu family just entered the secret room with the head of the family, and the two have not come out yet. That woman usually knows how to restrain herself, but as soon as she was promoted to the 9th rank head of the family, she dared to enter the house. Madam, you have to be on guard against this woman from the Yu family. You never know, her belly may suddenly get bigger one day. Nanny, if you have so much free time, you might as well keep an eye on Yulian. She is about to give birth, and it will be her first child." Liu Mizhen was unmoved. "Madam, the eldest grandmother is being watched by Hall Master K. Madam, although my words may have been harsh, my point is true. You still need to spend more time on the master. I am still healthy now. If you can have another young lady or young master, I will be able to take care of them." Madam Liu was old and liked to nag. Because she was a wet nurse and the only surviving confidant brought from her mother's family, Liu Mizhen did not get annoyed and just listened quietly. On the other side, it was the first time for Yu Qingru to enter Fu Changsheng's secret room. Although they were already husband and wife, she couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in her heart. Chapter 241, 9 Yang 7 Apertures Sacrifice Formation, Horrifying Heaven and Earth Visions, People's Hearts Surge. After the two sat down, Fu Changsheng waved his sleeve, and a jade slip floated towards Yu Qingru. "Qingru, this is the 9 Yang 7 Apertures Sacrificial Refining Formation. I have already gathered the spiritual materials required for the formation. Please help me set up the formation in the secret room." It turned out to be a formation. Yu Qingru's initial hope was dashed. She placed the jade slip between her eyebrows and, after reviewing the information on it, she let out a small exclamation. This sacrificial formation looked like an ancient formation. After studying it for a while, she realized that this 9 Yang 7 Apertures Sacrificial Refining Formation was no less than a second grade, top grade formation. Its function was merely a master recognition ceremony, which clearly indicated that the treasure being sacrificed was at least third grade. Yu Qingru didn't ask any further questions. She took the spiritual materials Fu Changsheng handed her. After a brief practice, she quickly mastered the formation, quickly completing the process. With a hand seal, 9 high-quality yangang stones flew up, landing one by one deep beneath the chamber, in 9 different mystical locations: Qianang, Qunian, Thunder, Zunfeng, Kanchu, Lihou, Zhenchen, Duais, Changsheng, You need to carve the corresponding 9 palaces runes above the location where the yangang stones are buried. The rune ink must be your own blood, mixed with the essence of calcined yangang wood. Fu Changsheng was a seasoned talisman maker, so drawing the 9 palaces runes was easy for him. He had practiced it so many times that once he took up the pen, he could do it almost in one go. Yu Kingru's spell changed again. With a series of loud rumbling sounds, 9 yang pillars roared out, standing at each intersection of the 9 palaces grid. These pillars were to be forged from 9 yang refined iron, standing 9 feet and 9 inches tall. Yu Kingru flicked her fingers, and spiritual ropes shot out, circling the 9 yang pillars 9 times. These spiritual elements were woven from pure yang silk threads. Every 3 inches on the spiritual rope, a small yangang jade pendant was attached, each one also engraved with the mark of the 9 yang power. The center of the formation was located in the exact center of the 9 yang grid. With a rumble, Yu Kingru slapped her storage bag, and a massive 9 yang furnace descended into it. The furnace was forged from 9 yang essence rock, nurtured by the 9 yang earth core fire. The incantation was retracted. Yu Kingru's face paled slightly. Changsheng, next, you only need to carve 99 small 9 yang runes on each 9 yang pillar. These runes must correspond to the 9 yang runes underground. Also, the spiritual energy guiding patterns within the 9 yang furnace will also require your rune blood to draw. Once activated, these patterns will channel the 9 yang power gathered by the formation onto the required sacrificial objects placed within. In other words, it was up to Fu Changsheng himself. Looking at the runes of the 9 yang 7 apertures sacrifice formation, Fu Changsheng was thankful that Mizhun and the others had just finished refining a batch of blood-restoring pills. Otherwise, by the time he finished drawing these runes, his blood would have been drained. Kingru, thank you for your hard work. Yu Kingru shook her head, knowing he had important matters to attend to. She tactfully left, but the words lingered in her heart, never coming to her lips. The 2 children were growing older. Now they needed their father's company. They could no longer be easily fooled around like they had been when they were little. She had wanted to discuss this with Fu Changsheng several times, but the right opportunity never came. After Yu Kingru left, Fu Changsheng took a blood-restoring pill and began drawing the runes. After working for over a month, he finally completed engraving the runes of the 9 yang pillar and the 9 yang furnace. Now it was time to verify his hypothesis. After aligning his body and mind to optimal condition, Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag. In a flash of light, the scraps of iron, housed in a white box with black patterns, floated upward, landing precisely at the center of the 9 suns smelting furnace. He took a deep breath. Fu Changsheng's eyes flickered open and closed, his composure now serene. He formed the 9 suns seal with his hands, interlacing his thumbs, extending the other fingers, palms facing outward, chanting an ancient, obscure incantation. 9 suns radiate, spiritual fire consumes the heavens. The yang essence of heaven and earth converges within my formation. Treasures enter the furnace, impurities eliminated. The power of the 9 suns refines my magical weapon. Runes guide, spiritual energy infuses. Sun flames blaze, precious light radiates. Today, in this ritual, the magical weapon will be spiritually connected. Simultaneously, the endless flow of mana within his body poured into the 9 sun's 7 apertures refining formation. Buzz! The runes on the 9 sun pillars instantly illuminated. The power of the 9 suns flowed along the rune array and into the runes of the furnace. The runes connected with a bang, and then, with a bang, a ball of intensely strong and yang flames materialized. Sizzling. The 9 suns flames engulfed the remnant of iron. A faint blood-red glow shone on its surface. This light wasn't dazzling, but it carried an ancient and mysterious aura, as if awakening a power dormant for millennia. The remnant began to tremble slightly, emitting a low humming sound, as if responding to Fu Changsheng's call. Just a little bit more. Fu Changsheng struck his chest with a palm. Then, with a puff, a mouthful of essence and blood spurted from his mouth, landing on the remnant of iron. The trembling of the remnant intensified, and the blood-red glow grew more intense. Suddenly, a crisp metallic crack echoed, and the remnant split open. Could it be that the firepower was too strong? Fu Changsheng's heart tightened. If so, then his efforts would be in vain. Just when he thought the ritual had failed, a sudden change occurred. The fire-attributed spiritual energy within the secret chamber trembled with a gentle hum. Then, with a bang, As if summoned by an invisible force, it madly surged toward the Nine Sun Furnace. In an instant, a vortex of spiritual energy coalesced above the Nine Sun Furnace. Initially just a few inches in diameter, it quickly expanded, encompassing 3, then 10, then 100 miles. Even in the previously tranquil sky, the sun's rays seemed stretched, as golden rays, like a physical substance, shot towards the Nine Sun Furnace. These rays intertwined, forming a vast golden vortex, its center facing the Nine Sun Furnace. Not to be outdone, the yang energy above ground was no less powerful. From the ground, bursts of golden air surged, following the energy channels created by the yang flamestone and the 9 sun pillars, rapidly converging into the furnace. In this process, the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees were nourished by the yang energy. What had once been ordinary blossoms suddenly blossomed into brilliant blooms, their colors radiating a dazzling golden hue, as if coated in gold foil. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth began to vibrate violently. With the 9 suns refining formation at its center, ripples of spiritual energy emanated in all directions. These ripples, like waves, distorted space wherever they passed. In the distant mountains, hidden spiritual springs, affected by the ripples, gushed forth, forming magnificent columns of water that shone with a multicolored glow under the refracting sunlight. Meanwhile, Changsheng, the master of the formation, was horrified to discover that his essence and blood were being continuously drained into the 9 suns refining formation, a process he could not interrupt at all. This scene, witnessed by the Fu family, was awestruck. Even Yao, who had been guarding the Demon Control City's formation center, flew out. Seeing the strange phenomenon emanating from the Patriarch's mansion, she murmured, "Could it be that Father has achieved a breakthrough to the Purple Mansion prematurely? Otherwise, how could such a strange phenomenon have occurred?" Yu Qingru, also in Uyao City, witnessed this scene, her eyes flashing with deep shock. Just a few months ago, she had set up a formation in Fu Changsheng's secret chamber. She could conclude that this wasn't a breakthrough from the Purple Mansion, but rather the appearance of a treasure. What kind of heaven-defying treasure is this? Such a celestial phenomenon was simply terrifying. No wonder the ritual alone required more than a second-tier, top-grade formation. However, if anyone were to spy on it, the Fu family would be in turmoil from now on. Whether this would be a blessing or a curse was anyone's guess. Yu Qingru's brows were filled with worry. At this moment, Liu Mizan, controlling her magical instrument, hovered in midair. "All disciples, listen up. Return immediately to your respective positions and activate the mountain protection formation with all your might." "Yes, madam." The onlookers, fearing distraction, returned to their assigned positions. Less than half a cup of tea later, a rumbling sound appeared. Pillars of light suddenly rose from the Fu family mountain. They shot up into the sky, transforming into a vast light shield, obscuring the strange phenomenon. However, the phenomenon was so immense that the He family, the closest, were almost the first to notice it. The He family was repelling a wave of beast attacks. Seeing the strange phenomenon at the Fu family, the elders were startled. "Patriarch, has the Fu family master achieved a breakthrough to the Purple Mansion? This doesn't look like a breakthrough to the Purple Mansion, but more like a rare treasure appearing, a rare treasure appearing." Upon hearing this, the elders' eyes suddenly lit up with greed. "Patriarch, rare treasures are only obtained by those with a predestined relationship. We must not miss such an opportunity." As soon as these words were spoken, the elders' eyes suddenly lit up with greed. "Patriarch, rare treasures are only obtained by those with a predestined relationship. We must not miss such an opportunity." He was immediately met with a fierce glare from the He clan leader. The Fu family was now too powerful a force for the He clan to provoke, let alone such words. "Third uncle, words can cause trouble. You repeatedly warned us about this during your first lecture," the He clan's third elder heard. He muttered, his eyes shifting. However, this celestial phenomenon presents an opportunity. He instructed his clan members to clean up the battlefield and consolidate their forces. As he was about to leave, he raced towards the Fu clan at almost top speed. Seeing this, the third elder snorted coldly, thinking the soldiers would simply set fires and prevent the civilians from lighting lamps. But then the second elder raised his hand and knocked him on the head, saying, in a humming voice, "Third elder, I don't know the clan leader's intentions, but whatever he decides, it will be in the best interests of the clan. If you don't want the He clan to follow the path of the Ping and Xiao clans, then obey." At the time, the three clans were allied. The Ping clan was powerful. But now it has been razed to the ground. Even the Cao family has lost its ancestral homeland, with only 4 remaining foundation establishment cultivators, like rootless duckweed. The He family, originally the weakest, has tenaciously survived under the leadership of their new patriarch, and as a result, the He family's second elder is the He clan leader's unwavering support. Thinking of this, He Lao Sam smiled and said, "Second brother, you know my temper, I just like to nag." The Fu family's unusual phenomenon had evidently reached the nearby Lin clan. Ever since the Shangguan family's foundation establishment troops stationed at the Lin clan retreated, clan leader Lin was reluctant to abandon the foundation he had painstakingly built and wanted to protect it at all costs. So, when the 4 foundation establishment cultivators from the Cao family arrived, he hesitated but ultimately accepted their offer. He saw it as a good idea to have the Cao family help defend the foundation, and once the beast tide was over, he could immediately enlist the Shangguan family's help in eliminating the Cao family's influence. This way, the Lin family's fortunes would remain firmly within his control. However, he still grumbled about the Cao family's ambitions. After the Lin family activated the mountain protection formation, the 4 Cao family members initially treated them politely, treating them like guests. But as time passed, and they thoroughly understood the Lin family's true intentions, they immediately launched a rebellion. The Lin clan leader, already severely injured, was no match for the 4 Cao family members. His meridians were immediately blocked and he was imprisoned, along with the Lin family's core members. Later, the 4 Cao family members retrieved all the clan members who had been housed in the Cao family's basement. The entire Lin family was now under the Cao family's control. Trapped in the dungeon, the Lin clan leader, hearing the daily clinking of glasses and laughter from above, felt a wave of regret. The Cao family was unlike the Shangguan family. Although the Shangguan family had previously sidelined the Lin family, they still shared a share of the annual harvest and rarely interfered with the family's internal affairs. But now the Cao family was like bandits invading a village. It was like inviting a wolf into the house. If only he had known this would happen. He had originally followed the Shangguan family's advice, voluntarily resigned from the court, voluntarily downgraded his rank, and relocated to the Fu family's Yuao city, becoming their affiliated force. With his family property as a token of his surrender, he believed the Fu family would surely protect them through the beast tide. Now, before the beast tide had even dissipated, they had fallen prey to the Cao family. The 4 Cao family members were observing the celestial phenomena coming from the Fu family's Yansheng commandery. Xiao Zhuang was the first to exclaim, "Father, judging by these celestial phenomena, it's likely a rare treasure has appeared." The former second elder Xiao, now promoted to clan leader, was tempted but shook his head. "We've just captured the Lin family. If we leave now, if the Lin family still has some tricks up their sleeve, our efforts will be in vain." With the Lin family's spiritual vein, the Xiao family's title as a 9th-rank aristocratic family would be secure. Compared to their previous days of wandering and homelessness, now possessing a spiritual vein and the protection of the mountain protecting formation, he was already content. Xiao Zhuang frowned when he heard this. "Father, this beast tide is coming with great force. Our clan mountain was previously breached by the Tai Chi locust tide. In this troubled time, the most important thing is our own combat power. Looking at the celestial phenomenon of the Fu family, this rare treasure must be extraordinary. If we get it, let alone the Lin family's spiritual vein, even the Fu family's demon-controlling city will belong to our Cao family." Xiao Laozhen, the old man of the Cao family, was also a little moved. "Second brother, rare treasures have always been obtained by those who are destined to get them. If we don't fight for one or two, we will regret it for the rest of our lives." The remaining newcomer, Xiao Zuru, who was in the foundation building stage, gritted his teeth and advised in a low voice, "Third uncle, fourth brother, not long ago, dozens of second-level red-tailed wolves led hundreds of little demons to attack the Fu family's Pingshan County fiefdom. Among them, there were 2 red-tailed wolves at the peak of the second level. But according to the news I received, the red-tailed wolf pack was completely wiped out, and even the 2 wolf kings were not spared." People watching the battle from a distance said, "The Fu family's head must have used an extremely powerful spiritual technique at that time." Spiritual techniques. Generally speaking, only a master of the Purple Mansion could master them. Xiao Zuru's words were clear enough. With their current military strength, they wouldn't be a match for Fu Changsheng. Even if a rare treasure were to appear, it wouldn't be their turn. Going there would only create a bad impression among the Fu family. It would be better to stay put. After all, once the beast tide passes, war with the East Wilderness tribe is imminent. As a neighboring family, the Fu family can only make peace with them at this time. Clan leader Xiao glanced at Xiao Zhu with satisfaction. He's the youngest in the 6th grade, but he's more insightful than the rest of you. Everyone, go back and get busy. Xiao Zuiyang gave Xiao Zhu a cold, sidelong glance. When he inherits the position of Patriarch, he'll see how he handles this sycophant. Coming out of the meeting room, he saw that the celestial phenomenon at the Fu family had not yet dissipated. Xiao Zuiyang's eyes rolled, and he sneered, "If you don't go, I'll go myself. What if I stumble upon something unexpected?" The Gongsun clan. After a wave of beasts attacked the city and nearly breached the mountain gate, the Gongsun clan had been busy repairing their magic arrays and consolidating their fortifications. At this moment, upon seeing the unusual phenomenon coming from the Fu clan, the Gongsun clan urgently convened a council of elders. Second elder Sun Run succinctly stated, "The Fu clan and our Gongsun clan are sworn enemies. If this truly is a rare treasure, it must not fall into the hands of the Fu clan, under any circumstances. Otherwise, it will undoubtedly make it much more difficult to eradicate the Fu clan in the future." Third elder Sun Ming nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, the Gongsun clan chief nodded and said, "Since that's the case, third brother and I will go to the Fu clan, while second brother, you will remain in charge of the fiefdom." With that, the Gongsun clan chief immediately turned and left. Second elder Sun Run was stunned, his eyes darkening. During the previous beast wave attack, the Patriarch delayed in using the mountain-suppressing seal, leading to the tragic death of his 6th brother. Now, seeing the opportunity, he's the first to rush forward. Truly a good Patriarch who always considers the interests of his clan. However, Gongsun Run dared not speak out. Watching the retreating figures of the Gongsun clan leader and the other two, his eyes filled with disappointment. Unlike the other aristocratic families, the Kui, Qi, and Hong clans, upon witnessing the strange phenomenon, their first reaction was to meet to discuss the matter. While clan leader Kui's eyes shone with eagerness, he remained rational. Since this rare treasure appeared in the Fu family's fiefdom, with Fu Changsheng's current strength, we're afraid it would be a thankless task for us to go. The old clan leader of the Hong clan, Hong, was unwell. The new clan leader was attending the meeting this time. Hearing this, he shook his head and said, "Brother Kui, what you said is wrong. No matter how strong Fu Changsheng is, he is just one person. If our 3 families join forces, this rare treasure may fall into our pockets." Looking at the celestial phenomenon caused by this rare treasure, with this treasure, when the beast tide breaks out completely, it can be easily resolved. This is a good thing that will solve the problem once and for all. Especially Brother Kui, if this treasure falls into the hands of your Kui family, it will not be easy to advance to an 8th grade family, but I heard, now we only have one 8th grade family promotion spot left in Wan'an. Even if this rare treasure does not fall into the hands of our 3 families, we must not let the Fu family take it away. Otherwise, with the current strength of the Fu family, I am afraid that the last 8th grade family spot will fall into the hands of the Fu family. Clan leader Hong's words were full of temptation. Clan leader Qi, who had initially been reluctant to go, was now somewhat persuaded. Brother Kui, Brother Hong's words are a bit succinct, but they make sense. How about we go and see the specifics before making any plans? What do you think? Clan leader Kui shook his head without hesitation. No, let's not even talk about Fu Changsheng's combat prowess. Do you think you can defeat the defenses of Yuiao City? At these words, clan leader Qi's body trembled. The 3 families had jointly built a small city, though it was a simplified version of Yuiao City, yet its defenses were impressive. The Fu family's Yuiao City, which had taken 7 or 8 years to build, was undoubtedly even more impregnable. Seeing that clan leader Qi, finally persuaded, was beginning to back down, junior clan leader Hong quickly said, looking at the astronomical signs, "It's not certain that the rare treasure is within Yuiao City. Perhaps it's somewhere on the edge of the Fu family's fiefdom. We can't just sit there and watch such an opportunity slip by." Clan leader Kui frowned. Such impetuosity was unbecoming of the head of an aristocratic family. It seemed he needed to mention to Patriarch Hong that while his prestige remained, the Hong family needed to select a new patriarch. Otherwise, the triangular alliance between the 3 families might not last long. The Fu family's fiefdom. The first to arrive was clan leader He. Yao Iao and Liu Mizhen were both at the center of the formation within demon-protecting city. Seeing clan leader He's appearance, Yao Iao frowned. Mother, is clan leader He trying to take advantage of this situation? Clan leader He stood far outside demon-protecting city. After gazing at the heavens, he bowed and said loudly, is brother Fu here? I have no ulterior motives in coming here. If you need my help later, just let me know. He was coming for support. Clearly, clan leader He expected many to arrive soon after hearing the news. He was here to support the Fu family. Inside demon-protecting city, Yao Iao blinked. Mother, is clan leader He sincere? Whether he's sincere or not, we'll know in a moment. Don't be distracted. Pay attention to any fluctuations in the formation. Don't let anyone sneak in. Yes, mother, Yao Iao replied. She no longer paid attention to the outside world, concentrating on guarding the formation. Clan leader He had just landed. Then, from all directions, beams of rainbow light rushed in. Most of them were independent cultivators, with some from various aristocratic families among them. They stood in a corner, wary of each other, their eyes fixed on the strange phenomenon in the sky, already eager to make a move. Xiao Zuiyang was almost the last to arrive. Seeing that the celestial phenomenon had not yet dissipated, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I made it in time. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber of the Fu family's patriarchal residence, Fu Changsheng's face had completely drained of color, but the ritual process was still ongoing. A flicker of determination flashed in Fu Changsheng's eyes. He tapped the last bottle of blood-restoring pills placed before him. The contents fell into his mouth, transforming into a torrent of blood energy that sank into the 9 Yang 7 apertures refining formation. Buzz! After absorbing sufficient essence and the power of the 9 Yang, the cracked iron fragments melted by the 9 Yang suddenly erupted with a golden light that shot skyward. This light, like the breaking light of dawn, broke through the energy barrier of the 9 Yang treasure refining formation and soared into the clouds. Wherever the light reached, the clouds in the sky instantly dissipated, revealing a clear blue sky. The golden light was laced with strands of red flame, a manifestation of the fusion of the 9 suns' power and the special energy contained in the remnant iron. These flames, like living creatures, snaked and swirled within the light, imbuing the entire radiance with a vibrant aura. The sword's cry shook the air. Accompanying the burst of light, a melodious and powerful sword cry resounded through the heavens and earth. Like the resounding of a mighty bell, the sound echoed through the valley for a long time. This sound seemed to hold a mysterious power. The surrounding birds and beasts, upon hearing the sword's cry, prostrated themselves on the ground, as if worshipping this newly born artifact. The sound waves of the sword's cry also created visible ripples in the air, spreading outward, shattering small rocks wherever they touched, turning them into dust that drifted through the air. Chapter 242, Treasure Hunt, 9 Suns Flame, and the Gongsun family's tragedy. Everyone witnessed this scene. Their excitement boiled like boiling water. Xiao Zuiyang's eyes flashed with madness. Thank goodness I'm here, otherwise I would have suffered a great loss. The strange phenomenon in the sky had not yet dissipated, but the divine sword had already broken through the Fu family's mountain protection formation and was hovering high in the sky. Everyone's thoughts suddenly became active. Inside the formation, Yao Iao witnessed this scene. Worried, she asked, Mother, what should we do? You hold the formation. Liu Mizhen glanced at the secret room where Fu Changsheng was in seclusion. With a flash, she appeared above Yuiao City. Her posture was upright, her eyes revealing the majesty and determination of a mistress. She shouted, Everyone, this divine sword belongs to my Fu family. Anyone who attempts to seize it would be an enemy of my Fu family. I advise you to think twice before acting. The destruction of the Haika family is a lesson for us. With a wave of her delicate hand, a mysteriously radiant Sun Dragon and Phoenix alchemy furnace levitated before her. As the furnace appeared, the temperature around it soared dramatically. Liu Mizhen formed seals with her hands, like a butterfly flitting through flowers, while she whispered, Power of Dragon and Phoenix, birth of strange fire. With a roar, the dragon and phoenix carvings on the alchemy furnace seemed to come alive. From the dragon's head erupted a blazing flame, a faint blue, like an extremely cold fire from the depths of the underworld. From the phoenix's mouth, a brilliant purple red, a blaze of destruction that seemed to consume everything in the world. As soon as these two strange fires appeared, they intertwined and merged, forming an even more powerful conflagration. Liang Zhishan, the belated head of the Liang family, witnessed this scene with a narrowed pupil. When Liu Mizhun had tricked their Liang family in Wanning Market, they had assumed she was merely a shrewd stratagem. But now, it seemed she was truly formidable. Xiao Zhuang swallowed hard as he watched the storm of flames, his eyes red with envy. What kind of rotten luck did the Fu family have? A woman has such a powerful treasure. The divine sword is fine, but if we can seize this divine cauldron during the chaos, we'll be raking in the dough. Liu Mizhun had barely finished speaking when, on the other side, clan leader he stood beside Liu Mizhun and declared, "Everyone, please don't forget. The imperial decree prohibits fighting among aristocratic families during the beast tide." Loklag, clan leader Gongsun cursed upon seeing this. Clan leader he was a member of the aristocratic family under his jurisdiction, yet he was actually fawning over the Fu family, showing he had absolutely no regard for the Gongsun clan. Clan leader Gongsun said coldly, "Treasures in the world belong to those who are destined to obtain them. What does this have to do with aristocratic family feuds?" "That's right," many people echoed. Especially those Foundation establishment cultivators. If they could truly seize the divine sword, they could stay anywhere else. Why stay in Huainan Prefecture? Especially. Apparently, almost half of the Fu family's Foundation building forces had relocated to the clan territory in Anyang County. Now, aside from Yao and Yu Qingru, who were guarding the formation, and Yurlian, who had recently given birth, only Liu Mizhun had emerged to fight. Fu Changsheng, the key force, had yet to appear. Everyone's thoughts raced. They waited for the strange phenomenon in the sky to dissipate. The battle was imminent. A moment later, a buzz. The golden light in the sky faded. Everyone's gaze is averted towards the sky. Previously, they had only heard the sound, but hadn't seen the true form of the divine sword. Now, it suddenly came into view. The divine sword hovered quietly in the air. Its blade seemed forged from true nine suns gold, its golden glow dazzling like the blazing sun. The blade was as clear as autumn water, its aura sharp and piercing. The flames on the blade resembled ancient runes, its edge sharp enough to pierce the void. The hilt, like a branch of the nine suns sacred tree, was a dark red, engraved with 9 flaming dragons. The dragon's scales were delicate, its whiskers swayed, its eyes widened. Embedded within the dragon were 9 yang glazed beads, their soft, fiery crimson glow echoing with the golden radiance of the sword. The sword's pommel burned like the blazing sun, its edges gleaming with runes that seemed to seal power. It truly is a divine sword. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the divine sword. The Fu family was no longer a thing. Ha ha ha. This divine sword was crafted specifically for me. No one shall compete with me for it. The wandering cultivator Yun Bozi was the first to burst forth from the crowd. He formed hand seals with his hands, chanting the incantation, "Ice soul condenses crystal, cold abyss locks soul." He then summoned his icy blue natal magical weapon, the mysterious ice spirit shuttle. This mysterious ice spirit shuttle was crafted from a spiritual object Yun Bozi had found years ago in a land of extreme cold. Its appearance caused the surrounding temperature to plummet, and the moisture in the air instantly condensed into icy flowers. The mysterious ice spirit shuttle spun rapidly through the air, emitting a humming sound. Threads of icy blue spiritual energy emanated from the shuttle, snaking like spirit snakes, entwining the 9-sun divine sword, attempting to trap it. Clan leader Gongsun and Gongsun Ming exchanged a glance, their intentions understood. Clan leader Gongsun waved his hands, sending a vortex of spiritual energy swirling rapidly behind him. He shouted, 8 trigrams soul trapping formation, seal. A massive 8 trigrams diagram materialized before him. It shimmered with the golden light, each hexagram akin to a profound spiritual channel. Gongsun Ming flung his folding fan, chanting an incantation, thousands of fan shadows, trapping and locking souls. The fan rapidly expanded in the air, its landscape painting seemingly coming to life, with chains of spiritual energy flowing between the mountains and water. These chains resonated with clan leader Gongsun's Bagua soul trapping formation, forming a vast spiritual cage that enveloped the 9-yang divine sword, attempting to capture it. The independent cultivators also displayed their unique abilities. Tigui Chen held a gourd emitting a faint green light in both hands. He shouted, "Spiritual gourd, collect." A powerful suction force emanated from the gourd's mouth, drawing the surrounding air in, forming a massive vortex that swept toward the 9-yang divine sword, attempting to draw it into the gourd. Black Widow clutched a crystal-clear spiritual pearl. She chanted, "Spirit pearl, capture the soul." Sword, The pearl released a soft white light, seemingly gentle but imbued with a powerful absorption force, extending toward the nine-yang divine sword. "You're looking for death?" Liu Mizhen's long black hair rustled in the wind. The magical energy in her hands poured into the Taxa Dragon and Phoenix alchemy furnace. It was as if two minds within her body were rapidly working. The flame storm, originally the size of a fist, instantly expanded to dozens of feet. With a flick of her delicate hand, boom! The flame storm trembled slightly, instantly sweeping towards the spells and magical instruments attempting to capture the Nine-Sun divine sword. Icy blue spiritual threads quickly melted under the flames, instantly dispelling the icy aura. The spiritual energy within the 8 trigram soul-trapping array and the folding femme prison began to distort under the scorching flames, its golden glow gradually dimming. The wandering cultivator's dark green gourd, engulfed by the flames, its internal suction abruptly ceased, emitting a mournful hum. The absorbing light released by the spirit pearl was like fragile spider silk before the flames, easily incinerated. This was the first time Liu Mizhen had publicly displayed her combat prowess. Everyone was stunned. They had never expected such formidable strength. By the time they reacted, the flame storm had already engulfed them. Yunbozi hurriedly piloted the mystic ice spirit shuttle backward, simultaneously casting a continuous stream of ice-attributed defensive spells in an attempt to ward off the flame storm. Clan leader Gongsun and Gongsun Ming also worked together to strengthen the 8 trigram soul-trapping array to ward off the strange fire. Clan leader Gongsun's face was gloomy, yet a hint of determination shone in his eyes. He knew full well that Liu Mizhen's flame storm was incredibly powerful, impenetrable by ordinary means. He gritted his teeth and slowly pulled from his bosom a faintly blue glowing ice soul-shattering sky talisman. This talisman was a 3rd-level spiritual talisman. As soon as it appeared, the ice soul-shattering sky talisman shone with a faint blue light, faintly shimmering with mysterious runes. Clan leader Gongsun formed hand seals, muttering something to himself. With a final incantation, he hurled the talisman towards the flame storm. The talisman instantly ignited in midair, transforming into a massive blue blade of light. Wisps of icy aura surrounded the blade, creating a stark contrast to the fiery heat of the flame storm. The icy aura spread rapidly, freezing the air wherever it passed. A blue blade of light, brimming with powerful spiritual energy, slashed fiercely at the flame storm. In an instant, the two ultimate forces of ice and fire collided, creating a deafening roar. The flame storm twisted frantically, attempting to devour the icy blue blade, but the power of the ice soul-shattering sky talisman could not be underestimated. After a violent surge of energy, the blue blade finally split the flame storm, spreading the flames in both directions, creating a gap in the center. Clan leader Gongsun seized the opportunity to rush forward, his eyes grim with a hint of triumph. Seeing this, clan leader he, with lightning speed, appeared before Liu Mizhen in an instant, his hands forming hand seals, build a thick earthen wall, and the mountains and rivers will be forever secure. A massive ochre-colored wall rose from the ground, its runes gleaming. Spells and magical instruments attempting to capture the Nine-Sun divine sword collided with it, sending waves of spiritual energy surging. Clan leader Gongsun stopped, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes, his heart blazing with rage. He had never imagined that the He family, whom he had single-handedly supported, would now side with the Fu family and become his enemy. This was tantamount to betrayal, and he was furious. "You little ant, courting your own death?" Clan leader Gongsun's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He quickly formed hand seals with his hands, muttering to himself. In an instant, a surge of black spiritual energy surged from his palms. This spiritual energy, as thick as ink, twisted and swirled in the air, forming a ferocious black python. The black python's tail whipped through the air. The already cracked earthen wall collapsed. The black python continued its momentum, opening its bloody maw and leaping towards clan leader he with a whistling sound. Clan leader he hurriedly mobilized all his spiritual energy, converging it into a green shield in front of him. Boom! However, clan leader Gongsun's strength was evident. The black python collided with a green shield, which only withstood for a moment before crackling and shattering like fragile glass. Boom! Clan leader he was unable to dodge and was struck fiercely by the black python. A tremendous force ripped through his body, his chest feeling like it had been struck by a sledgehammer, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His body flew backward like a kite with its string cut, slamming heavily to the ground. Yunbozi and Black Widow, taking advantage of the fierce battle between clan leaders Gongsun and he, sprang towards the divine sword with lightning speed, transforming into two streaks of light. Looking for death, Gongsun Ming would not let them succeed. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he quickly withdrew an orange glowing spiritual bead from his stored ring. This was the Flame Sun Spirit Bead, a quasi third-level item. Gongsun Ming channeled his spiritual energy into the bead, and it instantly unleashed a powerful orange flame. The flames transformed into a massive firebird, its wingspan stretching several feet. The firebird let out a resounding cry and pounced towards Yunbozi and Black Widow. Yunbozi, half a step behind the Black Widow, could only pause to defend himself. With a wave of his hands, a water mirror radiating a faint blue light appeared before him. This was his life-originated magical weapon, the Blue Sea Spirit Mirror. He chanted something, quickly forming seals with his hands, and blue water arrows shot out from the mirror. Wisps of spiritual energy surrounded the water arrows, like nimble little snakes, tangling with the firebird. Ha ha ha, the magic sword is mine. Elsewhere, the fastest Black Widow, her withered fingers were about to touch the magic sword. At this critical moment, Gongsun Ming shouted loudly and swung his folding fan. The seemingly ordinary fan instantly glowed, and the landscape pattern on the fan seemed to come alive. Gongsun Ming chanted something, and with a slight flick of the fan, a sharp white sword energy whistled out from the fan. The sword energy, like a nimble white dragon, slashed through the air in a graceful arc, charging towards Black Widow with unstoppable force. Ghost protection. Black Widow sensed the powerful threat from behind and conjured a mystical shield. But it was too late to dodge. The white sword energy instantly struck her back, its powerful force piercing through her body. Black Widow's body stiffened, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. Her eyes were filled with resentment and despair as she slammed to the ground, a pool of rotten flesh. Meanwhile, Gongsun Ming's right hand had already reached for the divine sword. A look of ecstasy crossed his face. However, on the other side, clan leader Gongsun was oblivious to the fact that Liu Mizhen and clan leader He had vanished. No, third brother, let go of the divine sword. Before he could finish his words, something unexpected happened. The moment Gongsun Ming's fingers touched the divine sword, it suddenly erupted with a blinding light, followed by a blazing stream of 9 suns flames. The 9 suns blaze was like divine fire descending from the heavens, carrying immense power. Gongsun Ming had no escape. Hastily, he activated his treasured protective talisman, the Black Turtle Spirit Armor Talisman. He had stumbled upon this talisman from an ancient relic. Legend has it that it was crafted by an ancient lord, using the shell of a black tortoise as a guide and incorporating countless rare spiritual materials. Once activated, it forms an indestructible spiritual armor shield around the body. Gongsun Ming also wore the star-glazed vestment. This vestment was also a rare treasure, woven from glass silk tempered by the power of the stars and inlaid with precious star stones. Even on a normal day, it glowed with a faint starlight and possessed powerful defensive capabilities. However, the 9 suns blaze resembled the flames from the core of the sun, blazing and fierce. The flames surged forth, first colliding with a shield formed by the Black Turtle Spirit Armor Talisman. The shield, once radiating a faint blue glow, held out for only a moment under the onslaught of the 9 sun flames. Like thin ice under the scorching sun, cracks quickly appeared, and with a crackling sound, it shattered completely. The 9 sun flames continued unabated, engulfing Gongsun Ming's starry glazed vestment. The starlight on the vestment dimmed in the 9 sun flames. The flames spread rapidly, enveloping the vestment, melting the glass threads and shattering the starstone. Despite the starry glazed vestment's resistance, the 9 sun flames' overwhelming force consumed it in mere breaths. Gongsun Ming's eyes widened in horror. Before he could react, the 9 sun flames consumed him whole. His body struggled violently in the flames, emitting a miserable cry, but was quickly reduced to ash, leaving not a trace behind. This horrific scene horrified everyone present. Clan leader Gongsun watched his brother Gongsun Ming struggle within the 9 suns flames. His eyes widened, his pupils constricted, and the muscles on his face contorted with extreme fear and agony. He recalled the days of training with Gongsun Ming, their retreats in the caves, their battles against powerful monsters, their sharing of insights. Those fond memories flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Now, he had to watch helplessly as his brother was reduced to ash in the terrifying 9 suns flames. Clan leader Gongsun's gaze turned to the blazing 9 suns flames, his eyes filled with grief and deep fear. The flames were the color of the blazing sun, emitting an aura of destructive power. He could sense the terrifying power within them. Simply watching them felt as if his very soul was being singed. Even as everyone was still stunned by this sudden and tragic scene, the divine sword trembled slightly. Like a streak of light, it vanished into the Fu family's mountain gate below, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. A moment later, the divine sword reappeared, brimming with immense power, like the return of a king. Atop the sword, Fu Changsheng, his white robes swaying in the wind, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression stern, like a god descending to earth. Seeing this, the Gongsun clan leader's eyes widened, his heart gripped by an invisible hand. The divine sword has recognized its master, and just now, it was Fu Changsheng who had manipulated the Nine Sun Flame to kill his third brother, Gongsun Ming. The Gongsun clan leader's mind involuntarily flashed back to the 6 Gongsun elders who had perished at the hands of the Fu family. Those once highly respected and revered elders had already devastated the Gongsun family, and now, his beloved third brother had also been murdered. The Gongsun clan leader's body began to tremble violently. His hands were clenched into fists, his nails digging into his palms. Blood oozed from between his fingers, yet he remained oblivious. His teeth chattered, his eyes bloodshot, a flame mingled with hatred and rage. Fu Changsheng, my Gongsun clan will never forgive you. His voice was low and hoarse, yet it was filled with endless hatred. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, echoing in the air with determination. He vowed silently in his heart that he would make the Fu family pay for their blood debt with blood. He would make the Fu family members also feel the pain of losing their loved ones, leaving them to struggle in despair and fear. As he finished speaking, a madness flashed in the Gongsun clan leader's eyes. He formed seals with his hands rapidly, muttering something to himself. A vortex of spiritual energy swirled wildly behind him, and a faint light shot out from his storage ring, instantly magnifying. Mountain suppressing seal, clan leader. He observed this scene, his eyes filled with disbelief. Is this clan leader Gongsun crazy? He even used the clan's most precious treasure. As soon as the mountain seal appeared, the surrounding space seemed to grow heavy. It exuded an ancient yet powerful aura, and the runes on the seal shone with a mysterious light, seemingly containing the power to suppress mountains and rivers. Clan leader. He quickly sent a message to Fu Changsheng, fellow Taoist Fu. Clan leader Gongsun has clearly lost his mind. This mountain-suppressing seal is a third-grade, top-grade spiritual artifact, extremely powerful. We don't need to fight him to the death. It's better to retreat and enter the demon-suppressing city below first. However, if they didn't seize this opportunity to completely eliminate clan leader Gongsun, this crucial threat, the Fu family would never have peace. Fu Changsheng's eyes darkened, determined to eliminate the root of the problem. He once again activated the Nine Sun Flame, and the flames on the sword instantly became incredibly bright. The Nine Sun Flame was like a raging sea of fire, the flames even more intense than before. A battle was imminent. At this moment, a purple light streaked across the sky, and within that purple light, a cold voice echoed, "You, members of aristocratic families, dare to defy the imperial order and engage in private fighting here. Are you seeking annihilation?" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman in a purple robe slowly emerge. It was Xiao Xianger. Xiao Xianger's face was stunningly beautiful yet shone with a sternness. Her gaze swept over the crowd, like a frost descending. Everyone present felt an invisible pressure coming towards them. Everyone was startled. When the Gongsun clan leader realized what was happening, his eyes lit up with joy. He was currently filled with grievances and had nowhere to appeal. Xiao Xianger's appearance gave him hope, and he quickly clasped his fists and said, "Xiao Zhenfashi, you've arrived just in time. Fu Changsheng killed a foundation establishment elder of my Gongsun clan. Please, Xiao Zhenfashi, seek justice for my deceased third brother." Fu Changsheng met the Gongsun clan leader's murderous gaze with composure, and bowed to Xiao Xianger, saying, "Xiao Zhenfashi, the Gongsun clan coveted my Fu clan's divine sword and initiated this incident. My Fu clan was merely defending itself. Please understand." Xiao Xianger looked at them coldly, "I don't care who's right or wrong. Now that the beast tide has erupted, this is a matter of life and death for my Huainan prefecture. The imperial court has long since issued a clear ban on fighting between aristocratic families. Considering the special circumstances of today's matter, I will not pursue it for now. However, if a similar incident occurs again, both the Fu and Gongsun clans will be severely punished by the suppression department." The Gongsun clan leader was unwilling to accept this. Envoy Xiao, this Fu family. Before he could finish his words, Xiao Xianger raised her eyebrows, a cold light flashed in her eyes. "Clan leader Gongsun, Are you trying to disobey my orders? Clan leader Gongsun shuddered suddenly, and even though he was extremely reluctant, he could only bow his head. I dare not. Why don't you retreat quickly? Yes, sir. Chapter 243 Wolf Ambition, Important Intelligence, Defending the City. As Patriarch Gongsun left, he glared fiercely at Fu Changsheng. With Patriarch Gongsun gone, the other members of the aristocratic families didn't dare linger. They all controlled their weapons, transforming into streaks of rainbow light and disappearing into the horizon. Among them, Xiao Zhuang, who had come to pick up a bargain, was overwhelmed by the spectacle. Images of the divine sword and the dragon and phoenix Takesu cauldron flashed through his mind. However, he also knew that with his current strength, he couldn't possibly snatch these treasures from the Fu family. This Fu family truly has incredible luck. Xiao Zhuang was filled with envy and jealousy, his mind racing. Indifferent, an idea flashed through his mind. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He muttered to himself, the Xiao family is a poor family now, so I might as well marry into the Fu family. He heard that the Fu family patriarch's daughter was incredibly pretty and extremely favored. So, if he could just lie low for a few decades, with his cunning and resourcefulness, the Fu family would be his, Xiao Zhuang's, possession sooner or later. Ha ha ha, great, great, Xiao Zhuang exclaimed, brimming with pride at his thought. Elsewhere, above Yuao City, after the others had dispersed, only Fu Changsheng and Xiao Xianger remained in the air. Xiao Xianger glanced at the divine sword hovering beside Fu Changsheng, frowning. Fu Changsheng, possessing a treasure is a sin. I needn't explain this to you. Remember, the world of cultivation is vaster than you imagine. Foundation building is only the beginning. If you want to possess a certain level of self-defense, you must at least reach the Purple Mansion. Before then, it's best to be as low-key as possible, Xiao Xianger said. She looked towards the eastern wasteland. Fu Changsheng followed the other person's gaze. He hadn't noticed before, but now he could vaguely sense a looming, terrifying aura. The Nine-Sun Divine Sword has even attracted a master cultivator from the eastern wasteland Purple Mansion. Fu Changsheng broke out in a cold sweat. He had some confidence against a Foundation establishment cultivator like Gongsun Ming, but if he truly faced a master cultivator from the Purple Mansion, he feared he wouldn't even be a match for him. If Xiao Xianger hadn't appeared today, the consequences would have been disastrous. Fu Changsheng quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, sir, for protecting me." Perhaps Xiao Xianger had been present from the beginning. Her delay was to test his abilities, or perhaps to allow him to seize the opportunity to weaken the Gongsun family's Foundation establishment capabilities. For a moment, Fu Changsheng's thoughts raced. Perhaps Xiao Xianger wasn't as ruthless as he had imagined. Xiao Xianger said calmly, "The beast tide will soon be over. Don't forget the reward you earned." The beast tide ended. That was the time to conquer the Yanang tribe. Before that, Fu Changsheng planned to do everything he could to raise his strength to the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. It seems I need to quickly find a spiritual artifact to refine the Red Lotus Earth Core Fire. Once he could refine this Red Lotus Earth Core Fire, ranked 86th on the list of exotic fires, his cultivation should naturally reach the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. In a secluded valley dozens of miles outside the Fu family's demon-controlling city, Chu Kizi stood quietly. He was the Grand Elder of the Yanang tribe in the eastern wilderness. The powerful aura of his Purple Mansion cultivation loomed around him, like materialized clouds. He turned his gaze away from the demon-controlling city. A flicker of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Behind him stood the graceful Zhang Yuanellen. Her eyes burned with hatred. She saw the appearance of the divine sword in the Fu family as the perfect opportunity for Chu Kizi to eliminate the Fu family. The hatred of the annihilation of the entire family made her yearn day and night for Fu Changsheng's death. She stared at Chu Kizi's back, her heart brimming with anxiety, her thirst for revenge nearly overtaking her sanity. Seeing Chu Kizi's hesitation, she could no longer resist. With delicate steps, she approached Chu Kizi and whispered, "My husband, the Fu family is undoubtedly in turmoil right now. This is the perfect opportunity for you to act. If you can kill Fu Changsheng, not only will you obtain the divine sword, but you'll also avenge me." Her voice held a hint of pleading and allure. In her view, no matter how many Foundation establishment cultivators gathered at the Fu family mansion, they were mere ants before the Purple Mansion. A simple flick of her finger would slay them. Chu Kizi's lips curled into a wicked smile, and he reached out to pinch Zhang Yuanellen's chin. "My wife, you're so impatient. You think I don't want to seize the divine sword? It's because that woman, Xiao Xianger, suddenly appeared. Xiao Xianger. Zhang Yuanyun shuddered. If she remembered correctly, the other person was the pacification envoy of the Imperial Court's suppression department. Before the beast tide erupted, the Imperial Court and the Eastern Wasteland tribe had signed a ceasefire agreement. With Xiao Xianger now stuck at the Fu family, it was difficult to take action against her husband. Otherwise, the elders in the tribe wouldn't let them go. Her husband was fine, but in the end, they'd probably find a reason to kill her outright. Xiao Xianger nearly gnashed her teeth. Damn it, this was clearly a golden opportunity to eliminate the Fu family. Seeing her gloomy face, Chu Qizi lovingly pinched Zhang Yuanyun's cheek and said, "Don't worry, my lady. The Fu family won't be so lucky forever. After the beast tide passes and the contract expires, this elder has plenty of ways to deal with him. Then, let the entire Fu family sacrifice themselves for your Zhang family, the Gongsun clan." Clan leader Gongsun returned alone to the clan mountain. Second elder Sunrun hurried forward, about to inquire if they had seized any rare treasures, when he saw the Gongsun clan leader's eyes, red and swollen, a look of sorrow on his face. He glanced behind him, but saw no sign of his third brother. His heart skipped a beat. "Master, where's my third brother?" "Third brother," the Gongsun clan leader choked up. At that moment, the seventh elder, who was guarding the Soul Hall, ran over, tears in his eyes, glaring at the Gongsun clan leader almost interrogatingly. "Master, third brother, I went out with you, and out of nowhere, how could your life soul lamp go out?" His words were half sorrow, half resentment. Second elder Sunrun's face was filled with disbelief. Third brother had several defensive magical instruments, and could barely withstand a blow or two from even a purple mansion cultivator. How could he be gone just like that? Just a short while ago, the two of them had been sharing their cultivation experiences. All of this was due to the master's incompetence. Gongsun Run's resentment now rested squarely on the Gongsun clan leader. Clan leader Gongsun's face was filled with self-blame. "It's my fault. I took third brother away, but failed to take good care of him." However, the conversation shifted. Clan leader Gongsun's grief turned to hatred. This strange phenomenon in the Fu family was deliberately orchestrated by that little bastard Fu Changsheng to lure us there. That divine sword didn't just materialize suddenly, Fu Changsheng had already forged it. The moment third brother touched the sword, he instantly unleashed its 9 sun flames and killed him. "Don't worry, even if it costs me my own life, I will avenge third brother. Make that little bastard Fu Changsheng kneel before third brother in the underworld and beg for mercy." Second clan leader Gongsun Run was filled with disappointment. After the beast tide erupted, first, his sixth brother, Gongsun Tang, died in battle. Then, Gongsun Wen was gravely injured for unknown reasons. Then, his third brother, one of the 3 strongest fighters, also met his end. Now, the Fu family has only 7 foundation establishment cultivators left, including 5 newly promoted ones. If another beast tide like the one a few months ago were to strike, the Gongsun clan's territory would be in jeopardy. Elsewhere, after Fu Changsheng saw Xiao Xianger off, he didn't return to his secret room to rest. Instead, he hurried to the living room. Clan leader He, who was already in the room, quickly stood up. Fu Changsheng said, "Brother He, please take a seat. We don't need to be so polite to each other." In the previous battle, among the many aristocratic families, clan leader He was the only one to stand up for the Fu family, even at the expense of their superiors, the Gongsun clan. In this sense, the He family was a benevolent one. Fu Changsheng truly considered them in-laws. Seeing the change in Fu Changsheng's attitude, clan leader He was delighted. His goal had been achieved, and today's efforts hadn't been in vain. So, without lingering, he said with a smile, "Brother Fu, you need time to recover now. I won't bother you anymore. Once the beast tide is over, we can have a drink together." Clan leader He didn't dare stay out for too long. After all, the beast tide could attack the city at any time. Fu Changsheng didn't hold him back, but nodded and said, "Brother He, if you need any help in the future, just let me know. I'll do my best." With this promise, clan leader He's heart was as sweet as honey. He smiled and left the Fu family. After seeing clan leader He off, he returned to the Patriarch's residence. Fu Changsheng held Liu Mizhen's hand. "Mizhen, thank you for your hard work. We are husband and wife, one flesh. Why should we work so hard?" Liu Mizhen glared at Fu Changsheng, worried about him. "Your essence, blood, and mana are severely depleted. Don't delay, or you'll damage your foundation. Go into seclusion quickly." As she spoke, she handed Fu Changsheng the elixir and spiritual ginseng she had prepared. Fu Changsheng was deeply moved. Without a second thought, he returned to the secret room. After closing the magic circle, he didn't take the medicine immediately. Instead, he thought. The divine sword within his body roared out, hovering before him. This divine sword was called the Nine Suns. It was hidden within the scrap of iron. The golden runes flowing on it were extremely complex. He couldn't determine the sword's exact level, but with his own mana, he could only use it twice a day. However, the power of the Nine Suns flames it unleashed was not to be underestimated. Easily slaying a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, I've truly found a treasure. This was completely unexpected. After examining it with satisfaction, he placed the Nine Yang Divine Sword in his danchan to nurture it, remembering Xiao Xianger's reminder before she left. Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on the control panel. A thought flashed through his mind: exchange information. Buzz. The panel vibrated. A flood of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. After returning to the clan leader Gongsun swore a blood oath, vowing to reduce you to ashes in revenge for what happened to Gongsun Ming today. 2. When the divine sword appeared, Chu Kezi of the Yangang clan was in a valley a few dozen miles from your fiefdom, accompanied by Zhang Yu and Ellen. He had originally planned to seize the divine sword and annihilate your Fu family, but Xiao Xianger's appearance temporarily changed his plans. However, Chu Kezi has promised that once the beast tide is over, he will find an opportunity to massacre your Fu family and avenge Zhang Yu and Evan's family. 3. There is a secret realm in your fiefdom. 4. The final beast tide will erupt in 10 days. 5. Xiao Zhuang has his eyes on your Fu family's fortune and wants to marry into your family. After becoming your son-in-law, he will gradually erode your family. 6. The Hong family will soon be the scene of a coup. 7. A total of 10 pieces of information were exchanged. The family contribution value on the panel instantly changed to 180. Fu Changsheng read the information one by one. When he saw the second piece of information, his pupils shrank. Chu Kezi, as expected, the appearance of the divine sword attracted the attention of the other Purple Mansion masters. Fortunately, Xiao Xianger's timely appearance saved the Fu family from disaster. However, he could not have imagined that Zhang Yuan was so resourceful that she could even ask Chu Kezi to avenge her. The thought of facing a Purple Mansion master immediately put Fu Changsheng under great pressure. I hope the court will conquer the Yanang tribe sooner than Chu Kezi does. This information further strengthened his resolve to find the auxiliary spiritual object to refine the Red Lotus Earth Core Fire. Only by reaching the peak of the Foundation establishment stage could he face the Purple Mansion with some confidence. At that time, with the Nine Yang Divine Sword of unknown rank in his hand, escape should be a problem. As he continued reading, he saw the secret realm in his own fiefdom again. Fu Changsheng shook his head helplessly. I've had the green-faced white fox and fourth sister's devil-eyed rat search countless times, but they still haven't found a single clue. Where exactly is this secret realm hidden? Perhaps they could only find out after the green-faced white fox reached level 2 and its treasure hunting abilities evolved. However, when his gaze landed on the fifth piece of intelligence, Fu Changsheng's eyes narrowed dangerously. Xiao Zhuang, if he remembered correctly, the intelligence had previously mentioned that this person had previously killed their old patriarch. Such a traitor. Yet he still dreamed of taking advantage of others and even coveted the Fu family. How dare he? Fu Changsheng's murderous intent reached its peak. The thought of his daughter, whom he had raised so well, being targeted by such a beast was sickening. After exhaling a breath of foul air, Fu Changsheng began to consume the elixir and practice his cultivation techniques to recover the essence, blood, and mana consumed in refining the Nine Sun Divine Sword. After all, in 10 days, the final wave of beasts would erupt. A few days later, 2 cranes patrolled the edge of Yunshan County's fiefdom. Seated atop the cranes were Fu Yuanshan and Fu Yonqi. Fu Yuanshan enviously glanced at the captain's badge on Fu Yonqi's right shoulder. He had joined the conquest hall before Fu Yonqi, but now he was still a soldier. Fu Yonqi, on the other hand, had risen through the ranks, becoming captain, even promoted by the Hall Master. It was said that Yonqi had even been praised in person by the Patriarch. Tisk, 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 I don't know when I got this good luck, Fu Yuanshan thought. The crane's wings flapped vigorously, creating a whistling sound. Their sleeves rustled in the breeze. Fu Fu Yuanqi's soft exclamation brought Fu Yuanshan out of his reverie. What's wrong, Captain? These days, demonic beasts have been appearing on the border from time to time. Fu Yuanshan had grown accustomed to it. Then, following Fu Yuanqi's gaze, he shuddered. Then, a black speck appeared on the horizon. At first, it resembled a smudge on the horizon, but in the blink of an eye, it spread like a dark cloud. As the black speck approached, a low rumble seemed to rise from the depths of the earth, shaking the very air. It was the sound of countless beasts galloping, the clatter of hooves, roars, and growls blending like a symphony from hell. Oh my God! Where did all these demonic beasts suddenly appear from? The scale was 10 times more terrifying than the previous Tai Chi locust tide. Moreover, the beast tide was heading directly towards their Fu family fiefdom. Fu Yuanshan clutched the crane's feathers tightly with both hands, his body trembling slightly, his voice trembling with a noticeable tremor. Captain, what should we do? Retreat. To survive, they had to return to the city before the beast tide reached Yuao City. Although Fu Yuanqi was also shocked by the massive beast tide, he reacted with remarkable speed. He touched the crane, and it instantly turned, let out a strange cry, and frantically flapped its wings, flying towards the demon city. Clearly, it too knew the disaster was imminent. Meanwhile, Fu Yuanqi acted decisively, pulling a warning talisman from his pocket. His eyes were determined, and he rapidly chanted an incantation, his hand constantly shifting the magic formula. With a final incantation, the warning talisman instantly ignited. Instantly, the warning talisman erupted with a powerful force, soaring high into the sky. High in the sky, the warning talisman burned even more fiercely, transforming into a brilliant ball of light. This light, as dazzling as the sun, illuminated the entire sky. The light spread outward, piercing the clouds with unstoppable momentum, crossing the mountains and rivers, and shooting straight towards the demon city in Changsheng County. Buzz! Yao, sitting cross-legged at the center of the formation, saw the warning talisman in the sky. A hint of nervousness and excitement lingered. It's finally here. During her retreat, her father had sent a message, revealing secret intelligence from the World Suppression Division that the final wave of the beast tide would erupt in the coming days. Now it seemed to be true. Fortunately, they had already moved the mortals to the underground city on the main peak behind Yuao City. For the past few days, they had been working tirelessly day and night to consolidate Yuao City's fortifications. They had been waiting for this moment. Across from her, Yu Qingru, Liu Mizan, Yu Lian, and the Yu family's newly promoted foundation establisher, King Feng, all opened their eyes from their meditations. Yao and Yu Qingru exchanged a glance, and a spell was cast into the formation's core. Ripples rippled across the water. Then, the scene outside Yuao City came into view. A line of cranes, almost in a single line, flew towards the city at an incredible speed, closely followed by a surging black cloud. Seeing this, Yu Lian felt an inexplicable surge of nervousness. But her fists clenched. Last time, when Pingshan County was attacked by demonic beasts, she had made no contribution. Now, as a mother, she had to strive, even to set an example for her children. Liu Mizan said calmly, Yao, Miss Qingru, activate the formation, but Yulian was about to say that the spies outside hadn't entered the city yet. But then, as the cranes reached the moat of Yuao City, they all crashed into the water and vanished. Could there be a secret passage in the moat? Yulian had played little role in the construction of Yuao City, so she knew nothing of its secrets. At Liu Mizan's command, Yao stood east of the formation's center, Yu Qingru to the west. They simultaneously channeled their spiritual energy, forming complex hand seals with their hands. Yao's spiritual energy was like a vibrant spiritual spring, Yu Qingru's like a blazing spiritual flame. Their energy flowed along specific spiritual pathways into the formation's center. As the spiritual energy continued to flow, the previously dim spiritual patterns around the center gradually illuminated. These spiritual patterns were the key spiritual talismans of the starry myriad formation's defensive formation. They began to flicker and flow according to a specific spiritual sequence, gradually resonating with the star power in the spiritual mist. Yao's spell changed. She shouted softly, "Star power enters the formation, all things return to their origin, the city is peaceful, and evil spirits flee." The moment the curse fell, boom! The star power from the 9 heavens surged down like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, sinking into the towering star receiving tower. Along with this endless stream of star power, the talisman arrays on the foundations and walls of the demon-defending city instantly illuminated, like tiny stars in the Milky Way. At the same time, Yao I Aomu Kingru shouted in unison, "Star in myriad formation, activate!" In an instant, a massive spiritual curtain rose from the center of the formation. This spiritual veil was dotted with star-like points of light, as if tearing off a corner of the vast universe and merging into it. The spiritual veil rapidly spread outward around Yuyao City. Wherever it passed, the city walls were enveloped in the power of the stars, their spiritual patterns shimmering and radiating with spiritual light. This spiritual veil was like an impenetrable spiritual barrier, firmly protecting Yuyao City. Yu Lian, observing this scene from the side, was speechless for a moment. This Yuyao City's defenses seemed to be even stronger than before. After 8 years of nourishment from the star power, the entire city seemed to come alive. Buzz! Inside the city, cranes soared from the ground. It was Fu Yuanqi and his spies entering the inner city. The cranes immediately dispersed from the city walls. Without a moment's delay, Fu Yuanqi instantly fell into the ranks of the 50-man squad on the northern wall. At the same moment, boom! Dark clouds, which had been just a moment away, rumbled on the horizon. But in a flash, it was right before their eyes. A surging tide of beasts surged forward. First to arrive beneath the city walls were a pack of iron-backed wolves. These wolves were enormous, their iron-gray fur-like armor, and their bloodlines held an ancient, prehistoric power. Their sorcery, wolf wind-breaking claws, was incredibly powerful. They leaped high, lashing their claws through the air, sending up streams of black wind blades that whistled toward the city walls. Wherever the wind blades passed, the air seemed to rip, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Ding, ding, ding. Wind blades rained down on the light curtain like dense raindrops. The pack of iron-backed wolves seemed to be controlled, their attacks all landing densely on the same light curtain. Allowing them to attack would ultimately lead to a stalemate. The Fu family key refining clan members guarding the city walls were no fools. Almost without thinking, they immediately unleashed their spells and magical weapons to counterattack. Fu Yuanqi stood at the forefront of the squad, his posture erect, his eyes radiating determination and courage. He held a precious sword called the Star-Breaking Sword, its blade gleaming with a cold, eerie light. A blue spirit crystal inlaid in the hilt amplified the power of his sword moves. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, Starry Sky, Fierce Battle, Level 3 Demon King. He tapped the air with his sword. Sword shadows flew like meteors toward the ironback wolf. Wherever the sword shadows struck, the ironback wolf's wind blades were shattered. Several ironback wolves were struck by the sword shadows, their iron gray fur ripped and bleeding profusely. Roar! The ironback wolf paused its attack on the city wall, shifting some of its strength to deal with Fu Yuanqi's 50-man squad. At the same time, a group of flame foxes appeared from the northern wall. Their bodies were a fiery crimson, like dancing flames, their bloodline imbued with the power of the fire demon. The flame foxes unleashed the sorcery fox fire spreads across the prairie, spewing forth balls of blazing blue flames from their mouths. These flames converged and swept towards Yuyao City, seemingly threatening to engulf the entire city in flames. Fu Yanggao, in charge of the northern front, chanted something. As she chanted, the temperature around them plummeted, and icy spikes rose from the ground. She cast ice prison, trapping a group of flame foxes within the ice. The trapped flame foxes repeatedly rammed the ice, attempting to escape, but the ice was incredibly strong and impenetrable. Captain, it's the green-scaled poisonous pythons. On the west wall, the team led by Fu Yong'an saw the dense swarm of green-scaled poisonous pythons that had suddenly formed a corner, and fear welled up in their eyes. Fu Yong'an's throat trembled. The green-scaled poisonous pythons possessed the power of the ancient poisonous swamp pythons in their veins. The poisonous miasma they unleashed would cause even Foundation establishment cultivators a headache. However, there was no time to retreat. At this moment, the green-scaled poisonous python's massive body perched high in the sky. It opened its mouth and roared, sending a vast cloud of dark green poisonous mist surging out. Wherever the poisonous mist touched, it corroded the ground, leaving small pits. Spiritual Wind Banner, raise the wind and sweep away the evil spirits. Fu Yuangan quickly formed seals with his hands and chanted an incantation. The incantation fell. A buzz. The spirit wind banner instantly swelled in the wind, its surface rustling. The spiritual patterns on the banner shone brightly, and powerful spiritual winds roared forth. These spiritual winds, like tangible objects, quickly converged into a massive tornado. Carrying powerful spiritual energy, the tornado swept towards the green-scaled poisonous python. Wherever the spiritual wind passed, sand and rocks flew, and deep gullies were carved into the ground. Boom! The spiritual wind and the poisonous mist collided. Suddenly, a sharp hissing sound echoed in the sky. Though the spiritual wind was strong, the green-scaled poisonous python's poisonous mist was even more powerful. The dark green poisonous mist seemed to have a life of its own, following the wind's trajectory and spreading towards the spirit wind banner. Oh no, Fu Yuangan cried before he could retract it. The spirit wind banner was instantly eroded by the poisonous mist. The spiritual patterns on the banner became blurred, and its pale blue light gradually dimmed. The once warm spiritual jade flagpole was also stained by the poisonous mist, leaving traces of black stains. Xianggu, also at the west wall, had just finished dealing with a pack of wolf-faced beasts when she caught sight of the scene from the corner of her eye. Her eyes narrowed slightly. You're just in time. A great time to try out my Yaotan demon-eating flower. With that, she waved her sleeve, and several dark green seeds landed on the corpses of the demon beasts at the base of the wall. These demon-eating flowers were seeds of a rare spiritual plant Fu Molin had stumbled upon. At first, they were half dead, but through the careful nurturing of Xianggu and Changsheng, 3 seeds survived. The moment the seeds came into contact with the blood of the demon beasts, they quickly took root and sprouted. Like a coiled dragon, their thick roots quickly coiled around the corpses of the demon beasts on the battlefield, absorbing their spiritual energy. The newly emerged leaves were dark green, covered in tiny thorns that gleamed coldly in the sunlight. The petals of the demon-eating flower were a strange purple red, their edges serrated with sharp teeth, as if designed to tear through their prey. The pistil was a deep black, emitting a chilling aura. When the demon-eating flower sensed the surrounding poisonous mist, it was as if it had smelled delicious food. Its leaves began to sway rapidly, generating a powerful suction force. The dark green poisonous mist was continuously drawn toward the demon-eating flower. Its petals trembled slightly, enveloping the inhaled mist and slowly digesting it. It's actually a mutant of the Yaotan demon-eating flower. Seeing this, Xianggu was filled with surprise. Roar, seeing its poisonous mist being devoured by the demon-eating flower, the green-scaled poisonous python twisted its body in anger and charged towards the demon-eating flower. The demon-eating flower, unfazed, erupted its roots from the ground, wrapping around the green-scaled poisonous python like resilient ropes. The green-scaled poisonous python tried to resist with its scales, but the demon-eating flower's roots were incredibly resilient and easily slipped through its scales, tightly wrapping around the python's body. The green-scaled poisonous python struggled, tumbling, but the demon-eating flower's grip tightened. The petals of the demon-eating flower began to close in on the body of the green-scaled poisonous python. Like a demon's jaws, the purple-red petals bit into the python's flesh. Roar, the python roared in pain as the demon-eating flower slowly devoured its body. Atop the eastern wall of the demon-defending city, the battle was equally intense. Fu Yuanfu, leading his team, had just repelled a wave of flying cloud beasts. Indifferently, a low, muffled roar echoed from the distance. Boom, 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 boom. The sound rolled through the clouds like the dull rumble of thunder, each thump like a hammer striking the ears. With this terrifying sound, the earth began to tremble violently. Fu Yuanfu looked up, a look of horror on his face. Mountain-pushing beasts, they were the mountain-pushing beasts, renowned for their brute strength. The next moment, a herd of mountain-pushing beasts surged towards them. Their bodies were the size of small mountains, their muscles wiry and muscular, as if forged from pure iron. Every flex of their muscles felt like a surge of immense force. Their gray-brown fur seemed to be covered in ancient rock, its mottled patterns resembling the wrinkles of the earth. Atop their massive, sturdy heads, twin horns as thick as rock, curving forward, their tips gleaming with a cold, black light that seemed to pierce through metal and stone. As they charged, the earth shook, and each step rang like thunder, shaking the city walls. Quick, use the Vajra talisman, Fu Yuanfu roared, his voice crackling. He formed hand seals with his right hand, chanting a mantra like a serpent, and then he hurled the Vajra talisman forward with all his might. In an instant, Each talisman transformed into a dazzling golden curtain of light. The mountain-pushing beasts charged forward, like a surging tide crashing against a solid dam. Rumble. Fu Yongfu stared nervously at the light curtain, watching the immense impact force cause it to tremble violently, his heart leaping into his throat. Fortunately, the Vajra talisman lived up to its promise. Although it continued to shake, it managed to dissipate much of the mountain-pushing beast's brute force. Binding talisman. Fu Yongfu seized the moment and quickly gave the order. The moment the order fell, the disciples of the talisman-making hall summoned their binding talismans. The talismans swelled in the air, their spiritual patterns instantly transforming into substantial spiritual cords, snaking towards the mountain-pushing beast's limbs like snakes emerging from a cave. Despite their immense strength, the mountain-pushing beasts were thrown into disarray by this sudden restraint. They struggled mightily, their sturdy limbs twisting constantly, trying to break free from the cords. How could Fu Yongfu miss this opportunity? He gritted his teeth and resolutely summoned the explosive flame talisman. The talisman's paper was woven from flame spirit silk, its intricate and mysterious flame patterns painted upon it, as if a flame spirit were leaping within. Boom! As the talisman neared the mountain-pushing beasts, a devastating burst of flaming force suddenly erupted. The flames, as if gushing from the 9 netherworlds, instantly enveloped the mountain-pushing beasts. Roar! The mountain-pushing beasts roared in agony. The sound was deafening, echoing throughout the entire east wall. Their thick fur quickly charred under the flames, emitting a pungent odor. Relying on the Starry Sky City defense formation, for a moment, the hundreds of key refiners seemed to have the upper hand. However, the key refiners' mana was limited, while the demon beasts seemed endless. Soon, the situation at the 4 city gates began to tilt in favor of the demon beasts. Yu Lian, who was in the star receiving tower, witnessed this scene, her knuckles clenched in nervousness until they turned white. Looking at Liu Mizhen, who still hadn't given any orders, she whispered, "Mother, if we don't take action now, I'm afraid the city gate will be breached. Besides, at this point, it's time to notify my father to come out of seclusion." Liu Mizhen said calmly, "It's not time yet. Since the monsters attacked the city, not a single second-level monster had appeared. If they deployed their Foundation establishment forces now, they would be powerless when the real battle began." Moran, Yao cast a spell on the central formation disk. A dense mass of powerful red dots appeared in the spiritual realm. "Mother, second-level monsters have appeared, but their number was terrifying. Almost 600 or 700. And the Foundation establishment forces they had left behind in Yuyao City only had a dozen or so." Liu Mizhen said calmly, "Let them in, let them in." Yu Lian almost choked on her own saliva when she heard this. If hundreds of second-tier monsters were allowed in, would the inner city be instantly conquered? "Mother," Yu Lian was about to say something. The words reached her lips, but she remembered what her mother had said to her last night, "Listen more, watch more, think more. If you don't understand, don't speak." Meanwhile, Yao immediately followed her words. She cast a spell on the warning bell. Duang, duang, 6 steady, powerful bells echoed over the demon-controlling city. Fu Yongfu, who was fighting fiercely on the wall, heard the bells, a flicker of relief in his eyes. He quickly raised his hand and shouted, "Retreat!" Everyone was exhausted. There was no desire to fight any longer. They turned around. With a splash, they plunged into the inner river like dumplings, disappearing beneath the water in an instant. The monsters, who had been fighting fiercely, were stunned for a moment, confused as to why the 2-legged beasts had suddenly dispersed. But it was only a moment of shock. Then, eyes glowed red with excitement. Roar! They unleashed their bloodline magic, bombarding the city gates. The once impenetrable gates crackled and shattered with ease. Boom! All 4 gates were breached almost simultaneously. Like a tsunami, the demonic beasts surged into the outer city, which was now deserted, not a single soul in sight. A dense swarm of first-level demonic beasts suddenly filled the outer city. Just then, a commotion erupted from behind. These previously arrogant first-level demonic beasts, as if confronted by a general, suddenly quieted down, automatically clearing the main path leading to the inner city. The first thing that caught their eye was a flock of second-level thunderwing eagles. Their bodies were enormous, their wingspan several feet wide, their feathers gleaming with purple-blue lightning. Thunderwing eagles are demonic beasts of the thunder bloodline, naturally able to control the power of lightning. Following closely behind were the spirit-winged sparrows. This demonic beast is small but incredibly agile, its feathers as white as snow shimmering with a vibrant light in the wind. Spirit wind birds possess the bloodline of wind, and their magic, Spirit Wind Tornado, can summon powerful tornadoes. The waters of the moat surged. Second-tier blue-scaled snakes leaped from the water. The blue-scaled dragons were enormous, their bodies covered in blue scales, each one like a meticulously carved sapphire. They were powerful demonic beasts of the water bloodline. Also leaping from the moat were golden-backed carp monsters. Their backs shone a dazzling gold, their tails fan-like, allowing them to swim with agility. Then there were the forest's green wood wolves, rock-armored rhinos, sandworm kings, and others. In a flash, 7 second-tier demonic beasts arrived from the outer city, nearly 10 of each. Gathering together, a terrifying aura crushed the inner city. Gudong, Yulian summoned her courage. She said she wanted to be a role model for her children, but facing hundreds of second-level demonic beasts she had never seen before, even dealing with one alone was already a struggle. Now there were hundreds. Her legs felt weak. Mother, why don't we go and get father? Perhaps, only his divine sword could save this defeat. Liu Mizun seemed oblivious. Yao, Miss Kingroo, activate the killing array. Yes, Yao had been holding back since the battle began. Now, the time had finally come to strike back. A flicker of excitement flashed in Yao's eyes. Spell after spell struck the central array. In an instant, the entire outer city was enveloped in a blood-red glow. In the sky, the once azure blue was quickly obscured by dark clouds. Lightning and thunder flashed within the clouds, and the purple lightning, as if possessing intelligence, struck down directly at the most clumsy black earth turtle. Rumble. The black earth turtle's shell could withstand a single burst of purple lightning, but continuous, precise strikes followed. With a crackling sound, the shell shattered. Boom, the black earth turtle was instantly blasted into a pool of rotten flesh. Roar, the thunder-feathered eagle spread its massive wings, its feathers gleaming with lightning. It flapped its wings fiercely, letting out a sharp cry. Bolts of lightning burst from its feathers, countering the purple lightning that struck from the sky. However, the situation on the field changed rapidly. In an instant, the purple lightning dissipated. From the ground, countless sharp stone spikes surged from every corner of the formation. The greenwood wolf, unable to dodge, was pierced through the heart and lungs. Roar, watching its companions die one after another, the spirit wind sparrow roared in anger, spewing out wind blades that carved streaks in the air, attempting to sever the stone spikes rising from the ground. Beside them, vast black hole vortexes appeared indifferently. These vortexes emanated a dark glow, like black holes in the universe, possessing a powerful suction force. The spirit wind sparrow and the thunder-feathered eagle were pulled by the suction, involuntarily flying towards the vortexes. Anyone approaching the vortex would be strangled by the powerful spiritual energy within, their bodies torn to shreds, blood and flesh flying everywhere. The blue-scale dragon and the golden-backed carp monster, sensing the situation was amiss, plunged into the moat like dumplings. The next moment, with a bang, the moat transformed into a raging sea of dark blue flames. Roar, the flames enveloped the blue-scale dragon and the golden-backed carp monster, rapidly spreading throughout their bodies. They struggled and writhed in the blaze, emitting desperate roars, but could not escape their fate. Even a second-tier demonic beast suffered this fate, let alone the first-tier beasts from before. By this time, most of them had already perished. The entire outer city suddenly became a purgatory. The screams and howls of the demonic beasts continued to echo. Seeing this, Yulian turned away with a sense of discomfort. It was clear that the demon-controlling city was even more powerful than she had imagined. It seemed they could easily win without a fight. No wonder her mother remained so calm. Yulian sighed softly. But out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Liu Mizhan's face, not a trace of relief. Instead, a solemn expression appeared on her face. Mother, these second-tier monsters will soon be slain by the demon-control city's killing array. What are you still worried about? Liu Mizhan gazed into the distance. She answered irrelevantly, Yulian, it's time to summon your father. Go, but, wouldn't the battle be over soon? Why did she still need to summon her father? Yulian was filled with doubts, but she didn't dare disobey her mother-in-law. She quickly replied, yes. As she stood up, she suddenly shuddered. She looked up, suddenly, outside Demon Control City. The sky, once blazing brightly, had suddenly dropped in temperature. In the sweltering heat of June, heavy snow fell. In the blink of an eye, The entire world seemed to be transformed into a blanket of white. Icicles shot up into the sky. The ice wolf slowly approached the demon-controlling city with an elegant yet oppressive gait. Its body towered like a 3-foot-tall icy peak, its head like an ice sculpture, its ears like ice blades, and its eyes a deep, icy blue. A spiritual crystal clung to its forehead, its claws sharp as hooks, and its tail radiated a chilling aura. Its fur was as slender and hard as icy blue silk. A third-level demon king, Yu Lian's tongue curled at the sight. How could a third-level demon king appear? That's the equivalent of a purple mansion cultivator in combat power. How could they possibly withstand a demon king of such strength? Thank goodness my husband and child were transported to the underground city first, was Yu Lian's sole thought. Seeing her still standing there, Liu Mizhen glared at her. Yu Lian shuddered, then, recovering her senses, hurriedly dashed towards the Patriarch's residence. Meanwhile, Yao Yao and Yu Qingru exchanged a glance. Instead, a constant flow of mana poured into the vast, multifaceted killing array, unleashing its full might. Its radiance shone like lightning, ravaging the trapped second-tier demonic beasts. The ice-black wolf had already reached the front of the array. Seeing the corpses of the thousands of demonic beasts that had perished within, it raised its head slightly and let out a long, deep wolf howl. This howl was imbued with its immense demonic power, the sound waves resonating through the air like matter. With a sudden stomp of its 4 claws, a surge of icy blue demonic energy erupted from its body, rapidly condensing around it into massive icy spikes. The black wolf swung its front paws, sending the swirling icy spikes hurtling towards the killing array like arrows. As they flew, the icy spikes merged and grew, eventually forming several massive icy pillars. Mysterious runes shimmered on these pillars, a manifestation of the ice-black wolf's bloodline. With a resounding roar, the icy pillars crashed fiercely into the killing array. With a bang, the icicles shattered, a terrifying force radiating outward. With a crackling sound, the light of the killing array dissipated like shattered stars. The array was broken. The dozens of second-level monsters that had managed to survive, their eyes filled with relief at having survived the catastrophe, slowly approached the ice wolf, stopping several feet away, their eyes filled with awe. In the star-receiving tower, puff, the array was broken. Yao, attacked by the backlash of the formation, spat out a mouthful of blood. Yu Qingru's face also turned pale. Clearly, operating the city defense array required immense mana. Liu Mizhen moved and replaced Yao. Yu Qingfang also sat cross-legged behind Yu Qingru, his palm resting on her back, transmitting a steady stream of mana into her body. Yao wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, stuffed a handful of pills into her mouth, and sat down at the center of the Tiangan formation. Liu Mizhen's eyes flashed with worry. But now was not the time for prudence. With a flick of her sleeve, hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones fell into the grooves. Boom! A surge of spiritual energy poured into the central formation. The entire star-receiving tower trembled slightly, and the talisman arrays within it illuminated one by one. Suddenly, the entire space and time trembled slightly. Then, streams of star power poured out from the void and fell into the star-receiving tower, converging into a ball of star power on the star-receiving tower. Thump, thump. A powerful heartbeat echoed from within. Then, boom! A colossal creature, as large as a small mountain, burst forth. Its body was covered in star-spangled fur, a deep, dark blue, as if condensed from star sand. Its head resembled a lion, and a star-shaped diamond-shaped mark on its forehead, the source of stellar power. Its eyes were like black holes, with silver stars flickering through the darkness. Its teeth were sharp like star crystals, and its claws, like iron forged from meteorites, were sharp and shrouded in nebulous energy. Its tail tip was swirling with nebulae, a hidden mystery. This is Yu Qingfeng, who was infusing Yu Qingru with magical power, saw the beast and suddenly remembered something. Is this the legendary Ancient Way Beast? The Ancient Way Beast, a mysterious creature born from the power of the stars, had actually condensed into this great defensive formation of the Fu family. Roar! Even the once invincible cold ice black wolf's eyes flashed with fear. The confrontation between the Ancient Way Beast and the cold ice black wolf was like two stars about to collide, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Within the formation, Liu Mizhen's magic spell changed. The Ancient Way Beast launched the first attack. Its massive body shook violently, and the star mark on its forehead erupted with a dazzling light. Roar! With a deafening roar, The ancient Wei beast instantly unleashed its starfall-splitting sky ability. In an instant, dark clouds thickened the sky, tearing a vast chasm into the once clear sky. Countless meteorites, blazing with blue flames, roared down towards the ice wolf. The meteorites sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound that threatened to rip through the very earth. Chapter 245, The Power of the Ghost King, Post-War Review. Ow! The ice wolf raised its head and roared furiously. With a stomp of its hooves, the surrounding air temperature plummeted. From its center, a thick layer of ice rapidly spread outward. Columns of frigid ice shot skyward. As they flew, these icicles converged, transforming into a gigantic ice dragon. With immense force, the ice dragon's tail lashed out at the oncoming meteorite. But then the ancient Wei beast swung its claws. Boom! The meteorite instantly shattered. Unable to dodge, the ice dragon exploded with a resounding bang. Rumble. The powerful forces of ice spirit power and star power collided, sending a powerful wave of energy ripples throughout the surrounding mountains, shaking them to the brink of collapse. Ice and stardust flew everywhere, like a bizarre meteor shower. Seeing its first strike wasn't enough, the ancient Wei beast struck again. Star power coalesced in its claws, and with a fierce slam, it struck the ground. Boom! Rays of starlight shot up from the ground, instantly forming a vast prison around the ice wolf. The stars within the prison flashed with a dangerous light, continuously slicing at the ice wolf's body. Ah! The ice wolf cried out in pain. The icy blue light on its body intensified. It swung its body with all its might, shaking off the surrounding starlight. The next moment, its entire body soared into the air, spinning wildly in midair. The surrounding water vapor quickly froze, forming countless sharp ice spikes. Its entire body transformed into an icy arrow, hurtling towards the ancient Wei beast. The ice wolf's speed was so great that the ancient Wei beast had no time to react. Boom! The ancient Wei beast was pierced through, disintegrating into tiny, star-like fragments. Inside the star-receiving tower, the 4 members of the main formation were struck back by the formation, vomiting blood and falling to the ground. However, Yao Iao and Liu Mizhan quickly climbed to their feet. The ice wolf's momentum was undiminished. It was unstoppable, poised to shatter the inner city's formation in one fell swoop. The power of a third-level demon king was terrifying. Even with the aid of the formation, they couldn't handle it. If they faced it directly, no one present would be a match for it. The 2 of them opened their mouths and took a few drops of the diluted Millennium Spirit milk. As it entered their bodies, the milk circulated gently in their danshan, instantly transforming into mana within their bodies. Yao Iao and Liu Mizhan didn't dare to waste a moment. They poured their mana into the formation. At the same time, boom! The ice wolf transformed into a stream of icy blue light. The demonic arrows merged into one, slamming heavily into the light curtain. Huge ripples immediately spread across the light curtain. Dozens of second-level demon beasts also rushed to assist. A red flame bull demon, shaped like an ox but with flaming hair, stamped its hooves on the ground, spewing streams of blazing flames from its mouth. The flames licked the light curtain, rapidly raising its temperature. Then there was the thorn-backed boar demon, covered in spikes, charging recklessly toward the light curtain, slamming its hard body into it, each impact causing it to tremble. The blue-feathered wind eagle, skilled in wind magic, circled in the air, its wings flapping as it whipped up gusts of wind. These gusts, carrying sand and gravel, scraped against the light curtain like sharp blades. Oh no, Yu Qingru, who had fainted at this moment, awoke upon seeing this scene. Her pupils constricted. She quickly struck her chest with a palm strike. A gush of essence and blood erupted. Joining Liu Mizhan and Yao Iao in the main formation, all the key refiners outside the star-receiving tower sat cross-legged, frantically channeling their mana into the various points of their respective formations. However, under the combined attack of a third-rank demon king and dozens of 12th-rank demon generals, the inner city's protective light curtain was already crumbling. The once bright light on the curtain began to flicker, like a candle in the wind. Cracks began to spread across the curtain, and the sizzling sound seemed like the curtain's painful groan, and it seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Yao Iao's face had completely drained of color. Mother, what should we do? Don't worry, your father is here, nothing will happen. Liu Mizhan was also covered in blood. But her eyes were firm, clearly showing her absolute confidence in Fu Changsheng. Yu Qingru suddenly sensed something and turned her head sharply to look behind her. She saw the 10,000 Ghosts formation, which had been set up since the fiefdom was first built, suddenly activated. A gloomy and terrifying aura instantly filled the air. In the center of the 10,000 Ghosts formation, a powerful third-rank Ghost King instantly condensed. This third-tier Ghost King towered, a full 30 feet tall, emanating a dark, ghostly aura that danced around him like materialized black flames. Its face was hideous and terrifying, its eyes gleaming blood red, as if it could see through all illusions. Upon seeing this, Yao Iao's eyes lit up with joy. Father has emerged from confinement. With a sudden surge of confidence, she once again channeled her magical power into the central array. Awu, the ice wolf, sensing the danger, immediately issued a command, attempting to breach the city as quickly as possible. However, the third-tier Ghost King was incredibly swift. With a flick of his body, he instantly passed through the inner city and appeared above the beasts. With a wave of his hands, the surrounding ghost energy rapidly gathered, transforming into savage, clawing shadows. These shadows pounced upon the second-tier demonic beasts, distorting space wherever they passed. The flame spewed by the red flame bull demon met the phantom shadow, unexpectedly swallowing them in one gulp. The phantom shadow then continued to pounce on the bull demon, forcing it to retreat in terror. The thornback boar demon's tough body was powerless against the phantom shadow's attack. The phantom shadow easily pierced its spikes and burrowed into its flesh, sending the boar falling to the ground, twitching. The fierce wind whipped by the green-feathered wind eagle felt like a gentle breeze before the ghost prison phantom shadow. The phantom shadow instantly enveloped the wind eagle, which struggled briefly before falling silent. The ice-black wolf, sensing the situation was dire, immediately turned. Its demonic arrows merged into one, firing towards the third-rank Ghost King. The third-rank Ghost King snorted coldly and swung his soul-devouring scythe. A black, crescent-shaped blade energy flew towards the ice-black wolf. The blade energy collided with the ice arrow with a resounding sound, instantly shattering the ice arrow and sending the ice-black wolf flying. The third-rank Ghost King then flashed and vanished from the spot. The Demon King glanced around warily. Suddenly, the Ghost King leaped from the shadows behind the ice wolf. Raising its soul-devouring scythe high in its hand, it slashed down at the Demon King. The ice wolf reacted with remarkable speed, dodging the fatal blow, but the blade still nicked its fur, sending a stream of blood splattering. Undeterred by its missed strike, the third-level Ghost King retreated, forming hand seals and muttering an obscure incantation. The surrounding space was instantly enveloped by ghostly energy, igniting a faint blue flame that rapidly spread toward the Demon King. Sensing the threat of the flames, the ice wolf roared, a powerful demonic force surging through its body, forming a shield to repel the ghostly flames. However, the ghostly flames continued to erode the shield, creating a sizzling sound. Just as the Demon King was struggling to resist the ghostly flames, the third-level Ghost King attacked again. It flung the soul-devouring scythe, its hands constantly shifting hand seals, controlling its rotation in the air. The scythe spun faster and faster, transforming into a streak of black light, shooting towards the Demon King. This time, the Demon King couldn't dodge and was struck in the shoulder by the soul-devouring scythe. The black energy from the soul-devouring scythe instantly penetrated the Demon King's body, devouring his demonic energy. The Demon King roared in pain, his eyes glowing red. The ice wolf sensed the third-rank Ghost King's power. A flicker of determination flashed in its eyes. Suddenly, it opened its maw and slowly expelled the demonic pill, emitting an icy blue glow. The pill's release caused the surrounding temperature to plummet, instantly condensing the air's moisture into icy shards. The spiritual energy emanating from the pill surged like a surging tide, surging towards the third-rank Ghost King. A flicker of fear flashed in the third-rank Ghost King's eyes. Its hands danced rapidly, muttering something, and demonic energy rapidly gathered before it, transforming into a massive black spinning shuttle. The black shuttle spun with a chilling whistling sound, twisting the surrounding space into a state of chaos. It flew towards the ice wolf, instantly binding it tightly. The ice wolf struggled desperately, its demonic core's power constantly assaulting the black shuttle, but it could not break free. A good opportunity. At that moment, Fu Changsheng, who had been presiding over the 10,000 Ghosts formation, quickly said to Yulian, "Yulian, you take my place." With that, he flashed, riding the green python and clutching the 9-yang divine sword, soaring through the air. Yao, in the star-receiving tower, saw Fu Changsheng actually heading out to fight the enemy, and her eyes flashed with deep concern. Mother, father, although the ice wolf appeared to be at the end of its strength, it was still a powerful being on par with a purple mansion master. If it launched a desperate counterattack, a careless move would result in a serious injury, and even death could be the outcome. Liu Mixian's gaze fell on the nine-yang divine sword in Fu Changsheng's hand, but with a certain confidence. The green python's speed was extremely fast. In a flash, they were above the ice wolf. Fu Changsheng's gaze was resolute, and the nine-yang spiritual energy within him continuously flowed into the divine sword. With this influx of spiritual energy, the sword began to radiate a blazing nine-yang flame. The flames, like the scorching sun in the sky, illuminated everything around it in a brilliant red. Fu Changsheng shouted, "Go!" The nine-yang divine sword flew out of his hand, blazing with flames and shooting towards the bound ice wolf. Fear flashed in the trapped ice wolf's eyes. It burst forth with demonic energy to protect itself, while simultaneously exerting all its might in its demonic core, attempting to break free from the black shuttle's restraints. But the Ghost King would not let it succeed. Its body trembled violently, and it disintegrated, merging with the black shuttle. Roar! The ice wolf let out a desperate howl. Boom! The 9 suns flames pierced the ice wolf's defenses. The divine sword swung through the air with a clang, sparks flew, and the ice wolf flashed with a deep sense of resentment. Its massive head tumbled to the ground. Roar! The few remaining second-tier demon beasts fled in panic, only to be ripped to shreds by Chu Chan in an instant. The catastrophe ended with the ice wolf's demise. At the same moment, a familiar mechanical sound echoed in Fu Changsheng's mind. Ling, you stepped forward at a critical moment, slew the third-tier demon king, and saved the family from peril. You have earned 2,000 family contribution points. Seeing the rising family contribution points, Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up with joy. Meanwhile, the key refining clan members, seated in formations throughout the inner city, cheered upon seeing the third-tier ice wolf slain and the beast tide completely annihilated. Fu Yonki, in particular, watched Fu Changsheng, his sleeves fluttering in the breeze, his eyes filled with enthusiasm. It was a blessing to have such a patriarch as his protector. No matter what dangers the Fu family faced in the future, they would surely be able to overcome them. Furthermore, their Fu family could potentially rise to prominence, not to mention becoming an 8th-rank family, even a 7th-rank family. Fu Yonki clenched his fists and vowed to himself that he would one day become a figure like the Patriarch. While everyone was still stunned, Fu Yongfu raised his arms and shouted, "The Patriarch is mighty, a single sword can decide the fate of the world." As the Patriarch's first disciple, Fu Yongfu felt deeply honored. With his lead, the others bowed and kowtowed to Fu Changsheng, soaring high in the sky, cheering, "The Patriarch is mighty, a single sword can decide the fate of the world." At the same time, Fu Changsheng felt the control panel vibrate violently, followed by the familiar mechanical sound. Ling, you have earned the fervent adoration of your clansmen and earned 1,000 family contribution points. Immediately, the family contribution points displayed on the control panel changed to 3,180. Fu Changsheng was stunned for a moment, then sighed. Strength in numbers truly is. With 1 or 2 contribution points per person, it was easy to reach 1,000. However, now was not the time to award merit. Fu Changsheng ordered his tribesmen to quickly clean up the battlefield, repair the magic circle, and build the walls. Although the intelligence indicated that this was the last of the beast tide, it would be disastrous if someone took advantage of the situation. After all, there were only a few in the tribe who could fight again. Hiss! The green python was already salivating over the ice black wolf on the ground. The corpse of a 3rd-level ice black wolf was on the same level as a purple mansion cultivator, a high-level spiritual material, and every part of it was of great use. Fu Changsheng couldn't let Xiao Qing swallow it whole and waste it. With a quick flick of his sleeve, he stowed the ice black wolf's corpse into his storage bag. At this moment, the ice black wolf's demon core, which had fallen to the ground, trembled slightly, and a wisp of its spirit clearly tried to escape. Fu Changsheng snorted coldly and immediately summoned his magic power to seal the demon core in a box. Chu Chan was busy waving the human emperor banner, gathering beast souls from the battlefield. Combined with the 2 previous instances, the banner was clearly running low on souls. Looks like I need to find a way to help Chu Chan upgrade the banner. 1 human emperor banner, including Chu Chan's, could only nourish 9 second-tier ghost generals. Fu Changsheng swung into the star receiving tower. Inside, Yu Qingfang had collapsed unconscious. The other 3, Yao Yao, Liu Mizian and Yu Qingru had all sustained serious injuries, especially Yao, the most important commander. Despite the 1,000-year-old spiritual milk Fu Changsheng had gifted her in advance, her face was as pale as paper. For several years, she wouldn't be able to fight anyone. Yao, Mizian, Qingru, you've worked so hard. Yao shook her head. She had witnessed her father slay a third-tier demon king. Yao's face was filled with pride as she excitedly asked, "Father, could you please show me the remains of the ice wolf?" Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. If Yao and the others hadn't previously used the demon control city to deplete much of the ice wolf's demonic power, he wouldn't have been able to slay it so easily. He slapped his storage bag. A flash of rosy light appeared. The ice wolf's remains landed in the star-receiving tower. Though dead, the aura of a third-rank demon king lingered within its flesh. Yao quickly stepped forward to examine it, then asked, "Father, could you give me this wolf hide?" The ice wolf's hide was a deep blue, shrouded in frost and mist, tough yet smooth. Its ice-attributed defenses were exceptional, forged from the ice wolf's natural spiritual armor, tempered by the frost and snow of the icy plains. It could be used to craft the ice wolf armor. This armor, worn by a cultivator, can protect against powerful spells. When encountering ice spells, it absorbs spiritual energy for defensive purposes. Of course, Fu Changsheng agreed. Unveiling the heavenly thunder sword, he deftly shaved the entire hide of the ice wolf, sealed it in a box, and tossed it to Yao. "Thank you, Father." Yao smiled, her eyes etched in her brows. Fu Changsheng handed the demon pill from his arms to Mizian. "Mizian, this wolf pill is for you." The wolf pill is a collection of icy spiritual orifices, like the essence of the icy abyss. It brims with unparalleled ice energy and the fierce aura of the wolf clan. This energy is bone-chilling, as if bred from an ancient prison of ice, powerful and fierce. Liu Mizian reached out to take it. She pondered, this pill has an ice attribute, so it can be used to refine the evil-breaking pill. The evil-breaking pill is specially formulated for ice cultivators. If faced with inner demons or bottlenecks in cultivation, the potent aura of this elixir can break through these obstacles. Furthermore, its icy power nourishes the spiritual roots, accelerating cultivation. Upon hearing this, Fu Changsheng smiled inwardly. This demon elixir is specially prepared for Molan. It will be perfect for her when she reaches the peak of foundation establishment. At this moment, Fu Changsheng caught sight of Yu Qingru's gaze fixed on the ice-deep wolf bone. A thought struck him. The wolf bone, as white as jade, shone with a chilling blue light, like a treasure condensed from icy spiritual energy. It contained the essence of power, a stable and highly conductive force, capable of efficiently transmitting and releasing icy spiritual energy. "Qingru, would you like to use this bone to construct a formation?" Yu Qingru's eyes gleamed with hope. "Changsheng, once the beast tide is over, the imperial fiefdom should be granted. This wolf bone is an excellent foundation for the formation. I intend to use it to construct the ice-deep dragon confinement formation for my fiefdom." Yu Qingru spared no expense. Yu Qingfeng was also seriously injured, so this wolf bone would be her reward. However, because Liu Mizian was present, Fu Changsheng subconsciously glanced at her. She smiled and nodded, and he then removed the bones for Yu Qingru. Yu Qingru observed their interaction, feeling somewhat disappointed. Once the beast tide was over, she would return to her fiefdom. Her future contact with Fu Changsheng would likely be minimal, and they would become even more distant. Fu Changsheng simply took care of the rest of the Linbing Zhuan wolf. Yao smiled brightly. "Father, according to court regulations, we should be rewarded with at least 500 court merit points for killing a third-tier demon king, right? This beast tide, plus the hundreds of other second-tier demon beasts, totaled nearly 4,000 merit points. Adding to those accumulated previously, it had already reached over 18,000. Father, if we include the Anyang County clan land." Speaking of clan land, Yao's voice abruptly died, her smile fading into deep worry. "The beast tide has erupted. I wonder what the situation is like back in our clan's territory." As soon as these words left her mouth, a trace of worry fell over everyone's face. Fu Changsheng said, "I've just contacted Uncle Yu in our clan's Anyang County. The beast tide hasn't reached Anyang County yet. Our fiefdom is at the entrance of the Shiwen Mountains, so it should be the first to be affected. To reach Anyang County, the beast tide will have to pass through the Lin family's fiefdom." Hearing this, she understood what he meant. Liu Mizian's heart tightened. Husband, do you want to return to Anyang County to provide assistance? Yao Iao's face also changed when she heard this. The beast tide has erupted. It's not safe outside now. If we accidentally get caught in the beast tide's encirclement, even a master cultivator in the Purple Mansion would find it difficult to escape. Yu Qingru also looked at Fu Changsheng with concern. Fu Changsheng hurriedly said, "Don't worry. I have Zhaoqing as my mount. Its flight speed is even faster than that of a Purple Mansion cultivator. With it, I will definitely not be trapped by the beast tide. I also have Millennium Spirit Milk to replenish my mana. Just focus on defending Yunqian County." Even so, Yao Iao and Yu Qingru still tried to persuade him. Liu Mizan, however, said, "Husband, since you want to return for help, it's better to leave sooner rather than later. It's best to leave now." She then gave Fu Changsheng the mana recovery pills and healing elixirs in her storage bag. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. He touched the ground, landing steadily on the back of the creature in midair. The green python transformed into a streak of rainbow light, hurtling towards Anyang County at breakneck speed. A look of contemplation crossed Fu Changsheng's face, atop the green python. He had 3 reasons for insisting on returning to Anyang County. First, a third-tier demon king had appeared during this beast tide. Even with Grandmaster Yu at the helm, the clan's star formation still had limited resistance. A single mistake could result in a shattering formation and fatalities. Wielding the 9th Sun Divine Sword, he had to turn back. Furthermore, if he could secure Anyang County, he would surely harvest a large number of second-tier demon cores. The remaining over 1,000 Imperial Merit points would then total 20,000, bringing him to the 8th-tier aristocratic family. All that was left was to cultivate a 9th-tier aristocratic family within his fiefdom. Of course, there was another point. His presence in the clan's defense would reward him with a significant contribution point award, and combined with the clan's fervent admiration, it would be a double harvest. The beast tide had ended. He needs to open the training room for a long time. So, naturally, the more family contribution points he accumulates, the better. However, even with the 9 Yang Divine Sword protecting him, Fu Changsheng still thinks that he should use the system to exchange for a wave of intelligence first. Without hesitation, he thought, "Exchange intelligence buzz." The panel vibrated. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. A 3rd-grade low-grade purple rose star fruit is hidden in the dark room of the Lin family's fiefdom. This purple rose star fruit can assist you in refining the red lotus earth core fire. The purple rose star fruit was brought back by the ghost fairy from the small world of heavenly punishment. Clan leader Lin originally wanted to use it to exchange for a foundation building pill, but he couldn't find a suitable buyer. 2. After the Kui family's spies reported the scale of the beast tide, clan leader Kui immediately summoned the allied Hong family and Qi family. The 3 families retreated directly to the Sinelin city built not long ago, using the 3 families' troops to resist the beast tide. 3. Half an hour later, a large wave of beasts will arrive at the Lin family's fiefdom, among which is a 3rd-level demon king. Clan leader Xiao leads the Xiao family to fight hard. 4. Chapter 246, Gaining Another Retainer, the Hope of Promotion to the 8th rank. Yuxiao Mountain. In the meeting hall, clan leader Xiao sat at the head of the group, a look of worry on his face. "The spies are reporting back," he said. "A tidal wave of beasts has swarmed out of the Shiwen Mountains, overwhelming the land. They reached Yunqian County over an hour ago. At this rate, they'll likely reach Yangxiao Mountain in less than half an hour. This tidal wave is far larger than the previous Taiji Locust wave. Do you think the Lin family's Yuan Xiangang formation could withstand this wave?" 3rd Elder Xiao paused for a moment before saying, "Patriarch, I've practiced a Yuan Xiangang formation before. It's no problem resisting a 2nd-tier monster, as long as a 3rd-tier demon king doesn't appear." Xiao Zhuiyang rolled his eyes and shook his head. "Third uncle, when the Taiji Locust wave broke out, no 3rd-tier demon king appeared, yet our clan's mountain protection formation was broken just the same. In my opinion, there are too many unstable factors. We should flee before the tidal wave arrives, as far as we can." 3rd Elder Xiao's brows flickered with displeasure at the rebuttal. He said coldly, "If a beast tide breaks out, the entire Huainan prefecture will be affected. Where is there a place that's absolutely safe? Where do you think we can escape to?" Xiao Zhuiyang had already thought about this question. He smiled and said, "Of course, it's the Shangguan family's nearby Xianlong city, At our flying speed, we can reach it in less than half an hour. The Shangguan family is an 8th grade family, and Shangguan Feng and his daughter are halfway to the Purple Mansion. Furthermore, most of the Shangguan family's combat power is stationed in Xianlong City. In the past few years, they've learned from the Fu family and reinforced the city walls. Entering Xianlong City would be much safer than staying in this shabby place of the Lin family, and, with a beast tied in the way, I believe the Shangguan family will certainly not turn away Foundation establishment combat power that has come to their doorstep. The words were rough, but the truth was clear. Third Elder Xiao remained silent. Clearly, he was also tempted. Xiao Zuru, who had been silent until then, could no longer help himself. He shook his head and interrupted, "Fourth brother, have you forgotten that we are still occupying the fiefdom of a subordinate family of the Shangguan family? The Shangguan family may open the city gates to let us in, but once the beast tide passes, I'm afraid they will settle the score later. This is just walking into a trap." Third Elder Xiao blinked upon hearing this. He had almost been tricked by Xiao Zhuang just now. He glared at Xiao Zhuang after hearing Xiao Zuru's explanation. He gestured for Xiao Zuru to continue. Xiao Zuru said, "Besides, if the 4 of us leave, what will happen to the remaining clansmen? We'll just have to watch them being devoured by monster beasts. When we first took control of the Lin family, wasn't the original intention to give the clansmen a stable place to live and to have their own spiritual vein in the future? Walking away now is completely contrary to our original intention." Clan leader Xiao nodded repeatedly. Seeing his son about to object, he glared. Xiaoliu's analysis is spot on. Just do as Xiaoliu says. Pass the order down. We must defend Yangxiao Mountain today, no matter what. Clan leader Xiao immediately stood up and headed for the formation hall. Third Elder Xiao and Xiao Zuru followed closely behind. Xiao Zhuang sat still. Gritting his teeth, he said, "You're all screwed. It's just a second-tier spiritual vein. We can get it back later. Are those damned clansmen more important than your own lives?" Since the Shangguan family wasn't a good client, they headed north to the Nanguang family. Xiao Zhuang cursed for a while, but now he had no choice but to follow. The 4 of them sat cross-legged at the central platform of the Yuan Xiangang formation, while the remaining Xiao clan key refining cultivators formed teams to guard the various key points of the formation. Yangxiao Mountain was eerily silent. It seemed only the sound of their breathing mingled in the air. "Here they come." About half an hour later, black clouds billowed from the horizon, a gloomy atmosphere permeating the air. A wave of beasts surged forward like a raging tide. The first creatures to catch sight were a pack of flaming demon wolves, enormous in size, therefore blazing like flames. Their bloody maws opened wide, spewing forth billowing flames. The flames, as if alive, roared towards the mountain protecting formation, scorching and distorting the air wherever they passed. Seeing this, clan leader Xiao formed hand seals and chanted something. A spell struck the formation platform. With a humming sound, the shimmering runes on the platform grew even brighter, and a faint golden light enveloped the formation's light curtain. The flames impacted with a crackling sound, yet the light curtain remained as stable as a rock. Third Elder Xiao's eyes lit up with joy. "Patriarch, it seems this Yuan Gang formation is even more formidable than we expected. We can definitely hold Yangxiao Mountain." The clan mountain had previously been breached by a tsunami of Taiji locusts. It was merely a matter of time before something unexpected happened within the formation. For a moment, the 4 members of the Xiao family felt a surge of confidence. At the same time, attacks from the ice soul black snakes, covered in translucent scales, came one after another. They twisted their massive bodies, spewing countless sharp icy spikes from their mouths. These icy spikes continuously condensed the surrounding moisture as they flew, becoming even harder and sharper. Like a hail of icy arrows, they hurled themselves at the mountain protection formation. HMPH, a trifling trick. Clan leader Xiao skillfully shifted his spell, striking the formation platform with a gust of magical power. With a humming sound, countless swirling spiritual shields emerged from the golden light barrier. These shields, like miniature whirlwinds, engulfed the icy spikes, shattering them into tiny icy shards. The influx of demonic beasts was rapidly increasing in variety. Xiao Zuru quickly reminded Third Elder Xiao, "Uncle, we must quickly eliminate the first group of demonic beasts, otherwise, a tidal wave of beasts would descend upon them. I'm afraid the Yuan Xiangang formation won't hold." Third Elder Xiao nodded slightly. The two of them would be responsible for the killing array. They cast spells into the formation platform one after another. The formation platform began to churn rapidly. Then, white rays shot out from the formation. Upon closer inspection, these weren't white rays at all, but spiritual arrows, gleaming with a white light. Whoosh, 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 the spiritual arrows rained down like raindrops. The flame wolf, unable to dodge, screamed and was pinned to the ground. However, the number of demonic beasts coming from the bee pupa was too great to be slain. Furthermore, with the addition of second-tier demonic beasts, the entire formation's light curtain began to shake violently. Seeing this, Xiaozuru calmly said, "Uncle Sen, activate the illusion formation." With that, the spell changed. The red patterns on the formation platform lit up one by one. Then, a vast red fog suddenly rose from the foot of Yangxiao Mountain, enveloping the entire beast horde. The trapped monsters instantly halted their attacks. For, as they now saw, they had returned to their lairs. However, unbeknownst to them, dense red lines were shooting out from the ground, flowing along their hooves and into their bodies. At that moment, from beyond the red fog, a furious roar echoed. The rumbling sound waves, like 100,000 troops sweeping in, completely swept away the sea of red fog. Hearing this aura, Xiao Zhuang's pupils shrank. A third-level demon king had appeared. In an instant, the confidence and hope that had been built up dissipated in the roar. "Father," Xiao Zhuang shouted, the implicit message clearly signaling a retreat. Unlike Xiao Zhuang's overreaction, Xiao Zuru's eyes also flashed with fear, but he seized the opportunity. He shouted, "Explode, rumble!" The demonic beast at the foot of the mountain, eroded by the red line, instantly exploded, blood and flesh flying everywhere. The entire foot of the mountain was suddenly piled high with the remains of the demonic beast, forming a small hill. Beyond the hill, the figure of a third-level Mo Yulin emerged. Its body seemed carved from black jade, its scales dark and star-spangled. Its head resembled a dragon, but it wasn't. Its antlers were massive and winding, shrouded in a faint, cloud-like glow. Its eyes were like deep pools, and a purple lightning mark on its forehead flashed with intermittent lightning. Its hooves were like black jade plates, shaking the ground with every step, leaving dark hoof prints imbued with ripples of spiritual energy. Its tail was like an inky silk ribbon, swaying in a gentle breeze. Third-level Demon King Mo Yulin, clan leader Xiao's body trembled, and the glimmer of hope in his eyes vanished. "Father, why don't you leave now? When are you waiting?" Xiao Zhuang had already risen from his position on the formation platform. If it weren't for his father's sake, he would have fled long ago. These fools. They should have listened to him earlier. They were all moved to a safe area by now. The Xiao clan leader quickly exchanged a glance with the third elder Xiao, nodded in tacit understanding, and said calmly, "Zhuang, Xia Aliu, take the core disciples of the clan and leave. From today on, Xia Aliu will succeed the head of the Xiao clan." With that, the Xiao clan leader tossed the 9th-rank aristocratic family jade seal and a brimming storage bag to Xiao Zuru. In front of the third-level demon king Mo Yulin. If the four of them retreated together now, the formation would be broken, and the demon king would immediately catch up with them. As a result, none of them would survive. Xiao Zhuang was stunned. Thinking he was hallucinating, Xiao Zuru said, "Father, what nonsense are you talking about? Even if you don't want a position of head of this family anymore, it's not Xia Aliu's turn. I'm from the Patriarch's direct lineage." Xiao Zuru hadn't expected Patriarch Xiao to pass the throne to him. While unexpected, this wasn't the time to be sentimental. He bowed deeply to Patriarch Xiao and said, "Patriarch, rest assured. I, Xiao Zuru, will not let the Xiao family perish like this." With that, he flashed, shooting out of the formation hall. With a swipe of his storage bag, the treasure ship soared into the air, carrying dozens of the clan's core disciples aboard, and immediately sped off towards the secret passage. Patriarch Xiao looked at his son, his face filled with grief and indignation. After 1,000 words, Xiao Zhuang finally uttered a single sentence, "Son, from now on, Daddy can no longer protect you. Remember, think twice before you act. Go, Father." Xiao Zhuang was overwhelmed with emotions. Outside, the third-rank demon king, Mo Yulin, had already begun attacking the formation. The treasure ship was about to disappear before his eyes. Xiao Zhuang bit his lip, stamped his foot, and instantly rushed out of the formation hall. He caught up with Xiao Zuru. After emerging from the Yangtze Mountain secret passage, he glared coldly at Xiao Zuru. "Open the treasure ship formation." Xiao Zuru frowned. It was obvious. Xiao Zhuang was going his separate ways. The treasure ship was too large, and with dozens of low-level disciples, he could easily be caught by the Demon King and killed. "Fourth brother, have you thought it through? If you leave, it means you're abandoning our family. You'll no longer be part of the Xiao family." "Who cares?" Xiao Zhu sneered. The clan mountain was gone. So were the clan members. The position of Patriarch that originally belonged to him was also snatched away. Only a few random people were left, and he wouldn't be so foolish as to work like a slave for them. Yangtze Mountain. After Xiao Zhuang and the others left, clan leader Xiao and third elder Xiao both slammed their palms into their chests, and mouthfuls of blood and essence instantly sprayed onto the formation platform, and the runes on the formation platform instantly lit up with a brilliant blood-red light. Buzz! The entire Yuan Xiangang formation was in full swing. They knew that if they could hold off this herd of beasts for a while longer, Xiao Zhuang and his men would have a better chance of survival. Roar! Many of his beasts were slaughtered. Mo Yu Yaolin was obviously enraged and roared. He stomped his forehooves on the ground. Rumble! The earth shook. The purple lightning mark in the center of its forehead suddenly erupted with a strong lightning. This lightning seemed to tear through the void and blasted towards the weak point of the formation. The bloodline power of the third-rank Demon King poured its entire force into this attack. For a moment, spiritual energy surged in the surroundings, and the ground beneath its hooves was shaken to the point of cracking. Clan leader Xiao and third elder Xiao witnessed this scene. Their pupils constricted. They hurriedly channeled their magical power into the formation platform. The light within the formation shone, absorbing most of the lightning. The remaining lightning struck the formation wall but failed to break through. Puff! However, without two Foundation establishment warriors and a group of disciples guarding the formation's core, clan leader Xiao and the other two suffered immense backlash, gushing out large mouthfuls of blood. However, their gazes remained resolute. They scrambled to their feet and continued to maintain the formation platform. Roar! Having failed to break the enemy, Mo Yulin's eyes gleamed with even greater ferocity. His tail, like an inky silk ribbon, swung violently behind him, stirring up a powerful, dark wind. The dark wind seemed to be mingled with its demonic energy, which surged towards the formation. Simultaneously, its four hooves, like massive black jade plates, struck the ground with heavy blows. Each strike caused the earth to tremble. The spiritual energy fluctuations from the hoofprints merged with a dark wind, forming a powerful force that could break the formation. This combined force slammed into the formation. Rumble! The entire formation trembled violently. Then, the light curtain crackled and rapidly disintegrated. The Yuan Xiangang formation was broken. The backlash from the formation was like thunder. Clan leader Xiao and third elder Xiao, who were in the main formation, were instantly sent flying backwards, their blood gushing. A faint light flickered in the Demon King's eyes, and the purple lightning mark on his forehead erupted again. Two streaks of purple lightning struck down, leaving the already severely injured clan leader Xiao and third elder Xiao with nowhere to escape. They were struck by the lightning and instantly reduced to ash. It's over, the Lin family is finished, everyone flee. Woo, 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 husband, wait for me. The abandoned Lin family members saw their last glimmer of hope shattered. They scattered in a hurry. But they were no match for the speed of the beast tide. In an instant, Yangtze Mountain was littered with corpses, its temples destroyed, and its sacred herbs trampled. The once fairyland of Yangtze Mountain was now a sea of blood. What? The mountain protection formation was breached. The imprisoned Lin clan leader heard the screams of his clan members above, and his face changed. In the end, the Xiao family had failed to defend Yangtze Mountain. The foundation he and his wife had painstakingly built for over 100 years was destroyed in a single day. How could he face his wife in his afterlife? Clan leader Lin collapsed to the ground, regretting his decision. If I had known this would happen, he should have accepted the Shangguan family's suggestion that the Lin family seek refuge with the Fu family. If all else failed, he could retreat to the Shangguan family's Xianlong city for temporary refuge. But he was bewildered and believed the Xiao family's words, resulting in the destruction of his clan. Clan leader Lin's injuries flared up again, and without spiritual elixirs to suppress them, his internal organs practically shifted, and he collapsed to the ground, his life or death uncertain. But his gaze was fixed on a moss-covered section of the rock face. It seemed as if something important was hidden there. 50 miles from Yangtze Mountain, high in the sky, a streak of green rainbow streaked towards him. Fu Changsheng, sitting cross-legged on the back of a green python, called out, "Zhaoqing, stop!" Zhaoqing had been flying through the clouds all the way, so he had encountered almost no demonic beasts. Furthermore, Fu Changsheng had used the breath concealment technique and invisibility technique, so even if he encountered other flying demonic beasts, they would remain undetected. He looked down at Yangtze Mountain in the distance. The faint ripples of the formation's light curtain could be seen on the mountain. According to the intelligence, the beast tide should have already reached Yangtze Mountain. It seems Yangtze Mountain is undefended after all. A mere rank 2 beast tide would have been difficult to handle, let alone a rank 3 demon king. The Lin family's fiefdom's mountain protection formation was controlled by the Cao family, significantly reducing its effectiveness. This was the reason the Cao family's destruction. He was still cleaning up. However, just in case. Fu Changsheng still thought, exchange information, buzz. The panel vibrated. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. Clan leader, he received your message and learned that a third-level demon king might attack the city. He decisively took his clan members to the underground city for refuge. The He family mountain was plundered by the demon beasts, but the He family members luckily survived. 2. Clan leader Xiao and the third elder Xiao died in Yangtze Mountain while protecting Xiao Zhuang and Xiao Zuru. In times of crisis, clan leader Xiao passed the position of clan leader to Xiao Zuru. Xiao Zhuang was resentful and parted ways with Xiao Zuru. 3. The independent cultivator Yun Bozi had long been eyeing Yangtze Mountain. After the mountain gate was breached and the beast tide passed, he immediately came to take advantage of the situation. 4. Fu Changsheng quickly scanned the intelligence. When his eyes landed on the third piece of information, his eyes narrowed slightly. Yun Bozi, he was the one who stole the 9 Yang divine sword last time. I didn't expect this guy to be so resilient and come to Yangtze Mountain again. However, according to the information provided by the intelligence, the beast tide had already left Yangtze Mountain. Fu Changsheng immediately slapped the green python. "Zhaoqing, speed up, other things might be fine, but if Yun Bozi snatched the third-rank cold mulberry fruit that ghost fairy brought back from the heavenly punishment world, that would be disastrous." The green python flapped its fleshy wings and swooped down. In less than half a cup of tea, they reached the foot of Yangtze Mountain, a distance of 50 miles. But the entire mountain was littered with corpses, blood flowing like a river, both human and demonic, piled into a small mountain. A pungent smell of blood filled the air. At the same time, a buzzing sound emanated from the blood demon sword within the Yangang purple fairy tower, which had remained silent for a long time. It began to vibrate violently. He had obtained this blood demon sword from the Lei clan leader of Anyang County. Through secret techniques, cultivators could draw power from the blood demon sword, elevating their realms, but this came at a significant cost. As for the after effects, he had yet to truly use it. He had always left it within the Yangang purple fairy tower. Let the soul-devouring insects devour the demonic energy within, treating it as their rations. This was the first time this unusual reaction had occurred since acquiring the blood demon sword. After a moment's hesitation, Fu Changsheng pointed a cloud around the purple immortal tower. With a humming sound, the soul-devouring insects that had previously attached themselves to the blood demon sword instantly retreated. A flash of black light appeared, and the blood demon sword hovered in the air above Yangtze Mountain. Suddenly, a flash of blood appeared on the hilt, followed by a flash of blood-colored rune. As time passed, the rune emitted a terrifying suction force, condensing into vortex. Boom! As if summoned, wisps of bloody evil energy converged on the blood demon sword in midair with a roar, falling into the vortex and then being completely consumed by the blood-colored rune on the hilt. At first, the bloody evil energy was only a thin layer, but as time passed, the bloody energy continued to accumulate, even summoning the energy stored deep underground for years, condensing into a vortex of blood energy more than 10 feet in diameter. This result was beyond Fu Changsheng's expectations. By the time he tried to intervene, the situation was already out of control. Meanwhile, Yun Bozi, who had come to pick up a bargain, sensed the changes at Yangtze Mountain and, with a lurch of his body, rushed out of the collapsed treasure hall. His gaze fell on the blood demon sword, consuming the bloody aura. His eyes lit up. What kind of divine sword is this? Suddenly, sensing something, he looked up. High in the sky, a green python coiled within it. Atop the python, Fu Changsheng stood facing the wind, the nine-yang divine sword hovering above him. Yunbozi's throat rolled. Oh my goodness! How did this ancestor get here? The scene of Fu Changsheng unleashing the nine-yang flame to slay Gong Xinming was still seared into his mind. Although he was also in the late Foundation establishment stage, if the other party had truly used the divine sword, he would have been no match. Moreover, Fu Changsheng possessed more than just the nine-yang divine sword. Now, he even possessed the blood demon sword, consuming the bloody aura. How could he withstand it? If he wasn't careful today, he would likely perish. Yunbozi gritted his teeth and explained, Chief Fu, I had no idea you were going to sacrifice your sword here. I'm leaving now, but don't worry, I swore by my inner demons that I won't reveal a single word of what I saw today to anyone else. If anyone disobeys, I will burn in my karmic fire. Before he could finish his words, he felt a chill behind him. He turned around and saw that a peak-level second-level female ghost had led thousands of ghost soldiers, blocking his retreat. Gudong, Yunbozi swallowed hard. If he had only been dealing with Fu Changsheng, he might have had a chance of escaping. But now that Fu Changsheng had a peak-level second-level spirit pet and a peak-level second-level ghost servant, he was afraid he couldn't escape. It seemed that Fu Changsheng had no intention of letting him leave alive today. Yunbozi's mind raced, and suddenly, he thought of a reason to stay alive. He quickly said, Patriarch Fu, please spare my life, please spare my life. Give me a chance, and I can help your Fu family become an 8th-rank family. Fu Changsheng didn't want to waste time talking. His eyes narrowed slightly, and murderous intent flashed across his face. Chapter 247, Huaibu Family, Blood Demon Sword Mutation, Huangshi Medicine Garden Evolution. Yunbozi was struck by this. This Fu Changsheng was truly as ruthless as the rumors said. He couldn't care less now, saving his life was paramount. He quickly formed a seal, tapping his brow. Instantly, a wisp of his soul shot out. Yunbozi's face paled slightly, but his expression was sincere. Patriarch Fu, I offer this wisp of my soul as a token of my sincerity. Please allow me to finish my words. Fu Changsheng hadn't expected Yunbozi to be so reckless. He was willing to put his life in the hands of another. With his soul in hand, he could annihilate the other in a moment. With a wave of his hand, the soul transformed into a small blood ball, floating towards Fu Changsheng. Tell me, what can you do to help our Fu family advance to the 8th rank? His life was saved for the time being. Yunbozi breathed a sigh of relief. He slapped his storage bag, and a flash of light appeared. Boxes suddenly floated out. When they opened, they revealed second-level demon pills, many stained with blood. A quick glance revealed around 50. Patriarch Fu, these second-level demon pills are enough to exchange for over 2,000 imperial merit points. As another token of my sincerity, Fu Changsheng's spiritual sense swept across Yangxiao Mountain, revealing that all the demon pills from the carcasses of the second-level demon beasts in the mountain had been taken. Clearly, they were the ones Yunbozi had presented. Fu Changsheng waved his hand and unceremoniously accepted them all. With the second-level demon pills, they would have the 20,000 imperial contribution points needed to advance to the 8th-rank family. Suddenly, a possibility occurred to Fu Changsheng, and his gaze fell on Yunbozi. Yunbozi was stunned when he saw Fu Changsheng's expression change. He hadn't expected him to think so quickly. He smiled and nodded, saying, Yes, just as you guessed, Patriarch Fu, I can become the second 9th-rank family in your Fu family's fiefdom. As if you were caught up in some bad memories, Yunbozi's face changed. Finally, he sighed deeply and said, Patriarch Fu, to be honest, I am the son of the former patriarch of the Yu family, a 9th-rank official in Jingzhou. My father was already 180 years old when I was born. When I was 10, he was ambushed while away and returned to the clan gravely injured. Immediately, the second branch of the Yu family staged a coup to seize the position of patriarch. They threatened my life, forcing my father to voluntarily pass the position to the second branch. At that time, my father specifically expelled me from the Yu family in front of the entire clan, hoping to lower the guard. Since then, my 7th uncle took me and settled in Huainan Prefecture under an assumed name, but the second branch has always been worried, fearing that I would one day return to the Yu family and seize power. Since the day I escaped from the Yu family, they have been sending people to kill me. My seventh uncle, trying to protect me, tragically died at the hands of the second branch. At this point, Yun Bozi clenched his fists. The raging rage suppressed for years seemed to be breaking free, after the second branch ascended the throne of Patriarch. The fifth, seventh, and ninth branches, who were once close relatives of my father, were exiled to the core of the family. They haven't had a happy life these past few years, but I received news that the fifth branch's seventh sister has secretly established her foundation, so, as long as I return to Jingzhou and tell them there's a ready-made eighth-rank aristocratic family to rely on, I believe the third branch will be willing to follow me to Weinan Prefecture. Fu Changsheng hadn't expected such a story from the other party. If Yun Bozi's story were true, the third branch of the Yu family would come over, with 2 foundation-building masters, a second-rank spiritual vein, and 100 imperial merit points, and 100,000 clan members. All the requirements would be met. Promotion to the 9th rank would be a sure thing. Once the Yu family's affairs were settled, the promotion to the 8th rank would also be a natural outcome. However, whether the third branch of the Yu family was truly willing to move to Weinan Prefecture was currently Yun Bozi's one-sided opinion. But it was worth a try. Fu Changsheng pointed a cloud around the purple immortal pagoda. With a humming sound, a dense swarm of first-level soul-devouring insects flew out from the first floor. The insects, permeated by the scent of blood in the air, became excited. They pounced on the corpses that fell to the ground and began to suck them up frantically. Gudong, Yun Bozi felt his scalp tingle as he saw tens of thousands of soul-devouring insects. Fortunately, he had wisely refrained from acting rashly, otherwise he would have perished without knowing how. It seemed Fu Changsheng had quite a few tricks up his sleeve. Fu Changsheng said, "The relocation of your Yu family in Jingzhou will be discussed after the beast tide has passed. For now, you and Yu Chen must secure Yangxiao Mountain's second-level spiritual vein. It will serve as your family's ancestral home." Yun Bozi had ventured to Yangxiao Mountain precisely for this very spiritual vein. Upon hearing this, he felt a surge of gratitude. He quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, Patriarch, for your assistance." He might not be able to defend this spiritual vein alone, but with tens of thousands of soul-devouring insects, a peak-level second-tier Chu Chan, and a host of ghost soldiers, they were more than capable of defending Yangxiao Mountain. Fu Changsheng then sent a message to Yu Qingru, asking her to come to Yangxiao Mountain to help repair the mountain's protective formation. He hadn't seen any demonic beasts along the way, so Yu Qingru's arrival was considered safe. The beast tide had reached its end after it erupted in Chuanyang County. Following Yun Bozi's call of Patriarch, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Fu Changsheng's mind. "Ling, you've subdued a late-stage Foundation establishment retainer, seized 50 second-tier demon pills, a second-tier spiritual vein, and earned 3,000 family contribution points." At the same time, the contribution points on the dashboard instantly changed to 6,160. Fu Changsheng was delighted. However, his primary goal on this trip was Ghost Fairy Ant's Purple Rose Sky Star Fruit. He immediately pointed at the Cloud Ring Purple Fairy Tower. A flash of green light appeared on the second floor of the pagoda, and a green-faced white fox instantly emerged. After Fu Changsheng fed it a cloud mulberry fruit, the fox transformed into a streak of green light and disappeared into the ground, beginning to explore for other spiritual objects. Upon seeing this, Yun Bozi confessed, "Patriarch, when I arrived, clan leader Lin's injuries had relapsed, and he died in the underground secret chamber. However, his storage bag had long since been taken by the Cao family, and I found nothing." Fu Changsheng's mind struck. The intelligence mentioned the purple rose star fruit in a hidden chamber. He immediately asked Yun Bozi to point out the secret chamber's location, then vanished into the ground in a flash. Yun Bozi watched Fu Changsheng disappear, muttering to himself, "Could it be that clan leader Lin is hiding some treasure?" For a moment, he felt a surge of regret. He should have double-checked. With a mountain protection formation broken, the formation surrounding the underground secret chamber naturally disintegrated, following the direction Yun Bozi had pointed out. Fu Changsheng discovered the entrance to a cavern 50 feet beneath the mountain behind him. The stone door was open. The chamber was filled with an air of decay. Huge gray stone walls, covered in moss and cracks, glowed dimly in the corners, the wicks flickering in the darkness, their light and shadow dancing across the walls like a ghostly dance. Fu Changsheng swept his spiritual sense across the chamber, discovering the corpse of clan leader Lin curled up in a corner, seemingly in agony. Fu Changsheng sighed, a dignified 9th-rank patriarch, yet met such a fate. When they first met, he had already reached the foundation establishment stage, while he was merely a low-level key refining cultivator. Over 30 years had passed, and he had never imagined he would end up with his clan shattered and his entire family destroyed. With a faint sigh, Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag. A flash of light appeared, revealing a fragment of century-old agarwood, its delicate fragrance radiating from it, its grain-like natural spiritual patterns, emanating a lingering spiritual aura. As he swung his hand, a coffin was instantly forged. Fu Changsheng's hand gesture shifted. Clan leader Lin's corpse, enveloped in spiritual energy, floated and fell into the coffin. The moment the lid closed, a low, muffled sound echoed through the secret chamber. Fu Changsheng summoned the green-faced white fox. "Xiao Bei, see if there are any treasures hidden here." "Chirp," the fox responded. However, after searching several times, nothing was found. Couldn't the purple rose star fruit be hidden in this secret chamber? Fu Changsheng was about to leave. His gaze followed the mark on clan leader Lin's corpse on the ground. It vaguely seemed that clan leader Lin had struggled to crawl towards the north for a while before his death. Fu Changsheng snapped his fingers. Moss on the north side rustled down. Ding, ding, ding. Magical power struck the stone walls, creating a crisp sound. Listening closely, a stone on the north side emitted a different sound. Found it, Fu Changsheng's face lit up with joy. Taking a few steps forward, he saw a strange stone. Its shape was irregular, yet perfectly natural. Its color was a deep blue with interwoven green hues, as if encased within an ancient forest. Strange patterns crisscrossed the stone, winding like the traces of a spirit snake, yet also resembling the runes of an ancient formation, imbued with mysterious power. "This is it," Fu Changsheng probed. A faint, unique aura emanated from the stone, neither spiritual nor decaying, but rather an ancient, mysterious, and vibrant aura, as if a small, silent world contained within a silent chamber. This bears some resemblance to the Huangshi medicine garden. Fu Changsheng carefully removed the stone intact. Through a small hole, he saw a hidden space within. Inside, a spiritual fruit lay, seemingly freshly plucked. He waved his hand, and the fruit within instantly floated upward. "It's indeed the purple rose star fruit," Fu Changsheng exclaimed in delight. Yet, the purple star fruit still dangled from the spiritual vine, shimmering with purple light. The size of a baby's fist, its purple hue tinged with blue, like the hue of the starry sky, a faint glow emanating from it. The moment he took it out, the skin of the purple star fruit seemed to wrinkle slightly. Fu Changsheng hurriedly placed it back into the stone space, only to see its shriveled skin suddenly plump up again. "What is this stone made of?" he hesitated. Fu Changsheng then brought out the Yellowstone medicine garden. Buzz! As the Yellowstone medicine garden appeared, the lapis lazuli in his hand automatically flew towards it, as if stars were attracting each other, and a spiritual aura suddenly shone from both. Spiritual mist surged from the Yellowstone medicine garden, and the spiritual field trembled. The lapis lazuli glowed brightly, and runes flickered. In a flash, the two were about to merge. Fu Changsheng suddenly woke up. The Huangshi medicine garden had a spirit eye tree planted within it. Furthermore, the purple rose star fruit within the lapis lazuli stone was a crucial spiritual ingredient for refining the red lotus earth core fire. If anything happened between the two, he would regret it too much to cry. Therefore, he quickly formed a hand seal, attempting to separate the two. However, it was too late. In an instant, the two radiances merged, and wherever the spiritual light enveloped them, space twisted. The soil and rocks of the medicine garden gradually merged with the crystalline light of the lapis lazuli stone. The Huangshi medicine garden's spiritual field slowly expanded until it was 10 times the size of the original. Within the field, spiritual mists swirled even more intensely than before, and the soil seemed to hold a richer spiritual energy, faintly shimmering with a spiritual light. Fu Changsheng was most concerned about the spirit eye tree and the purple rose star fruit. He looked closely and saw the purple rose star fruit still intact, hanging from Tang Man. The original spirit eye tree, having absorbed the lapis lazuli stone from the Huangshi medicine garden, had grown considerably taller, its trunk gleaming with spiritual light, its branches trembling. Tick-tick, a drop of alcohol emerged from the spirit eye tree. This sudden change made Fu Changsheng overjoyed. According to the spirit eye tree's production rate, it would take 200 years to produce one drop. Although he always brought the Huangshi medicine garden with him when he activated the training room, at most, it had only been a few decades, and it would take over 100 years before the next drop of spring night would appear. He had never expected that the expanded Huangshi medicine garden would have such miraculous effects. Fu Changsheng quickly and carefully stored the alcohol in a jade bottle and placed a barrier around it. With this drop of alcohol, he could create minking spirit water, which he could then use to clean his eyes. It was said that this could eventually lead to the minking spirit eye supernatural power. This is quite an unexpected bonus. After emerging from the secret room, Fu Changsheng buried the Lin clan leader's coffin in the Lin family cemetery behind the mountain. Yun Bozi, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of guilt. The Patriarch had clearly gone down to collect Patriarch Lin's body, yet he, with his petty mindset, assumed he was just there to touch it. The Patriarch truly values loyalty and righteousness. He had vaguely heard rumors that the Lin family had once served as guarantors for the Fu family, a favor repaid with a place in the heavenly punishment world. It was remarkable that the Patriarch had even personally collected and buried Patriarch Lin's body. Yun Bozi vaguely felt that perhaps his reliance on the Fu family wasn't a matter of desperation, but rather a matter of opportunity. After Fu Changsheng buried Patriarch Lin, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind, "Ling, your act of burying Patriarch Lin has made your retainer, Yun Bozi, feel trustworthy and inclined to follow you. You have earned 30 or 40 family contribution points." Then, on the dashboard, the family contribution points instantly changed to 6,200. Fu Changsheng was stunned. He had deliberately waited in Yangxiao Mountain until Yu Kangru arrived before leaving. However, Yu Kangru had brought a side message, "Changsheng, when I came from my fiefdom, I couldn't see a single demonic beast." A hint of doubt flashed in Fu Changsheng's eyes. While there weren't many demonic beasts when he arrived on the Green Python, there weren't none. Could something else have happened? He hesitated, then took out a communication jade talisman and sent a message to Grandmaster Yu in the Anyang County clan. A moment later, Grandmaster Yu immediately replied, "No demonic beasts have been found in Anyang County yet." Fu Changsheng's mind raced, and a possibility occurred to him. He immediately sent a message to Shangguan Hongyu. A moment later, Shangguan Hongyu's voice rang through the jade talisman, "Changsheng, the beast tide has suddenly changed direction. A large force is moving towards the East Wilderness tribe. However, as a precaution, our clansmen should be cautious and not let down their guard." The beast tide's change of course was a good thing. However, judging by their initial intentions, they intended to capture the Huainan prefecture area as part of their expansion. Originally, the 100,000 mountains consisted of only a few dozen peaks. But with each beast tide, the monsters gradually occupied more and more territory. However, both humans and monsters paid a heavy price for this. This beast tide suddenly abandoned Huainan prefecture and headed for the East Wilderness tribe. Something must have happened that he was unaware of. He vaguely felt that the imperial court had taken action. The East Wilderness tribe had previously unleashed a Tai Chi locust tide that swept across Huainan prefecture, nearly destroying Huainan. The Great Zhou dynasty couldn't have sat idly by. It seemed they had been preparing, waiting for the beast tide to strike a heavy blow against the East Wilderness tribe. Fu Changsheng muttered to himself, "The system seems to provide very little intelligence on the dynasty's movements. Is it because the system is too old? Before the system upgrade, it couldn't even provide information on 8th rank families. But even after the upgrade, it couldn't refresh information on 7th rank families or even more confidential information about the imperial court. It seems I'll have to find a way to accumulate contribution points and upgrade the system, otherwise." After he ascended to the Purple Mansion, the system still provided low-level intelligence. To him, it was like chicken ribs. Fu Changsheng originally wanted to return to Anyang County. Since the beast tide had already changed its route to the East Wilderness tribe, there was no need for him to make a round trip. But just in case, he still habitually exchanged a wave of information first. Buzz, the panel vibrated. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. This beast tide outbreak has caused heavy losses to the major families. The East Wilderness tribe has been greatly turbulent because of the beast tide outbreak. The court's plan to conquer the Yanang tribe has been temporarily shelved. 2. The beast tide in Huainan prefecture has completely turned to the East Wilderness. Huainan will usher in a decade of peace and recuperation. 3. Liu Yunfeng, one of the 3 hostages of the Liu family, was bullied several times by his cousin Liu Yunming on Luofang Mountain. After being seen by Fu Yongru informed him, "Since you have already cultivated immortals, you should abandon the secular distinction between male and female superiority and between legitimate and illegitimate children. In the world of cultivation, strength is everything." Liu Yunfeng, who was in a foreign land, was very moved and began to frequently appear in Fu Yongru's place of cultivation. Fu Yongru ignored her at first. But as time passed, he gradually got used to Liu Yunfeng staying by his side when he was cultivating. A total of 10 pieces of information were exchanged. Fu Changsheng was slightly relieved to see that the beast tide had indeed withdrawn from Huainan Prefecture. He called Yun Bozi to his side. "Fellow Taoist Yu, I will take you back to Yancheng County." "Master, didn't you ask me to guard the spiritual vein of Yangxiao Mountain?" Yun Bozi was afraid that the spiritual vein would be taken away. Fu Changsheng pointed to the west. To the west, Chu Chan was waving the human emperor banner to collect the scattered beast souls. Behind her followed a group of ghost soldiers. The wind was cold and it was like hell on earth. Yun Bozi smiled wryly. "Indeed, with Fairy Chu Chan here, I'm afraid no one with such a narrow mind would dare approach." Fu Changsheng, not wanting to cause any unnecessary misunderstandings, stated bluntly, "I brought you back to Anyang County to meet Mei Zhen." Mei Zhen had previously visited Taiyuan County in Jingzhou and successfully brought the Liu family's talisman master to Yancheng County. Therefore, Mei Zhen will be responsible for the relocation of the 3rd branch of your Yu family to Huainan. Now that the beast tide is over, I'll be in seclusion for a few years. From now on, Mei Zhen will be fully responsible for all matters related to the fiefdom. Yun Bozi had heard rumors about Liu Mei Zhen, but her cultivation level was still lower than his. Previously, Liu Mei Zhen had dealt with a key refining family, but if he wanted to relocate all the members of the 3rd branch, he would have to face the pressure of a 9th-rank family from Jingzhou. He feared Liu Mei Zhen wouldn't be able to withstand it. Fu Changsheng then flew the green python towards Yancheng County. Yun Bozi reacted and hurried to catch up, his mind racing. His life now rested in Fu Changsheng's hands. Since Fu Changsheng was in seclusion, he would have some freedom for the next few years, a good thing. The only downside was that Fu Changsheng couldn't follow him back to Jingzhou Prefecture. Along the way, Yun Bozi was consumed by anxiety. Before he knew it, he had arrived at his fiefdom in Yancheng County. Meanwhile, Yao Iao was organizing the talisman formation masters who had migrated from Jingzhou Prefecture to repair the walls of Yuiao City. These Liu family talisman formation masters, because the Fu family had treated them so well, hadn't been able to return to their Liu family in Jingzhou Prefecture, despite Liu Meizian's promise to send them back to the Liu family after the construction of Yuiao City was complete. However, in the Fu family fiefdom, they were not only respected but also received generous salaries. Most importantly, 7 years had passed. Most of them had already married into the Fu family, and after having children, they were even less willing to return. Therefore, when the 7 years were up, only a few talisman masters were willing to follow the elders back. Almost all of them stayed with the Fu family and became members of the Fu family. When the beast tide broke out, the formidable defenses displayed by Yuiao City honored the talisman masters who had participated in its construction. Therefore, they were now diligently repairing the city walls. On the wall, Yao Iao spotted the figure of the green python from afar and quickly waved, "Father, father." Seeing her father return safely, Yao Iao was overjoyed. Fu Changsheng smiled and greeted him, then led Yun Bozi to the meeting hall on the main peak in the back. On the previous return journey, Fu Changsheng had already informed Mei Zhen of Yun Bozi's situation. After they sat down and exchanged greetings, Fu Changsheng, intent on refining the red lotus earth core fire, chatted with her for a few moments before rising. "Mei Zhen, I may need to retreat for a few years. I'll have to take care of the family affairs." With the family back on track, Fu Changsheng became almost hands-off. He trusted Mei Zhen with all the clan affairs. Returning to the Patriarch's mansion's secret room and deactivating the magic circle, Fu Changsheng glanced at his clone, Fu Chenglei, in seclusion. Ever since he'd begun researching the talisman array and demanded the relevant spiritual materials, he hadn't emerged from the room. "That's a relief," he said. Fu Changsheng entered his own room. After deactivating the magic circle, he didn't rush to the practice room immediately. Instead, He took out a pen and paper and listed the tasks he needed to complete. Naturally, refining the red lotus earth core fire was the most important. If he could successfully break through to the peak of the foundation establishment stage, he could then begin practicing the 9 heavens star art, refining the star coffin the Cao family had previously acquired, and strive to reach the tendon refining realm. Currently, he was only at the flesh refining realm, and the dashboard indicated he had only reached 70%. To break through to the Purple Palace and open up the 2 dansons, he would have to complete the 9 heaven star art through the tendon refining realm at least. The next stage above the flesh refining realm would take 10 years. If he used the training room to practice, that would be 30 years. Which should be more than enough for him to accomplish both of these tasks. Chapter 248 Breakthrough, Natural Sword, Family Future Plan. After Fu Changsheng cleared his mind, he thought, open the training room, a buzz? The panel vibrated. A flood of yellow light surged. Then, in a flash, he was in the training room. Having been in and out of the training room many times, he walked to the cushions with familiarity, meditating and regulating his breathing. Fu Changsheng waved his sleeve, and a jade slip instantly landed in his palm. To refine the red lotus earth core fire, relying solely on the purple rose sky star fruit was naturally insufficient. After all, it was the 86th ranked heavenly spirit fire on the list of exotic fires. The slip contained the 5 elements primordial refining formation, a gift from Grandmaster Yu specifically for refining the red lotus earth core fire. It was densely packed with annotations of his insights into the formation. Having possessed the red lotus earth core fire for many years, he had mastered the formation thoroughly. Just in case. After reviewing it several times, Fu Changsheng's eyes suddenly opened. He slapped his storage bag, and in a flash of light, 5 boxes suddenly emerged. Within them were the Qingmu Spirit Crystal, the Nanming Lihao Stone, the Zhengjin Stone, the Zhuanshu Cold Jade, and the Thick Earth Spirit Pearl. With a series of flicks of his index finger, the 5 treasures landed in the east, south, west, north, and center directions. Combined with a medium-sized spirit gathering array formed from the mid-grade spirit stones, they formed the foundation of the 5 elements Hunun sacrifice array. With the array base complete, the most time-consuming and laborious process began. Fu Changsheng took a deep breath. Using his own blood essence as a guide, he began to outline the array patterns on the array base. The patterns resembled a vast diagram of the 5 elements Bagua, interspersed with countless Hunun runes. These Hunun runes were the key to integrating the power of the 5 elements, connecting the power of the 5 elements array base, forming a circular spiritual energy circuit. Several months later, with the final pattern being drawn, the entire 5 elements Hunun sacrifice array instantly illuminated. The array was activated. Next came the climax of the ritual. Despite inscribing the array patterns tirelessly, Fu Changsheng showed no sign of fatigue, nor did his mana decrease in the slightest. This was the wonder of the training room. Otherwise, outside, simply inscribing the 5 elements primordial refining array would have taken a year or 2. After all, engraving array patterns is extremely exhausting, and no cultivator could toil day and night for months. Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag. In a flash of rosy light, a white box with red patterns appeared. The moment the box's restrictions were released, boom! A ball of flame shot up into the sky, and the temperature of the entire space instantly soared. Fu Changsheng hurriedly mobilized his mana, channeling the red lotus earth core fire into the array. At the same time, the 5 elements of the 5 elements primordial refining array were activated simultaneously. The wood energy released by the green wood spirit crystal entwined the red lotus earth core fire. The flame power of the Nanming Lihao stone fused with the red lotus earth core fire. The gold energy of the Zhengjin stone cut through the impurities within the red lotus earth core fire. The cold water energy of the Zhuanshu Hanyu cooled the red lotus earth core fire's rage. The earth energy of the Haotu spirit pearl held the red lotus earth core fire firmly in place at the center of the formation. As the formation operated, several months later, a strand of red lotus earth core fire, thin as a strand of hair, was refined. Fu Changsheng quickly formed a magic seal, drawing this refined fire into his body. Simultaneously, he activated the Qing Emperor's longevity art. His inner mana enveloped the fire, flowing along the heaven and earth bridges. Boom! However, even though this wisp of strange fire was only the thickness of a hair, the energy it contained was too wild. Like a wild horse unleashed, he couldn't tame it at all. Sure enough, I still need the purple rose star fruit. Fu Changsheng, prepared, swallowed a piece of the fruit. The purple rose star fruit melted in his mouth, transforming into soft starlight that enveloped the strange fire. Fu Changsheng hurriedly activated the Green Emperor's longevity secret once again. Tick, tick. After 3 cycles, the strange fire was finally completely tamed. In return, his magic power also improved significantly, as if he had swallowed a second-grade, top-grade elixir. With a thud, the strange fire immediately roared out of his body, lingering around his fingertips, as if possessed by a spirit, extremely obedient. Yes, my efforts have finally paid off. Time passes in the blink of an eye. 10 years passed, and the last wisp of the red lotus earth core fire was refined. Fu Changsheng's mana had accumulated to a considerable level. It's time to reach the peak of foundation establishment. He took a deep breath. He patted his storage bag, replenishing the spirit stones consumed by the spirit gathering array. After exhaling a breath of foul air, Fu Changsheng first guided his wood-attributed spiritual energy from his danshan, the Qi, and slowly ascended along the Ren meridian. When the wood-attributed spiritual energy reached the Tansong point, it began to merge with the fire-attributed spiritual energy. The uniqueness of the Green Emperor's longevity secret lies in its ingenious fusion of the 2 attributes of wood and fire. This fusion began to swirl around his danshan, forming a spiritual vortex. This vortex spun faster and faster, like a spiritual storm, constantly absorbing the mana fluid transformed from Fu Changsheng's sacrifice to the red lotus earth core fire. With a continuous infusion of mana fluid, the spiritual vortex grew stronger and stronger. Fu Changsheng's meridians began to bear immense pressure. He gritted his teeth, silently chanting the mantra of the Green Emperor's longevity secret, directing the vortex of spiritual energy toward the barrier at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Bang! The previously impenetrable barrier shattered with a crackling sound. A powerful surge of spiritual energy emanated from Fu Changsheng's danshan, instantly spreading throughout his meridians. A layer of green and red light enveloped his body, a sign that his wood and fire spiritual energy had reached a new height. Peak foundation establishment. Fu Changsheng delightedly experienced the changes after the breakthrough. At the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage, spiritual energy still contained some impurities, like a spiritual spring mingled with dust and sand. However, as the breakthrough process began, the technique circulated like a spiritual wheel, and spiritual energy surged through the meridians, as if tempered by spiritual flames, gradually removing impurities. The meridians also widened. The once narrow meridian channels now seemed to have been opened up by a spiritual axe, becoming vast and boundless. The spiritual energy flowing through them was like a whistling spiritual wind, instantly reaching every part of the body. Fu Changsheng murmured, "No wonder Uncle Feng's spells seemed almost instantaneous when I saw him strike earlier. So that's how it is." This was the terrifying aspect of reaching the peak of foundation establishment. Fu Changsheng rejoiced. He looked inward at his danshan. The Qi danshan underwent a miraculous transformation during the breakthrough. He saw the spatial structure within the danshan seemed to be recarved with spiritual seals, becoming intricate, like a spiritual palace carved out by spiritual workers with numerous spiritual chambers. This structural change allowed the storage of spiritual energy within the danshan to be as stable as storing spiritual crystals in a box. Not bad, the stability of the danshan has also been greatly enhanced, Fu Changsheng said with satisfaction. At the 9th level of foundation establishment, the danshan was susceptible to external spiritual fluctuations, like a candle in the wind. But at the peak of foundation establishment, the danshan became like a spiritual fortress protected by a spiritual shield, shielding it from external spiritual disturbances and ensuring the stable storage and smooth flow of spiritual energy. Let's see how the spiritual consciousness has changed. After sensing it, he observed it. Fu Changsheng's smile deepened. My spiritual sense has increased nearly tenfold. At the 9th level of foundation establishment, his range was limited to a few dozen feet, a small world shrouded in spiritual mist. Now, his spiritual sense could encompass hundreds of feet, as if his spiritual eyes had been wide open, clearly sensing the spiritual energy tides, the movements of demonic spirits, and everything else within that radius. After spending the better part of 6 months consolidating his cultivation, he slapped his storage bag. A flash of rosy light appeared, and the star coffin appeared before him. It's time to practice the 9 heavens star art. Elsewhere, after confirming the beast tide had receded, Fangir, who had been hiding in the underground city, emerged with his clansmen. Fangir worked tirelessly to gather supplies from the battlefield. There were tens of thousands of first-tier demon beasts and materials from hundreds of second-tier demon beasts. Sadly, many were annihilated in the flames of war, but the amount collected was still considerable, reaching over 100,000 spirit stones. However, when activating the Demon Control City formation, hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones were spent, which meant tens of thousands of dollars in costs were deducted. Furthermore, the outer city of Uiao City was completely destroyed, and the inner city was also riddled with holes. All of this required the purchase of spirit materials and labor. All in all, the account book was surprisingly flat. After the beast tide, the monster materials were certainly worthless. Even if they were refined into magical instruments and talismans, they wouldn't be able to be sold for a while. Firstly, the monsters in the Shiwan Mountains had been completely wiped out. For a short period of time, no one would enter the mountains. Secondly, surviving this beast tide was a difficult feat, even for the aristocratic families. Everyone needed to conserve their energy. No more fighting would occur for at least 10 years. Without fighting, the sale of magical instruments, talismans, and healing elixirs would also be sluggish. After Fangir finished storing the monster materials, he immediately began to record the contributions made by his clan members during the beast tide. This was originally Fu Molin's responsibility, but since he was currently in the clan territory of Anyang County, Fangir temporarily took over. Outside the reward and punishment hall, the crowd was bustling with activity, each excitedly forming small lines, as if celebrating Chinese New Year. Fu Yonghan, standing behind Fu Yongqi, whispered, "Captain, did Brother Yongfu come to see you last night?" These past few days, Fu Yongfu had been frequently visiting his brothers and sisters of the Yang generation, reportedly to raise contribution points. Some in the clan vaguely speculated that Fu Yongfu was likely seeking to exchange for Foundation establishment pills. Fu Yonghan glanced around and quickly transmitted a message, "Captain, listen to me. You have quite a bit of contribution points, so you can't lend them to Brother Yongfu. The number of Foundation establishment pills is limited. Once Brother Yongfu exchanges them, it might not be your turn by the time you've accumulated enough contribution points." Fu Yongqi remained calm. In fact, it wasn't just Fu Yongfu who came to see him, even Fu Yongdan and Fu Yongshang had come personally. These three were the second in commands of the Talisman-making Hall, the Alchemy Hall, and the Business Department, respectively. Fu Yongfu and Fu Yongdan were particularly well known as the eldest disciples of the Patriarch and the Mistress, respectively. They spoke. Even considering the Patriarch and Mistress's status, few would have refused. However, compared to the two of them, Fu Yongshang's offer was far more compelling. Therefore, he hadn't yet responded. Standing in the queue, Fu Yongdan and the other two kept their eyes on him, and Fu Yongqi felt a surge of pressure. During the previous beast tide, thanks to his fearless and desperate demeanor, he had slain the third highest number of demonic beasts among the Qi refining clan, after Ke Xianggu and Fu Yongfu. His contribution points were naturally impressive, too. Hence, he became a competitor to Fu Yongdan and the other three Foundation establishment candidates. Fangir read out the name, Fu Yongqi. Fu Yongqi didn't react. Only after Fu Yonghan, who had reminded him from behind, hurried forward and handed over his identity token. Fangir verified the image of Fu Yongqi's demonic beast slayings in the photopod. Only then did he enter 1,688 contribution points on Fu Yongqi's identity token. As soon as Fu Yongqi walked out of the reward hall, Fu Yongdan and Fu Yongfu surrounded him. However, Fu Yongsheng stood still outside the crowd, his lips moving as he quickly transmitted, "Yongqi, in addition to the conditions I promised you yesterday, I will return you 3 times the contribution points in the future." Fu Yongqi had been a little hesitant at first, but upon hearing Fu Yongsheng's promise, he immediately smiled and bowed apologetically to Fu Yongdan and Fu Yongfu. Then walked straight towards Fu Yongsheng. Fu Yongdan and Fu Yongfu exchanged bitter smiles. When it came to business, the two of them combined were no match for Fu Yongfu. From the information they had gathered, with Fu Yongqi's contribution points, Fu Yongsheng would have the 10,000 contribution points needed to exchange for the Foundation establishment pill. Fu Yongdan winked at Fu Yongfu, "Sixth brother, I just got a pound of good tea. Would you like to share?" Fu Yongfu understood and followed Fu Yongdan to the Alchemy Peak. Fu Yongdan's cave dwelling sits on the edge of a sacred peak. Its entrance is a stone gate mottled with spiritual moss, flanked by stone statues of mythical beasts. Entering the cave, the front hall is paved with spiritual jade, and night-shining pearls inlaid on the walls cast a soft glow. Inside, there's a stone table and bench, engraved with alchemy runes, a testament to Fu Yongdan's deep study of the Dao. Paintings of alchemy masters hang on the walls. After the guests took their seats, Fu Yongfu, a straightforward man, asked directly, "Ninth sister, are you wondering how many foundation establishment pills are left in the clan?" "Sixth brother is quite forthright," Fu Yongdan said, slightly embarrassed by the revelation of her own thoughts. She coughed softly and said, "Sixth brother, fifth brother has already secured 10,000 contribution points ahead of us. If there's only one foundation establishment pill left in the clan, we too don't need to resort to favors. We can just accumulate it honestly for a few years. You're the Patriarch's eldest disciple, so could you give me some information?" Fu Yongfu heard this. He smiled and shook his head. "Ninth sister, how could the Patriarch easily tell me something as confidential as the foundation establishment pill?" Fu Yongdan thought about it and agreed. Fu Yongfu hesitated, then added, "However, if you count carefully, after the Patriarch returned from the Wanning Chamber of Commerce auction, he gave one foundation establishment pill each to elders Runzi, Yagai, and Yulian. In addition, one each to the Liu and Wu families of Anyang County, and the Yu family, now promoted to the 9th rank. Including the eldest daughter, that's a total of seven foundation establishment pills." Fu Yongdan, almost oblivious to the outside world, completely absorbed in alchemy, was stunned by this number. If you included Fu Yongsheng, who was about to exchange it, that would make a total of 8 foundation establishment pills. An elder Runzi had already established his foundation twice, so it wasn't necessarily the case that the others succeeded on their first try. Fu Yongdan felt as if his energy had suddenly drained from him, muttering, "Sixth brother, if that's the case, then isn't there any hope for us?" "How could there be no hope?" Fu Yongfu disagreed. He said firmly, "Our Fu family is thriving, and promotion to the 8th rank is just around the corner. Do you think the clan still needs our foundation establishment pill? As long as we accumulate enough contribution points, the clan elders will naturally pave the way for us, of course," he said, changing the subject. Fu Yongfu's brows furrowed. "Only if we can outcompete the rest of our brothers and sisters in the clan. Every generation has its own talents. I've heard from the Elders' Council that when foundation establishment pills become limited, priority will be given to those with the highest talent. All under the same conditions. We're almost 40 now. If we wait a few more years, we'll be outclassed." Fu Yongdan's face darkened upon hearing this. After Fu Yongshan borrowed contribution points from Fu Yongqi, he immediately went to find Liu Mizhan, who was discussing Yu family affairs with Yun Bozi. The door to the meeting hall was closed. Liu Mizhan sat at the head of the table, Yun Bozi to the left. Liu Mizhan asked, "Fellow Taoist Yu, are you familiar with the situation regarding the aristocratic families? To which 8th rank family does your Yu family belong?" Since they were going, they naturally needed to clarify the situation. Yun Bozi answered truthfully, "Madam, our Yu family was originally under the jurisdiction of the 8th rank Jin family. Later, after the Tang family was promoted to the 8th rank, we were placed under the Tang family's jurisdiction. We had no prior marriage ties." "Tang family?" Liu Mizhan seemed to recall something. Unsure, she asked, "You're talking about the Tang family. Their young patriarch is called Tang Yunfeng." "Exactly," Yun Bozi's thoughts stirred. He quickly asked, "Madam, could it be that our Fu family has some connection with Tang Yunfeng? It's rumored that Tang Yunjian is a natural swordsman with incredible talent in the art of swordsmanship, having cultivated sword intent at a young age. That couldn't be wrong." Liu Mizhan picked up the teacup from the coffee table and took a sip of the black spirit tea, suppressing the strange feeling in her heart. After calming down, she said calmly, "I only vaguely heard someone mention this person when I went to Jingzhou last time." Yun Bozi thought to himself that it was a pity. After all, if he really had known Tang Yunjian, it would have been much easier. After all, Tang Yunjian was a treasured member of the Tang family, and the Yu family was under the Tang family's rule. The two discussed for a while. When Liu Mizhan brought tea again, Yun Bozi tactfully withdrew. The door to the meeting hall opened. After receiving permission, Fu Yongshan quickly stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, madam." "Yes." Liu Mizhan pointed to the armchair below and asked Fu Yongshan to take a seat. She was obviously particularly friendly to this business genius. I heard that you have been raising contribution points everywhere these days. Are you going to exchange them for foundation establishment pills, madam? You are really as foresighted as I am." Fu Yuangshan quickly stood up and bowed. His face turned serious and he said, "Madam, besides exchanging for foundation establishment pills, I have another important matter to discuss with you." Liu Mizan nodded, indicating that he should continue. Fu Yuangshan paused, then slowly said, "Madam, now that the beast tide has just passed, every aristocratic family has accumulated a certain amount of monster materials. In the past 10 years, these monster materials will certainly not fetch much in our Huainan prefecture. If we seize this opportunity to seize the monster materials from the aristocratic families and then sell them in the prefecture, we can definitely fetch a good price." Clearly, Fu Yuangshan had heard rumors that Liu Mizhan was about to go to the prefecture, which had spawned this idea. Seeing that Liu Mizhan showed no intention of stopping him, he boldly continued, "Madam, our clan can use this trip to the prefecture to survey the market and rent a shop in the market to sell the monster materials we've acquired. Once we've established a foothold, we can form a caravan dedicated to trading in Huainan. This way, we can not only expand our Fu family's social circle, but also gain access to more resources. Madam, here's the detailed plan I've written. Please review it," he said. Fu Yuangshan pulled a thick book from his sleeve and handed it over. Liu Mizan flipped through a few pages, nodding repeatedly. She immediately closed the book and praised, "Xiaoyu, that's a good idea. I'll discuss this matter specifically at the upcoming Council of Elders. I'll also discuss your exchange for foundation establishment pills. Just go back and wait for the news." "Yes, madam." Fu Yuangshan breathed a sigh of relief. He had no idea whether the clan had any foundation establishment pills, but he estimated that even if there were, there would only be one or two. His sixth brother and ninth sister were not only the heads of the talisman-making hall and the alchemy hall, but they were also the eldest disciples of the headmistress. He wanted to stand out. He had to make some achievements. If the clan truly wanted to open a trade route, the leader would need to have reached the foundation establishment stage. Overall, he was the most suitable candidate. Therefore, if only one foundation establishment pill remained, given similar conditions, the clan would likely give him priority. Despite this thought, Fu Yuangshan felt like he was living in a different world for the next few days. When elders Molan, Changli, and the others returned from the Anyang County clan, and the clan convened the elders' council, his heart was in his throat. In the council hall, Liu Mizan sat at the head of the group. Fan Gear stood behind her. To her left sat Grandmaster Yu, Fu Molan, Fu Changli, Yao Io, and Rong Gear. To her right sat Tu Yangfei, Fu Yuangai, and Yulian. Fu Changli and Liuranzi remained at the clan. Fairy Kei and her husband were not present at the council this time. As the number of foundation establishment cultivators in the clan increased, the requirements for promotion to elder also changed. They now required foundation establishment cultivation. Previously, a second-level craftsman could only be promoted to hallmaster. After everyone took their seats, Fan Gear stepped forward and read out the Fu family's losses and gains from the beast tide. Finally, Fan Gear said, "Currently, our Fu family has accumulated 20,600 imperial merit points, exceeding the standard for promotion to an 8th-rank aristocratic family. Furthermore, our Fu family's spiritual vein level, 2nd-rank craftsman, foundation building combat power, and the number of people in our fiefdoms have also met the standards for promotion to the 8th rank. All that's missing is another 9th-rank aristocratic family from our fiefdoms. Promotion to the 8th rank was imminent." Everyone present was excited. Everyone stared intently at Liu Mizhan, who nodded slightly and said, "Yes, as you all heard, my husband had already secured another candidate from a 9th-rank aristocratic family before he went into seclusion. That candidate is Yun Bozi, a direct descendant of the head of the Yu family." As she spoke, footsteps sounded from behind the screen in the meeting hall. Everyone looked closely. It was Yun Bozi. Yun Bozi looked at the packed Fu family foundation building hall and was slightly surprised. The Fu family's foundation was even deeper than he had expected. Becoming a subordinate of the Fu family was clearly a wise choice. Handsome men and beautiful women, the Huibai Yu family mentioned in the previous chapter has been changed to the Jingzhao Yu family. Sorry. Chapter 249, Open Source, Foundation Building Selection, Regret. After Yun Bozi introduced himself and explained his grudge against the current head of the Yu family, as well as the specific circumstances of the 5th, 7th, and 9th branches of the Yu family, Liu Mizhan spoke. As you've all heard, this trip to Jingzhou Prefecture is different from our last trip to invite the Liu family's talisman master. We'll likely engage in conflict with the Yu family, which is fraught with danger. However, once we safely relocate the members of the 3rd branch of the Yu family to our fiefdom, promotion to the 8th rank is imminent, so we must be extremely careful about who goes. Before she finished speaking, Yao Iao excitedly raised her hand. Mother, I'm willing to go. I'm a 2nd rank formation master, and I might be able to be of great assistance. As soon as she said this, Grandmaster Yu glared at her. You're kidding. You haven't recovered from your injuries yet. Why are you joining in the fun with your mere early foundation establishment cultivation? If a formation master is needed, I'll go myself. Grandmaster Yu clearly treated Yao Iao like his own granddaughter and was reluctant to let her take such a risk. Yao Iao pouted with a hint of regret. After all, this was a rare opportunity to venture out into the world. Yang Fei, standing nearby, muffledly said, I've been to Jingzhou Prefecture with my mistress before, so I'll be included, and me, I can control 2 2nd-level puppets simultaneously. If a war with the Yu family really breaks out, I can handle 4 foundation establishment cultivators on my own. Fu Molan felt it was a shame not to be able to contribute during the beast tide. Fu Changli also signed up. Of those present, only the drowsy Rongyi and Yulian remained silent. Yulian felt her child was still young and couldn't leave her alone, and she was afraid her presence would be a burden. Liu Mizhan tapped the table and said slowly, although the beast tide is over, the 8th rank Gongsun clan is eyeing us covetously. The Yunqian County fiefdom is protected by the Demon Defending City and the 10,000 Ghosts Formation. Yao Iao will be in charge of the formation, and 4th sister, you will stay here to take charge. As for the Pingshan County fiefdom, I'm afraid Uncle Fei will have to personally take charge, with Ranger and Yulian assisting. As for the Lin family's Yangxiao Mountain, Yu and Qichen will have to guard it. In other words, it was Liu Mizhan and Grandmaster Yu who were traveling to Jingzhou Prefecture, and surprisingly, they also brought Fu Yonggai with them. Fu Yonggai had recently reached the foundation establishment stage. Everyone was skeptical about his selection, but they assumed Liu Mizhan wanted to show him the world, so they didn't think much of it. After the selection was finalized, everyone deliberated for a while. Liu Mizhan cast a spell on the formation plate in the meeting hall, and the formation light curtain opened. Yunbozi tactfully bowed and retreated. Obviously. The next thing the Fu family wanted to discuss was family matters. After Yunbozi left, Liu Mizhan continued, today's Council of Elders has another important matter. Over the past few days, Yangsheng, Yangdan, and Yangfu have all accumulated 10,000 family contribution points and wish to exchange them for foundation establishment pills. However, we currently only have 2 remaining foundation establishment pills in our clan. Of the 3, only 2 can be chosen. Let's see who is more suitable. As soon as these words were spoken, Yao Iao glanced at Fangir, who was standing behind Liu Mizhan, and anxiously asked, Mother, have both foundation establishment pills been exchanged? What if there's a more suitable candidate in the clan? Yao Iao hoped to keep one for her eldest brother. The triplets. Now only Fangir hadn't achieved foundation establishment. Even Fangir's wife, Yulian, had already done so, though Fangir continued to handle the affairs of the fiefdom as usual. However, Yao Iao felt that her eldest brother must be feeling uneasy. Yao Iao had just finished speaking. Everyone's eyes instinctively turned to Fangir, but Fangir was only at the 8th level of key refining. With his aptitude, reaching peak key refining would likely take another decade or more. A decade was too long. The clan might have already refined another batch of foundation establishment pills. Yao Iao was distracted by her concern. Fangir lowered his head awkwardly. Seeing this, Fu Molan spoke first, breaking the silence. In terms of aptitude, Yongdan and the other 3 are almost identical. Each of them is a leader in their respective fields. But in terms of profit brought to the Fu family, Yangsheng is clearly number 1. It was Yangsheng who suggested building Filong Market. Clearly, Fu Molan had recommended Fu Yangsheng first. Everyone exchanged glances. Fu Changli said, Madam, if we consider gender equality, Yongdan counts. If she can successfully establish her foundation, it will inspire the female cultivators in the clan to redouble their efforts. Everyone had their say. Liu Mizhan turned to Fangir, who had remained silent the entire time, and said, Fangir, As the chief steward of the fiefdom, you must have a more comprehensive perspective than the rest of us. What are your thoughts?" Having been called upon, Fangir had already recovered from the awkwardness of the previous moment. He spoke gracefully, reporting to Mother, "Currently, the only second-level alchemists in the clan are you and Eldershi. In addition, there are many other clan members with considerable alchemy talent. Sister Yongdan's foundation building won't significantly impact the clan's development, but in the Talisman Hall, besides Father, only Brother Yongfu is a second-level talisman maker." After a pause, Fangir continued, "However, Father is very busy, and has very little time to spare for talisman making. This beast-tide outbreak has yielded a large amount of second-level talisman-making materials. If Brother Yongfu can successfully build his foundation, his talisman-making speed and skills will surely reach new heights, and he can also monetize these second-level talisman materials. Therefore, it's all about the family's interests." The selection of foundation establishment candidates naturally fell to Fu Yongfu and Fu Yongsheng. Seeing no objections, Liu Mizhen waved her sleeves. A flash of light appeared, and a brand new book appeared before each person. This is Yongsheng's proposal for developing a trade route to Jingzhou Prefecture. Yongsheng's idea is to first purchase a large quantity of monster materials. During our visit to Jingzhou Prefecture, we'll first establish a shop in a market and then gradually expand. Fu Changli quickly flipped through the book. Excited, she said, "Madam, Yongsheng is truly a business genius. We're worried about what to do with the collapse of Filong Market, which will deprive our clan of its primary source of income. If we can truly establish a trade route, it will surely be much more profitable than Filong Market. After the beast tide, the entire Huainan Prefecture will enter a period of economic depression for the next 10 years. If the imperial court doesn't reduce taxes, they'll likely have to tighten their belts." Fu Yongsheng's idea is undoubtedly a golden opportunity for increasing revenue. Fu Molan frowned slightly. "Madam, that's a good idea, but the main reason we're going to Jingzhou Prefecture this time is to relocate the members of the third branch of the Yu family. If we buy up monster materials en masse, we'll probably be targeted by robbers very quickly. Besides, judging by the markets in Huainan Prefecture, every shop is backed by a powerful force. If we take action, we'll affect the interests of the aristocratic families in Jingzhou Prefecture, and the obstacles we face won't just be from the Yu family itself." Fu Changli blushed upon hearing this. She was only focused on the immediate benefits, not the deeper considerations. It was truly. Liu Mizhen glanced at Fu Molan with admiration. She pondered for a moment. She said, "Molan's considerations are logical, but everyone is well aware of the situation in Huainan over the next 10 years. If we remain conservative, our family will only regress, so, I plan to prepare for both scenarios. First, privately purchase monster materials from the best families we can. For one thing, our allied families are in dire need of spirit stones right now, and they can't sell their monster materials. If we're willing to buy them at market prices, they'll probably think we're providing timely assistance. Second, the allied families will benefit, so they'll naturally help us keep our secret. That way, we won't attract the attention of the robbers." Yang Fei nodded repeatedly. Everyone couldn't help but wait attentively for Liu Mizhen to continue. Liu Mizhen knocked on the table. She said, "As for Jingzhou Prefecture, I'm sure the major families aren't united. Once we arrive in Jingzhou, let's first understand the situation. If we can find an opportunity, even if we can't buy, renting a shop in the market would be great. Of course, our top priority in Jingzhou is naturally to bring the members of the third branch of the Yu family back to Huainan. After all, there's only one 8th rank family left in Huainan Prefecture. After the beast tide, the Kui family will surely be busy arranging this matter, and they have the assistance of their two major allies, the Qi and Hong families. Therefore, for them, going to Jingzhou Prefecture is a daunting and arduous task." Everyone agreed with Liu Mizhen's decision, and then asked which Huainan families were eligible to purchase monster beast materials. Currently, the 8th rank families in Huainan are the Shangguan, Guangxin, Shi, and Nangang families. Fu Changli said, "As for the 8th rank noble families, given the close relationship between the Shangguan family and our Fu family, we only need to speak to their chief elder, and they'll naturally agree." "Madam, who do you think would be the most suitable person to send?" Liu Mizhen lowered her head and took a sip of her oolong tea. Then she said, "This trip to the Shangguan family requires borrowing a large treasure ship capable of carrying 100,000 people. It would be more appropriate for me to go personally. but the other noble families are closely watching our movements, and that would be too conspicuous. So, in my opinion, Molin is the most suitable." Fu Molin naturally agreed without hesitation. Among the 8th-rank noble families, the Shi family had previously collaborated to establish the Filong market, but that was all. Therefore, it wasn't included in the acquisition list. The remaining 9th-rank noble families now consisted of the Kui, Qi, and Hong families, the Liang family, the He family, and the Yu family, which still had no fiefdom. No news had been heard about the Cao family yet. All told, the He family was the only one left. Fu Yonggai offered, "Madam, Kingu is pregnant. I'm looking for an excuse to go back to the He family with her. I'll talk to my father-in-law about acquiring the monster materials, that would be perfect." Everyone discussed for a while. After the meeting, everyone went about their duties. Liu Mizan, however, kept Fu Molin behind and quickly sent a message. "Molin, when you go to the Shangguan residence, pass this message to Shangguan Wei and say." Fu Molin's eyes widened at the words. Zhang Yuan, a remnant of the Zhang family, had actually fled to the eastern wilderness and become the concubine of the Grand Master of the Purple Mansion. This woman was truly extraordinary. Fu Molin nodded hurriedly and said, "Madam, don't worry, I'll definitely pass on the message." After everyone dispersed, Liu Mizhan turned to Fan Gear and said, "Fan Gear, go get Yongfu and Yongshang here." "Yes, mother." Outside the meeting hall, in fact, Fu Yongdan and the other two had been waiting since morning. Fu Yongdan periodically glanced at the closed door. The wait was too agonizing, and she couldn't help herself. She strolled over to Fu Yongfu and whispered, "Sixth brother, I'm afraid the foundation establishment pill will most likely go to fifth brother." Well, if there's only one, Fu Yongfu knew his limitations. After all, Fu Yongshang's value and contributions to the family were clear. Fu Yongdan bit her lip and hesitated. "Sixth brother, if there were a second one, do you think the elders would give it to you or me?" "That's hard to say. After all, we're not elders. We have different perspectives and different considerations," Fu Yongfu said honestly. Fu Yongdan actually wanted to hear some words of encouragement. By this time, she had become overwhelmed with anxiety. One moment she was fantasizing about her own success, the next, she felt that the clan couldn't possibly have so many foundation establishment pills. Wait until the door to the meeting hall opened again. Seeing it was Fan Gear coming out, Fu Yongdan quickly took a few steps forward, eagerly asking, "Fan Gear, have you decided on the candidate?" "Yes," mother asked fifth and sixth brothers to go in. Fu Yongdan was stunned. Only fifth and sixth brothers were allowed in, leaving her out. This meant that the clan still had 2 foundation establishment pills, but neither would be hers. Fu Yongdan's face paled. Fan Gear, standing nearby, felt guilty. Seeing this, he quickly stepped forward and whispered soothingly, "Ninth sister, you're still young. Wait a little longer. If the clan has more foundation establishment pills, you'll definitely be the first one to go." Fu Yongfu and Fu Yongshang, having recovered from their surprise, stepped forward to offer some soothing words. But their words were clearly weak. Fortunately, Fu Yongdan didn't lose control. She forced a smile and said, "Congratulations, fifth and sixth brothers. I wish you success in building your foundation. The mistress is waiting inside. Go in, go in." With that, she vanished like a gust of wind. After returning to Alchemy Peak, the door slammed shut, locking her inside. She buried her head and began to sob. If there had been only one foundation establishment pill in the clan, she wouldn't have been so upset, because if there was only one, it would have definitely gone to her fifth brother. But there were clearly 2. Of the 3, she was the only one left out. Back then, her sixth brother was just a spiritual plant tender under Kei Xianggu, the least prominent of the young generation. But because the clan head had taken a fancy to him, his fate was rewritten, and he became the head of the talisman-making hall. Now, he had been rewarded with a foundation establishment pill and would soon be promoted to foundation establishment elder. From then on, a world of difference existed between the 2 of them. But that was all secondary. For the past few days, she had shamelessly asked many of her brothers and sisters in the clan to exchange contribution points, but in the end, it was all a joke. How would she face her clan members in the future? The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She didn't even notice when someone stood behind her. "But I feel so wronged." Suddenly, Liu Mizhan's voice rang out above her. Upon hearing this, Fu Yongdan was so frightened that he quickly stood up and saluted, stammering, "Master, sit down." Liu Mizhen pulled Fu Yongdan down with her, smoothing her temples and saying, "As your master, I was wrong not to secure the foundation establishment pill for you." These words frightened Fu Yongdan so much that he nearly jumped up like a rabbit. He quickly waved his hands in denial. "Master, you've always been unreserved in alchemy, teaching me with all your heart. I haven't even repaid you for your guidance yet, and I absolutely wouldn't dare, nor would I, harbor any resentment. You, child, look how nervous you are." Liu Mizhen pulled him back to the toffee chair. She knew what kind of person Fu Yongdan was. Liu Mizhen patted the back of her hand, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. "Daner, since you discovered your spiritual roots, you've been studying alchemy with me. Over the years, you've spent most of your time in the alchemy room. Consider this opportunity to settle down in Wanning Market for a few years. Once you're there, don't just focus on making pills. Go out and interact with others, see different people and different scenery. This will be of great benefit to your future foundation building and even your future cultivation." Fu Yongdan hadn't experienced any setbacks. Her character still needed to be tempered. Otherwise, Liu Mizhen wouldn't have said a word in her favor at the Elders' Council. Given Fu Yongdan's current state of mind, even if she had obtained the foundation building pill, it would have been a waste. Upon hearing this, Fu Yongdan's eyes lit up. "I'll always listen to Master." After all, the clan had been in a state of disarray lately. She couldn't stay any longer, so it was a good opportunity to avoid the spotlight. Meanwhile, Fu Yonggai turned around and told Hikingru that he would take her back to her parents' home. Hikingru was obviously a little surprised to hear this, but at the same time, she was also very happy. She married into the Fu family. She was afraid that others would say that her heart was still with her parents. She endured it. Except for going back home once a year during the Chinese New Year, she almost never went back. Now that she was finally pregnant, although the mistress sent Madame Liu to take care of her, the mistress was not a real mother-in-law. In front of Madame Liu, she felt even more restrained and lived in fear, afraid that any mistake she made would be heard by the mistress. Now that she could finally go back to her parents' home, how could she not be happy? After being happy, Hikingru calmed down and hesitated for a moment. "Husband, have you reported this to Mother?" "Yes, Mother brought it up on her own initiative." That's good, that's good." Hikingru was obviously relieved and immediately ordered the maid to start packing, wishing she could fly back to her parents' home immediately. Half an hour later, the two arrived in front of Liu Mizhen. Liu Mizhen seemed to have been waiting for this. "Although the beast tide is over, Kingru, you are pregnant after all. Just in case, you two will ride back on your father's green python?" Before Fu Changsheng went into seclusion, he left the green python and Chu Chan to Liu Mizhen. "The green python is at the peak of the second stage." Hikingru was a little flattered and waved her hand to refuse, but saw Fu Yonggai had already bowed. "In this case, I thank my mother very much." After leaving the yard, she sat on the green python and flew for a distance. Hikingru now sensed something. When Yirlian was pregnant before, she had not received such treatment. Her husband was just an adopted son. His mother's move must have had other implications. This time, her husband was accompanying her back to her parents' home. She was afraid that he had another mission. Hikingru observed carefully and found that her husband was indeed more nervous than usual. However, her husband did not mention it. She was sensible and did not ask. He family mountain. Patrolling the mountains, Hijiuma saw demonic energy billowing in the distance and, frightened, thought another beast tide was approaching. She was about to activate her communication talisman, but Changsheng glared at her. "It's the Fu family patriarch's peak level, second order green python?" Hijiuma was stunned. Blinking, she said, "But didn't father say the Fu family patriarch was in seclusion?" The two sisters had nearly botched their matchmaking with Fu Yonggai at the banquet, and were subsequently imprisoned on the Cliff of Repentance. They were only released when the beast tide erupted. Hijiuma was still as rambunctious as ever. But Changsheng had changed considerably, at least her temper had calmed down considerably. The demonic winds approached. Those seated on the green python could clearly see them. Hijiuma grumbled, "Why is it this damn girl?" Back then, Hikingru had stood up and offered a few polite words at the banquet, only to have her rise to prominence, becoming the companion of a foundation establishment cultivator. Fu Yonggai, whom the sisters despised. "I never expected it. The foundation was actually established successfully." Hijiuma regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. If she had known this would happen, she would have volunteered to marry him. As soon as the green python appeared, the He clan leader, who had received the news, came out to greet him personally. With a smile on his face, he led Fu Yonggai and his wife into the main door of the reception room, which was usually opened only for distinguished guests. The He family members looked at the green python that had transformed into an earring and hung on Fu Yongai's earring, and they talked about it one by one. Look, you said your son-in-law was an adopted son and wasn't favored in the Fu family, but now he even lets the Fu family's patriarch carry his pet. Who can compare to such honor and favor? That's right, Miss 16 is truly blessed. Not long after marrying, your son-in-law had already established his foundation. And I heard that the Fu family will probably be promoted to an 8th rank family soon. Then Miss 16 will be a member of an 8th rank family in the future. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Aunt Chu would laugh in her dreams. Who said it wasn't right? Look, Aunt Chu's treatment now is only half a level lower than that of the clan leader's wife. Back then, Aunt Chu was just a furnace stoker at the alchemy peak. This is the mother's status due to her son. The clan members' discussions fell on Hejima's ears. She was jealous and envious, then her eyes rolled and she raised her hand to touch her temples. Her beauty was even more stunning than Hikingru's. Now that Fu Yonggai had established his foundation, he couldn't just be served by a woman. Changsheng, standing by, saw through the other person's subtle thoughts at a glance and cursed in her heart. Bitch, she turned and left. In the reception room, after Hikingru paid her respects to clan leader she tactfully found an excuse to retreat. As soon as she left the hall, she was surrounded by the clan members. Most of them wanted to use Hikingru's connections to get people close to Fu Yonggai. Aunt Chu rushed over and immediately drove away the scheming clan members. The two of them went into the backyard together. After closing the formation, Aunt Chu's exaggerated expression in front of others immediately changed, revealing a side of her that she had never shown before. Chapter 250 Returning Home in Glory, Breaking Promises and Seeing Old Friends Again. Concubine Chu's face darkened. Kingru, you and your wife have returned so unexpectedly. Is there something important? Kingru instinctively glanced around, pondered for a moment, and then said, my husband said he'll be accompanying our mistress to Jingzhou Prefecture soon. It's likely related to this, but I didn't ask for the specific details. Jingzhou Prefecture? Concubine Chu frowned, pondering for a moment. Then she said, Yonggai is a recent foundation establishment cultivator. Going to Jingzhou Prefecture is a long journey. Your mistress certainly wouldn't bring a useless person with her. Kingru, a discerning woman, immediately understood what she meant. Mother, are you saying that our mistress discovered some mineral deposit in Jingzhou Prefecture and asked our husband to explore it? Probably, but Jingzhou Prefecture isn't our Fu family's territory. Even if we discovered a specific mineral deposit, we can't dig it. You're just overthinking it, child. Concubine Chu shook her head. Discovering a mineral source would be like holding a bargaining chip. The Fu family's trip to Jingzhou Prefecture was likely related to this. She patted Kingru's hand and said, this is just speculation between us mother and daughter. Remember, don't reveal a single word, not even to your husband. All men are the same. A wife who appears too shrewd only makes her husband uneasy. Aunt Chu pulled a storage bag from her sleeve and handed it to Kingru. This is all the gifts I've received over the years. I've secretly had them converted into spirit stones. Take this and save them. In 10 or 8 years, have your husband lend a hand and try to exchange it for a foundation establishment pill from the Fu family. This is all I have left for you in this life, but you're still young and have another chance to establish your foundation. Kingru took the bag. Her eyes welled with emotion. Others thought she was supporting her mother's family, but in reality, her mother was willing to save every last bit of her monthly salary for her. But Kingru sighed. She immediately told him about the fight between Fu Yongdan, Fu Yongfu, and Fu Yongshang over the foundation establishment pill. The clan probably has no more foundation establishment pills, otherwise they wouldn't have left the Yongdan behind. She's the head of the alchemy hall and the mistress's eldest disciple. Aunt Chu saw her look of discouragement. Her brow furrowed. A hint of anger lingered on her face. Kingru, ever since you were old enough to understand, I've always said to you, no matter what you do, first diligently fulfill your responsibilities. The final outcome depends on chance. You don't work hard, even when the Fu family has another foundation establishment pill, it won't be your turn. Kingru had lived a comfortable life with the Fu family for several years, apparently having forgotten how they had once hidden themselves in the He family's backyard. Now, after being lectured, she slowly regained her original aspirations. "Mother, you're right. Everything depends on human effort." Aunt Chu smiled at this and paused. Instead, he reminded her, "Your husband isn't good at socializing. As his wife, you should help him with socializing and observe proper etiquette during festivals. You're no longer a newlywed bride, you already have several children. Be proactive. The Fu family will simply assume you're willing to integrate into their extended family. Don't be like Fangir's wife, Yulian. Yulian's parents are both heads of the Spirit Planting Hall, and her parents-in-law are the heads of the family. Even if she doesn't do well, no one will say anything." In the He family's living room, He Kingru was surprised to learn of Fu Yongai's purpose. During the beast tide, the Fu family likely amassed more than 10 times the amount of demonic beast materials than the He family. With so much material, whether it was for refining weapons or crafting talismans, they would have no shortage of spiritual materials for at least a decade. He was puzzled as to why the Fu family continued to acquire more. "Yonggai, could you please explain why you're acquiring materials?" Fu Yonggai hesitated. He said, "Father-in-law, we'll be traveling to Jingzhou Prefecture soon." "Going to Jingzhou Prefecture? Are they going to trade?" However, the journey alone would take years, and there were countless unknown risks. Clan leader He instinctively knew the Fu family's move was more than just selling materials, but Fu Yonggai didn't bring it up, and he tactfully didn't ask. After all, the Fu family was willing to purchase their monster materials in bulk at market prices. This was a boon for them. "Yonggai, your visit has solved a pressing problem for the He family. Once the beast tide passes, we need to repair our mountain defense formations and our spiritual fields. Everything needs spirit stones. I was just worried I'd have to sell these monster materials at a low price. Fortunately, you arrived just in time." Everyone gained. Everyone was happy. Finally, Fu Yonggai said, "Father-in-law, to be honest, our Fu family is only purchasing monster materials this time, and only you and the Shangguan family are involved. Please ask the clan members not to leak the news." "Understood." He clan leader was even more delighted when he heard this. The Fu family obviously mentioned their He family and the Shangguan family as having equal diplomatic relations, which made him smile even more. When Fu Yonggai was about to say goodbye and leave, he refused to let him go. He asked the clan members to prepare a sumptuous family dinner for them. At the banquet, He Jiumi looked at the table full of delicacies. These were not available during the Chinese New Year, not to mention that the clan was in financial distress now. This shows how much her father valued He Kingru and his wife. He Jiumi felt more and more bitter. She raised her hand to tidy her temples, picked up a glass of Xiangling wine and walked towards the main table. She went straight to Fu Yonggai with a charming look. "Brother-in-law, this is the Xiangling wine I mixed myself. Please try it. If it tastes good, I have a lot more in my room and I will send it to you." As she said, she handed the Xiangling wine to Fu Yonggai. Such a naked hint. He Kingru was not stupid. How could she not understand He Jiumi's intentions? She narrowed her eyes slightly and thought to herself that others would be fine. As her own sister, she actually took the initiative to seduce her husband. If this were to spread to the Fu family, I'm afraid everyone would look down on her. At the same time, her eyes fell on Fu Yongai's face, afraid that he would not. As a woman, no one wants to share a husband with others. Patriarch himself has 3 wives and 4 concubines, and he has many wives and daughters. It is not impossible for another daughter to marry into the Fu family to consolidate the relationship, especially now that the Fu family already has an 8th-rank person, so he did not intend to stop it. He Changsheng, who was sitting opposite He Kingru, stared at He Kingru with a look of watching a show. Although she looked down on He Jiumi's behavior, she obviously wanted to see He Kingru, who is now living a better life than herself, get humiliated. He Kingru was thinking of getting up. But Enchu touched her inconspicuously under the table. At this time, nothing He Kingru said would be appropriate. Either she would offend her husband or her family. Everyone's eyes fell on Fu Yonggai, wondering if he would take the glass of wine. Fu Yonggai glanced at He Kingru from a distance and said with a smile, "Sister Jiu, I'm really sorry. My wife told me not to drink when I go out." As soon as these words came out, He Jiumi's face changed instantly. She had finally mustered up the courage to throw herself into his arms, but the other party was so tactless. How could she be inferior to that bitch He Kingru? She snorted coldly and turned around and left. There are many good men in the world, who cares about them? He Kingru's face beamed. Fu Yonggai's words were clearly meant to give her a good impression at her parents' home. Hijumi sat down. She said with a smile, Jiuji, I'd love to try the magical wine you made yourself. This was clearly a case of bringing up a topic that was irrelevant. Hijumi was so angry she nearly swore. She sneered at Ikingru and said, I'll see how long you can hold your arrogance. After leaving Yunshan County, Fu Molin headed directly for Xianlong City. The beast tide hadn't reached Anyang County. Therefore, any demonic beast materials the Shangguan family had were only in Xianlong City. Upon arriving, they discovered the Shangguan family's protective formation had been re-erected, though much of the outer wall had collapsed. The Shangguan family members were repairing the area, a large but busy but orderly operation. After a moment's quiet waiting, Fu Molin was led to the reception room. It was Shangguan Hongyu who met her. She sat at the head of the table, her aura radiating from her comparable to that of a true purple mansion. She possessed a commanding presence, and Fu Molin instinctively felt a sense of awe in her presence. After paying her respects, Shangguan Hongyu asked, Is your patriarch in seclusion? Normally, when the Fu family came to visit, it was Fu Changsheng himself who came. Fu Molin quickly acknowledged. Shangguan Hongyu muttered something, which Fu Molin didn't quite catch. She then explained the purpose of their visit. Shangguan Hongyu waved her hand, saying, I appreciate your kindness, but we have other uses for the demon beast materials. Then, she turned and ordered her clansmen to retrieve the treasure ship from the warehouse. Fu Molin was stunned. When the beast tide erupted, Xianlong City had suffered a significant blow. It was said that a third-tier demon king had emerged at the time. But what purpose did the Shangguan family have with the demon beast materials? It was vaguely apparent. Fu Molin felt that perhaps the secret lay only with an 8th-rank noble family. She had rented a treasure ship from the Shangguan family. When Fu Molin reached the city gate, she paused. There, Shangguan Wei, with his white beard, was directing the men repairing the city wall. They hadn't seen each other for over 30 years. Shangguan Wei's back was slightly hunched. His cultivation had sunk to the early stages of foundation establishment. He no longer possessed the same high-spirited energy he had once used to compete with Shangguan Feng for the position of Grand Elder of the Shangguan family. Fu Molin sighed. Turning to the Shangguan family member who was leading the way, she said, Fellow Taoist, I have a few words to say to Elder Wei. Please wait a moment. She quickly stepped forward. When she reached Shangguan Wei, he was visibly stunned. After Fu Molin explained his name and background, his eyes narrowed slightly. If Fu Changsheng hadn't provided information about the spirit stone vein, he wouldn't have suffered such a serious injury, nor would he be left with his wife and children, a half-dead, half-ghost existence. Therefore, he instinctively disliked the Fu family. With a cold snort, I have nothing to say to that Fu woman. Fu Molin quickly transmitted a few words, bowed, and immediately turned to leave. However, Shangguan Wei now lacked power and strength. Even if you were to tell him Zhang Yuanyun's whereabouts, he would be unable to do anything. After Fu Molin left, it took a while for Shangguan Wei to recover from his shock. Back then, when he was seriously injured and in seclusion, that bitch surnamed Zhang had simply taken his life savings and fled without a trace. For years, he had been sending people to track her down. Unexpectedly, this bitch not only absconded with the money, but also cuckolded him. Shangguan Wei, was not even dead yet. Zhang Yuanyun. Shangguan Wei gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. In the meeting room of the Gongsun clan, the Gongsun clan leader sat at the head of the group, several storage bags hovering in front of him, completely wiping out the previous discouragement of those present. When the beast tide fully erupted, second in command, Sun Ming rallied the group and demanded the head of the clan surrender the clan's treasure. Normally, only the head of the clan could wield the mountain suppressing seal, but this time, the entire clan elders united to unleash its might, unleashing its full potential. Not only did they successfully repel the beast tide, but they also captured a third-rank demon king and a large collection of demonic beast materials. Facts had proven that second-in-command Sun Ming's attempt to force the emperor to abdicate was a success. Even though Gongsun Ming wasn't seated in the main seat, the elders treated him with respect. This displeased clan leader Gongsun, who knew he urgently needed to accomplish something to restore his clan's prestige. Everyone, while we've obtained a considerable amount of demonic beast materials, they're currently fetching low prices in Wainan. Therefore, I intend to utilize the privileges afforded to me as an 8th-rank aristocratic family and travel to Jingzhou Prefecture via the Suppressing World Division's teleportation array." Gongsun Ming frowned. He immediately objected. "Master, if I remember correctly, using this Henshi Bureau's teleportation array is extremely expensive. Furthermore, selling goods across prefectures requires paying transit fees to the imperial court. It would be better to sell directly to the Wanning Chamber of Commerce, saving us the trouble and effort." The elders nodded slightly. The Gongsun clan leader said calmly, "Traveling to Jingzhou to sell monster materials is just a side trip. According to intelligence I've received, there will be an auction at the Yangang market soon, where Foundation establishment pills will be available. I'm thinking of taking this opportunity to recruit a few more Foundation establishment cultivators for our Gongsun clan." With these words, the initially opposed voices fell silent. After all, this was a family matter of great importance. Seeing this, second elder Gongsun Ming pondered for a moment before saying, "If that's the case, there's no need to use the Suppressing World Bureau's teleportation array. A few years ago, even Liu Mizhun, a woman from the Fu family, was able to safely travel to and from Jingzhou. It just took a little longer. Besides, the clan is currently short of spirit stones." Clan leader Gongsun wanted to use this opportunity to cultivate close confidence. The clan members he led successfully established their foundations, and they would surely remember their debt to him. However, without using the teleportation array, the round trip would waste years. Seeing his hesitation, Gongsun Ming said straightforwardly, "If the clan leader feels traveling to Jingzhou is too dangerous, then let me take a mountain suppressing seal. I'll go to Jingzhou Prefecture myself." Clan leader Gongsun's eyes narrowed slightly at these words. The mountain suppressing seal symbolized the clan leader's status. At the time of the beast tide outbreak, the clan's survival was at stake, so he had no choice but to give it to the other clan elders. If he were to hand it over now, would that put his position as the head of the family in jeopardy? Clan leader Gongsun gritted his teeth and said, "The second elder will be responsible for all matters within the clan. I will personally travel to Jingzhou." A year and a half later, at the Jingzhou border, Liu Mizhan said to Fu Yonggai, who was standing on the deck of the treasure ship, "The border is just ahead. Yonggai, go into the cabin and tell Uncle Yu we've arrived." "Yes, mother." Fu Yonggai glanced curiously at the long wall stretching across the rolling hills, then turned and entered the cabin. On the deck, Yun Bozi looked at the strange yet familiar wall before him. His face was filled with memories. He hadn't set foot in Jingzhou for nearly 100 years since he was taken away from the city as a child. Gazing at the unchanged city walls before him, he sighed. It said this wall existed when the Great Zhou dynasty was founded, and has been reinforced year after year by Great Zhou officials. Even a giant and true master would be daunted by these fortifications. No wonder the East Wasteland tribe has, for so many years, been confined to Wan'an, never setting foot in Jingzhou. The Great Zhou was located in the Central Plains. Wan'an was a border city on the Eastern Wasteland. Yun Bozi seemed to recall something and said, "Madam, you said the beast tide changed its course and headed for the East Wasteland tribe. Was it because a demon king had spotted this towering wall beforehand, and so retreated?" The 100,000 mountain demons were targeting the fertile lands of the Central Plains. How could they be daunted? It was likely the imperial court had taken the initiative. A moment later, Grandmaster Yu emerged from the cabin. As the group disembarked from the treasure ship, a border guard at the city wall entrance stepped forward and said, "Show your identification discs." Liu Mizhan and the others obeyed. A moment later, the guard waved his sleeve, and an 8-ribbon mirror floated before them. As he infused a spell into the mirror, it vibrated with a humming sound. Then, a white beam of light fell on Liu Mizhan, Yun Bozi, and Fu Yonggai one by one. As they approached Master Yu, his inner mana surged, forming a strange talisman at his danshan. This talisman instantly condensed to thin yellow mist within him. The white beam of light fell on him, without any sign of abnormality. Liu Mizhan, standing at the front, felt her heartbeat race, as if she were vaguely afraid of something. When the guard said, "Go in," she quickly glanced back at Master Yu, then immediately looked away, her nervous energy finally settling. The four entered Jingzhou and journeyed north for another half a month before reaching Kiri Mountain on the edge of Taiyuan County. Only then did Liu Mizhan pack up the treasure ship. Turning, she said, "Uncle Yu, you guys find a place to rest in Kiri Mountain. I'll go to the Liu family in Taiyuan County to gather some information." In a sense, Liu Mizhen was considered a descendant of the Liu family in Tai'an County, Jingzhou. She had saved the Liu family from danger and even seized the mountain from their arch-rival, the Yang family. In exchange, the Liu family sent 3 hostages to the Fu family, promising annual tribute and the appointment of the next head of the Liu family by the Fu family. Upon hearing of Liu Mizhen's arrival, the Liu family leader was stunned. Years passed. Thanks to the 2 sacred mountains, the family had thrifted and thrifted. The Liu family leader successfully won a foundation establishment pill at the Yangang market and successfully established their foundation. With 1 more foundation establishment member, the Liu family could ascend to the 9th rank, placing them on par with the Fu family. Clan leader Liu called out, "Third uncle, go and bring them in." Liu Mizhen arrived just in time. He was just thinking of asking her to send his 3 children back. Clan leader Liu, already at foundation establishment, was in high spirits. He sat at the head of the table, not rising to greet the footsteps. Seeing only Liu Mizhen approaching, he sneered. Perhaps the Fu family had lost many foundation establishment members in the beast tide, and they had been wary of her before, but now they were completely relieved. Pointing casually at the table below, he said, "My sister has come a long way, and I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Try my newly acquired Kangming tea. It's the top grade, 2nd grade, mid-grade spiritual tea, a personal gift from the head of the Tang family, who was promoted to the 8th grade." His words hinted at the fact that she now had the backing of an 8th grade family. He had completely forgotten how he had humbly begged for mercy in times of crisis. Liu Mizhen raised the teacup and took a sip, then smiled and said, "The tea is good, but the brewing method is wrong. It has a bit of astringency." As soon as these words came out, the Liu clan leader narrowed his eyes slightly. He gulped down his teacup, then slammed it down on the table and spoke frankly, "Sister, I won't beat around the bush. Back then, you promised to return all the talisman masters you brought from our Liu family once the city was built. But I heard that the Huainan beast tide in your Jingzhou has passed. But there's not a single trace of our Liu family's talisman masters. Since you broke your promise, our previous contract is terminated." In clan leader Liu's view, Jingzhou, a remote region, and after the beast tide, the Fu family was undoubtedly declining, while their Liu family was thriving. There was no need to continue to abide by the contract with the Fu family. After all, the Fu family was far away and couldn't bring them much benefit. Why should they be controlled by others? Clearly, clan leader Liu had already made up his mind to give up the 3 hostages. Liu Mizhen fixed her gaze on the Liu clan leader. "Clan leader Liu, as we're both of the Liu clan, I'll pretend I didn't hear anything you said in a fit of excitement. But this is only one chance." Clan leader Liu frowned. He never liked when others acted condescending in his presence. He said coldly, "Sister, you were the one who broke the contract first. Don't act as if I'm disloyal." The Liu clan's talisman master didn't want to return. The Liu clan leader knew it perfectly well. He was simply finding a pretext to terminate the contract. Liu Mizhen sighed inwardly. She'd already given him a chance. Since he didn't cherish it, don't blame him for disregarding the Liu clan's bloodline. Liu Mizhen lowered her eyes. Clan leader Liu simply offered tea, saying, "Sister, I have chores to tend to." He then dismissed her. Even Liu Mizhen had come all the way to Jingzhou without asking a single question. He assumed she was just crying poor. After all, the beast tide had just passed, and the Fu clan was in dire straits. Liu Mizhen didn't waste any time. After standing up and bowing, she left the reception room and the clan mountain. She met with Grandmaster Yuan Yunbozi, who were hiding in the abandoned cave house on the opposite Chu Ri mountain. Yunbozi was stunned to see that the other party had returned so quickly. "Madam, your clan brother couldn't even afford to prepare a welcoming banquet for you." Originally, she wanted to use the Liu family to find out more about the situation in Jingzhou, but now it seemed that it was not feasible. Yunbozi said anxiously, "Madam, if it really doesn't work, go meet my 5th sister. As long as you're careful, the people of the Yu family will definitely not notice. No, in this way, it would alert the enemy." Liu Mizhen turned her head and glanced at the cave house, but did not see Fu Yonggai. Seeing this, Yunbozi hurriedly explained, "Yonggai said he wanted to wander around nearby. He estimated that he would not be able to go far. We need to send a message to let him come back to discuss it together." "No need." Liu Mizhen shook her head. The 3 of them discussed it and decided to have Yunbozi and Master Yu stay at Kairi Mountain tomorrow, while Liu Mizhan and Fu Yonggai went to Yanlang Market to gather information. They would then make plans after figuring out the situation. Yun Bozi glanced at the sky outside and murmured, "It's getting dark, why hasn't Yonggai come back yet? He's in an unfamiliar place, is he lost?" Thanks to all the handsome men and beautiful women for their suggestions, subscriptions, monthly tickets, and recommendation tickets. Thank you. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.